Chapter 1. The Fallen Immortal Curse. Lin Che, you are afflicted by the fallen immortal curse. Your days are numbered. Cherish the time you have left. Sigh. Heaven envies the gifted. Indeed, those like the Holy Sun, with such extraordinary talents, easily incite the jealousy of the celestial order. The physician just stated that the Holy Sun has only 3 years to live. Upon a bed, Lin Che, hearing the surrounding clamor, forced his eyes open. A visage surfaced in his mind. Qin Wentian, his younger disciple, lifted Lin Che's garment and gazed down at the magma-colored patterns, tightly adhering to his skin, nearly embedded within his flesh. Qin Wentian, I demand to see Qin Wentian. Lin Che's expression was frenzied, his face ablaze with unconcealed fury. Xiao Che, why are you shouting so loudly? Do you not realize that your junior brother nearly lost his life, saving you? Now that you are awake, I shall take you to see him. A woman dressed in a plain skirt, exquisite as a celestial maiden and exuding an ethereal grace, approached, parting the crowd effortlessly. She was Ji Luoyao, the white-clad sword immortal of the Taiyi Sacred Land and the Tianxuan Sword Master of the Tianxuan continent, and also Lin Che's senior sister. Her words, devoid of earthly warmth, struck Lin Che's heart like a thunderclap. What? Qin Wentian saved him? Lin Che would never forget the forceful palm that Qin Wentian had struck upon his chest with all his might. It was the fallen immortal curse that had befallen him, all thanks to Qin Wentian. Ah, such fine acting, to have deceived even his senior sister. A trace of derision crept onto Lin Che's lips. Adjusting his attire, he trailed behind Ji Luoyao, eager to witness how long his junior brother would continue this charade. In the Taiyi Sacred Land's apothecary, a woman clad in azure, with delicate hands stirring a spoon, administered medicine to the pallid man lying upon the bed. Second sister, how is my junior brother? He is not in grave danger. Once he consumes the revitalization pill I concocted, he shall recover within 3 days. Following Ji Luoyao, Lin Che's eyes flared crimson, his fists clenched tightly. Xiao Che, what troubles you? The second sister, Leng Rushuang, noted Lin Che's expression from afar, icy as frost. Xiao Che, have you been controlled by a curse? Why do you seem so amiss? Ji Luoyao, standing closest to Lin Che, could keenly sense the murderous aura emanating from him. Since Lin Che had awakened, she had observed his emotions oscillating wildly now. Upon seeing his junior brother Qin Wentian, an unprecedented killing intent had erupted. Step aside, Lin Che bellowed, then swiftly dashed to Qin Wentian's side, poised to strike. Clang! A flash of cold light erupted as a long sword was drawn, a divine blade that could slice through iron, standing resolutely before Lin Che, thwarting his advance. Beside him, Leng Rushuang exuded an aura of chilling cold, her presence freezing the surrounding air, even forming a thin layer of ice beneath Lin Che's feet. Lin Che, what madness has overtaken you? I understand your reluctance to accept the reality of the fallen immortal curse, but this is the truth we must face. If not for your junior brother, you would not only be afflicted by the curse, but likely have lost your life. Not only are you ungrateful, but you also wish to harm him? Finally, unable to remain silent, Ji Luoyao's voice resonated with a hint of anger. Huh, grateful? Saved me? Bah! Do you know the origin of the fallen immortal curse upon my chest? It is a gift from your precious junior brother. If you still regard me as your disciple, do not obstruct me, let me slay him. As he spoke, Lin Che erupted into a hysterical laugh, dripping with mockery. Struggling to channel his spiritual energy, he commanded a flying sword to pierce towards the slumbering Qin Wentian. Lin Che, Udare. Stop, Lin Che. A powerful pressure descended, binding Lin Che's body in place, rendering him immobile. The white-clad sword immortal Ji Luoyao and the divine healer Leng Rushuang joined forces none could withstand their combined might. Affected by the fallen immortal curse, Lin Che's cultivation had already fallen by a significant tier, compounded by the curse's insidious consumption of his powers. He was no match for either of them. The sharp sword energy cut through Lin Che's skin compared to the pain of his flesh. His heart bled even more profusely. The very person he once rescued from the abyss now stood against him with blades drawn, all for a fledgling junior brother. In that moment, Lin Che felt as if his heart had turned to ash. Witnessing Lin Che's robe torn with countless rips, Ji Luoyao furrowed her brow, her face twisting with anger. How could Lin Che behave in such a manner? His junior brother was gravely wounded, yet he unjustly accused him. Enough. Lin Che, I understand your distress by the fallen immortal curse, but this is unavoidable. How can you suspect your junior brother, who does not know that in the entire Taiyi sacred land, he is the one closest to you? You should not doubt him. Upon hearing Lin Che's repeated slanders against her junior brother, the usually cold and unassuming Leng Rushuang finally erupted in fury. The terrifying pressure emanating from her nearly suffocated Lin Che. Weakened by the curse, Lin Che felt his vision darken, his body lurched forward and collapsed to the ground. Oof. Weak in body, yet still unwilling to tend to your injuries, seeking to show off. Someone, take Lin Che away to recuperate. Ji Luoyao cast a glance at Lin Che on the ground, showing no intention of assisting him. Instead, she ordered her subordinates to escort Lin Che away for healing. Second sister, what is your take on this matter? Ever since Lin Che awoke, his emotions have been unstable, spouting nonsense about his junior brother being the one who placed the fallen immortal curse upon him. I know my junior brother's character, while he is not that kind of person. If he truly wished to harm Lin Che, he would not have waited until now. Yet Lin Che fails to comprehend this truth. Sister, how do you intend to handle this situation? Let us wait until the junior brother awakens to discuss further. The following day, Lin Che awoke to the blinding sunlight streaming through the window. Ji Luoyao, Leng Rushuang, if you do not believe me, I shall go to the law enforcement hall and present my evidence to them. As for Qin Wentian's fate, he cared not indeed. He had once cherished Qin Wentian, but the moment Qin Wentian had inscribed the fallen immortal curse upon him, that Lin Che had perished. The fallen immortal curse, an ancient forbidden spell, was exceedingly malevolent, designed to consume one's cultivation and blood essence. Once afflicted, no matter how grand one's cultivation, all would be devoured, leading to inevitable demise. Lin Che's cultivation was barely sufficient to sustain his life for 3 years. Awakened, Lin Che sought ways to dispel the fallen immortal curse, only to discover no method existed. Gazing out at the scenery beyond the window, he found himself lost in thought. Having traversed this fantastical realm for 20 years, activating his system 5 years prior to system known as the Heavenly Dao system, which had vanished after bestowing him a novice gift of 3,000 paths. Over the years, with the rewards from the system, his talents were unparalleled in the Tianxuan continent, hailed as an extraordinary prodigy in the great wilderness domain. Yet, faced with the fallen immortal curse, he found himself utterly powerless. Chapter 2. Spirit Transformation. Qin Wentian, however, was the cherished apple of his 5 senior sisters' eyes. Yet, with only a few years of life left, he wished to escape the suffocating existence he had endured. Rising from his seat, he made his way towards the law enforcement hall of the Taiyi sacred land. He intended to present the evidence in his possession to the hall and personally ensure that Qin Wentian was imprisoned in the celestial dungeon. Stop! Where do you think you're going? As he attempted to leave his quarters, a figure obstructed Lin Che's path. The young girl, clad in white, had a complexion whiter than snow, her gaze radiating the sharpness of swordsmanship. Surrounded by a palpable aura of sword energy, a true prodigy of the sword path, like a drawn blade, her mere presence sent chills down Lin Che's spine. Ji Luoyao's voice slowly pierced Lin Che's ears. He had no intention of halting, sidestepping her, and continuing on his way. Suddenly, a sword flew forth from Ji Luoyao's back, aiming directly at Lin Che's brow. Lin Che's heart grew colder, his body feeling as though it had plunged into an icy abyss. He had never imagined that the sister who had once nurtured and cherished him would one day direct her sword at him. Seeing Lin Che's silence, Ji Luoyao ceased her inquiries, believing that he would comply. Unfortunately, Lin Che took another step to the right and pressed on. Whoosh! The flying sword once again blocked his path, the sheer sharpness of the blade piercing his brow and causing blood to seep forth. Lin Che, you! A flicker of guilt flashed through Ji Luoyao's heart, but she quickly teleported before him. Summoning 3 spirit swords, she sealed off all avenues of escape for him. Ji Luoyao, if you still recall our past, then let me go. Otherwise, Lin Che, you falsely accused your junior brother without discernment, and now you claim I lack loyalty to old ties. Do you even understand how you came to your current position? Was it not I who recognized your talent and recommended you to the Lord of the Sacred Land? Could you have achieved this without my intervention? Ji Luoyao had initially wished to avoid dredging up past grievances with Lin Che. But since he had broached the subject, she felt compelled to tally the score. Heh. Hearing Ji Luoyao's words, Lin Che couldn't suppress a laugh. He vividly recalled a night 5 years prior in the Taiyi Sacred Land, when the most gifted prodigy of the sword path was cast down from grace by a girl from the divine sword sect. It was on that day he learned a startling truth. The innate sword bone within Ji Luoyao was not truly hers, but belonged to her twin sister, Ji Luoyao. Having lost her innate sword bone, Ji Luoyao became a discarded talent of the sect, while Ji Luoyao, having acquired it, donned the mantle of genius as she joined the Taiyi Sacred Land. Initially, it was thought that Ji Luoyau's loss would render her insignificant, yet she unexpectedly underwent a rebirth and declared war on Ji Luoyao, ultimately defeating her. Had it not been for Lin Che's intervention, Ji Luoyao might have already perished. From that moment on, Ji Luoyao began to shed her inner pride and regarded Lin Che as a younger brother, offering him meticulous care and attention. Now, observing Ji Luoyao's demeanor mirrored that of 5 years ago, arrogant and dismissive of all, he felt a renewed sense of disdain. What are you laughing at? For reasons unknown, upon seeing the smile on Lin Che's face, Ji Luoyao's heart suddenly trembled violently. Within her chest lay a bone emanating a golden light, an innate sword bone. This bone, which should have shattered 5 years ago, continued to radiate vibrant life. All of this was thanks to Lin Che. He had imparted to her a technique whose rank she did not know, but which allowed her to cultivate the infinite sword-bodied. It was this very body that earned her the title of Celestial Sword Immortal from the outside world. However, as she reflected on her sacrifices over the past 5 years, the guilt that had surged within her dissipated entirely. She had already repaid Lin Che, and they owed each other nothing. Well, Ji Luoyao, from this day forth, I, Lin Che, shall have no further ties with you. Moreover, I advise you to step aside. I am far more familiar with the infinite sword body than you. Although Lin Che was afflicted by the fallen immortal curse, forcing him to draw upon his spiritual power would hasten the consumption of his vitality. Nonetheless, his understanding of the sword path had reached an ethereal level, allowing him to overwhelm numerous prodigies even without the aid of spiritual energy. Greetings, however, since you claim to have no relationship with me. I shall not permit you to harm my junior brother. Upon hearing Lin Che's words, Ji Luoyao's fair countenance darkened with a flicker of anger. The gratitude she should have felt toward Lin Che evaporated in that instant. A person who would falsely accuse even their junior brother could hardly possess a kind heart. Perhaps her imparting the technique to him had been driven by ulterior motives. At this moment, Lin Che felt an overwhelming disgust toward the individual before him, someone who would unscrupulously seize the innate sword bone of her own younger sister for personal gain. Now, believing that he was under the fallen immortal curse and had little time left, her true, ugly nature was laid bare. Truly revolting. How foolish he had been to once feel sympathy for such a woman. What a bitter pill to swallow. Buzz. The long sword at his waist was drawn, akin to a spirit serpent, light and graceful, with a fierce and domineering sword intent that shattered the 3 spirit swords binding his movements. The sword intent surged skyward. A white rainbow pierced the sun. Seeing the sword formation she had laid down effortlessly dismantled, a glimmer of shock crossed Ji Luoyao's eyes, her lips curling into a slight smile. Had it been in the past, when Lin Che was at his peak, she would have considered her actions carefully. But now, with Lin Che afflicted by the fallen immortal curse and unable to easily summon his spiritual power, he posed no threat, possessing the infinite sword body. Infused with the innate sword bone and supported by profound cultivation, she felt no fear, regardless of how strong the opponent's sword intent might be. Behind Ji Luoyao, the manifestation of the sword path emerged. 100-foot-long golden sword piercing the heavens, enveloping her within its presence. The infused sword intent shattered Lin Che's techniques. I believe I have spoken to you about spirit transformation, have I not? Observing the sword path manifestation behind her, Lin Che's eyes reflected a hint of disappointment as he shook his head and remarked, "Humph, what spirit transformation? You are merely afraid that my sword talent surpasses yours and seek to destroy me." Spirit transformation signifies the complete integration of the sword path manifestation with oneself, abandoning the superfluous. Yet, in Ji Luoyao's eyes, the manifestation represented power, a means to an end. Why should one seek spirit transformation and merge it with oneself? Spirit transformation. Lin Che curled his lip in disdain. She was indeed a foolish woman. It was no wonder that despite possessing the infinite sword body and the innate sword bone, she remained merely at the void god realm. Such a waste of potential. He uttered a low cry. The azure blade in his hand was plunged into the earth, and a faint blue silhouette wielding a great sword began to fade away, as if merging with Lin Che himself. All sword energy was reined in, transforming him into an ordinary mortal. Let the charade end today. You shall witness the disparity between us. The sword path manifestation behind Ji Luoyao descended like a deity, cleaving the heavens. The earth trembled violently, just as the sword intent was about to descend upon Lin Che. It abruptly halted midair, unable to descend further, as if an invisible force was at play. Chapter 3. Law Enforcement Hall. You cannot stop me. Lin Che strode forward without looking back, leaving Ji Luoyao in a state of shock. It turned out that Lin Che's spirit transformation was indeed real, but why did he not seek to convince her? He must not wish for her to grow stronger. How petty of him. She had previously bared her heart to him. Watching Lin Che's disappearing figure, the last remnants of guilt within Ji Luoyao vanished entirely. In the apothecary hall, that's how it was. I have no idea what transpired in between. At that time, only senior brother was conscious. I'm sorry, second sister. It was I who caused senior brother to be afflicted by the fallen immortal curse. I am deeply sorry. Awakening, Qin Wentian recounted everything that had transpired in the trial grounds to Leng Rushuang. Observing the slight color returning to her younger brother's face, Leng Rushuang's eyes brimmed with compassion. Gently ruffling his hair, she spoke softly. Little brother, this is not your fault. After all, no one could have anticipated such an event. As for Lin Che, the sect will provide compensation. You need not worry. Is that true? Second sister, how is senior brother's recovery? I wish to see him. As he spoke, Qin Wentian lifted the covers, preparing to rise. A delicate hand rested on his shoulder. You care for him, but he will not appreciate your concern. Immediately following was a cool voice. Senior sister, regarding Lin Che. Take our junior brother and visit the law enforcement hall. Ji Luoyao's brow furrowed with an inexplicable irritation. As expected, just as the junior brother had mentioned. He had indeed been cursed. With that, Leng Rushuang opened her palm to reveal a blood-red insect nestled within. This is the corpse-controlling bug. Could it be the work of the corpse-refining sect? Ji Luoyao's gaze fell upon the corpse-controlling bug in her palm, her body shuddering, disbelief filling her eyes. It was said that members of the corpse-refining sect used these bugs to control other cultivators. The two women exchanged glances, understanding one another, and departed the apothecary hall with Qin Wentian to the law enforcement hall. Outside the grand hall, Lin Che struck the large bell, its toll echoing and drawing the attention of numerous elders and disciples. Hey, look! Isn't that the Holy Son? Hush, you still call him the Holy Son? He is afflicted by the fallen immortal curse and is destined for an early demise. His title will soon be replaced. Are you looking for trouble? They say the lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Besides, he hasn't been stripped of his Holy Son status, yet if someone with ill intentions hears you, be careful not to get burned. A throng of curious disciples gathered around the law enforcement hall. What business does this individual have here, when he is afflicted by the fallen immortal curse and has neglected his health? Surely, something transpired in the trial grounds. Could there be hidden motives behind this incident? Upon hearing the sound of the bell, several elders presumed an enemy had invaded, only to witness the scene before them. Disciple Lin Che greets the master of the law enforcement hall. In the grand hall, Lin Che, of slender build, bowed towards the master seated at the head. He, a practitioner at the third level of the void spirit realm, presided over the law enforcement hall in the Taiyi Holy Land. What brings the Holy Son to this place? He feigned ignorance, cautiously inquiring. This object, master, you must be familiar with, Lin Che stated plainly. Presenting an item he had retrieved from Qin Wentian. An identity token of the corpse refining sect? Gasped all the law enforcement elders in unison. The corpse refining sect had existed for eons, predating even the Taiyi Holy Land, and specialized in crafting curses to control others. Their methods of nurturing these curses were notoriously sinister. And this, Lin Che continued, producing a piece of black cloth that concealed something within. As he unveiled it, he captured the attention of all present. Might the master recognize this pill? Upon uttering these words, Li He sprang to his feet, his expression one of shock. The 3-corpse awakening pill? These items were discovered in the trial grounds. No, they were found on Qin Wentian, along with the fallen immortal curse upon myself. Lin Che attempted to elaborate, but was abruptly interrupted by a frigid voice. Enough, Lin Che. I never imagined you to be such a person. Were it not for my junior brother, you would have lost your life, and yet you dare to slander him. The speaker was none other than Lin Che's senior sister, Ji Luoyao, accompanied by others. Surely not. The Holy Sun cannot be such a person. He has always treated us kindly, with no airs of superiority. Indeed, the Holy Sun would never commit such acts. There must be a misunderstanding at play. Outside the grand hall, the onlookers buzzed with discussion. The majority believed in Lin Che's integrity. Senior sister, please do not say more. This matter cannot be entirely blamed on my senior brother. It is my fault that the corpse refining sect targeted him. Qin Wentian's voice was faint, bearing the appearance of someone recently recovered from illness, evoking sympathy at this declaration. The surrounding elders and disciples were taken aback. The hall erupted in chaos. What transpired? From Qin's tone. It seems the Holy Sun has fallen victim to the corpse refining sect's curse. Could it be that our disciples were manipulated by the corpse refining sect to harm the Holy Sun? Such a possibility cannot be dismissed. After all, only the Holy Sun could have annihilated everyone in the trial grounds. Yet, why was Qin Wentian unharmed? Finally, the disciples began to take note of this detail. Indeed, apart from Lin Che, only Qin Wentian had returned alive from the trial grounds. Heh, Ji Luoyao, you truly possess a sharp mind. Observe these 2 items in my hand, Lin Che remarked, his eyes barely lifting to regard Ji Luoyao. A token of identity and a 3-corpse awakening pill. These could at most indicate the presence of disciples from the corpse refining sect, but what of the object placed upon my junior brother? And the heart-nurturing bug within you? You, a traitor to the Taiyi Holy Land. Ji Luoyao's expression turned scornful as she raised her jade finger, directing her spiritual sword towards Lin Che's face. This marked the 2nd time within a single day that Ji Luoyao had aimed her sword at him. The person he had once vowed to protect now pointed a blade at him for the sake of a novice disciple. Visions of the past flashed before Lin Che, only to be severed by the blade before him. The so-called heart-nurturing bug pertains to the curse cultivation of the corpse refining sect, requiring a special bug known as the life bug. Heart-nurturing bug. Could it be that the Holy Sun is an undercover agent of the corpse refining sect? Impossible. The Holy Sun possesses unparalleled talent. If he were truly a disciple of the corpse refining sect, they would never allow him to act as an infiltrator. Let us not forget that the corpse refining sect has been eradicated from the Great Wilderness region. Perhaps the Holy Sun is their last descendant. Upon hearing Ji Luoyao's words, several elders privy to the secrets of the corpse refining sect began to speculate. Lin Che, however, wore an expression of dismay. The life bug? How could he possibly possess one? Suddenly, he recalled something and cast an enraged glance at Qin Wentian. Chapter 4. The heart-nurturing bug. What a cunning Qin Wentian, having prepared so thoroughly. When did he cast this curse upon me? Master, this is the bug my junior brother discovered on Lin Che, Ji Luoyao declared, presenting the corpse-controlling bug. Lin Che reflected on the events leading up to their entry into the trial grounds. That cup of spiritual spring water. Yet, it had been prepared by Leng Rushuang for both him and Qin Wentian. This explains why the heart-nurturing bug manifested within him, stemming from that moment. Truly, his junior brother had schemed against him with great diligence. Observing the blood-red corpse-controlling bug in Ji Luoyao's palm, Lin Che felt a sense of numbness. His heart was devoid of turmoil. This was perhaps the manifestation of utter disappointment in a person. He could barely hear the voices of those around him. It was undeniably the corpse-controlling bug. But what of the heart-nurturing bug? It is well known that the corpse refining sect's cultivation relies on the heart-nurturing bug, which is not easily cultivated. First, one must have a spiritual vein, then locate a spiritual insect. Only when the spiritual insect has devoured the practitioner's spiritual vein can it evolve into the heart-nurturing bug. At that point, the practitioner can be deemed a bug cultivator. Thus, they may wield the heart-nurturing bug to command the spiritual insect or refine it into a bug that obeys the heart-nurturing bug. The process demands no less than 2 years. However, it had been precisely 2 years since Qin Wentian joined the Taiyi Holy Land and ascended to Zixiao Peak. Humph, the question now lies with Lin Che. If the master does not believe, he may let him touch this corpse-controlling bug. That Ji Luoyao was determined not to let Lin Che off easily, for the corpse-refining sect had once dominated the Tianxuan continent, where all practitioners took pride in bug cultivation. However, times have changed. Bug cultivators, reliant on life essence to nourish their life bugs, now have a lifespan only 2/3 that of ordinary practitioners. Moreover, the methods of bug cultivation became increasingly malevolent, inviting the wrath of heaven, resulting in many bug cultivators meeting their demise. Thus ended the era of bug cultivation, and the most brutal of all was the corpse refining technique, which utilized bugs to refine corpses, feeding on the essence of others. Henceforth, bug cultivators became pariahs, despised by all practitioners, even viewed as a source of shame. This explains the profound reaction of the elders and disciples upon hearing the mention of the life bug. What a clever scheme. I, Lin Che, concede without contest, I am indeed a bug cultivator, a descendant of the corpse refining sect. In your eyes. Lin Che's hand, which had been clutching his abdomen, suddenly relaxed, his demeanor surprisingly at ease, as if he had relinquished something burdensome. Qin Wentian's meticulous plotting, coupled with Ji Luoyao and others' unconditional trust, rendered any further defense on his part superfluous. Rather than continue to argue, he resolved to savor the remaining moments. What? The Holy Sun? Did I hear incorrectly? Impossible. The Holy Sun has devoted himself entirely to the Taiyi Holy Land and cannot possibly be affiliated with the corpse-refining sect. Could it be that the Holy Sun harbors untold secrets? Some disciples, unconvinced by Lin Che's admission, believed he must have some hidden agenda. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Qin Wentian's expression darkened. Lin Che's esteemed reputation within the Taiyi Holy Land was indeed formidable. Despite presenting such compelling evidence, some disciples still sided with Lin Che. Glancing at Lin Che, who stood resolute amidst the wind, his black hair billowing, Leng Rushuang hesitated, casting a sidelong glance at him, her lips twitching but ultimately saying nothing. Lin Che, do you acknowledge your crimes? Li He's authoritative voice resonated, his gaze piercing, as if seeking to unearth something from Lin Che's eyes. Regrettably, Lin Che's countenance remained as calm as a still pond, devoid of any ripple of emotion, as he replied with a placid tone, disciple acknowledges his crimes. I am willing to accept the sect's punishment. Throughout, he refrained from casting even a glance at Ji Luoyao or Leng Rushuang. As if they did not exist, Ji Luoyao felt as though she had struck a cotton ball with her fist. She had anticipated Lin Che's rebuttal, yet he not only refrained from defending himself, but also willingly confessed. For reasons unknown, she found herself unable to discern Lin Che's inner thoughts at that moment. That a vague sense of loss gripped her heart, but upon remembering Lin Che's affliction with the fallen immortal curse and his status as a remnant of the corpse-refining sect, she realized he would be facing a life devoid of light. Thus, in the Tianxuan continent, she would remain the sole wielder of the ultimate sword body. Beside her, Leng Rushuang's gaze flickered with surprise. Perplexed by Lin Che's actions, afflicted by the fallen immortal curse, and now voluntarily accepting punishment as a remnant of the corpse-refining sect, was he not forfeiting his future? Yet, recalling Lin Che's words when he had once imparted medical knowledge to her, her wavering heart regained its resolve. There need only be one healing sage in the Tianxuan continent. Master, I believe this matter is rather suspicious and should not be hastily concluded. Indeed, it is indeed challenging to silence the multitude with merely the words of Qin Wentian. If not handled appropriately, it may dishearten the disciples of the Taiyi sacred land. Hallmaster, I urge you to report this matter to the sect for a thorough investigation. Several elders stepped forward to speak in defense of Lin Che. Qin Wentian, seething with suppressed fury, found the situation unexpectedly dire, especially as the matter of the heart-nourishing goo was revealed, and yet there were still those willing to shield Lin Che. Nonetheless, he concealed his emotions quite adeptly. Hallmaster, I trust in my senior brother's character. I hope Lin Che is aware that even at this juncture, the junior disciple still speaks on his behalf. Your heart made of iron. Even Ji Luoyao could not restrain her reprimand towards Lin Che. Yet, Lin Che appeared oblivious to the words spoken around him, maintaining a stoic expression, standing coldly, isolated from the world. Senior sister, do not blame my elder brother. It is I who failed to consider his feelings. All fault lies with me to this moment. Qin Wentian's voice was frail, punctuated by continuous coughs, his weakness palpable, resembling a mere wisp of paper, ready to topple at the slightest breeze. Upon hearing this, Lin Che was nearly driven to exclaim in outrage. This person was utterly revolting. Could he be any more despicable? Lin Che, have you lost your voice? Your senior sister and junior disciple are speaking to you. Cold Ruoshang, standing beside Qin Wentian, could no longer contain herself. She raised her hand and struck Lin Che across the face. Slap. As Lin Che blocked Cold Ruoshang's strike, he retaliated in kind. Bang. The sounds resonated. One after the other, da. A piercing cry escaped Cold Ruoshang's lips as she gently touched her face, now marked with a vivid red imprint of fingers. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with uncontainable fury. Lin Che, Cold Ruoshang, her breath icy, was filled with murderous intent, the air around her dropping in temperature, thin ice forming beneath her feet as her aura surged ominously towards Lin Che. In that instant, Lin Che found himself sluggish. His reactions dulled, all avenues of escape blocked. The overwhelming pressure left him gasping for breath, beads of sweat like soybeans trickling down his face, his blood vessels feeling as though they were frozen solid. Chapter 5. The Cliff of Reflection. Damn it, my body one T move. Move already. Lin Che's form felt encased in ice, the raw power of his flesh and blood struggling against the binding force. In her furious state, Cold Ruoshang had lost all semblance of rationality. That slap had left an indelible shadow upon her heart as the chief physician of the Taiyi Sacred Land, revered as a divine healer. Capable of miraculous recoveries and held in high esteem by countless individuals, how could she not be enraged upon being struck by a worthless individual cursed by the fallen immortal spell? Everyone in the hall, including Ji Luoyao and Qin Wentian, was left dumbfounded, fixated on the confrontation between Lin Che and Cold Ruoshang. Ji Luoyao was particularly taken aback. Cold Ruoshang's previous rapport with Lin Che had even surpassed her own as the senior sister. Lin Che had always been compliant with Cold Ruoshang's words, never displaying any discontent. He had treated her with utmost care, recalling a time when an elite disciple within the sect had called Cold Ruoshang a cold-faced woman, only to be pursued relentlessly by Lin Che for 3 days and nights. Yet now, Lin Che had struck his esteemed senior sister. Qin Wentian could not suppress the upward curl of his lips. He was contemplating how to rid himself of Lin Che, and now it seemed Lin Che had brought this upon himself. Second sister, please remain calm. My elder brother is also a victim of circumstance. Let us forgive him this once. He feigned concern, lest he appear too callous. Observing Qin Wentian's sudden appearance, standing protectively in front of Lin Che, Cold Ruoshang managed to regain a modicum of composure. Coldly, she replied, such scum as he is not worthy of your defense. Lin Che maintained his icy gaze upon the unfolding events. Enough? You may leave. My crimes are not for you to adjudicate, Hall Master. Wouldn't you agree? Having struck that vile woman, Lin Che felt a considerable relief. Cold Ruoshang now resembled a frenzied tigress, disregarding her usual aloof goddess demeanor as she lunged aggressively at Lin Che. Chief Cold, regarding the young lord's matter, further investigation is required. Thusly he intervened promptly. Hall Master, there is no need for such complexity. Simply strip away my cultivation and expel me from the sect. In this treacherous arena of scheming, there is nothing left for me to cherish. My previous stay here was solely for the sake of Ji Luoyao, and the other for senior sisters. Now that they no longer require my presence, why should I continue to grovel, departing the sect to seclude myself in a small town? Does that not sound appealing? What? The young lord wishes to leave the sect. Might that not be too drastic? Could it be that the young lord is truly wronged? The elders felt that there was something amiss that warranted further investigation, yet Lin Che had audaciously suggested his departure. It must be noted that Lin Che was the young lord of the Taiyi Sacred Land. The Taiyi Sacred Land is one of the 3 great sanctuaries of the Great Wilderness region on the Tianxuan continent. The position of young lord signifies the next in line for the role of sacred master. One can imagine the influence Lin Che held. Leaving the Taiyi Sacred Land would mean that his every word and deed represented the sect. If his position as young lord were to be revoked without clarity, it would surely cause widespread discontent and tarnish the reputation of the Taiyi Sacred Land in the Great Wilderness region. Hall Master, he is the one who wishes to leave the sect. No one is coercing him. Moreover, he has been afflicted by the fallen immortal spell, and even if his position as young lord is not revoked now, once the sacred master emerges from seclusion, he will not be left unchecked. Ji Luoyao merely wished for Lin Che's expulsion from the sect, unaware that this was also Lin Che's desire. Alas, Very well. I shall first confine you at the Cliff of Reflection, and all matters shall be determined upon the sacred master's return at a Hall Master. Li understood the necessity of providing an explanation to all. Given the numerous doubts surrounding the events in the trial grounds, and the presence of the heart-nourishing goo within Lin Che meant he must be monitored for a time. Further inquiries would await the sacred master's return for a final decision. Very well, you need only convey my circumstances truthfully to the sacred master. She will know how to decide. Lin Che was acutely aware that his elevation to the young lord of the Taiyi sacred land was merely due to the current sacred master recognizing his extraordinary potential and terrifying aptitude for cultivation. Now, afflicted by the fallen immortal spell and burdened with the heart-nourishing goo, he was no longer suited to continue as young lord. This truth was not lost on him. He had long grown weary of this title. He now yearned for a life of simplicity. Someone, take the young lord away. With that, Li said nothing further, merely instructing others to escort Lin Che away to AS for Ji Luoyao. She cast a sidelong glance at Cold Rushuang's swollen cheek and spat in disdain. A brute who only strikes women. It seemed she had forgotten that the true instigator of all this was the so-called victim in their eyes, Cold Rushuang. Had it not been for Cold Rushuang's attempt to intimidate Lin Che, she would not have received that slap at this moment. Cold Rushuang glowered at Lin Che's departing figure, biting her red lip in frustration and filled with resentment. Senior sister, are you all right? Would this help a bit? Qin Wentian produced a handkerchief, gently wiping the red imprint left on Cold Rushuang's fair face, his gaze filled with concern. Feeling Qin Wentian's care, Cold Rushuang's anger dissipated somewhat. She summoned a touch of spiritual energy, causing the remaining marks on her face to vanish. The ungrateful wolf raised in his house had once treated him like a dear brother, only to receive such a return, truly blind to reality. Senior sister, do not take it to heart. My elder brother must have been manipulated by the goo, leading to a loss of reason. From now on, I shall protect you. Qin Wentian, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, spoke earnestly. Indeed, the junior disciple is considerate, unlike that ungrateful wolf. Humph. Once the sacred master emerges, I shall see how long he can remain arrogant. If previously they had harbored a tinge of guilt towards Lin Che, now only resentment remained. As Lin Che was escorted to the Cliff of Reflection, he tossed a spirit sword, glowing with a red hue, casually onto the ground as he murmured, "It is all over." From Qin Wentian's scheming, it was evident that he was closely tied to the corpse refining sect, yet these foolish women continued to revolve around him. Ultimately, they would likely not even know how they met their demise. The heart-nourishing goo, is it? In that case, I might yet extend my lifespan. Due to the nature of goo cultivation, the lifespan of practitioners is only 2/3 that of ordinary cultivators. However, there exists a method for prolonging life within the realm of goo cultivation. By utilizing one's life goo, a practitioner can absorb and refine the life essence of others to extend their own longevity. The existence of the fallen immortal curse continuously consumes vitality, is cultivation. Blood essence and the heart-nourishing goo serve to maintain this state. Yet, the drawback is that the spiritual energy he cultivates cannot be stored. In other words, his cultivation can only be sustained, not elevated. Chapter 6. The blind female cultivator. However, this predicament would render him a target for extermination by all as a demonic cultivator. The reason the corpse refining sect earned the title of demonic cultivator and incited the wrath of both gods and men, ultimately fading from the annals of history, was due to their practice of devouring the life essence of human cultivators to enhance their own powers, even without being afflicted by the fallen immortal curse. Lin Che's clandestine study of forbidden goo techniques would have led to the loss of his status as a holy son. Furthermore, with the curse afflicting him, his cultivation had plummeted. Yet, upon entering the Cliff of Reflection, Lin Che appeared surprisingly at ease, not as despondent as one might expect. His confinement on the Cliff of Reflection did not quell the rumors surrounding him. Rather, they intensified. Within the sacred grounds, discussions flourished, spawning numerous versions of the tale. Meanwhile, on one of the 36 peaks of the sacred grounds, the Zixiao Peak, within an exquisite cultivation cave, a pair of ivory-like, glistening porcelain feet stirred the water, creating ripples. A lovely girl, her long, lustrous black hair cascading down to her waist, bore a faint frown, seemingly lost in thought. Had Lin Che been present, he would have recognized her as his other senior sister, Nangong Mingyue. She removed her garments and submerged herself in the water, Soon, the effects of her toxic body manifested, turning the water in the pool as dark as ink. Instinctively, Nangong Mingyue called out for Lin Che. Lin Che. Yet, within the cave, no sound answered her, only her hurried breaths. Indeed, Lin Che had been imprisoned on the cliff of reflection by her and several other senior sisters, though she was not a participant. She had tacitly approved of their actions. This medicinal pool, specially designed to suppress her nether poison body, was prepared by Lin Che, who had even meticulously selected the spiritual herbs needed for the medicinal bath. Previously, whenever her nether poison acted up, she would come here to soak overnight, and by the next day, the accumulated toxins within her body would be purged, significantly alleviating their potency. But in recent days, with Lin Che imprisoned, the pool had been neglected, causing the medicinal properties of the herbs to dissipate, rendering it ineffective against her nether poison. I in the medicinal pool, Nangong Mingyue, sweating profusely from pain, contorted her face and felt a twinge of regret. Yet, as the thought of Lin Che possibly being the culprit behind her current state surged in her mind, her heartache was eclipsed by a wave of fury. It turned out that Nangong Mingyue's nether poison body was inherited from her mother, who had once been a disciple of the corpse refining sect. After the sect's dissolution, her mother had adopted a hidden identity, living a life free from conflict, ultimately marrying her father and giving birth to her. Due to her mother's cultivation of goo worms, her body had long been eroded by toxins, developing a resistance and gradually forming a new physique, the nether poison body. Having inherited this condition from her mother, Nangong Mingyue faced rejection from a young age, suffering cold stares, which twisted her heart and led her to commit the heinous act of matricide. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for the corpse refining sect and goo. Thus, upon learning that Lin Che might be a descendant of the sect, her temperament shifted dramatically, and she condoned the actions of her senior sisters. On the cliff of reflection, the mountain winds rustled through his robes as Lin Che sat alone on a stone slab beneath a green pine tree. Behind him, a voice called out, "Senior brother, are you hungry? This is the breakfast I brought for you." "Get lost," Lin Che replied without turning his head. The voice belonged to none other than Qin Wentian, the one responsible for his affliction with the fallen immortal curse. How had he failed to notice before how utterly repulsive this junior brother was? He had ambushed him first, causing him to be cursed. And now he had the audacity to feign concern in front of him. "Look, little junior brother, do you see what I mean? Scum like him is not worthy of sympathy, since he wants us to leave. Let's do just that. This breakfast? I suppose we can feed it to the dogs." At some point, a girl clad in a sky-blue thin robe, with her hair tied up, cold as frost, stood behind Qin Wentian. Her icy gaze piercing through the barrier as she looked disdainfully at Lin Che on the cliff of reflection. Lin Che, sitting on the stone slab with his legs crossed, as if asleep, paid no heed to Qin Wentian and the girl outside, cold as frost, gazing at Lin Che's stern visage, recalled the bruised cheek she had received from him 2 days prior. Instinctively, she reached out her delicate hand to gently touch her now-healed face. A flicker of fire igniting in her eyes, realizing there was a barrier, she could only leave in a huff with Qin Wentian. Once they had distanced themselves, Lin Che finally stood up to stretch his limbs. A clattering sound echoed from within the cave, drawing his attention. He had only been here for 2 days and had yet to enter the cave. He had been resting outside all this while. Just as he was about to step inside, a series of thuds rang out, as if something were striking the stone walls. Emerging from the cave was a woman, her eyes covered in black satin, her frame emaciated and gaunt. Lin Che instinctively took a defensive posture. Were there others imprisoned on the cliff of reflection besides him? The blind girl evidently sensed Lin Che's presence as she gripped her cane tightly, her body tense and poised for confrontation. You scared away my food," she stammered. Her words puzzled Lin Che. "You spoke loudly just now, which frightened them all away today." As she spoke, the girl pointed with her cane towards a mouse that had just fled the cave. A mouse? Food? Lin Che, not lacking in intelligence, quickly realized that the food she mentioned referred to the mouse that had just scurried away. "I apologize. How about this? I will go look for some food nearby." After all, having scared away her food, he felt compelled to make amends. The blind girl, dressed in coarse linen, did not express gratitude for Lin Che's offer. Instead, she heightened her psychological defenses, her fingers gripping the cane so tightly that they turned pale. Her delicate frame trembled slightly, revealing her inner turmoil. She could not see, but 2 days prior, She had sensed someone approaching the cliff of reflection. Thus, she had hidden deep within if it had not been for her hunger. Chasing after the mouse would not have exposed her to others. Lin Che, however, did not dwell on such matters. He brushed off the dust from his clothes and set out to explore the area surrounding the cliff of reflection. Having been here for 2 days, he had been meditating. Although his cultivation had dropped a significant level due to the fallen immortal curse, he still possessed the ability to protect himself. Moreover, this was the cliff of reflection, set with barriers by the sect's array masters, effectively warding off any potential threats to their lives. However, the range was quite limited. After circling the cliff of reflection, Lin Che's gaze fell upon a steep fruit tree. Aside from the mouse the girl had mentioned and some insects trapped beneath stones, this tree bearing unripe fruit seemed to be the only other source for sustenance. Chapter 7. The Holy Master emerges outside the barrier. The Holy Master Ji Luoyao of the Taiyi Holy Land, who had been in seclusion to break through to the true God realm, emerged today. In an instant, the many cultivators of the Taiyi Holy Land were stirred, flocking to the sacred hall to pay homage to Ji Luoyao. Within the grand hall, the high-ranking members of the Taiyi Holy Land stood on either side, all gazing expectantly at Ji Luoyao, who sat high upon a golden throne. In the vast wasteland, the strength of a sect is often determined by the prowess of its leader. The Taiyi Holy Land's current splendor is attributed entirely to Holy Master Ji Luoyao, who possesses peak cultivation at the Dharma aspect realm. This time in seclusion was aimed at breaking through to the higher true God realm. Should Ji Luoyao succeed, the Taiyi Holy Land's status within the wasteland would undoubtedly rise alongside it. Ji Luoyao, seated on the throne, gently shook her head. Not yet. The true God realm is not so easily breached. Do not be disheartened. Holy Master, I believe you will surely succeed next time. Indeed, as long as you remain unharmed. Breaking through to the true God realm is merely a matter of time. That's right. Currently, given the situation in the wasteland, no one from the other 2 holy lands has managed to reach the true God realm. So you need not worry too much. Although Ji Luoyao's failure to break through to the true God realm was disappointing, the fact that she had not encountered any unforeseen mishaps due to her unsuccessful attempt relieved many of the high-ranking members of the Taiyi Holy Land. While I was away, nothing significant happened in the sect, did it? Luoyao, Ji Luoyao, with her cultivation in the celestial phenomenon realm, assumed the position of the master of Zhixiao Peak following the tragic demise of the former master during a sect mission, who fell victim to a formidable enemy's ambush. In the esteemed Taiyi Holy Land, among the 36 peaks, Ji Luoyao held Ji Luoyao in high regard, second only to Lin Che. During Ji Luoyao's retreat, Ji Luoyao entrusted her with the management of the sect's affairs, while also assisting the Holy Son, Lin Che, in overseeing the sect. Master, it is my failure as a senior sister. I implore you to punish me, exclaimed a young girl in a simple white dress, kneeling earnestly. Observing this scene, Ji Luoyao gently rubbed her forehead, pondering what had transpired. Ji Luoyao, still kneeling, relayed to Master Ji Luoyao everything that Qin Wentian had confided to her. Master, please do not punish my senior brother. He was ensnared by the fallen immortal curse to protect me. It is my inadequacy. Before Ji Luoyao could voice her ire, Qin Wentian, who had been waiting outside the grand hall, rushed in and knelt beside Ji Luoyao, his expression radiating innocence. Bring forth the Holy Son, Lin Che, as the sovereign of the Holy Land. Ji Luoyao did not hastily condemn Lin Che based solely on one account. Instead, she ordered for him to be summoned. Master, please wait. He has been confined at the reflection cliff. Li He hastily interjected, scurrying towards the reflection cliff. The reflection cliff, Lin Che, despite the undercooked food, attempted to satiate his hunger with a handful of green bayou fruits. He offered one to a blind girl clad in coarse linen. Upon feeling Lin Che's finger, the girl flinched and instinctively took several steps back, dropping her cane in her startled state and nearly falling. My apologies, did I frighten you? Lin Che said, scratching his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. As the girl touched the bayou fruit, she cautiously brought it to her nose and inhaled its fragrant aroma, her stomach growling in response. Having gone 3 days without sustenance, she was starving, yet remained vigilant, swallowing hard as she stared at Lin Che. From his voice, she discerned that he was likely younger than her, but she was oblivious to the reason for his confinement or his intentions in approaching her. Leaving her uncertain about the bayou fruit's safety, Lin Che found her intriguing and contemplated a little mischief. Lin Che, the master summons you. Come with me. A voice, slightly deep, resonated from outside the barrier. The barrier of the reflection cliff cracked open, revealing a figure in gray robes who floated above. It was none other than the law enforcement hall master. Li He, have you finally emerged from your retreat? Let us go. You there, take these Baiyu fruits. Lin Che instructed, approaching the girl and filling her pockets with the fruits. The girl, caught in thought at Lin Che's words, failed to respond, and before she could react, her pockets were stuffed with more than a dozen Baiyu fruits. Lin Che found her dazed expression endearingly adorable and reached out to pat her head, but she darted away like a startled deer. Reluctantly, he withdrew his hand and followed Li He away from the reflection cliff. Hua Yui, clutching the Baiyu fruits, whispered Lin Che's name as she gazed towards his departing figure before retreating into the cave. Li guided Lin Che as they soared through the skies. Soon arriving above the grand hall of the Taiyi Holy Land, we have arrived. Let us descend. Lin Che nodded in agreement. Before landing, he took one last look at the Taiyi Holy Land, perhaps for the final time. As a disciple of the sect, within the grand hall, all eyes were intently fixed on Lin Che as he entered. Qin Wentian, amidst the crowd, clenched his fists, suppressing his inner excitement. Ji Luoyao, cold as frost, along with Nangong Mingyue and others, were present as well. However, the warmth in their gazes had long since faded, leaving Lin Che feeling an unfamiliar chill, and having witnessed the earlier events, he harbored no fondness for them. Avoiding their gazes, he stepped into the center of the hall. Lin Che, is what your senior sisters claim true? Ziwe questioned. Indeed, Lin Che replied, devoid of the energy to refute her, eager only to leave the Taiyi Holy Land as swiftly as possible. Do you confess to your crimes? I plead guilty and request the master to revoke my title as Holy Son and expel me from the sect. His response was remarkably straightforward, lacking any defense, leaving the high-ranking elders of the Taiyi Holy Land in disbelief as they beheld the upright figure before them. Master, my senior brother was merely manipulated by a demon, and with remnants of the corpse-refining sect's curse within him. I beseech you to show leniency. Before Ziwe could express her anger, Qin Wentian interjected to plead for Lin Che. Hearing your words, Qin Wentian, I find it rather hypocritical. You secretly wish for my demise while pretending to be a good person to garner sympathy from the senior sisters. Lin Che thought bitterly. Chapter 8. Entering the Lanyu city, I voluntarily withdraw from the Holy Land. I implore the master to grant my wish. Lin Mo remained steadfast, unyielding amidst the turmoil. Junior brother, you are too kind. Some individuals may appear virtuous on the surface, yet behind closed doors, they are worse than beasts, slaying their fellow disciples and attempting to frame others. Allowing such a scourge to remain in the Holy Land will undoubtedly lead to endless troubles in the future. Ji Luoyao asserted, standing resolutely beside Qin Wentian, her words sharp and unwavering, as she made it clear that she would not relent until Lin Che was expelled. However, Lin Che, having discerned their true intentions, wore a triumphant smile. He feared these foolish women would collude with Qin Wentian against him. Evidently, these exceptionally endowed yet dim-witted women had yet to grasp Qin Wentian's ulterior motives during their time in the trial grounds. Lin Che had come to understand that his junior brother was exceptionally cunning, and everything leading to this moment had been meticulously orchestrated by him. The only unexpected outcome was Lin Che's prompt decision to withdraw from the Holy Land. If his suspicions held true, and Qin Wentian was indeed the true heir of the corpse-refining sect, then Lin Che, who bore the curse, would serve as the ideal scapegoat. Keeping him close would divert the high-ranking elder's attention towards Lin Che, allowing Qin Wentian to focus on refining the curse without fear of exposure. Senior sister, despite everything, he has treated me kindly. I cannot bear to see him expelled from the sect. Qin Wentian began to act, adopting a deeply sentimental demeanor, convincing the unsuspecting that he held Lin Che in high regard. Within the hall, some elders could no longer endure the sight and began to plead for Lin Che. Master, considering his contributions to the Holy Land over the years, please forgive him this once. Outside the Holy Land, he has nowhere to go. An elderly woman spoke up, advocating for Lin Che to Master Ziwe. The contributions Lin Che had made were evident to all, and he was well liked among the disciples. Aside from the master, he held the highest esteem within the Taiyi Holy Land. Expel him without just cause would provoke discontent among the disciples and draw scorn from other factions in the great wilderness, branding them as treacherous betrayers. Thank you all for your righteous words, but the law is merciless that I practiced forbidden techniques of the curse and attempted to frame my junior brother. I am afflicted by the fallen immortal curse, and it is my own doing. I willingly relinquish my position as Holy Son, withdraw from the sect, and even cast aside my cultivation. In a bid to demonstrate his resolve, Lin Che formed a seal with his hand, aiming for his own crown. Enough, Lin Che, since you acknowledge your errors, you are to be confined to the scripture pavilion for 10 years, without leaving a single step. Ziyue's authoritative voice resonated throughout the hall, commanding respect without anger. Master, I have a comprehensive plan. At this moment, Qin Wentian, who had felt relief, was startled by Ji Luoyao's words, which made his heart skip a beat. Oh, pray tell. Upon hearing Ji Luoyao's words, Ziyu also expressed her interest, for she had been pondering whether this punishment was perhaps too lenient. 10 years, while it may seem protracted for mortals, is but a fleeting moment for cultivators. Little did she know that Lin Che was equally dissatisfied with this punishment. He had but 3 years left to live, and being confined to the Sutra Pavilion, surrounded by the endless sea of ancient texts, would surely drive him to despair. Thus, upon seeing Ji Luoyao, who proposed a foolproof plan, he perked up his ears, eager to discover her intentions regarding him. To depart from the sect, he could only do so through a few of his senior sisters. As long as he displayed a sufficiently atrocious attitude, he could achieve this. Holy Lord, do you still remember Hua Yui, who, due to succumbing to madness and slaughtering her fellow disciples, was punished by having her divine eyes gouged out and was confined to the cliff of reflection? Upon hearing this, Ziyu furrowed her brow, lost in recollection. Indeed, there had been such an incident 6 years prior. She recalled that those divine eyes had been granted to the Holy Land, now possessed by the peerless talent Lu Ruoli. Lu Ruoli hailed from one of the 36 peaks, the Zixiao Peak, and was considered Lin Che's 4th senior sister. What connection does this have with punishing Lin Che? Ziyu inquired, somewhat perplexed. Simultaneously, the array of elders at the high table turned their gazes towards Ji Luoyao. Holy Lord, as my sister mentioned, the recent Lord of Lanyue City has sent a letter. I shall present it to you. With that, Leng Rushuang, standing beside Ji Luoyao, produced a letter and handed it to the Holy Lord Ziyu. Upon receiving the envelope, Ziyu dispelled the seal, and her consciousness swept through the contents, grasping its meaning. Have you finally come to a decision? Are you willing to exchange the eye technique Tianzhao? Ziyu murmured softly. However, Lin Che had also heard whispers of the emergence of a prodigy possessing the burning heaven divine eye in the Holy Land. Subsequently, his 4th senior sister had somehow acquired a pair of divine eyes, beseeching Lin Che to implant them into her own. Mastering the 3,000 Daos, Lin Che found this trivial task effortless, so he utilized his medical skills to transplant the burning heaven divine eye into Lu Ruoli's gaze. It was from that point onward that Lu Ruoli surged forth, ascending to the top 50 of the Great Wilderness Qingyun ranking. Today, Lin Che belatedly realized the true origin of those divine eyes and could not help but harbor disdain for his 4th senior sister. Yet, Ji Luoyao's subsequent pronouncement left Lin Che astounded. Holy Lord, what I wish to propose is for Lin Che to marry into the Hua family of Lanyue City. Externally, we can declare that Lin Che is merely venturing to Lanyue City for training, while internally we can select a new holy son. Furthermore, as Lin Che is afflicted by the fallen immortal curse, his cultivation will soon dwindle, rendering him a mere mortal, thereby making a union with Hua Yui mutually beneficial for support. Boom! Ji Liao's words struck like thunder, reverberating in the ears of all present. Lanyue City, a mere speck on the map with scarce cultivation resources, would see Lin Che enter as a son-in-law of the Hua family. It must be noted that Lin Che was still the holy son of the Taiyi Holy Land. If the Taiyi Holy Land is a giant in the Great Wilderness domain, then Lanyue City is but a sparrow. It ranks below even third-rate powers. At most, it is a small town, and for Lin Che, the holy son of the Taiyi Holy Land, to cast aside his dignity and marry into such a family would indeed be a devastating blow. This aligns perfectly with the temperament of his senior sister, who would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Ziyu offered no response, but turned her gaze to Lin Che. Holy Lord, as for my senior brother, I am willing. Lin Che's voice interrupted Qin Wentian before he could finish. Chapter 9. The journey begins. Lin Che's declaration of I am willing left Qin Wentian utterly speechless. Hua Yui, do you even know who she is? A blind person, a wretch who has lost her sight and cultivation. Oh, you know what Lanyue City is? A mere speck, devoid of cultivation resources. The strongest in the entire city seems to barely reach the 3rd layer of the returning source realm. And that level of cultivation is merely sufficient to meet the threshold of the Taiyi Holy Land. Whether one can even become an outer disciple remains uncertain. You would willingly enter such a dismal environment? Have you lost your mind? Qin Wentian was at a loss for words regarding Lin Che's choice, left in a daze for quite some time. Others shared his sentiment, including several senior sisters in the Assembly of Elders. Ji Luoyao believed she had misheard, as she presumed that Lin Che, having enjoyed the comforts of the Taiyi Holy Land and indulged in its abundant cultivation resources, would be unable to cope with such a psychological disparity, thus suffering a blow to his spirit. She envisioned him as a broken man, pleading with her not to send him to Lanyue City. Alas, reality was starkly contrary to Ji Liao's expectations. Lin Che did not protest, did not express resentment, nor did he appear disheartened. Instead, a smile played upon his lips as he readily acquiesced to becoming a son-in-law in Lanyue City. Have you truly considered this? Ziyu, out of her admiration for Lin Che, felt compelled to ask once more. She understood that even if Lin Che were to become immortal, his innate talent would remain intact, should he wish to continue his association with the Holy Land. Even if he could no longer be the Holy Son, she could arrange for him to become a mentor, teaching disciples within the Holy Land. Yet, to her surprise, Lin Che preferred to enter Lanyue City as a son-in-law rather than remain in the Taiyi Holy Land. Thank you, Holy Lord. I have made my decision. Please grant your blessing for marriage. I shall set forth for Lanyue City tomorrow. Lin Che maintained his stoic expression. Ji Luoyao, on the other hand, wore a look of disdain. Humph, keep pretending. When you arrive in Lanyue City, you will see who will be begging. Leng Rushuang's expression also grew somewhat unnatural as she regarded Lin Che. Was this once cherished junior brother truly this heartless? Among the crowd, Nangong Mingyue's complexion turned ashen, her lips tinged with purple, her delicate form trembling beneath her black robe, and fine beads of sweat began to dot her forehead. Wordlessly, she exited the grand hall. The poison in her body had flared up again. Recently, she had been experiencing increasingly frequent episodes. Very well, your mind is made up. I shall escort Hua your back, and you will head to Lanyue City tomorrow. Ziyu did not linger on the matter, knowing that Lin Che possessed little more than some talent. In a place like Lanyue City, with its meager cultivation resources, even the most gifted talent would be rendered useless. Coupled with his affliction from the fallen immortal curse, within a year, Lin Che would inevitably become immortal, posing no threat nor value to the Taiyi Holy Land, a mere discarded piece. Thank you, Holy Lord, for your grace. I shall take my leave. With that, Lin Che disregarded the gazes of the assembly and departed the grand hall, not sparing a glance at his former senior sisters and brothers. Would this be too cruel for the Holy Son? No, perhaps this is the best fate for the Holy Son. In the struggle for survival, it is not for others to blame. One can only fault their own misfortune. As they watched Lin Che's retreating figure, many felt a pang of regret, never having imagined that the once invincible prodigy, who had dominated the Qingyan ranking for 5 consecutive years, would take his leave in such a manner. Qin Wentian observed Lin Che's departing silhouette, his eyes darting about. Back in the meditation cave, Ji Luoyao and the others gathered together. Sister, now that Lin Che has departed, who will assume the position of Holy Son? Is that even a question? Of course, it will be our junior brother. His cultivation is now at the 9th layer of the sea transformation realm, and his talent is on par with the Lin Che of yore. It is only fitting for him to take on the role of Holy Son. But will the Holy Lord harbor any dissatisfaction? You are already the Holy Maiden. Will allowing our junior brother to become the Holy Son not repeat Lin Che's fate? Leng Rushuang recognized her senior sister's ambitions. Lin Che's replacement was not solely due to the fallen immortal curse. The most significant factor was Lin Che's lack of ambition. You do not understand our junior brother at all. He is the most suitable candidate for power. Once he assumes the position of Holy Son, within 5 years, the entire Taiyi Holy Land will undoubtedly be under our control. By the way, where is Mingwei? Did we not see her in the Grand Hall just a moment ago? How could she have vanished? Ji Luoyao recalled having seen Nangong Mingwei in the Grand Hall. Mingyue's condition seems off. She must be experiencing a flare-up of her own poison body. Leng Rushuang was well aware of Nangong Mingyue's plight, but had relied on Lin Che to serve as a vessel to expel the accumulated poison from her body. Now that Lin Che had severed ties with them, no one remained to assist Nangong Mingwei, nor did anyone care for her well-being. At the Zixiao Peak, within a cultivation cave, a medicinal pool contained a figure that should have appeared as smooth and flawless as jade, yet now was marred by black veins crawling up from her ankles to her neck. The pain felt as though steel needles were piercing her heart, prompting the resolute Nangong Mingwei to cry out. Why was the poison still flaring up so frequently despite having prepared the herbs according to the prescription? Drenched in fragrant sweat, Nangong Mingwei dragged her weary body ashore, wrapped in a bath towel. She walked with bare jade feet, barely 3 inches above the ground. Eventually, she began to regulate her breathing on a cold jade bed. In this moment, a multitude of thoughts flooded her mind. Every time her toxic body flared up in the past, Lin Che had been by her side. When she suffered, Lin Che prepared red date porridge for her, and when her spirits were low, he would share cold jokes to lift her mood. Now, on this vast cold jade bed, she found herself utterly alone. Yet, the mere thought of Lin Che harboring the heart-nurturing goo made her instinctively reject him. The following morning, after tidying her belongings, Lin Che donned a spatial storage ring and closed the stone door. Where someone had already been waiting outside. It was Ji Luoyao, who had specially arranged for his protection. After all, he was afflicted by the fallen immortal curse and could not casually wield his powers. The distance from Taiyi's sacred land to Lanwei City was considerable. To ensure Lin Che's safety during the journey, Zishu Peak's other courtyard was abuzz with unease. Last night, both had suffered from insomnia. Senior sister, did you not sleep well last night? You too? Ji Luoyao yawned, stretching her willow-like waist. Come, let's see him off. After all, we share the bond of senior and junior. Once Ji Luoyao had fully awakened, she donned a demeanor as cold as frost and proceeded towards Lin Che's residence. Chapter 10. The recipe to suppress the nether poison arriving a moment too late, she was taken aback to find he had not even acknowledged them. As if he had forgotten the presence of his senior sisters. Who would care about such a person? Let us go in and tidy up. Our junior brother will be residing here henceforth. Ji Luoyao concentrated a magical seal in her palm and gently placed it into the groove. Boom! The stone door swung open. The two entered Lin Che's cultivation cave side by side. But as soon as they stepped inside, Ji Luoyao and Leng Rushuang were stunned by the sight before them. The home was barren, apart from a blue stone bed used for meditation and a stone table with several stone stools. There was merely a stove and a storage cabinet. Is it possible that he has emptied his entire home? It seems he harbors no desire to leave at all. Ji Luoyao mused. He seems to possess a good sense of self-awareness. Recognizing that anything from the Taiyi sacred land would fetch astronomical prices in the outside world. Seeing the cave's emptiness, the two instinctively believed it had been cleared out by Lin Che using his spatial storage ring. Senior sister, look at the items in the storage cabinet. Leng Rushuang casually glanced at the cabinet, expecting it to be empty, only to discover it was crammed full. Among the contents were a rusted black iron sword, a tattered battle robe, a bloodstained treasure map, and several jars filled with medicinal pills. There were also a few sword manuals and some low-tier cultivation techniques. Aren't these the items we gave him in the past? Ji Luoyao remarked, touched by the sight, her heartstrings tugged by those worn possessions. Senior sister, why not take these forgotten items to him while he is yet to venture far? Leng Rushuang casually picked up a tattered battle robe, recalling how she had spent dozens of spirit stones to purchase it from the underground black market when Lin Che first undertook a sect mission. Yes, that sounds good. After all, we share the bond of fellow disciples. And it would serve as a memento for him. The two placed the items into a storage ring and turned to leave the cave. Meanwhile, Lin Che, accompanied by two sect guards, had reached the entrance of the teleportation array. Just as he was about to embark, he heard voices nearby. Wait, Lin Che, you left something behind. It's all in the storage ring. As she spoke, Leng Rushuang handed over the spatial storage ring. Lin Che accepted it with a smile, his consciousness sweeping over its contents. With a casual flick, he tossed it to the ground and forcefully stomped it into the earth. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the center of the array. The entire process was fluid and graceful, and he gazed at Leng Rushuang and Ji Luoyao from across the array's protective barrier. Lin Che, Ji Luoyao's face flushed crimson, veins bulging at her temples, her body trembling with rage. She had initially believed Lin Che cherished their bond by preserving those belongings, but now it was apparent they had been mistaken. He was nothing more than an ungrateful wretch. Lin Che, from this moment forth, you are no longer my junior brother. Even if you plead with me, I shall not allow the Saint Lord to grant you passage back to the sacred land. Leng Rushuang's face darkened with fury, a tempest of anger surging within her. As Lin Che departed via the teleportation array, he could still hear Leng Rushuang's furious roars from afar. Yet, he merely curled the corners of his mouth into a slight smirk. Perhaps he once valued their bond, but since being afflicted by the fallen immortal curse, those sentiments had turned to mere refuse. Senior sister, that ingrate Lin Che, had I known earlier, I should have let him be devoured by a beast in the wild. After 20 years of raising him, one would think he'd learn to wag his tail. Rest assured, he will come to seek our help in the future. Huayuye's plight extends beyond the loss of the burning heaven divine eye. The Flower Clan has agreed to exchange Tianzhou in return. and once they returns and cultivates Tianzhao, the issues plaguing Huayi will likely be revealed. At that time, Lin Che will undoubtedly seek my assistance. Ji Luoyao's face remained frosty, yet a hint of a smile graced her lips. Esteemed Saintess, we discovered Sister Nagong at the mountain gate of Zixiao Peak, but she was already unconscious, just as Ji Luoyao intended to check on Nagong Mingyue's condition. She was interrupted by a report. Understood. Rushuang, carry Mingyue to her residence. Leng Rushuang, with Nagong Mingyue slumped on her back, made her way toward the most secluded area of Zixiao Peak. Due to Nagong Mingyue's possession of the nether poison body, she had faced ostracism at Zixiao Peak. Lin Che's cultivation cave was the nearest to her dwelling. Little did they know, this nether poison was so potent it had already infiltrated her heart veins. It was a mystery how she had endured for so many years. As she bore Nagong Mingyue, Leng Rushuang employed ice attribute spiritual energy to temporarily alleviate the pain caused by the nether poison. Simultaneously, she examined Nagong Mingyue's condition. It seemed Lin Che had been quite close to her. Perhaps he had employed some method. Ji Luoyao pondered that it cannot be. The medical texts do not document the symptoms of the nether poison body, and Mingyue's condition is dire. It is a miracle she is still alive. Just as Leng Rushuang was articulating her thoughts vehemently, a weak voice came from her back. Second sister, just place me in the medicinal pool ahead to soak. Nagong Mingyue felt a surge of happiness at receiving her sister's concern. Previously, she had always thought Lin Che had stolen her sisters from her. Now that Lin Che was gone, her sisters began to show her care. Are you certain, Mingyue? When did your poison body begin to act up? Leng Rushuang, known as the divine healer, though unable to tackle the nether poison body, could still sense certain things. In the medicinal pool, Nagong Mingyue suppressed the pain on her face and feigned calmness as she replied. In the past week, it used to flare up occasionally every 6 months without worsening. I do not know why it has been occurring frequently lately, sometimes twice a day, and even while soaking in the medicinal pool. It still acts up. Who taught you how to prepare the medicinal herbs in this pool? As a healer, Leng Rushuang's consciousness was sharper than that of ordinary cultivators. Upon entering the cave, she had already detected a faint scent of medicinal herbs. Lin Che. As she spoke, Nagong Mingyue's voice dropped, as if uttering Lin Che's name were a source of shame. Lin Che? As expected, he did not fully impart the knowledge from the medical texts to me. Do you have the recipe? Leng Rushuang pressed on the critical point. No, I do not. In fact, he had previously given several copies to Nagong Mingyue, but she had never taken them seriously. To her, Lin Che had never truly been her junior brother. More often, he resembled her servant. What? Does that wretched fellow intend to harm you? He is leaving and cannot bear to leave behind the recipe. Finally, Leng Rushuang could no longer contain her anger, unleashing a furious shout. Chapter 11. The strange Gu Lin Che, having traversed the teleportation array, departed from the Taiyi Sacred Land towards Lanyue City. However, due to the resource scarcity in Lanyue City, there were no array masters capable of constructing a teleportation array. Thus, he was sent to the nearest location, the Sword God sect, where the 2 sect guards would escort Lin Che on a non-stop journey. After approximately 2 days, Lin Che and his companions arrived in Lanyue City. An ancient edifice stood at the heart of the city, Lin Che's destination, the Lord's Mansion. Young Master, Lanyue City falls under the jurisdiction of the Taiyi Sacred Land, governed by the Sword God sect. One of the 4 affiliated sections. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, you may directly contact the Sword God sect's master, and he will assist you in resolving them. One of the sect's guardians exchanged a knowing glance, prompting another guardian to produce a dark, iron lump. This lump was none other than the identity token of the Sword God sect. Lin Che extended his hand to accept the Sword God sect token and placed it within his storage ring. Judging by the demeanor of these sect guardians, they seemed unaware that he had been expelled from the Taiyi Sacred Land. If they were to learn of his current predicament, they likely would not treat him with such deference. Gentlemen, this is but a token of my appreciation. From here on, Lin shall proceed alone. You may return, he declared, handing over a bulging pouch of spirit stones. He turned to wave goodbye to the 2. Take care, Brother Lin. Alas, old Wang, how could such a good person like Brother Lin? Enough with your lamentations. These matters are beyond our control. One guardian gazed at Lin Che's receding figure, reminiscing about the time when Lin Che served as the son of the Sacred Land, never one to flaunt his status. Always compassionate towards his disciples, and discerning in reward and punishment. Upon entering the city center, Lin Che quickly noticed a squad of patrolling guards clad in dark iron armor. Who goes there? How dare you trespass upon the Lord's residence? The patrol captain bellowed, pointing his iron spear at the slender figure of Lin Che from the Taiyi Sacred Land. I, Lin Che, come at the behest of the sovereign to seek a union with the daughter of the city lord. Hua Wuxin. Lin Che remained unperturbed, accustomed to the tempest of life. Ordinarily, he could have dispatched this squad of guards in an instant. Yet, he was not a man of bloodlust, and moreover, his current identity was no longer that of the son of Taiyi Sacred Land, but rather that of a son-in-law. Upon seeing the prestigious token that symbolized his status as a disciple of the Taiyi Sacred Land, the patrol captain was so frightened that he immediately knelt, exclaiming, "I am but a fool, unable to recognize Mount Tai. I beseech the esteemed son to mete out any punishment." Salutations to the esteemed son. A chorus of voices arose in unison as all the guards knelt before Lin Che. Their heads bowed, unwilling to meet his gaze. "Arise, and escort me to the city lord." Yes, Lin Che, guided by the patrolling guards, entered the city lord's residence. The size of the lord's residence was modest, hardly a tenth of the grandeur of Zixiao Peak. And the quality of spiritual energy was vastly inferior. As Lin Che stepped into the lord's residence, his divine sense enveloped the entire establishment. Within the main hall, "My lord, the esteemed son has graced us with his presence at the lord's residence. Should we proceed to welcome him, go forth, and ensure that the chambers of the former lord are vacated. Select a few servants to attend to the esteemed son's needs, and have the chef prepare a 3-flavor spirit fish soup to welcome the esteemed son." In the main hall, a refined noblewoman draped in a silver-gray fox fur coat spoke with gravity. "Understood. I shall make the necessary arrangements." The subsequent treatment Lin Che received left him both astonished and flattered. The attendants could not discern his true standing, yet it was unreasonable for his future mother-in-law to remain oblivious. His status as the son was merely a formality, a means to placate the disciples of the Taiyi Sacred Land. Otherwise, a formidable force like the Taiyi Sacred Land would never consider a union with a minor entity like Lanwei City. It was evident to any discerning eye that something was amiss. Strangely, upon his arrival, the servants of the lord's residence not only refrained from mocking him but also greeted him with warm smiles, bustling about to prepare accommodations. Meanwhile, atop Zixiao Peak in the Taiyi Sacred Land, Ji Luoyao tended to the ailing Nangong Mingwei, who was afflicted by the miasma poison, while remaining icy and aloof in her secluded research. Having just expelled Lin Che, she was not one to humbly invite him back. Despite her burgeoning expertise in the medical arts, having saved numerous cultivators afflicted by potent poisons or blood curses, earning considerable renown and self-assurance, she believed she could achieve what Lin Che had accomplished. Nangong Mingwei, however, radiated joy as she finally felt the concern of her senior sisters. No one was left to vie for attention with her. Simultaneously, in the innermost cave of Zixiao Peak, Qin Wentian pushed open a stone door, revealing a row of stone racks constructed from hewn stone. Upon them sat 6 yellowish-brown ceramic jars, all sealed. As he opened the stone door, 5 of the jars began to tremble violently, as if something within sought to break free. Only when Qin Wentian channeled his spiritual energy to press against the lids did the jars return to calm. "Whether I can achieve the status of a Gu immortal and transcend reincarnation depends entirely on you," he mused, seemingly addressing both himself and the Gu insects within the jars. The Taiyi Sacred Land was merely a temporary vessel for him. Once these 5 Gu matured, he would sever his ties with this place. Had it not been for Lin Che's interference, he would not have squandered a precious Gu. He had forfeited a chance to become a Gu immortal for naught. In the Tianxuan continent, before breaking through to the Emperor realm, one must undergo 9 cycles of transformation. Only upon completing these transformations can one become an emperor. Qin Wentian had been tirelessly seeking a host to inhabit, ultimately evolving into a strange Gu. The most prominent trait of an emperor is the grand path they embody. And whether one can comprehend a complete grand path is contingent upon innate talent. However, Gu can transcend all limitations. A single Gu can encompass an entire grand path, and the more Gu corpses one controls, the greater the opportunity to break through to the Emperor realm. The 6 individuals atop Zixiao Peak, including Lin Che, had essentially grasped the rudiments of a grand path. This was precisely why he had set his sights on Lin Che and the others. Unfortunately, he overlooked one crucial detail: Lin Che possessed not just one grand path. Furthermore, Lin Che had seen through his schemes, and fortunately, no one believed Lin Che's words. Despite the majority of disciples within the sect siding with Lin Che, it sufficed that a few of Lin Che's senior sisters believed in him. In Lanwei City, the night was particularly lively, although its population was less than a tenth of that of the Sacred Land. The disciples were typically immersed in seclusion, dedicating their time to cultivation and rarely venturing out. Moreover, that evening, the city lord had announced astonishing news: the daughter of the lord would soon be wed. The following day, Lanwei City seemed to come alive, as a long line of guests bearing gifts formed outside the city lord's residence, a truly magnificent sight. The guests included lords from neighboring towns and envoys from lesser factions. By the time the last of the wedding guests had departed, it was already evening, and Lin Che had been inundated with copious amounts of wine. Almost all the guests were relatives from Huayu's side, with not a single person from the Taiyi sacred land present. Nevertheless, the Hua family treated him with utmost respect, showing no signs of disdain. This left Lin Che, unaccustomed to such pampering, feeling quite out of place. Upon entering the bridal chamber and gazing at the festive room, his senses finally began to clear as he looked upon the beauty seated upon the bed. The spirit wine of Lanwei City is not intoxicating, particularly for cultivators like him. The tipsiness he felt stemmed from neglecting to dispel the effects of the alcohol with his cultivation. As he approached the bed and lifted the bride's red veil, his eyes beheld a slender face tinged with a hint of yellow, adorned with a familiar black silk ribbon that covered her eyes. Itsu. Indeed, it was the blind maiden he had encountered not long ago at the Cliff of Reflection. However, today, the maiden's cheeks held a touch of rouge, lending her a more vibrant appearance than before. It seems you truly are Lin Che, the son of the Taiyi sacred land. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself last time. Let me reintroduce myself. Hello, I am Huayud. Upon hearing Lin Che's voice, Huayud seemed to confirm something, yet she displayed no trace of inferiority, maintaining her composure. When they had last met at the Cliff of Reflection, Lin Che had left his name with her, which she had casually remembered. Lin Che. Lin Che studied Huayud for a moment longer. There was an odd sense of familiarity about her, sensing the sudden stillness in the air. Huayud teased, "Are you disappointed to be marrying a blind girl like me, esteemed son?" Lin Che's identity as the son was something she had only learned from her mother the day prior. Initially, she had thought it impossible for them to be one and the same. Today, her conjecture was validated. A true twist of fate. Is that so? I feel as if you were quite at ease in the presence of someone like me. The esteemed son, Lin Che replied, his spirits lifted by Huayu's optimistic demeanor. The Huayu before him bore little difference in appearance from the one he had met at the Cliff of Reflection. Yet her personality seemed transformed. He was curious as to what could have caused such a change in her character. Having returned home, naturally, there is nothing to fear. Huayu appeared to read Lin Che's thoughts. Upon hearing her words, Lin Che was momentarily taken aback, then felt a sense of relief. Indeed, this was Lanwei City, not the confining walls of the Taiyi sacred land. This was Huayu's home, the place where she had grown up. Having returned home, she had no reason to remain afraid. In that moment, Lin Che seemed to grasp Huayu's state of mind. But what about his own home, where lay his true sanctuary? Once, he believed that the Taiyi sacred land was his home, and Zishu Peak was the sanctuary worth dedicating his life to protect. Lin Che instinctively reached for his chest, remembering vividly the moment when his closest junior brother had desperately struck him with the fallen immortal curse. The eldest sister he respected the most had distanced herself from him, even resorting to harsh words. No matter how hard he tried, he could never bridge the gap between them. The prejudices in the human heart are like an insurmountable mountain, impervious to the efforts of others to budge even an inch. Inside the festive bridal chamber, the atmosphere was strangely hushed. Suddenly, a pair of delicate, boneless hands rested upon Lin Che's hand. They swiftly pulled his thoughts back to reality. "Help me untie the blindfold," came the lively voice of Huayu. Following her instructions, Lin Che wrapped his hands around her shoulders and released the blindfold. As he gazed into Huayu's gray eyes, Lin Che felt a jolt, as if he had plunged into a surreal realm. Before he could utter a word, her soft lips pressed against his. Awakened from his reverie, Lin Che nearly faltered. He, a towering man of nearly 6 feet, was unexpectedly pushed back by a petite girl barely 5 feet tall. After a few exchanges, the initiative returned to Lin Che's hands. Following a tempest of passion, when Huayu awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. Remembering the events of the previous night, she couldn't help but pout like a wronged woman. It was all Lin Che's fault for being too vigorous, leaving her unable to rise from bed for at least 3 days. However, just as she finished her internal lament, she observed Lin Che bringing forth a bowl of fragrant 3-flavor spiritual fish soup. "You're awake. Have some soup. There's also chicken stewed with mushrooms and 1,000-year wild ginseng." Gazing at the large pot on the table, Huayu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Was he treating her like a pig to be fattened? "Come, open your mouth," Lin Che commanded, lifting the spoon towards her lips. Huayu's face flushed crimson, unaccustomed to being fed in such a manner. "Where do you want me to place the bowl? I'll drink later. No, just open your mouth. In these few days, Lin Che had gained a considerable understanding of Lanwei City. Of course, his culinary skills had utterly conquered Huayu's taste buds. One day, due to a letter, Lin Che was summoned to the city lord's mansion. "Chair, this is a letter from your senior sister at Taiyi sacred land. You should take a look," Hua Wuxing said, extending the envelope to Lin Che. After receiving the letter and bidding farewell to his mother-in-law, he left the main hall. On the way back to his room, a flicker of flame ignited at his fingertips. Sizzle, the letter was consumed in flames, the spiritual energy contained within the envelope dissipating into nothingness. In a cave on Zixio Peak within Taiyi Sacred Land. Ji Luoyao, deep in meditation, sensed the return of spiritual energy to her body. Her tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. Lin Che, how dare you? She never anticipated that Lin Che would burn the letter she had sent without even opening it. Previously, Lin Che had held her in the highest regard, always heeding her words with caution, fearful of displeasing her. Yet, unexpectedly, just a few days after leaving Taiyi Sacred Land, he would so blatantly disregard her existence. Incinerating her letter without a glance, the content of the letter sought to inquire about a prescription to suppress the manifestations of Nagong Mingyue's nether poison body. She speculated that Lin Che, having left Taiyi Sacred Land for the resource-scarce Lanwei City, would urgently require cultivation resources. In exchange for the prescription, she promised him a considerable amount of spiritual stones. What's wrong, senior sister? Did that ingrate Lin Che anger you again? Cold Rushuang, who was studying a formula, walked in upon hearing the commotion. It's nothing. Rushuang, how's your progress? Perhaps we should have Uncle Ji Boya from the sect examine Mingwei. If Cold Rushuang found herself at a loss, they could only place their hopes on the esteemed elders within the sect. Ji Boya was the most skilled healer at Taiyi Sacred Land and held a renowned reputation throughout the vast wilderness. Ji Luoyao believed that if he were to intervene, there would be no ailment beyond cure. Chapter 13. The Truth at the City Lord's Mansion in Lanwei City. After spending time together, Lin Che discovered that Huayu was, in fact, a pitiful woman. Each night, as he lay beside her, he would hear her softly murmur a name in her sleep, Lu Ruoli. This name was not unfamiliar to Lin Che, for it belonged to his fourth senior sister. Upon awakening, he tentatively inquired about the significance of this name, wondering what connection it held with Huayu. However, Huayu was no fool, while Lin Che might have thought it a mere coincidence. She understood the implications of Lu Ruoli's relationship with him and wished to spare Lin Che any discomfort stemming from it. Huayu knew little about Lin Che, and the news of her impending marriage to him reached her only belatedly. She had questioned her mother, Hua Wuxin, about why Lin Che, as the son of Taiyi Sacred Land, would come to a remote place like Lanwei City. Yet, Hua Wuxin did not reveal the truth, merely advising her daughter to cherish her time with Lin Che and to refrain from dwelling on the past. Watching the slumbering Huayu, who lay with her back turned, Lin Che quietly opened his eyes. Stealthily, he moved to a nearby chair, resting his hands behind his head while gazing out at the scenery beyond the window. His thoughts were tumultuous. Was he being selfish, with the fallen immortal curse afflicting him? Even with a life-bound goo within him, he feared he would not survive beyond 3 years. He could only accompany Huayu for that limited time. Huayu, despite her blindness and lack of cultivation, was otherwise akin to an ordinary person who could enjoy decades of life. How could his fleeting existence compare? If that day truly arrived, would Huayu be left to mourn him in solitude? Squandering her youthful years, Lin Che sought out Huayu's mother within the main hall. He respectfully offered tea to Hua Wuxin. Hua Wuxin had been quite pleased with Lin Che's conduct during this time. Initially, she feared he might look down upon her daughter or adopt an air of superiority, but everything had unfolded contrary to her expectations. She also harbored the intention to speak with Lin Che. But unexpectedly, he approached her first. Chair, feel free to speak your mind. Hua Wuxin assumed a serious demeanor. Lin Che did not hold back. Mother, I wish to inquire about Yui. Her blindness is not as simple as it seems. Is it? Despite Hua Wuxin having expended great resources to have her daughter's eyes transplanted after they were taken by Lu Ruoli, the physician she had hired lacked the requisite skill. The brutal methods employed by Lu Ruoli had been designed to ensure Huayu would never see again. Even if a physician were to treat her, restoration was impossible. You have seen through it. However, I advise you to abandon such thoughts and simply live well with you. I ask for nothing else. Lu Ruoli, with her exalted status as the pride of Taiyi Sacred Land and Empress of the Great Yan Empire, posed an insurmountable challenge. Previously, if Lin Che had not been afflicted by the fallen immortal curse, it might have been a different story. Hua Wuxin's expression darkened as she recounted this painful memory. Yui's eyes were taken by my senior sister, Lu Ruoli, were they not, on the first day of their marriage? When Lin Che untied the silk binding her eyes, he discovered the troubling truth. Huayu's current eyes did not belong to her. They were merely a fade, lacking the true function of sight. Moreover, Huayu suffered from nightmares every night, calling out for Lu Ruoli. Most importantly, Lin Che had previously implanted a pair of divine eyes into his fourth senior sister, true divine eyes, imbued with unparalleled powers. He had once been curious about their origin, but Lu Ruoli had remained tight-lipped, and he had not pressed further. You know? Hua Wuxin trembled at his words, astonished at Lin Che's perceptiveness. Is it not obvious? By the way, mother, there is something I cannot comprehend. You should be aware of my circumstances, correct? Lin Che confronted her directly. The marriage between him and Hua Yu would be untenable if Hua Wuxin did not approve. Thus, he had no choice but to force the union. Yes, I am aware, but I wish to see my daughter. They demanded I exchange the eye technique Tianzhao and imposed an additional condition, that Yu marry you. I agreed to their terms to rescue Yu from that dreadful place of punishment. Hua Wuxin began to reminisce about the past. Upon hearing this, Lin Che instantly grasped the situation. Everything had been orchestrated by his senior sister from the very beginning. Tianzhao. So, Yu's eyes will be restored through the spiritual threads because the eye technique Tianzhao has taken? Do you not realize that this action completely extinguishes any hope of Yu regaining her sight? Originally, the intention was merely to extract the dual pupils. And with Lin Che's capabilities, restoring her sight should not pose a significant challenge. However, the core region has now suffered a second wave of destruction, resulting in a complete severance of Hua Yu's optic axis. To regain her vision, it would require the procurement of another pair of divine eyes. Are you suggesting that there might still be a day when Yi can see the light again? Hua Wuxin exclaimed, grasping Lin Che's shoulders with fervor, her gaze fixed intently upon him. It is indeed difficult, yet not entirely devoid of hope, initially inclined to convey a sense of hopelessness. Lin Che found his heart stirred by the earnestness in Hua Wuxin's eyes. He felt compelled to articulate a glimmer of hope, if only to prevent her from succumbing to despair. After all, Tianzhao was something she had extracted using the Hua family as secret methods from the core of Hua Yu's eyes. Is that truly the case? You are not deceiving me? Hua Wuxin reiterated, seeking a definitive answer. She recalled the deep remorse she felt when she had personally refined Tianzhao. However, do not rejoice too prematurely. To restore her sight, you must find another pair of divine eyes, and the optic axes of both individuals must be of similar dimensions. Lin Che, possessing a profound understanding of the medical arts, recognized that for anyone else, even transplantation would be an impossible task, let alone restoring sight after such extensive damage. Upon hearing this, Hua Wuxin felt deflated, akin to a frostbitten eggplant. Divine eyes are exceedingly rare. Those who possess such eyes are unparalleled in talent, a one-in-a-million occurrence. Even if by chance one were to be found, they would likely have already been claimed by a sacred place or a first-rate power. How could it possibly fall to them? Indeed, it was somewhat unreasonable to expect this of Lanyue City, yet it remained their sole hope. Moreover, have you considered what will become of Yui after I depart? If you truly love her, now is the time to sever the ties between us. Lin Che revealed the purpose of his journey. With little time left in his life, he wished to relinquish any lingering attachments before his demise. His agreement to this marriage was primarily motivated by a desire to leave the Taiyi sacred land. Chapter 14. The Abyssal Demon Eyes. As a mother, I respect Yi's choices. Through our time together, I have discerned that she harbors feelings for you. Yet it is her eyes that induce a sense of inferiority within her. Hua Wuxin, an open-minded individual, having experienced the pains of love in her youth, did not wish for her daughter to endure a similar fate. Her choice of Lin Che was not merely a last resort, it was also a gamble she was willing to take. Upon receiving this response, Lin Che found himself at a loss on how to confront Hua Yu. After all, she had entrusted her first experience to him, and he could not simply walk away. After bidding farewell to Hua Wuxin, Lin Che sat alone by the full moon well in the backyard, gazing at the swaying figure illuminated by the moonlight. In his hands lay a bamboo slip he had just completed writing. Abyssal Demon Eyes. This was one of the novice rewards from the system, yet to forge such a pair of eyes would require an expenditure of countless rare materials. Even the illustrious Taiyi sacred land had expended immeasurable resources to cultivate Ji Luoyao's limitless sword body, ultimately producing the renowned Tianxuan Sword Sovereign. Relying solely on the scant resources of Lanyue City would render even the act of cultivation problematic, let alone the acquisition of rare materials. He stroked the dark, iron-like token in his hand that, if memory served him correctly, the sword god sect possessed a dragon eye. It was said to be a remnant of an ancient divine dragon, possessing astonishing power. If the dragon eye were used as a medium, the chances of successfully cultivating abyssal demon eyes would significantly increase. Furthermore, based solely on resources, the sword god sect far surpassed Lanyue City in this regard. At dawn, the Taiyi sacred land was enveloped in a soft golden glow. On Zixiao Peak, a haze of purple energy wafted, exuding an aura of auspiciousness. Consequently, Zixiao Peak was regarded as a paradise among the 36 peaks. However, within a cave on Zixiao Peak at that moment. A layer of dark green mist hung heavily in the air. Nangong Mingwei had been afflicted with dark poison since childhood, and after being selected by the previous peak master of Zixiao Peak, she was brought to the peak, where countless rare materials were used to barely suppress the outbreak of her dark poison. After meeting Lin Che, he had utilized one of the 3,000 paths, the path of poison, to forcibly help the heavily poisoned Nangong Mingwei cultivate a peerless toxic body known as Yiming Toxic Body, which ranked among the top 30 in the external divine body rankings. Due to her unique constitution, Nangong Mingwei was akin to a poison bag. Should her dark poison erupt, it could potentially decimate a city housing tens of thousands of inhabitants. Yet Lin Che remained confident that he could prevent Nangong Mingwei's toxic body from erupting. According to the prescription he had formulated, a medicinal bath every 3 months would suffice to ensure her safety. However, now that she was separated from Lin Che, Nangong Mingwei was unaware of the prescription and could not control the dark poison within her, leading to a rampant outpouring of poison that subtly threatened Zixiao Peak. Master Ji, it is here, Ji Luoyao's cool voice rang out, accompanied by a white-robed elder standing beside her. This elder was none other than the renowned 7th-rank holy physician within the Taiyi Sacred Land. Ji Boya, this dark poison was originally extracted by a cultivator named Yuming, utilizing the 9 underworld veins for lethal purposes. When the previous peak master brought Mingwei here, I discerned the dark poison within her. However, I never anticipated that this lethal poison could be cultivated into a peerless divine body, spreading its legacy throughout the world. I had thought she had resolved her dark poison. Ji Boya could perceive the extreme corrosiveness of the dark poison merely from a distance. Initially, due to the residual medicinal properties in the medicinal pool not having fully dissipated, Nangong Mingwei had managed to maintain a fragile suppression of the poison. However, once the medicinal properties had completely evaporated, the dark poison within her began to run rampant, wreaking havoc throughout her limbs and bones. Master Ji, to be frank, Mingwei was able to control the Yiming toxic body and was known as the daughter of heavenly poison. Entirely due to the prescription provided by Lin Che. As she spoke, Ji Luoyao produced a water pouch. This contains the medicinal solution that my junior sister often bathed in. Could you please examine it for any issues? Ever since the incident involving Qin Wentian, Ji Luoyao had lost all trust in Lin Che. She even questioned whether the limitless sword body she had cultivated might harbor some fatal flaw. Ji Boya accepted the water pouch and scanned its contents with his consciousness. His pupils narrowed sharply. A genius. No, a prodigy in the medical realm. Within this water were merely 3 ingredients, all of which possessed exceedingly potent toxicity. Elder Ji, have you discovered something? Luoyao, the Holy Son is truly a genius. Ahem. Ji Boya realized he had momentarily lost composure, clearing his throat to regain his previous demeanor, yet his heart remained unsettled. Whether it be poison dragon saliva, devouring grass, or blazing sungrass, all were highly toxic. Even the slightest misstep could lead to death for an ordinary cultivator. Who would dare to employ them in medicine, having lived for over a millennium? He had seen countless storms, yet he had never encountered such a combination of poisons. These 3 toxic herbs would not be difficult to procure with the resources of the Taiyi Sacred Land. Elder Ji, do you now understand the prescription? Ji Luoyao inquired. Nangong Mingwei had already been poisoned to the heart's veins. Had it not been for her cultivation of the Yiming toxic body, anyone else would have long since perished. Yet even so, Nangong Mingwei was suffering immensely. It will require time to formulate the prescription, and I have never attempted such a concoction. I cannot guarantee success. Ji Boya did not offer Ji Luoyao any assurances, for this was a situation he had never encountered before. By the way, I have an antidote pill here. Give it to her to temporarily suppress the spread of the dark poison within. Developing the prescription would take time, and the most troublesome part was that he had no idea of the proportions required for the ingredients. Ji Luoyao accepted the antidote pill, expressing her gratitude before emanating a layer of spiritual energy and entering the cave shrouded in poisonous mist. On a cold ice bed lay Nangong Mingwei, her upper body bare, while her legs were crossed behind her, continuously transmitting true energy to her. Unfortunately, the effect was negligible. Dark green patterns had emerged on Nangong Mingwei's jade-like back. As if branded upon her, she let out cries of agony, a thin sheen of sweat forming on her forehead as her body convulsed. Her face contorted in pain, beads of sweat rolling down her delicate features. Reaching the pinnacle of suffering. Senior sister, did Elder Ji come? Yes, but Elder Ji said he needs time to prepare the prescription. For now, let Mingwei take this antidote pill. Ji Luoyao felt a pang of sorrow at the sight of Nangong Mingwei's expression. Her resentment towards Lin Che deepened, and she felt justified in her previous actions. Chapter 15. The Legend of Lin Che Lanwei City. In the backyard of the main residence. Che, mother says that the Sword God sect is recruiting disciples. Will you be going? A girl adorned in silk entwined her arm around Lin Che's, her face alight with genuine joy. Yui, have you utilized the method I provided for restoring your eyes? Lin Che, instead of responding, posed a question to the other party. Huayan hesitated for a moment, then suddenly shifted her gaze to the ground, ultimately resting it upon her toes, which bore an emotional weight that could bring one to tears. Ever since I met you, you've defeated me. Next, we must seek refuge in the Sword God sect to find the elixir that can restore your sight. Lin Che surmised that Hua Yu would be skeptical. Yet he believed that the tears would aid in her recovery. Even an ordinary person would find that credible. Wouldn't Che, you aren't angry with me, are you? I do have something useful, some chilly water. Hua had found it difficult to articulate her thoughts. Lin Che was taken aback. Chilly water, that could indeed be a viable method. You've complied with my requests, so why would I be upset with you? Let us go bid farewell to my mother. We depart tomorrow. But I lack the cultivation. Will the Sword God sect accept me? Hua had finally voiced her innermost concern. Do not worry. You still have me. Lin Che said, gripping Hua Yu's trembling hand, offering her a sense of security. Time passed swiftly. As they were preparing to rest, Lin Che suddenly clutched his chest and dashed out of the room without warning, leaving behind the words, "You should sleep, Yui." Once outside the room, he was drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing uncontrollably. A searing heat radiated from his chest, as if he were engulfed in flames. It was the onset of the fallen immortal curse, beginning to gnaw at his cultivation and the essence within him. Could it be the result of his earlier use of the spirit-gathering pin to inscribe the extreme night demon eye? He felt so unwell that he had to brace himself against the ground, beads of sweat the size of mung beans cascading down his face. He gasped for breath. His skin beneath his clothing felt as if it had been seared by a brand. Flushed a deep crimson. He reflected on the events of the past few days. Since arriving in Lanwei City, he had refrained from using spiritual energy, thus the fallen immortal curse had not manifested much. During the day, he had only employed a bit of spiritual energy to inscribe body texts, yet it still triggered the curse. Lin Che tore off his shirt, revealing a muscular physique. Looking down at his chest, he noticed that the curse, which had originally coiled near his left side, had visibly spread an inch further. Once the fallen immortal curse enveloped his entire body, it would signal his demise. The only thing he could rely on to combat the curse now was the life-sustaining goo hidden within him. It had spread further. Was he truly being coerced onto that path? The goo path is also one of the 3,000 great avenues. Should he wish to pursue it, it was not beyond his capability. However, in the Tianxuan continent, the goo path was deemed a malevolent path, associated with demonic cultivators, as goo practitioners typically consumed the life essence of others to enhance their own cultivation, if it were not for desperation. He would not wish to tread this path, which would make him an enemy of the world. The Sword God sect possesses the dragon eye capable of restoring Yu's sight. No matter what, I must visit it. Currently, he wanted to sever ties with the Taiyi Holy Land and those women, so this time, he would join the Sword God sect on his own merit. Meanwhile, at the Taiyi Holy Land, atop one of the 36 peaks, the 100 Herbs Peak. Another failure. Master, perhaps we should just give up. These 3 herbs simply cannot be combined. A young acolyte, pouting, urged the white-robed elder beside him to relent. Ji Luoyao, the peak lord of 100 herbs, had become obsessed with concocting the remedy ever since learning of the formula. However, at Zishu Peak's celestial altar, Qin Wentian was currently learning medicine alongside Leng Rushuang. It goes without saying that Qin Wentian's achievements over the past 2 years were largely due to the meticulous guidance of his 5 senior sisters. Wentian, you possess unparalleled talent. Have you ever heard of a certain formula? During the lesson, Leng Rushuang attempted to convey the formula Lin Che had devised for Nangong Mingwei to Qin Wentian, hoping he might come up with something. Over the past 2 years, she had witnessed Qin Wentian's astonishing medical talent, and he seemed to be on the verge of surpassing her. Seeing this, she felt a swell of pride. After pondering Leng Rushuang's words, Qin Wentian shook his head after a long silence. Sister, this will require time, considerable time. With so much time, it would be better spent on cultivation to enhance one's abilities. In Qin Wentian's eyes, cultivation was paramount. For a fleeting moment, Leng Rushuang felt sorrow in her heart, for this formula was devised by Lin Che. In other words, Lin Che had wasted a significant amount of time for Nangong Mingyue's plight with the nether poison. What if he had dedicated that time to cultivation? The thought was unfathomable. Yet, when she thought of Nangong Mingwei's current suffering, she believed Lin Che's decision to spend so much time on such a tedious task was clearly malicious. Otherwise, knowing that Nangong Mingwei was leaving, why didn't he present the formula beforehand? Even when her sister sent a letter, Lin Che had burned it without even glancing at its contents. After all those years as fellow disciples, how could he be so heartless? Wentian, you must cultivate diligently and never stray from the path like your senior brother did, Leng Rushuang said earnestly to Qin Wentian. Sister, he will come around. Once a Gu cultivator. Always a Gu cultivator. I hope he refrains from using the power of Gu. Otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to act for the greater good, Leng Rushuang said before departing. Left behind. Qin Wentian smirked slightly. To be afflicted by the fallen immortal curse and still dare to wield spiritual energy. It seems you truly wish for an early demise. A mark was branded on Qin Wentian's exposed wrist. At the Lanwei city estate, Lin Che and the others bid farewell to the city lord. Hua Wuxin, and, under the protection of the city strong, set forth on their journey to the Sword God sect. The Sword God sect was recruiting disciples, and the 4 major families of Lanwei city, including the city lord's mansion, were eager not to miss this opportunity. The Sword God sect served as a stepping stone. If a prodigious talent emerged, they might be noticed by the emissaries of the Taiyi Holy Land and ultimately be brought to its fold. It would not be an exaggeration to say it is akin to a crow transforming into a phoenix. On the road, people remarked, Your Excellency, with your status, how could the Sword God sect dare to assess you? Indeed, you are a powerhouse of the 8th heaven of the Divine Palace realm. Even the sect master would be unworthy to serve you. Throughout the journey, Lin Che was met with flattery. The Divine Palace realm? He had indeed been one, but now he was merely at the 9th heaven of the Sea Transformation realm. Moreover, due to the fallen immortal curse, he could not freely use his cultivation. The spirit gathering incident 2 days prior served as a cautionary tale, causing him to plummet a significant realm. Those were the past. Since he had married into Lanwei City, he was no longer a holy son. The Sword God sect's assessment would naturally follow their own rules. Lin Che said calmly. While you listened to the praises he received along the way, her eyes filled with envy. She knew Lin Che was the holy son, yet she had not anticipated his extraordinary talent. At 5, he was in the Dao Foundation realm. At 10, he reached the Core Formation realm. At 18, he attained the Celestial Phenomenon realm, and by 20, he was a powerhouse of the Divine Palace, among the holy lands she was familiar with. Or even among the disciples of ancient sects, none could compare to Lin Che. Chapter 16, The Sword God Sect. The Sword God Sect, a second-rate power within the great wilderness of the Tianxuan continent, is an affiliated sect of the Taiyi Holy Land. It is also a destination sought after by cultivators from surrounding cities and villages. Sword cultivators are deemed invincible among their peers, yet the conditions to become one are exceedingly stringent. At this moment, Lin Che and his companions had arrived at the foot of the Sword God sect's mountain. They could see a towering peak shaped like a sword, piercing the clouds, exuding an aura of sharpness characteristic of sword cultivators. At last, we have arrived, Your Excellency. That is the heavenly sword of the Sword God sect, said to be left behind by a great master who comprehended the indestructible sword intent. As long as we pass the assessment of the sword steel, we will be admitted into the Sword God sect. The sword steel? Lin Che heard the disciples from the city lord's mansion recounting the legends of the Sword God sect. Looking around, he did not see the sword steely they mentioned. Your Excellency, you may not be aware, but the Sword God sect's assessment is not conducted by humans. Do you see those iron swords ahead? Following the direction indicated by the speaker, Lin Che looked and indeed saw several mounds of earth less than 3 meters away, each with a sword embedded in it. These are the memorials erected by the Sword God sect in honor of their deceased disciples. The swords scattered about once belonged to them. The stone wall, covered in fine cracks, is referred to as the sword steel. In this assessment, as long as we can wield a sword and leave a sword cultivator's mark on that stone wall, someone from the Sword God sect will come to guide us. At the Taiyi Holy Land, Zhixiu Peak. Elder Ji, have you developed the formula? Early that morning, Ji Boy's unexpected visit made Ji Luoyao mistakenly believe that he had already discovered the formula to suppress the nether poison. This thought prompted her to privately mock Lin Che, questioning how his meager medical skills could ever compare to Elder Ji's. However, the next words from Ji Boy sent a shock through Ji Luoyao. Luoyao, this formula cannot possibly be developed in less than 3 to 4 years, and given Mingyue's current condition, she might not last another year. Upon hearing this, Ji Luoyao was initially taken aback, followed by a surge of trepidation within her heart. It cannot be true, Elder Ji, you must be jesting with me, am I correct? Surely, you possess a solution, do you not? Ji Luoyao managed to force a faint smile onto her face. Ji Boyo let out a long sigh, stating that there was indeed a method, but it would depend on the will of Mingyue, that girl. Upon hearing this, Ji Luoyao breathed a sigh of relief. What method? to use a detoxification powder to dispel the poison coursing through her body. But doing so would mean that her cultivation at the 5th level of the celestial phenomenon realm would likely have to start anew. The conversation between Ji Luoyao and Ji Luoyao roused Nangong Mingyue from her tormented slumber on the cold jade bed. Senior sister, I do not wish to lose my cultivation. Even Leng Rushuang, who had always stood by Nangong Mingyue's side, turned her gaze toward Ji Luoyao at this moment. The detoxification powder was all too familiar to her. Yet it would undoubtedly be a tremendous blow to Nangong Mingyue. In truth, if this course of action were to be avoided, they would have to seek the assistance of the Holy Sun. Given the bond between you, he would surely lend his aid. Ji Luoyao's words prompted Nangong Mingyue, who was tormented by the hellish poison, to reminisce about the past days. Those were the days when she had just been brought to Zixiao Peak by the former Peak Master. Due to the presence of the hellish poison within her body, her cultivation progressed at a snail's pace, and she was often mocked and bullied by her fellow disciples. Furthermore, due to her inability to control the poison, she had severely injured a fellow disciple during a competition and was punished with confinement. It was during this period that a small figure consistently accompanied her. From afar, he would watch over her, bringing her food and sharing in her punishments. She had even contemplated suicide due to the poison, with others labeling her as the Poison Maiden. The senior brothers and sisters on the peak avoided her like the plague, save for that small figure who was willing to approach her and show her kindness, until one day, that small figure was brought before her by the master. Mingyue, this is your junior brother. You two must get along well. The smile on the boy's face felt like sunlight upon her. From that moment onward, a tale followed her, and she was no longer alone. Someone practiced swordplay with her, played with her, and shared in the comprehension of martial arts. One day, the boy mysteriously handed her an ancient tome bound in sheepskin, quietly slipping it into her embrace without uttering a word before vanishing. From then on, her windowsill was adorned with several rare spiritual herbs. This continued until she cultivated the nether poison body, becoming the renowned daughter of heavenly poison in the sacred land. And that boy who had given so much for her was none other than Lin Che, the very person she and several senior sisters had conspired to expel from the sacred land. A cold voice pulled Nangong Mingyue's thoughts back to the present. That ungrateful wretch, would he truly be so kind-hearted? If he still valued our bond, he would not have brought the prescription that allowed my junior sister to suffer under the hellish poison. The mere mention of Lin Che caused Leng Rushuang to recall the slap she had received from him. No one had dared to strike her since childhood. Rushuang, perhaps you should personally pay him a visit. He used to be the one who listened to you the most. Senior sister, a person devoid of conscience will not have a change of heart. Do not harbor any illusions about him. Leng Rushuang's words were sharp. Senior sister, I will accompany Rushuang to seek out our senior brother and request the prescription in person. At an uncertain moment, a deep voice emerged from behind them. I believe our senior brother would not be so heartless. Lying on the bed, Nangong Mingyue gazed at the many concerned senior sisters and junior brothers around her. And for a moment, she felt that the pain inflicted by the hellish poison was not as unbearable as before. Junior brother, greetings. He harbors resentment towards us, but should not act against you. And Rushuang, do not act temperamental this time. Let us first obtain the prescription before proceeding. Ji Luoyao understood her junior sister's temperament and did not intend to forgive Lin Che. This course of action was merely to suppress Nangong Mingyue's hellish poison. Ji Luoyao, through the dialogue among the group, also sensed something amiss. However, he refrained from speaking further and, after greeting Ji Luoyao, departed directly. Indeed, for the sake of my junior sister, I will speak with utmost civility. Leng Rushuang took a deep breath. Rushuang, do not overly compromise your own dignity. If he refuses, then so be it. I would rather die than plead with such a person. Nangong Mingyue's weak voice carried a hint of resolve. Rest assured, junior sister, we will ensure your safety. Senior sister, await our good news, Qin Wentian declared confidently. That day, the group left the Taiyi sacred land under the pretext of seeking experience in the outside world and headed towards Lanyu City. Several days later, he has gone to the Sword God sect. No wonder such a small place as Lanyu City could not possibly provide him with the vast resources needed for his cultivation. He deserves it. He clings to his pride while suffering in silence, thinking that leaving the Taiyi sacred land would lead him to a better place. Leng Rushuang incessantly mocked along the journey. In contrast, Qin Wentian remained silent, lost in thought. Chapter 17, Transforming Fingers into Swords. Holy Sun, let us take the lead and pave the way. You may conclude the performance. Several disciples from the city lord's mansion, who followed Lin Che and Hua Yu, volunteered. Lin Che did not impede their enthusiasm. His gaze lingered upon a stone wall marked with intricate sword scars, lost in contemplation. One disciple drew a rusty iron sword and swung it towards the stone wall. The moment the sword made contact, it was as if an invisible barrier repelled it, sending it flying away. Upon closer inspection, the stone wall bore no marks. The other two followed suit. Ultimately, only a younger disciple, appearing somewhat foolish, managed to leave a thumb-sized sword scar on the wall. As for the depth, it was scarcely 3 centimeters. Nonetheless, this accomplishment garnered praise from the other two. Literally, quite impressive. It seems you possess some talent. It does not go unappreciated by the city lord. The other two, who left no trace on the wall, exhibited no jealousy, their words filled with encouragement. They were all over 30 years old, having lingered in the Qi-gathering realm for 3 years. Knowing full well their prospects were bleak, this visit was merely to untangle their hearts, and they were mentally prepared. Che, shall I give it a try? You need not. I shall handle it. Lin Che placed his hand on Huayu's hand, signaling her not to worry. After entrusting Huayu to the care of the disciple known as Little Li, he stood with his hands behind his back and leapt into the air. Without employing any spiritual techniques, he simply harnessed the force of movement. Ultimately, he hovered in the center of the stone wall. Boom! With his fingers brought together, he lightly grazed the surface of the wall. His fingers did not make contact, yet the entire stone wall began to tremble violently. Fragments of stone tumbled down, alarming the 3 standing beneath. What is happening? Look, the wall is cracking. Could it be the legendary swordsmanship profundity? Indeed, it is the transformation of fingers into swords. Several disciples from the city lord's mansion were rendered speechless with shock, their mouths agape and eyes wide as saucers, though Huayu could not see. Her keen sense of hearing allowed her to decipher the commotion that unfolded around her. After completing this feat, Lin Che returned to the ground. Crack, crack, crack. The sword's steel could not withstand the weight of Lin Che's sword intent, and fine cracks began to spread outward, ultimately shattering completely. Bang! Countless shards erupted forth. Lin Che instinctively shielded Huayu with his body, feeling the rush of air and the faint fragrance emanating from him. Huayu's delicate face pressed against Lin Che's sturdy back, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Holy son, you are truly extraordinary. The transformation of fingers into swords is said to be achievable only upon reaching the unity of man and sword. I never expected you to attain such a level at such a tender age. Truly remarkable. No wonder you are the holy son of the Taiyi sacred land, gifted beyond compare. The other disciples had yet to recover from their astonishment when 2 figures emerged from the remnants of the shattered stone wall. Are you not the sword saint of the sword god sect, De Guyun? And also the sword fanatic of the sword god sect, Xian Sha? A large and a small figure appeared before Lin Che and the others. The 3 disciples from the city lord's mansion clearly recognized these 2, their tone laced with reverence. We pay our respects to the holy son, whether it be Du Guyun or Xian Sha. Neither dared to project any airs before Lin Che. The tales of his innate talent had long since spread across the 8 domains. How could those from the sword god sect remain unaware? Their martial arts aptitude paled in comparison to Lin Che's, akin to a firefly against the full moon. Moreover, with Lin Che's cultivation at the divine palace realm, they dared not show him any disrespect. Thus they directly ignored the 3 disciples from the city lord's mansion and proceeded to bow before Lin Che. There is no need for such formalities. I am no longer the holy son of the Taiyi sacred land, nor do I possess any privileges. I have come to join the sword god sect. Since the betrayal by his apprentice and the distrust from his senior sisters, he had long severed ties with the Taiyi sacred land. Thus, he did not put on airs. Duguian and Xian Sha exchanged glances, both perceiving the mutual confusion in each other's eyes. This was the first time they had come into such close contact with Lin Che, and they were astonished by the attitude he displayed. Your Excellency, the Holy Son, please follow me. Moreover, they are all my friends. Let them join the sect as well. The 5 of them entered the sword god sect together. Upon hearing Lin Che refer to them as friends, the disciples from the 4 city lords' residences were nearly overwhelmed with emotion, almost kneeling before Lin Che on the spot. Your Excellency, from this day forth, my life belongs to you. Why did you interrupt me, Your Excellency? I am willing to serve you faithfully. Huayu, listening to the surrounding comments about Lin Che, felt a surge of joy mingled with a deep-rooted sense of inferiority. Lin Che was so radiant, the holy son of the Taiyi sacred land, one of the 3 great sacred lands in the great wilderness, with unparalleled talent and a name known across the 8 domains. Yet she was merely a mortal, and a blind one at that. The disparity between them was indeed stark. There is no need for such formality. Once we join the sword god sect, we will be fellow disciples, and it is only natural for us to look out for one another. Upon hearing this, Duguian could no longer contain himself and tentatively asked, Your Excellency, are you truly not jesting? Of course, a word once spoken is hard to retract. Xiansha's gaze turned peculiar as he recalled the words of the madwoman in the dilapidated temple. The Sword God sect will receive the assistance of noble benefactors. Before long, Dugwian led Lin Che and the others to meet the sect master in person. Ordinary disciples merely needed to follow the usual protocols. However, Lin Che was far from an ordinary disciple, setting aside his identity as the holy son of the Taiyi Sacred Land. He was already a formidable figure at the 8th level of the Divine Mansion realm. It should be noted that the sect master of the Sword God sect was merely at the stage of condensing pills, a level entirely beneath Lin Che in the Grand Hall of the Sword God sect. A middle-aged man, exuding an ethereal aura and clad in dark robes, with a wooden sword in hand and a smile plastered on his face, said, "Your Excellency, the Holy Son, I apologize for not welcoming you from afar. I hope for your understanding." This was Xiaoming, the current sect master of the Sword God sect, said to have reached the realm of pointing the sword to the heart, with his cultivation at the peak of the condensing pill stage. Upon truly encountering the sect master, even the 3 cultivators, including the previously tested Xiao Lizi, could not help but tremble in fear. The sword aura emanating from Xiaoming was truly terrifying, far beyond what ordinary beings could withstand. As for the utterly untrained Hua Yui, she remained calm, feeling no discomfort. The youth before her shielded her from all harm. Moments later, Xiaoming stepped back slightly, a trickle of blood escaping from his mouth. An overwhelming, unmatchable thought arose within him, and his entire aura retracted as he smiled. "Your Excellency, the Holy Son's comprehension of the sword path must surely be unrivaled in the entire great wilderness. I presume there is nothing in the Sword God sect that could catch your discerning eye." Despite appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, Xiaoming had actually lived for over 500 years. He understood that Lin Che would not come for no reason. Moreover, he had heard some whispers about Lin Che's recent endeavors. "I have come this time solely to join the Sword God sect." "Ahem, you cannot be serious about joining the Sword God sect." Xiaoming coughed violently, nearly choking on Lin Che's words. What a jest. If the Sword God sect were to truly accept Lin Che, it would mean going against the Taiyi Sacred Land. This old bone of his still hoped to live a few more years, not just me, but also them. "Please accept them as well," Lin Che said earnestly. Xiansha appeared excited. "Sect Master, you should agree to the Holy Son's request. With His Excellency's addition, who would dare to underestimate our Sword God sect?" Chapter 18. Jinzi. Ji Luoyao, "Oh dear, Sect Master. What are you doing? Why are you hitting me?" Xiansha's head was struck heavily by Xiaoming's wooden sword. Pain surged as Xiansha clutched his head, tears glistening in his eyes as he cried out in protest. "Let the adults speak. What business do children have interrupting? Xiaoyun, keep an eye on him." "Your Excellency, may I have a word with you?" Lin Che nodded and prepared to leave. Suddenly, he felt a tightening grip on his hand. He turned his head with a gentle smile. "You need not worry, Yui. I shall return shortly." Hua Yui's pale visage flushed with 2 shades of crimson as she hesitated to speak. "Take good care of Yui. I will be back very soon." With that, the 2 figures disappeared from the Grand Hall. "Sect Master Xiao, may we speak freely now?" Lin Che surveyed his surroundings. They had left the Sword God sect. If he was not mistaken, they were now at the foot of the mountain. Nearby, untamed grass grew wildly, and a notably dilapidated temple stood out, its idol long eroded and shrouded in a thick web of spiders. He did not understand why the other party had used the translocation technique to bring him here. "Your Excellency, please do not worry. I took the liberty of bringing you here for the sake of the Sword God sect's Millennium legacy. While I am unclear as to why you, the Holy Son, would be wed into such a remote place as Lanhua City, you remain the Holy Son of the Taiyi Sacred Land, and your every word and deed represents it. Your earlier declaration to join the Sword God sect truly took me by surprise." Upon hearing this, Lin Che chuckled to himself. "I have already stated that I am no longer the so-called Holy Son of the Taiyi Sacred Land. I am simply Lin Che now. As for joining the Sword God sect, it is merely my personal wish. The Taiyi Sacred Land has no jurisdiction over it. He had not anticipated that the other party would be concerned about this. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. Perhaps the master of the Taiyi Sacred Land aimed to use this method to coerce him back. "Sect Master, my Sword God sect has already been struggling due to matters concerning Saintish Ji. If you..." Xiaoming, seeing Lin Che's resolute determination to join the Sword God sect, was genuinely frightened. He intended to reveal the truth to Lin Che. Was there some hidden truth behind this? Lin Che furrowed his brow, preparing to inquire further when suddenly a commotion erupted from within the dilapidated temple. "Do not kill me. Sister, I beg you, spare me." "No, sister, I will give you anything you want. Please spare me." Inside the temple, a tattered woman, wearing a ghostly mask, trembled as she crawled on the ground before the decayed idol, muttering incoherently. Her sharp, piercing voice incessantly conveyed that she was indeed mad, with disheveled hair and dancing wildly. She stood barefoot on the straw, with straw clinging to her head and clothes. Upon noticing Lin Che and Xiaoming's approach, she recoiled in terror, hiding behind the stone statue. As they drew closer, Lin Che curiously inquired, "Who is she?" Xiaoming did not respond to Lin Che's question immediately. Instead, he retrieved several meat buns from his storage ring and placed them before the statue, then turned his gaze away from the woman. "She is Ji Luoyao, the younger sister of Ji Luoyao, the saintess of the Taiyi Sacred Land, and once the Jianzi of my sword god sect." Saying this, Xiaoming felt a pang of bitterness within. Ji Luoyao and Ji Luoyao had once been disciples of the sword god sect, known as its twin prodigies. Yet, everything had changed since then. What? Then why is she in this state now? Upon hearing Ji Luoyao's name, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Lin Che's eyes, though he concealed it well. All of this began the day they prepared to join the Taiyi Sacred Land. Xiaoming divulged everything he knew about Ji Luoyao to Lin Che. After absorbing all this information, Lin Che fell into a certain reverie. The innate sword bone was extracted, the rebirth of Ji Luoyao. Suddenly, he recalled a face strikingly similar to Ji Luoyao's. When he was brought into the Taiyi Sacred Land and accepted as a disciple by the former master of Xixiao Peak, he met his senior sister, Ji Luoyao, who possessed innate sword bones and was hailed as a sword path prodigy, proud and haughty, indifferent to others, until one rainy night, he witnessed a woman, bearing a striking resemblance to Ji Luoyao, shatter all of Ji Luoyao's pride with her own hands. She stripped Ji Luoyao of everything, causing her to fall from grace and sink into despair. No longer a prodigy, the ensuing isolation drove Ji Luoyao into a deep depression. It was he who had accompanied Ji Luoyao through that dark period of her life, providing her with the means to grow stronger, the body of the sword path, the Wujie sword body. One of the 3,000 paths that asked for whether Ji Luoyao later sought vengeance against that woman. He was unaware in light of this. It seemed Ji Liao's subsequent cultivation of the Wujie sword body was indeed an act of vengeance. However, such methods were undeniably cruel. Sect Master Xiao, what if I told you there is a way to help her recover, thus returning your sword god sect a remarkably talented Jianzi, now that he had severed ties with Ji Luoyao? Her enemies had become his allies. Upon hearing Lin Che's words, Xiaoming was initially taken aback, and then his eyes widened in disbelief. "You, holy son, are you not deceiving this old man? He dreams incessantly of curing Ji Luoyao. Yet after countless attempts, he ultimately finds himself compelled to relinquish hope. You should be aware of the incident when Ji Luoyao challenged Ji Luoyao, correct?" Lin Che understands that mere words hold no weight. He must present compelling evidence. Of course, that was the inaugural battle following the extraction of Ningxiang's innate sword bone, marking her rebirth. How could Xiaoming remain oblivious? Since that battle, Ji Luoyao's talent has erupted forth, earning her the title of Sword Child and leading the entire Sword God sect. But do you know what became of Ji Luoyao? Xiaoming shook his head. The battle took place in the Taiyi Sacred Land, and the news was shrouded in secrecy. Many are unaware of the true state of affairs, only knowing that Ji Luoyao descended safely from the mountain. Ji Luoyao's sword bone was severely damaged, and had it not been for my master's intervention to safeguard her heart veins, she would have perished long ago. At these words, Xiaoming's body trembled. The innate sword bone was shattered. The heart veins nearly shattered. To have survived and retaliated against Ji Luoyao to such an extent. Could this truly be the depth of the Sacred Land's foundation? This further solidified his resolve. "Holy son, please do not put me in a difficult position. The Sword God sect cannot endure any more turmoil. Whether you believe it or not, Ji Luoyao's current achievements are entirely due to my contributions. If you would permit me to join the Sword God sect, Ji Luoyao cannot be allowed." "Holy son." Xiaoming's words remained unspoken as he heard Duge Yun's voice within his consciousness. "Sect Master, the cold divine doctor and Qin Wentian from the Taiyi Sacred Land have come to visit. Can we not evade this?" "What do you mean by evading?" Lin Che remarked as he observed Xiaoming speaking to himself. "Holy son, it is all you're doing. People from the Taiyi Sacred Land have arrived." Observing Xiaoming's anxious demeanor, Lin Che instead retreated behind the statue. At this moment, Ji Luoyao, with her hands soiled, was imprinting several fingerprints on the bun she held. Hiding amidst a pile of straw and devouring the bun voraciously, the Taiyi Sacred Land, indeed a persistent bunch. "Let us go. I shall accompany you to see them. Rest assured, they have come to seek me." Chapter 19. The Stronga Divine Mansion Realm. Lin Che could roughly guess the purpose of their visit. In the main hall of the Sword God sect, two esteemed guests from afar. "Please have some tea first. I have already informed the sect master of your arrival. I believe he will be here shortly." Duge Yun instructed his disciples to brew tea and personally attend to the cold divine doctor and Qin Wentian. After all, their identities demanded respect, and he dared not offend them lightly. Esteemed guests, I apologize for not being there to greet you. It was a breach of etiquette, and I hope for your understanding. Shortly after, a slightly aged voice resonated from outside the hall. Xiaoming wiped the sweat beading on his brow due to his anxiety. It is all Dugu Yun and Xian Sha's fault for insisting on bringing them to the sect. Now look what we have here. We wish to see Lin Che. We have no time for your prattle, spoke Cold Ruoshang coldly upon their arrival. Ha. Is this how you beseech, cold divine doctor? Simultaneously, Lin Che's voice rang out behind Xiaoming as he strode in with confidence. Deliberately avoiding eye contact with the newcomers, as if conversing with the air. Previously, he had struck this woman, never expecting her to have the audacity to seek him out again. It seems sisterly affection runs deep. Lin Che, having received a slap from Lin Che, Cold Ruoshang, upon seeing him again, felt the lingering pain of her now subsided swelling, and with her anger surging, she disregarded Ji Luoyao's prior admonitions. As her emotions shifted. An unusual phenomenon enveloped the entire Sword God sect's main hall, with snowflakes cascading down and the temperature plummeting. Everyone, including Xiaoming, felt an icy chill permeating their beings, as if their very blood had turned to ice. Do you not realize you almost caused Ming Yue's demise? Cold Ruoshang swiftly closed the distance between them, seizing Lin Che by his collar, their gazes locking. In that instant, as Cold Ruoshang unleashed her spiritual power. Lin Che enveloped Yue behind him with his own energy. The magma-like patterns on his chest began to writhe beneath his clothing, yet he appeared impervious to the pain, standing resolute against Cold Ruoshang. Gazing at the woman accusing him, he let out a cold chuckle. I am no longer a member of the Taiyi sacred land. Her fate is of no concern to me. He understood Ming Yue's condition all too well. It was likely that without his formulated remedies, the demonic poison had flared up. Is your heart made of stone? She is your third senior sister. How could you? Cold Ruoshang began, attempting to take the moral high ground to chastise him. Only to be interrupted by Lin Che's emotionless voice. Be silent. When you expelled me from the sacred land, did you ever consider that I was your junior brother? I have stated that I share no ties with you. Do not use your sister's status to pressure me. I will not be swayed. Behind him, Yue held onto his trembling hand, feeling the anguish within him. Taking a step forward, she stood beside Lin Che. However, to the proud and aloof Cold Ruoshang, this scene appeared nothing short of absurd. Lin Che, of Taiyi sacred land lineage, and Yue, a woman of humble origins, dared to oppose her. Cold Ruoshang cast a disdainful glance at the pale-faced Yue. An invisible pressure surged toward Yue, causing her frail body to tremble uncontrollably, engulfed in a suffocating sensation that, while intense, was fleeting. Lin Che formed a seal with his hands, countering Cold Ruoshang's icy assault, shielding Yue in the process. Simultaneously, he struck out toward Cold Ruoshang. Startled, she quickly summoned her spiritual power to resist. Boom! A wall of spiritual energy materialized less than half a foot from Cold Ruoshang, absorbing Lin Che's attack. Sister, are you all right? We truly came for Ming Yue's remedy, Xiaoming interjected. Junior brother, do not waste your breath on this wretched creature. Eliminate him, and the remedy shall naturally be ours. Cold Ruoshang's murderous intent flared, particularly when Lin Che shielded Yue. In that moment, she felt a profound emptiness, as if she had lost something. However, Lin Che's ruthless strike had completely ignited her desire to kill. Sister, no, brother. Quickly apologize to your sister and return with us to the sacred land to treat Ming with. The elder sisters will forgive you, and all will be well again. Qin Wentian's gentle voice chimed in, placing a hand on Cold Ruoshang's delicate shoulder. Lin Che cast a cold glance at him, as if regarding a fool. The reason Qin Wentian intervened was that Lin Che's life was still of value. Both the path he had comprehended and his profound cultivation were things Qin Wentian coveted. Hearing the repugnant words from his opponent, Lin Che kicked out, relying solely on his physical strength without any spiritual energy. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered with wariness as he quickly raised his arms to shield his chest. Taking Lin Che's kick squarely, the force sent him hurtling backward until he crashed into several walls, finally coming to a halt. The onlookers, including Xiaoming, were left in astonishment. Is this the prowess of a divine mansion realm expert? To possess such raw strength as to send a peak celestial phenomenon realm cultivator flying, truly terrifying. Such physical prowess, is it truly within human capability? A beast. Xian Sha gazed at Lin Che, who appeared utterly unfazed. Gulping, he swallowed hard, his eyes filled with admiration. Meanwhile, Qin Wentian, who had slowly risen from the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood. Weary Dugu Yun looked at Xiaoming with a face full of sorrow, his heart lamenting. Oh, my precious disciple. Xiaoming's lips twitched. Deserved it. With that, he flicked his sleeve and strode deeper into the grand hall. Chapter 20, Expulsion Taiyi Sacred Land, Zishu Peak. A terrifying surge of cultivation erupted, and a beam of azure light shot straight into the sky, causing the entire Zishu Peak to tremble. Lin Che, Ji Luoyao's delicate face was etched with frost. After venting her frustrations, her breath subdued. She had never anticipated that her once submissive junior would transform into this, especially upon witnessing Qin Wentian lying on the stone bed, his complexion pale, with traces of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. A pang of anguish gripped her heart, igniting an impulsive desire to tear Lin Che to shreds. Master, senior sister, it's nothing. I was merely careless and got injured. Brother did not intend to harm me. Initially fuming, Ji Luoyao's gaze softened with concern upon hearing this. How foolish could one be to speak up for the person who had caused such harm? Back at the Sword God sect, Leng Rushuang had previously examined Qin Wentian, discovering only 2 broken ribs, a non-severe injury that required just a few days of rest for recovery. However, upon returning to Zishu Peak and while preparing to meet Ji Luoyao, Qin Wentian, whom she was supporting, suddenly fainted. After Leng Rushuang truthfully relayed what had transpired at the Sword God sect to Ji Luoyao, the preceding scene unfolded. Sister, my injury is nothing serious. What about Sister Mingwei? How's her dark poison? Ji Luoyao sighed softly at these words. Her little junior was commendable in every aspect, yet his overwhelming kindness was his flaw. Despite being so gravely injured, he still spoke in defense of that person. I will find a way regarding Mingyue's situation. You focus on your recovery, and do not mention that person again. He is no longer affiliated with Zishu Peak. First, he falsely accused you, and now he has indiscriminately injured you. Such a person has no place in Zishu Peak, and I, Ji Luoyao, will not acknowledge him as my junior. Focus on your recovery. I will report this matter to the Holy Master. Ji Luoyao had tolerated Lin Che's previous slander against Qin Wentian, understanding that Lin Che was also a victim. However, Lin Che's severe injury to Qin Wentian, particularly the incident involving Leng Rushuang, could not simply be overlooked. It was imperative that Lin Che be completely expelled from the Taiyi Sacred Land. Sister, Ji Luoyao extended her delicate finger to tap his brow, intending to say more, but suddenly the world spun around her, and she fell into a deep sleep. Before long, at the entrance of the Taiyi Sacred Land's temple, a figure clad in white as snow, with flowing garments, appeared. Inside the temple, Your Holiness, the Peak Master of Zishu Peak, Saintess Ji Luoyao seeks an audience. A hurried voice from a sect guard announced. Let her in. Reclining on a bed made of purple crystal, a figure adorned in a light purple gown, concealing her enchanting form, was Ziyue, her deep purple vertical pupils flashing with intrigue. Zishu Peak. Ji Luoyao pays her respects to the Holy Master. Not long after the messenger had left, a figure appeared in the hall. Luoyao, no need for such formalities. Is there an urgent matter? Ziyue rose to stand in the center of the temple. Your Holiness, I implore you to announce the expulsion of Lin Che from the sacred land to the great wilderness domain. Ji Luoyao, upon seeing Ziyue, wasted no time in stating her purpose. Hearing this, Ziyue furrowed her brow, and after a moment of silence, a voice laced with authority emerged. Give me a reason. She did not immediately accede to Ji Luoyao's request because the incident that occurred in the trial grounds was still under investigation. Until everything was clarified, it was unwise to hastily condemn Lin Che, much less to publicly announce his expulsion from the sacred land. It is worth noting that prior to this, she had already borne pressure to allow Lin Che to enter the Lan Yu Citihua family, effectively expelling him from the Taiyi sacred land. This had already incited discontent among some of the elders in the sacred land, and a significant number of disciples had collectively petitioned her for Lin Che's return. Ji Luoyao, upon hearing this, instinctively paused. We still need a reason. A scoundrel like Lin Che remaining in the Taiyi sacred land would only tarnish its reputation. Without a moment's hesitation, she declared. Not only did he slander my junior brother, but he also deliberately attempted murder. Is that not sufficient? In Ji Luoyao's eyes, the injuries Lin Che inflicted upon Qin Wentian were tantamount to an attempt on his life, perhaps due to a hint of trepidation regarding Leng Rushuang. If Qin Wentian were to face Lin Che alone, she could not fathom what might transpire. Once we sever ties with Lin Che, we need not fear similar situations in the future. Are you suggesting that Lin Che intended to kill Qin Wentian? Ziyue's expression was one of confusion. She wondered how this could be the case. She knew that Lin Che was not currently within the Taiyi sacred land, so such an event could not have occurred here. Hence, it must have taken place in Lan Yu City. This is how it happened. Ji Luoyao recounted everything that had transpired without reservation. Upon listening to her account, Ziyue grasped the entire sequence of events. She had heard some rumors regarding Negong Mingwei and the outbreak of the dark poison, especially since it had stirred the attention of the sect's 7th-rank medical sage, Ji Luoyao. She had assumed that with Ji Luoyao's intervention, the matter of the dark poison would surely be resolved, only to discover that there existed a prescription that even Ji Luoyao could not concoct. This made her recall the words of the previous holy master. Lin Che is tied to the fortunes of the Taiyi sacred land. Have you searched for the belongings Lin Che left behind before his departure? The prescription may very well be hidden within. Ji Luoyao did not display hostility toward Lin Che. Rather, she inquired of Ji Luoyao regarding the prescription that could suppress the dark poison. That ingrate would be delighted to see us all perish. How could he possibly be so kind as to leave behind a prescription? I've searched through everything and found nothing of the sort. Given the circumstances, do you still intend to shield him? Ji Luoyao had harbored a deep-seated aversion toward Lin Che ever since her master had accepted him as a disciple. This underlying disdain persisted to this day. Luoyao, it's not that I wish to shield him, but he was personally appointed as the holy son by the previous holy master, and his merits over the years have been evident to all disciples of the sacred land. If we were to expel him solely on this basis, it could very well ignite conflict. Ji Luoyao articulated the intricacies of the situation. Ji Luoyao was astute. She had initially believed that these reasons would suffice to completely expel Lin Che from the Taiyi sacred land, only to realize that his standing within the sacred land was far greater than she had anticipated. Then shall we allow him to continue bullying our sect's brethren? Besides, Mingyue's life hangs in the balance. Resting in his hands, the matter concerning Qin Wentian could be set aside for now. The dark poison afflicting Nangong Mingwei could no longer be delayed. Ji Luoyao fell into contemplation. Nangong Mingwei, the daughter of heavenly poison of the Taiyi sacred land, ranked 35th on the Great Wilderness Azure Cloud list, a crucial force for the Taiyi sacred land. Should she fall, it would signify a tremendous loss for the sacred land. Chapter 21. A hut at the foot of the mountain. Meanwhile, at the Sword God sect, there was also considerable upheaval. The holy son of the Taiyi sacred land, what an esteemed identity that was. Even their sect master would bow in reverence upon encountering him. Yet today, he had unexpectedly appeared within the grand hall of the Sword God sect. It must be said that despite Xiaoming not passively observing the confrontation between Lin Che and Leng Rushuang, instead attempting to use formations to seal off the news of their battle, ultimately, due to the high cultivation levels of both parties, ordinary spirit formations were ineffective. As a result, the incident was still noticed by some observant individuals within the sect. A group of people, as if they had never encountered such a scene, began discussing the events that had unfolded. Did you see that sword monument down there? It is said that the holy master shattered it with a mere finger. And the earlier seismic disturbances? I heard it was caused by the holy son and his senior sister engaging in a duel, creating quite the uproar. Isn't that terrifying? Sigh. I wonder how long it will take for us mere mortals to reach the level of the holy son. At the foot of the mountain, beside a dilapidated temple overgrown with weeds, a hut had appeared. Shaoli, you will take the two of them and follow Xian Sha up the mountain to join the Sword God sect for proper cultivation. I will reside here from now on. Lin Che waved his hand, signaling the figure clad in black robes, Shaoli, to come closer as he entrusted him with certain matters. He had come to realize that before the Taiyi sacred land announced his expulsion to the Great Wilderness domain, joining the Sword God sect would undoubtedly cause them endless trouble. At this moment, Lin Che's voice was slightly hoarse, and a thin sheen of sweat covered his forehead. Your holy son, we do not wish to leave. We want to stay by your side. Shaolizi mustered his courage and spoke. Upon witnessing Lin Che's immense power in the grand hall, the faith they had long held in the Sword God sect suddenly crumbled. They had devoted their lives to training, aspiring to one day join the Sword God sect. As for the Taiyi sacred land, it was an existence they had never dared to even dream of. Given their humble origins and self-awareness, they understood that the Taiyi sacred land was beyond their reach, for they had never encountered its practitioners and could not fathom the formidable strength of those born from such a prestigious lineage. The confrontation that had transpired in the grand hall of the Sword God sect had utterly overturned their perceptions. They realized that an individual could possess such overwhelming might, unleashing terrifying power without relying on spiritual energy, solely through sheer physical prowess. From that moment on, Lin Che's invincible demeanor was etched in their minds, especially since even Xian Sha, who prided himself on being a genius of the Sword God sect, had turned his allegiance to Lin Che, further solidifying their inner convictions. Upon hearing their words, a wry smile crept onto Lin Che's lips. He was well aware of their thoughts. Yet, he was currently like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, barely able to ensure his own safety, let alone concern himself with others. The battle in the grand hall, which appeared to be a glorious triumph, had actually been a struggle for survival. bearing the curse of the fallen immortal. Every use of his cultivation brought about a backlash, and the magma-like patterns beneath his clothing were now spreading towards his chest. His cultivation had plummeted a significant realm, from the ocean transformation stage to the great perfection of the core formation stage. Due to the reliance on his physical form, even his blood essence was being devoured by the curse. Had he not been holding on with great effort, he feared he would collapse at any moment. The consumption was simply too great, and the pain inflicted by the curse's devouring of his cultivation and blood essence was beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. No one knew the horrific suffering endured within his seemingly frail frame. Sigh. I wonder how you all came to set your sights on my master. With your current level of cultivation, you might as well spend a few decades training in the mountains before seeking to become his disciple. Just as Lin Che was about to speak, Xian Sha, overhearing Xiao Lizi and his companions express their desire to be Lin Che's disciples, promptly interjected with a dismissive remark. The three of them seemed oblivious to Xian Sha's words. Gazing at Lin Che with hopeful eyes, Lin Che turned away, waving his hand. If you follow me, I have no resources to provide you. You will learn nothing. Do not forget what you promised the city lord. After handing over Huayu to Xian Sha for safekeeping, Lin Che casually set up a formation and entered the thatched cottage. Watching Lin Che's departing figure, the three seemed to have made a decision. And they headed up the mountain. As soon as Lin Che stepped into the cottage, his body trembled, sweat soaking through his garments. He shed his outer clothing, revealing his well-defined muscles. Instinctively, he glanced at his chest. And indeed, the magma-colored patterns had spread further, now twice as extensive as before, with the entire area of his chest embedded with these markings. This time, not only his cultivation but even the blood essence coursing through his limbs was affected. A prominent vein bulged on his right wrist. His face bore a pallid hue, as he gazed into the copper mirror on the wall, appearing gaunt, as if he had transformed into a different person. Unbeknownst to him, a human skin mask had appeared in his palm. Half a day later, the formation set before the cottage dissipated. Master, my master and mistress asked me to invite you to dine. Xian Sha called respectfully. The Lin Che before him appeared unchanged from before. Xian Sha, do you still remember the 3 rules we established? Lin Che asked. Rest assured, as long as my cultivation reaches the origin returning stage, that old fellow will surely grant me the dragon eye. Lin Che's agreement to accept Xian Sha as a disciple was not without reason, since entry into the Sword God sect was impossible. If he wished to obtain the dragon eye, he would have to seek alternative methods. Xian Sha had caught his attention from the very beginning, with commendable talent and seemingly harboring something extraordinary within him. It appeared that the Sword God sect was unaware of his potential. However, it was no wonder. Their most powerful sect leader was merely at the great perfection of the core formation stage. So it was reasonable they could not perceive it. If Lin Che's hunch was correct, this young man would eventually bear the banner of the Sword God sect. It was prudent to cultivate a relationship now. The matter of the dragon eye could yield results, and if all else failed, he could serve as a bargaining chip. At that moment, Xian Sha appeared blissfully naive, completely unaware that he had already fallen into Lin Che's scheming. Very well, after dinner, wait for me behind the dilapidated temple tonight. Lin Che left this statement before sitting on a wooden chair in front of the cottage, facing Huayu. Are you all right? Huayu asked. Her voice tinged with concern after not hearing Lin Che speak for a while. I'm fine. Hurry and eat. By the way, here is today's medicine. Remember to take it after your meal. Before Lin Che began eating, he placed a small vial of medicine into Huayu's palm. As she caressed the warm vial, a gentle warmth flowed through her heart. Nodding softly, she lowered her head to eat. Soon, dinner concluded, and Lin Che instructed Huayu to rest in the cottage, as he had matters to attend to. Behind the dilapidated temple lay a spacious clearing. Xian Sha had long been waiting there. However, not long after, he was drawn in by a strange sound, prompting him to enter the dilapidated temple. Who are you? The cool moonlight poured into the dilapidated temple, illuminating the straw within, creating a frosty white appearance. Upon seeing the masked figure with disheveled hair, Ji Luoyao, Xian Sha instinctively heightened his guard. Chapter 22. Blood at heart. Regarding the matter of suppressing the eruption of the nether poison, Ziyu's expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness. She first ruled herself out. Given her status, it was improbable for her to seek out Lin Che. Especially in the vast expanse of the Taiyi Sacred Land, there were indeed individuals with superior medical skills to Ji Luoyao, but they were all obstinate old-timers, making it unrealistic to expect their assistance. Moreover, when the former peak master of the Zixio Peak brought Nangong Mingwei, who was afflicted with nether poison, to the Taiyi Sacred Land, they had faced vehement opposition. The Nangong family had been established on the 9 nether vein from the beginning. Every 3 generations, a disciple of the Nangong family inherited the nether poison. Thus, The Nangong family was referred to as poison masters by external practitioners. Furthermore, it was crucial to note that nether poison was uncontrollable. Anyone possessing this bloodline seldom lived beyond 30. Now, Nangong Mingwei had but 2 years remaining before succumbing to this curse. Upon her death, the nether poison within her would disperse like air, causing death to any practitioners who inhaled it. It was a ticking time bomb. Take me to see Mingyue's condition first. Ultimately, Ziyu decided to assess the situation before drawing any conclusions. Ji Luoyao snorted coldly and led the way. In an instant, the two figures appeared at a relatively secluded cave dwelling on Zishu Peak. As soon as they set foot on Zishu Peak, Ziyu sensed the presence of nether poison. Upon arriving at Nangong Mingyue's cave dwelling, they found arrays set up at the entrance, preventing ordinary practitioners from approaching. The concentration of nether poison within reached an alarming level. Inside the cave, on the cold jade bed, dark green patterns crawled up the corners of Nangong Mingyue's eyes. The nether poison had infiltrated her entire being. She had become the source of the poison. Master, senior sister. The fragile voice from the bed reached Ji Luoyao's ears, instantly reddening her eyes. I have seen the holy master. The ever-watchful Leng Rushuang slightly bowed upon seeing Ziyue. At this stage, even if we find an antidote, it may be futile. Prepare the detoxification powder. After witnessing Nangong Mingyue's condition firsthand, Ziyu found herself at a loss. No, there is still hope. The Xianwang fruit. As long as we find the Xianwang fruit, which grants immunity to all poisons, we can resolve the crisis of the nether poison afflicting my junior sister. The Xianwang fruit was a rare and precious sacred herb. Consuming it would allow a practitioner to cultivate a body immune to all poisons, and its blood essence held the same efficacy. However, even a force as enduring as the Taiyi sacred land lacked a stock of such a precious herb. It's easy to say, but where can we find the Xianwang fruit in such a short time? Ziyu cast a disdainful glance at Leng Rushuang. The value of the Xianwang fruit was immeasurable. It likely only existed in some heavenly-level secret realms. If they did not promptly use detoxification powder to eliminate the nether poison within Nangong Mingyue. Once it erupted, it would impact the entire sacred land, resulting in significant consequences. Leng Rushuang's words were undoubtedly somewhat frivolous. Holy Master, please do not be angry. Rushuang is also concerned for her junior sister. Ji Luoyao cast a glance at Leng Rushuang, who remained silent, turning her head away. Senior sister, please help me find the prescription in the medicinal pool. I seem to remember it. A weak voice intermittently emerged from Nangong Mingyue's lips. Currently, Nangong Mingyue was suffering from the invasion of dark poison into her internal organs. Had it not been for her profound cultivation and the residual effects of the medicine previously concocted by Lin Che, she would have perished long ago due to her frail constitution. At this moment, the agony inflicted by the dark poison contorted her features, leaving her in a daze. She had been informed of Lin Che's situation and the details by her second senior sister, Leng Rushuang. Fragments of memories began to play before her eyes like slides, recalling every word Lin Che had once said to her. She remembered their last encounter, also here, when Lin Che told her it might be the final time he prepared a prescription for her. At that moment, she had not taken his words to heart, but now, in her stupor, she seemed to grasp something profound. 2 lines of regretful tears slid down her cheeks. It was Lin Che, who had tirelessly endeavored to mend the wounds of her soul. Lin Che, have you come to see me? Just before her demise, the person she most longed to meet was not her cherished junior brother or the senior sister who craved love, but the junior brother whom she had always treated as a servant. She had always taken Lin Che's sacrifices for granted. Suddenly, a voice of surprise echoed from the medicinal pool. I found it. The prescription has been located. Ji Luoyao, while rummaging through the medicinal pool, finally unearthed a scroll of bamboo slips. Scanning the contents with her consciousness, she found it identical to what Ji Boya had described. Leng Rushuang and Ziyue exchanged glances, using their powers to temporarily suppress the dark poison afflicting Nangong Mingyue. Senior sister, have you examined it carefully? That wide-eyed wolf wouldn't be so kind as to leave a prescription behind. It might just accelerate the outbreak of the dark poison, Leng Rushuang remarked. A hint of disdain creeping into her voice amidst her shock. Ever since Lin Che had struck her, she had ceased to harbor any illusions about him. Upon hearing this news, her heart stirred not at all. After all, this was merely what Lin Che ought to have done. Nangong Mingyue was not an outsider, but Lin Che's senior sister. Leaving a prescription for her was entirely reasonable. Rushuang, take a look. It seems there is an additional medicinal guide. Is it true? Leng Rushuang took the bamboo slip Ji Luoyao handed over and glanced at the contents, quickly drawn to the term heart's blood. Heart's blood? Ziyue also caught sight of the entire prescription. Poison dragon saliva, devouring grass, blazing sun grass, and the heart's blood serving as the medicinal guide. None of them cared about the insults directed at Lin Che before. Yet upon hearing this news, the recently revived Nangong Mingwei was left in a stunned silence. The prescription is for you. Keep it on your person. It will be convenient when the dark poison flares up. These were Lin Che's words when she first left the sacred lands to descend the mountain on a mission. At that time, Nangong Mingwei believed Lin Che looked down on her and carelessly tossed the prescription into the medicinal pool. She seemed to have forgotten everything Lin Che had done for her over time. Only the vibrant, multicolored poison scripture within the depths of her consciousness slowly turned its pages. This was not merely a technique for using poison. Its true marvel lay in the final volume, which recorded the body scripture regarding the cultivation of a supreme physique, the nether poison body. This technique, combining the poison scripture and body scripture, was also a gift from Lin Che. Does it require essence blood as a medicinal guide? Leng Rushuang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately shared what she knew with Ji Luoyao and Ji Luoyao, the essence blood of the origin. While it could merely shorten one's lifespan by several years and cause a drop in several minor realms of cultivation, could also lead to the complete loss of life and cultivation if too much was lost. No matter how powerful a cultivator may be, the essence blood within them is finite. Once too much essence blood is depleted, irreversible consequences will follow. Upon hearing that the essence blood was required, Ji Luoyao and Ji Luoyao trembled. Could it be that all along, Lin Che had been using his essence blood for the impossible, that cold-hearted wretch would never part with it? Even they hesitated, just as such thoughts arose within her heart. Ji Luoyao extinguished them. Meanwhile, upon seeing heart's blood as the medicinal guide, Leng Rushuang's heart trembled as well. She found herself hesitating. The loss of essence blood was no trivial matter. It concerned one's cultivation and lifespan. What is the essence of a cultivator's pursuit of the heavens and earth? Is it not merely cultivation and longevity? Chapter 23. Damage to the Dao heart deep within the Sword God sect's Grand Hall. Xiaoming organized an urgent meeting among the sect's upper echelons. Sect Master, I believe a conflict has arisen between Lin Che and the Taiyi Sacred Land. The previous battle in the Grand Hall did not appear staged. However, it is said that Lin Che has been afflicted by an ancient forbidden curse, causing a drop in his cultivation. Before long, he will be reduced to a mere mortal, even though he still bears the title of Holy Son. He holds little value for our Sword God sect. The Taiyi Sacred Land is not to be trifled with. Yet why is Lin Che so fixated on our Sword God sect? A multitude of elders deliberated on how to handle this matter. Regardless of the circumstances, before the Taiyi Sacred Land publicly announced it to the Great Wilderness, Lin Che was still the openly recognized Holy Son of Taiyi Sacred Land prior to his expulsion. If he were to come to our Sword God sect and be treated in such a manner, it could lead to dire consequences if the news reached the ears of the Sacred Lord of Taiyi Sacred Land. Everyone, prior to this, I had a conversation with Lin Che. He stated that he could restore Ning Shuang, but he has conditions. As soon as the words were spoken, the elders erupted into chaos. How is that possible? Ning Shuang's bone, essential for her rebirth, has vanished, her meridians shattered, her cultivation lost, and her consciousness unclear. She is in a state worse than an ordinary person. Unless a miracle occurs, it is utterly impossible. Indeed, I acknowledge Lin Che's unparalleled talent. But given Ning Shuang's condition, even a 7th-grade medical sage would be helpless. An elder, nearing the end of his days, suggested, I believe we should take a gamble. It is rumored that the Holy Son of Taiyi Sacred Land excels in medicine, poison, and swordsmanship. Given that Ning Shuang's condition cannot worsen, why not treat this as a last-ditch effort and inquire about his conditions? As long as they are not too outrageous, we can give it a try. In recent years, the Sword God sect had been on a downward trajectory. A decade ago, due to the presence of the two prodigies, Ji Luoyao and Ji Ning Shuang, the sect had risen to a first-rate force. Yet now, talent had dwindled, and the younger generation lacked the capacity to uphold the banner of the Sword God sect, causing great concern among the elders. The hope they had once found in Ji Ning Shuang's rebirth had proven to be fleeting. Some supported Xiaoming's proposal, while others opposed it. However, most held a mindset of trying their luck. The main reason was the impressive display of Lin Che's combat prowess in the Grand Hall. 10 Sword God sect members combined would not be his match. What identity should we grant him to remain in the Sword God sect? Xiaoming found himself in a dilemma. Mishandling this could bring calamity to the sect. Let him serve as a guest elder of our Sword God sect, and he can also guide the disciples here. An elder, whose body was nearly buried in the earth, spoke. Guest elders do not belong to the sect and can leave at any time. Free from the sect master's direct orders, yet their treatment is no different from that of a sect elder. Yes, that works. This way, if Taiyi Sacred Land truly seeks trouble, our Sword God sect can distance itself from the matter. The remaining elders nodded in agreement. All right, I will inquire about his opinion and ask about his conditions. At the foot of the sword god sect, the moonlight poured down like silver upon the ground. Within the dilapidated temple, three figures stood in confrontation. The masked Ji Luoyao suddenly panicked, shouting at Lin Che and Xian Sha, "Don't come near. I no longer possess the sword bone. Please let me go." Her pleas echoed throughout the dilapidated temple, shattering the tranquility of the place. Lin Che instantly teleported behind Ji Luoyao, striking her neck with his palm. Ji Luoyao leaned against Lin Che's shoulder. Fainting, but we must leave. With that, Lin Che carried Ji Luoyao away to the entrance of the thatched cottage. Xiaoming had been waiting for some time. "Your Highness, the moonlight is quite revealing. Spreading this news may tarnish your image. Dragon's eye and some rare medicinal herbs capable of treating eyes. These are my conditions for healing her." He was not surprised by Xiaoming's presence. "Did you know I would come? But your appetite is quite large. The dragon's eye concerns the inheritance of the sword god sect, and I alone cannot decide. The dragon's eye is an ancient dragon's eye, a relic left behind after its death. Over time, its divine essence has largely dissipated. Yet it remains the finest vessel. To cultivate the extreme night demonic eye of Huayu, one must possess this dragon's eye as a vessel." Xiaoming was somewhat taken aback but soon understood. Given Lin Che's identity, the holy son of Taiyi Sacred Land is no ordinary individual. What surprised him, however, was Lin Che's demand for the dragon's eye, which, despite its diminished divine nature, still contained the true blood of the dragon clan. Elders of the sword god sect, upon breaking through realms, would utilize the true blood within the dragon's eye to cleanse themselves. For the sword god sect, it is an exceedingly precious item, and the rare medicinal herbs for restoring eyesight are also treasures. When weighed against a prodigy capable of leading the sword god sect to glory, I believe sect master Xiao should understand the importance of the choice. Upon leaving the statement, Lin Che instructed the nearby Xian Sha to carry Ji Luoyao into the thatched cottage. "I shall respond to you by tomorrow. Furthermore, I have arranged for someone in the sect to prepare a residence for you. You may move there tomorrow," came the voice of Xiaoming from behind Lin Che. Amidst the deep night, Lin Che remained awake, diligently grinding herbs with a mortar and pestle. His earlier contact with Ji Luoyao had made him acutely aware of her physical condition. The shattered meridians and the extraction of her sword bones were not his greatest concerns. To him, the most troubling aspect was the fractured Dao heart. For cultivators, the most dreaded occurrence is the damage to the Dao heart. The steadfastness of one's Dao heart determines the distance one can traverse on the path of cultivation. He had not anticipated that his former senior sister, Ji Luoyao, could possess such a malevolent heart. Not only had she crippled her own sister Ji Luoyang's cultivation, marred her beauty, and extracted her sword bones, but she had also, in her dying moments, inflicted a heart-wrenching betrayal that shattered Ji Luoyang's Dao heart completely. The reason for Ji Luoyang's state of confusion was precisely due to this Dao heart injury. It was worth noting that Ji Luoyao was her biological sister. Is such so-called talent truly of paramount importance? Indeed, perhaps for that woman, talent dictated everything. Lin Che could not help but recall the change in Ji Luoyao's expression upon learning of his affliction with the fallen immortal curse. Was it disdain? Mockery? In any case, from that moment on, he could distinctly perceive that her attitude towards him had undergone a fundamental transformation. Previously, she would hide her true feelings. Afterwards, she could not even be bothered to maintain a facade. "Ji Luoyao, are you concerned that my existence might overshadow your brilliance? Apologies, but the Wuji sword body is merely a prototype. A true, unparalleled sword body shall emerge in the future." The following day, after receiving Xiaoming's response, Xian Sha accompanied Lin Che back to the sword god sect. Lin Che settled into his new residence. "These are the required spiritual herbs. Please have someone prepare them." He instructed. He had no time for rest. Under the influence of the fallen immortal curse, his remaining time was scant. He must cultivate the extreme night demon eye and the indestructible sword body within 3 years. Xiaoming took the prescription, glancing at the names of the listed herbs, nearly stumbling in shock. 3 sacred herbs and 5 superior grade spiritual herbs. Was he treating the sword god sect as a holy land? Sacred herbs. They were not mere cabbages from the market. Chapter 24. Xianhuang fruit on the peak of Zixiao. The hesitation of senior sister Ji Luoyao and the frozen expression of second sister Leng Rushuang were all too evident. The figure of Nangong Mingwei on the bed was fully visible. Memories of Lin Che repeatedly preparing prescriptions for her flashed through her mind. His pale face and slightly trembling body at that moment. She had not thought much of it, believing Lin Che was merely feigning. Now, in retrospect, her heart felt as if pricked by needles, a wave of regret sweeping over her. she felt a twinge of guilt towards Lin Che. Senior sisters, you need not waste your spiritual energy on me. It is not worth it. She did not wish for her senior sisters to squander their lifespans in cultivation to save her. With the nether poison invading her organs, without the Tianxuan fruit, it would be futile for anyone to assist her. What nonsense are you speaking? You are our junior sister. If we do not save you, who will? Do you still expect that heartless Lin Che to help? Indeed. Use my heart's blood. I am your senior sister. I am most suited for such matters. At that moment, Ji Luoyao exhibited the responsibility of a senior sister. Nangong Mingwei was also awakened by Ji Luoyao's words. How could someone as selfish as Lin Che make such a significant sacrifice, expending his primordial blood to save her? Perhaps his previous actions were merely to garner her sympathy. Before she could ponder further, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Senior sister, use my primordial blood. Just then, a voice from outside the cave brought Nangong Mingwei back to reality. A young man clad in a cerulean robe, exuding an aura of boldness, appeared within the cave. Wentian, you cannot do this. You are our junior brother. Leng Rushuang immediately halted Qin Wentian. Senior sisters, listen to me. This medicinal catalyst requires not only the primordial blood of a cultivator. The blood donor must also have ingested the Tianxuan fruit to forge a body impervious to toxins. Upon hearing this, including Ziyu, several individuals once again turned their gaze to the prescription. Behind the heart's blood of the medicinal catalyst, there was indeed a note. The blood donor must have ingested the Tianxuan fruit for their primordial blood to be effective. This simple statement plunged Nangong Mingwei into reflection. Junior brother, how do you know the prescription so well? Have you really ingested the Tianxuan fruit? What an extraordinary fortuity. In other words, their junior brother possessed a physique impervious to all methods. The silence was not limited to Nangong Mingwei alone. Qin Wentian's words revealed far too much information. Junior brother, how did you come to know this? Junior brother, is what you said true? Have you truly consumed the Tianxuan fruit? The appearance of Qin Wentian prevented the waste of primordial blood and simultaneously brought hope to Nangong Mingwei. Senior sister, it is more urgent to save Mingwei. I indeed ingested the Tianxuan fruit, but that was a long time ago. He did not hesitate, decisively extracting the primordial blood from the one who triggered the forbidden spell. Fortunately, Lin Che's earlier kick had utilized his physical strength, accelerating the consumption of Lin Che's primordial blood. The fallen immortal curse absorbed the blood. He could extract it from the curse imprint. Golden sacred blood flowed slowly down Qin Wentian's wrist as Ji Luoyao, filled with concern, took out a thumb-sized jade vial, capturing a few drops of primordial blood within it. Upon seeing the golden sacred blood flowing from Qin Wentian, her previously anxious heart felt reassured. The Tianxuan fruit, formed from the essence of heaven and earth, could induce transformative changes in cultivators. I have prepared 3 types of spiritual herbs here, while I cannot precisely gauge the proportions of the prescription. With the addition of junior brother's primordial blood, success is assured. Leng Rushuang, receiving the small jade vial from Ji Luoyao, was imbued with confidence. Meanwhile, after forcing out several drops of primordial blood, Qin Wentian ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. In truth, he had not been adversely affected, but to avoid arousing suspicion among the senior sisters, he had to play his part convincingly. Junior brother, are you all right? The consumption of primordial blood was no trivial matter. I think we should send him to the Tianxuan Sacred Realm for rest. The Tianxuan Sacred Realm was a divine land, a blessed cave abounding in spiritual energy, ideal for cultivators to consolidate their foundations, accessible only to the prodigies within the Holy Land. Ziyu initially knitted her brows but then regarded Qin Wentian with newfound admiration, signaling Ji Luoyao to take him for recuperation. Nangong Mingwei gazed at the departing Qin Wentian, her thoughts tangled. She strived to recall every moment Lin Che had spent preparing prescriptions for her, until Leng Rushuang, while easing Nangong Mingwei's muscles and tendons, observed her expression closely and quickly noticed her furrowed brow. What troubles you, Mingwei, senior sister? Do you truly believe someone would selflessly expend their primordial blood to suppress another's toxic affliction? Nangong Mingwei voiced her doubt softly. Upon hearing this, Leng Rushuang's brows furrowed. Do you still believe that heartless one would waste his precious blood? No. It's junior brother. I wish to ask senior sister to inquire if it was junior brother who had been using his blood to assist me all along. Junior brother, could it be that he has been consuming his primordial blood to suppress your affliction all this time? Leng Rushuang found it hard to believe, for she had never heard Qin Wentian mention it. No wonder junior brother's cultivation has been fluctuating. At first, I thought he had encountered some problems in his cultivation, but I never anticipated he was so loyal and devoted. Upon reflecting on this, Leng Rushuang could not help but harbor an even greater disdain for Lin Che. Qin Wentian had only been at Zhixiao Peak for 2 years, yet he had made such sacrifices for Nangong Mingwei. Lin Che, once regarded by her as the closest of companions, remained indifferent when her junior sister's life hung by a thread. Ji Luoyao, standing nearby, was equally moved upon hearing this. The essence blood was the culmination of a cultivator's arduous training. One must understand that the elevation of one's realm is inherently a defiance of the heavens. Depleting essence blood and risking a decline in cultivation that could prove irreparable. It would be exceedingly difficult for even those of blood relation to make such a choice, let alone endure it for several years. A genius. Indeed, Qin Wentian was a true prodigy. Were it not for this incident, his cultivation might not have stagnated. Had such events not transpired, it would not have been impossible for him to reach the divine mansion realm. Junior sister, take your time to recuperate. I shall seek clarity on this matter, though it is likely that it was my junior disciple's doing. As for why he allowed that heartless individual to take the lead, it is probable he wished to spare you from psychological burdens. Outside the sacred realm of heavenly fire, junior disciple, why are you so familiar with the medicinal guide? Is this related to Mingwei? Senior sister, please do not inquire further. I cannot bear to see Mingwei tormented by the demonic poison. Depleting this bit of essence blood is of no consequence. I shall return shortly. In truth, he had not expended any of his original essence blood, as what he had just used was extracted from the fallen immortal curse. To be precise, it was Lin Che's essence blood. As for the Xianwang fruit, he had never consumed it. He was merely a thief. Chapter 25. The indestructible sword body and a residence of the sword god sect's outer sect. Lin Che pressed his hand to his heart, a frown creasing his brow as he distinctly sensed something within the fallen immortal curse slowly dissipating. Had that scoundrel Qin Wentian employed some means? Could it be that Lin Che had stumbled upon something? Damn this fallen immortal curse. Was there something I remain oblivious to? As the caster, it was likely that all my cultivation and essence blood would ultimately revert to him. If that were the case, had my years of effort merely clothed him in finery? He focused intently on the mysterious substance flowing within the fallen immortal curse, trying to discern its final destination, vanishing into thin air. Had the color of the patterns also lightened? A look of shock crossed his features. For some time now, the patterns of the fallen immortal curse had been a molten hue. Such a phenomenon of lightning had never occurred before, yet today, it seemed as though it had been refined. Doubts began to take root in Lin Che's mind, pondering whether Qin Wentian, the caster, had indeed done something. What troubled him most was his lifespan. At that moment, he once again glanced at the goo lying dormant and motionless within his dantian. Raising goo requires vital essence. The more vital essence one possesses, the longer their lifespan. In order to sustain his life for an additional 3 years while nourishing the fallen immortal curse, he must cultivate the goo. Before that, however, he needed to validate his suspicions. He still could not resolve himself. To become a goo cultivator would mean no longer having a place in the Tianxuan continent. Master, that woman has awakened. Xin Sha, who had been attending to Ji Luoyao in her chamber, hurriedly conveyed this news to Lin Che the moment Ji Luoyao regained consciousness. Awakened? Let us go and see. Xin Sha followed closely behind Lin Che, increasingly perceiving the depth of his master's inscrutability. He had heard the older generation speak of Ji Luoyao, mentioning that even the 4th-grade medical saint of the sword god sect had personally intervened. Yet, it had all been in vain. While Lin Che had only spent a single night, inside the room, Ji Luoyao, now awake, felt the chill emanating from the bronze mask upon her face as she gazed upward, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. Who are you? Why am I here? When her gaze fell upon Huayu, donned in dark attire and possessing a delicate countenance, she could not restrain her curiosity. The memories lingering in her mind were indelible. Had she not been subjected to having her sword bone extracted and her meridians severed by that vile woman, how could she possibly be in this place? Guarding the room was Huayu, who, though invisible, responded upon hearing her voice. This is the outer sect of the sword god sect. You were rescued by my husband. The sword god sect, they dared not intervene back then. Why do they save me now? I hold no value to them. Why not let me perish? Ji Luoyau's heart stirred at these words. She was no stranger to the sword god sect. The events of the past continued to haunt her. The sword god sect had the power to intervene but chose to turn a blind eye out of fear of the Taiyi Holy Land. This had led to her current predicament. She despised her own powerlessness. Even more, she loathed the sword god sect's callousness. It appears you have recovered quite well. The moment Lin Che entered the room, he overheard Ji Luoyao venting her frustrations aloud. Was it you who rescued me? Who else, besides the son of the Taiyi Holy Land, would dare to save you? Before Lin Che could respond, Xian Sha spoke with unabashed audacity. The Taiyi Holy Land? The son. You mean him? Ha ha ha. Ji Luoyau's incredulous laughter followed Xian Sha's words. In her eyes, the son of the Taiyi Holy Land held a status so exalted that it was inconceivable he would condescend to visit the lowly sword god sect. What's so amusing? My master is your savior. Had it not been for him, you would still be in that dilapidated temple, feigning madness. Xian Sha, being a sword cultivator, was forthright and could not conceal his words. Enough. Thank you for saving me, but I advise you not to meddle in my affairs. The consequences could be dire. Ji Luoyao declared as she prepared to leave the bed. Among those present, aside from Lin Che, who wore a simple white robe, she found the others unfathomable. One was a mere mortal, and the other a small ghost of the Dao Foundation realm, not to mention the Taiyi Holy Land. Even Ji Luoyao could crush them with a single finger. Have you sensed anything new in your sea of consciousness? Noticing Ji Luoyau's skepticism, Lin Che refrained from offering explanations. Instead, as she was on the verge of departing, he uttered a cryptic remark. Ji Luoyao paused, perplexed. Upon carefully attuning to her sea of consciousness, she discovered that amidst the previously chaotic expanse, a parchment scroll now floated at its center, emanating a sacred radiance. The golden light bore the inscription, "Indestructible Sword Body." With just a glance, Ji Luoyao found herself unable to avert her gaze. A vague yet supreme will enveloped her, as if she beheld a sword cultivator of unparalleled constitution, cleaving the heavens and shattering the void. Upon regaining her senses, Ji Luoyau's back was already drenched in sweat. The astonishment on her face was unmistakable. In that moment, all her previous disdain for Lin Che vanished, and she regarded him with newfound seriousness, asking, "Who exactly are you?" She distinctly recalled that she had never practiced such a transcendent technique. In her understanding, constitution was innate, and it was impossible to cultivate such an extraordinary body through acquired effort. Yet this indestructible sword body was indeed a divine physique that could be cultivated postnatally. Furthermore, it had appeared in her sea of consciousness without her consent. This rebellious method compelled her to regard Lin Che with renewed respect. "Me? You may consider me the one who can fulfill your innermost desires. What are the conditions?" Ji Luoyao understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. In the realm of cultivation, interest reigned supreme. If she held no value, there was no way the other party would benevolently assist her. I have yet to contemplate. I shall inform you once I have. Still wearing her mask, Ji Luoyau's gaze remained fixed upon Lin Che. Xian Sha will arrange a room for you. You will train with her henceforth. Lin Che did not grant Ji Luoyao the opportunity to inquire further and turned to leave. It wasn't until the sun set that a gray-robed cultivator finally delivered the medicinal materials Lin Che required. However, they were merely high-quality spiritual herbs, with not a single saintly herb among them. This caused him to frown slightly. With such a meager selection of spiritual herbs, it was hardly sufficient for body recovery, let alone cultivation. Return and inform your sect master that these spiritual herbs fall far short of my needs. Esteemed son, this is already the finest selection available in the Sword God sect's spiritual herb pavilion. At these words, Lin Che's lips twitched. How impoverished could they be, at this rate? How long would it take to restore Hua Yu's eyesight and cultivate Ji Luoyau's indestructible sword body? Esteemed son, the sect master has conveyed that the saintly herbs you seek have been located at the Wanbao Pavilion of the Dayan Empire, and the sect is currently dispatching personnel to negotiate. The Dayan Empire, in the Great Wilderness region, among the 3 great holy lands and 2 major empires, the Dayan Empire is one of them. Very well. Inform them that I also require a 3-leaf sword grass. Originally, Lin Che intended to ask for the 9-leaf sword grass, but upon realizing that the sword god sect likely had never even heard of it, he settled for the more modest request of a 3-leaf sword grass. The gray-robed cultivator meticulously recorded all the medicinal herbs Lin Che required and subsequently departed. Emerging from the sacred realm of heavenly fire, Qin Wentian felt an invigorating rush of clarity. His cultivation had surged through several minor realms. However, in order to maintain the facade, he ruthlessly struck his abdomen with a palm, only satisfied when blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Outside the sacred realm of heavenly fire, Leng Rushuang, who had been waiting, immediately recognized that the passage had opened, signaling Qin Wentian's return. She hurriedly approached him. "Junior brother, are you injured?" Upon observing the fresh blood still glistening on Qin Wentian's lips, her typically frosty countenance softened, and she mused silently that the loss of primordial blood was indeed no trivial injury. I'm feeling much better now. It's really nothing serious, just a slight depletion of my vital essence. By the way, how is senior sister Mingwei faring with her nether poison? Chapter 26. In her demons, despite her usually cold demeanor, Leng Rushuang could no longer maintain her stern expression towards Qin Wentian. "Let me take you to see Mingwei. She has some questions for you." Leng Rushuang was also eager to learn the answers. On Zixiao Peak, after several days, Nangong Mingyue's body had absorbed a significant amount of medicinal potency. The nether poison within her had been suppressed, delaying its eruption, She stood gracefully on the verdant cliff, adorned in a robe that shimmered like moonlight, gazing at the rising sun. Senior sister Mingwei, your nether poison has been suppressed. This is wonderful news. Upon hearing this, Nangong Mingwei instinctively turned to see Qin Wentian and Leng Rushuang not far away and called out, Senior sister. Her gaze then shifted to Qin Wentian with a complex expression. Junior brother, have you been the one helping me with the nether poison all along? She voiced the question that had lingered in her heart. Senior sister, to be honest, I haven't done much. The previous prescriptions were all prepared by senior brother. I merely contributed a bit of my vital essence. Junior brother, why are you so foolish? Did that ungrateful wretch compel you to do this? Upon realizing the truth, tears streamed down Nangong Mingyue's face like pearls from a broken string. Reflecting on Lin Che's actions now filled her with disgust. To gain her sympathy, he had actually made Qin Wentian, as a junior brother, offer blood. Where was Lin Che's responsibility as a senior brother? Afterward, he had pretended as if he had exhausted his vital essence to save her. Recalling Lin Che's face now filled her with revulsion. Such a scoundrel was unworthy to be her junior brother. The last remnants of guilt she had harbored dissipated upon learning the truth. Junior brother, thank you. Nangong Mingyue's face blossomed with genuine gratitude as she thanked Qin Wentian once more. Senior sister, it's nothing really. I didn't do much. All the credit goes to senior brother for his exceptional medical talent. Qin Wentian hastily waved his hands in modesty, observing Qin Wentian's pale countenance, a result of his depletion of primordial blood. Both women felt a surge of emotion. This junior brother was so understanding that it pained their hearts. Even Leng Rushuang, known for her icy demeanor, felt her eyes redden upon grasping the truth. Was your stagnation in cultivation due to your blood offering for me? Nangong Mingwei could no longer contain her feelings. During the period when Qin Wentian had just joined Zixiao Peak, coinciding with her nether poison's potential outbreak, he had faced constant criticism from their master due to his fluctuating cultivation levels. In hindsight, it seemed his instability had stemmed from suppressing the poison within her. Regrettably, her mind had been clouded by Lin Che. The ingrate, while she had overlooked the silent dedication of her junior brother over the years, for more than 2 years, her junior brother had been depleting his primordial blood to suppress her nether poison. And yet she had felt guilty towards someone who wished to see her perish. In that moment, a renewed wave of aversion towards Lin Che washed over Nangong Mingwei. Her gaze was solely fixed on Qin Wentian. All right, now that Mingwei understands, I will seek out senior sister and inform her of Lin Che's actions, urging her to report him to the sect leader and revoke his title as Holy Son. Such a beast does not deserve to be called Holy Son of our sect. Leng Rushuang voiced her inner thoughts, having always disapproved of Lin Che, believing he was unworthy of his position. Now, his actions had further validated her beliefs. Senior sister, with her extraordinary swordsmanship, innate sword bones, and the limitless sword body, she has no qualms about being the Holy Maiden. But what about Lin Che? What merit does he hold? His cultivation, talent. In the past, Lin Che excelled in medicine, poison, alchemy, and swordsmanship, renowned across the 8 domains, and I concede his unparalleled talent. But now, he is afflicted by the fallen immortal curse. His cultivation in decline, and he has even strayed into darkness. Nurturing a personal curse, his character vile, not only did he neglect to save a senior sister in peril, but he also took credit for actions he did not commit. How can such a morally corrupt individual be deemed worthy of the title of Holy Son in the Taiyi Sacred Land? Even if it is merely a title, it is an affront to the Taiyi Sacred Land. Within the Holy Hall of the Taiyi Sacred Land, Ji Luoyao had long intended to propose a candidate for the position of Holy Son to Ziyue. However, Ziyue had been indecisive. Now, with recent events, she believed Lin Che's tenure as Holy Son must be coming to an end. Sect leader, do you not see Lin Che's true nature by now? Ziyue pondered briefly and found Ji Luoyao's words to hold merit. She held Qin Wentian's character in high regard, yet the position of Holy Son was not solely her decision. It required deliberation among the elders. Moreover, a candidate for Holy Son must not only possess good character but also establish prestige and, most importantly, contribute to the sect. Without prestige or contributions, even if someone were to be begrudgingly appointed as Holy Son, they would struggle to command respect. Luoyao, I understand your point, but Qin Wentian's cultivation level, his prestige within the sacred land, and his contributions to the sect are insufficient to bear the weight of the Holy Son's responsibilities. You, as a Holy Maiden, should comprehend the difficulties involved. Ji Luoyao had forgotten that her own ascension to the Holy Maiden position had been due to Lin Che, who had privately completed countless tasks on her behalf. Thus, she remained unaware of the hardships of holding the Holy Maiden title. Ziyue's words reminded her of her own circumstances. She had become the Holy Maiden of the Taiyi Sacred Land within 6 months after Lin Che's appointment as Holy Son. She had completed an astonishing 100,000 contribution points in less than half a year, astonishing the previous sect leader and earning her the title despite her cultivation at the 9th level of the transformation realm. This event had caused quite a stir. However, it had also led her to become arrogant and restless, with her ambition swelling to an infinite degree. Hearing Ji Luoyao's words made her instinctively believe that the latter was still favoring Lin Che. She couldn't fathom why someone who had ignored a fellow disciple in peril and claimed credit for actions they did not perform deserved to remain as Holy Son of the Taiyi Sacred Land. Sect leader, if you are unwilling to act, then I will take matters into my own hands. Farewell. Ji Luoyao planned to expose Lin Che's previous neglect of Nangong Mingwei and his manipulation of Qin Wentian's vital essence to deceive and garner sympathy from her. She aimed to incite the disciples and elders of the sacred land to recognize Lin Che's true nature while allowing Qin Wentian to establish his prestige within the sacred land. After Ji Luoyao departed, Ziyue felt as though something had been overlooked, yet she could not recall what it was. Suddenly, she remembered something and headed to the task hall, outside the Sword God sect. Ji Luoyao remained still, spending the entire day confined to her room. She had attempted countless times to sense the spiritual energy, but all her efforts had ended in failure. This realization brought her clarity. Even if she had a peerless technique before her, for one whose meridians were completely severed, cultivation was merely a fanciful dream. Doubts began to creep into her mind regarding the credibility of Lin Che's previous words. Just then, the door creaked open, and a figure entered. With your meridians severed, do you still expect to cultivate through ordinary methods of channeling energy into your body? Lin Che showed no mercy as he bluntly criticized Ji Luoyao. He could restore her meridians, but only with the aid of sacred medicines. However, even if she reconnected her severed meridians, it would only lead her down the same old path. Currently, Ji Luoyao possessed 2 innate sword bones along with the limitless sword body. For Ji Luoyao to retrace her old steps would only result in a tragic repetition. So what do you suggest I do to cultivate? Ji Luoyao, already feeling inexplicably agitated due to her inability to cultivate, confronted him directly. I know your target for revenge is Ji Luoyao, but let me remind you, the current Ji Luoyao possesses not only 2 innate sword bones but has also achieved the limitless sword body. If you continue to merely follow the conventional path of reconnecting your meridians and sensing spiritual energy, you will never have a chance at vengeance in this lifetime. Lin Che's words struck Ji Luoyao like a heavy blow, severely impacting her heart. The already fragile resolve she had was now on the verge of shattering. Stop talking. Ji Luoyao, feeling as though she had gone mad, clasped her head with her hands and knelt on the ground. Undoubtedly, Ji Luoyao had not only shattered her resolve but had also become the inner demon on her path to cultivation. Chapter 27. The Hall of Punishment. To her astonishment, the proportions of the medicinal formula turned out to be like this. In the sacred realm of Taiyi, upon the peak of Baijiao, one of the 36 summits, Ji Luoyao gazed at the prescription delivered by Ji Luoyao. After his divine sense swept over the document, his hand trembled with excitement as he took hold of it. Old Ji, have you discerned any issues within this prescription? This was Ji Luoyao's true intention. She remained skeptical that Lin Che would be so benevolent as to leave behind the prescription. To be prudent, she sought the expertise of the 7th grade medical sage, Ji Luoyao, for a second opinion. Upon hearing her words, Ji Luoyao instinctively replied, the proportions of each medicinal ingredient are precisely calibrated. However, the use of heart's blood as a medicinal catalyst is indeed rather unexpected, as most cultivators are reluctant to expend their foundational essence. Old Ji, might I beseech you to examine the condition of my junior brother, Qin Wentian. Though Qin Wentian had claimed to be untroubled, Ji Luoyao remained unconvinced. Furthermore, only the voice of a 7th grade medical sage could lend credence to the actions of Lin Che, which were less than commendable. If it is the Saintess's request, I shall willingly make the journey. The old sage acquiesced. Atop Zixiao Peak, Qin Wentian fumed. Damn it! What madness has that woman succumbed to? To demand a check on my health. Unthinkable. It seems I have no choice but to resort to desperate measures. Resolute, he steeled his heart upon receiving the news. After some time, Ji Luoyao, accompanied by Ji Luoyao, arrived at the entrance of Qin Wentian's cave dwelling. Junior brother, are you present? I have come with old Ji to see you. Cough, cough, sister, please enter, came the weak voice of Qin Wentian from within. The sound startled Ji Luoyao. Junior brother, are you all right? Inside, on a stone bed meant for cultivation, Qin Wentian lay sprawled, his complexion as pale as paper. Cold sweat beading on his forehead, his expression one of agony. Witnessing this sight, Ji Luoyao dashed to Qin Wentian's side, her eyes reddening. Old Ji, quickly. Ji Luoyao, seeing the distress, did not hesitate. He grasped one of Qin Wentian's arms, channeling gentle spiritual energy into his body along the meridians. How is he, old Ji? My junior brother. He is fine. It is merely excessive loss of foundational essence that has caused his body to enter a state of self-induced shock. With proper recuperation, he will be well. Upon hearing this, the frown on Ji Luoyao's face slowly unfurled. Old Ji, my junior brother has been depleting his foundational essence for nearly 2 years. Is his condition truly not grave? We cannot allow any lingering repercussions. I implore you to examine him thoroughly. Realizing something, she made another request. Rest assured, I have conducted a comprehensive examination. I did not anticipate that Qin Wentian, my young friend, possessed such fortitude. It seems I have previously underestimated him, Ji Luoyao remarked, his wrinkled face betraying a rare expression of surprise. To deplete one's foundational essence continuously is a feat that, in a lesser sect, would likely be insurmountable. Old Ji, I have one more humble request. I hope you can attest to this matter. As Ji Luoyao recounted the incident of Lin Che suppressing Ming poison for Nangong Mingwei while covertly coercing Qin Wentian to offer blood. Ji Luoyao listened with astonishment. After a long silence, he struggled to regain his composure. What does the saintess wish to do? I hope old Ji can provide a certificate. The rest I shall handle, Ji Luoyao replied. Ji Luoyao, possessing considerable status and prestige within Taiyi Sacred Land, could significantly bolster their case for Qin Wentian's claim to the position of Saint's son. Very well, this is not a difficult task. Ji Luoyao, without further contemplation, agreed to issue the certificate, unaware of Ji Luoyao's true intentions. After bidding farewell to Ji Luoyao, Ji Luoyao took the certificate to the punishment hall of the sect. Within the hall resided a list known as the Bounty Board. Ji Luoyao intended to utilize the charges she had prepared earlier to place Lin Che upon this board. Inside the hall, various members of the sect, particularly those of lower standing, were vying for more cultivation resources, risking their lives in the process. Upon seeing Ji Luoyao, they instinctively parted to create a path. Once, Ji Luoyao had undertaken bounty missions, ranking among the top 10 and successfully bringing back the head of her target. It has been 5 years since the saintess graced this place. Surely, someone of her stature has no need to engage in such perilous pursuits. The thoughts of such high-ranking individuals are difficult to predict. Perhaps she has grown weary of a comfortable existence and seeks something thrilling. Hush, lower your voice. Do you wish to perish? A woman clad in purple robes approached Ji Luoyao, personally welcoming her. It is an honor to see the saintess. May I inquire what brings you here? This woman was none other than Du Lei, the head of the punishment hall. Here are the charges and his identity information. Ji Luoyao communicated telepathically, handing over a document to Du Lei. Once Du Lei recovered from her shock, she found herself alone in the hall. Lin Che, the saint's son of Taiyi Sacred Land, had been placed on the bounty board, occupying the 9th position. The following day, Taiyi Sacred Land erupted in chaos. The 36 peaks and the Council of Elders were all taken aback. The saint's son has been placed among the top 10 on the bounty board? Impossible. The enforcement hall is still investigating. The veracity of Qin Wentian's claims remains uncertain. Truly, a crisis had arisen atop a previous one. Now, the saint's son of the Sacred Land had become a target for elimination. Should word spread, where would the dignity of Taiyi Sacred Land be placed? Disciples from the 36 peaks engaged in fervent discussions regarding the matter. Some believed it to be a deliberate frame-up, while others suspected Lin Che might indeed be of such character, only adept at concealing it. Within the Council of Elders, one elder exclaimed, Luoyao, your silence in placing Lin Che upon the board has tarnished the reputation of Taiyi Sacred Land. Even as a saintess, you cannot act unilaterally. The enforcement hall is still investigating and cannot yet confirm that Lin Che is the heir of the corpse refining sect. You have gone too far in this matter. Luoyao, the elders, upon hearing of this situation, summoned Du Lei from the punishment hall to grasp the full account. To quell the unrest. It is simple. Abolish Lin Che and reinstate the saint's son. Saint Lord, do you still favor Lin Che at this point? Wentian is 100 times superior, having endured 2 years of foundational essence depletion yet still cultivating to the 9th stage of the sea transformation realm. Ji Luoyao's aim was to compel Ziyue to crown Qin Wentian as the saint's son of Taiyi Sacred Land. Ziyue's expression fluctuated as she revisited Ji Luoyao's contributions from years past through the task hall. Doubts began to brew in her mind regarding Ji Luoyao. Now, with such radical actions to force a new saint's son, it was clear that the chosen candidate was none other than Qin Wentian. Luoyao, I have stated that the selection of the saint's son must await progress from the enforcement hall. Your actions now serve only to invite ridicule from other factions in the Great Wilderness region. Chapter 28. The Fall into Darkness. Indeed, Luoyao's withdrawal of the bounty on our own saint's son is utterly disgraceful. Furthermore, Lin Che is afflicted by the fallen immortal curse, his cultivation lost. He has likely become akin to a mortal and poses no threat to the sacred land. Numerous members of the Council of Elders chose to stand by Lin Che. Ji Luoyao's face flushed with anger, alternating between shades of blue and white. She had not anticipated that, despite her fervent declarations. These individuals remained obstinate. You have all been deceived by that scoundrel. Behold this prescription and the good deeds he has previously undertaken. In a fit of rage, she produced the meticulously copied prescription and utilized the yin-yang mirror to replay the events that transpired within the Hall of the Sword God. A look of incredulity crossed the faces of Ji Luoyao and other council members. Lin Che still possesses his cultivation. Moreover, it seems to have grown stronger than before. His physical prowess at the divine mansion level? Could it be that Qin Wentian's claims are true? Whether true or false would soon be revealed when the Tianji Pavilion released the Qinyan rankings. As they observed the images captured by the yin-yang mirror, many found it unfathomable that one afflicted by the fallen immortal curse could exhibit such formidable combat strength. The Qinyan rankings were compiled annually by the Tianji Pavilion, a mysterious organization within the Great Wilderness region. Based on gathered intelligence, those who made it onto the list were regarded as the elite of their generation, figures coveted by various factions. The elder of Tianji Pavilion was reputed to be a master of divination, possessing knowledge of the past and future. No being within the Great Wilderness could elude his perception. Was this not sufficiently clear? The only thing capable of suppressing the fallen immortal curse is the life-sustaining goo. Lin Che has indeed fallen into darkness. One must ask, does a demon cultivator still deserve the title of Saint Son in Taiyi Sacred Land? Ji Luoyao questioned loudly. He possesses unwavering resolve and should not engage in self-destructive acts. We lack definitive evidence. We must refrain from hasty conclusions. Let him return for an evaluation of his cultivation. If the heart-nurturing goo exhibits any anomalies, we shall eliminate it, thus preserving the reputation of Taiyi Sacred Land. Ultimately, Ji Luoyao made her decision. Saint Lord, wise indeed. Your Excellency, regarding the selection of the Holy Master and the Holy Son, I believe my junior disciple, Qin Wentian, is more than capable of fulfilling this role. His talents are indeed evident to all. Upon hearing Ziyu finally relent, Ji Luoyao's face broke into a rare smile. However, I must preface my words with caution. Although Qin Wentian possesses remarkable talent, his prestige and contributions to the sect are still lacking. Thus he can only be provisionally appointed as the Holy Son. To continue the investigations of the Law Enforcement Hall, Ziyu refrained from directly bestowing the title of Holy Son upon Qin Wentian. Ji Luoyao nodded in agreement, understanding that persuading Ziyu to make concessions was no small feat. Pressing further might yield counterproductive results. Outside the Sword God's sect, in Lin Che's residence, to cultivate the unyielding sword body, one must first sever their own meridians and forsake their cultivation, then consume the life and death grass to grasp the essence of unyielding will. In the courtyard, Ji Luoyao, adorned with a bronze mask, sat cross-legged on the ground. Surrounded by a mountain of life and death grass, this herb, while classified as a common spiritual medicine, holds within it a faint trace of unyielding intent. Ji Luoyao, in her quest to attain the unyielding sword body, must first comprehend the very essence of unyielding. Yet, each time she closed her eyes, the visage of that woman haunted her mind, rendering her unable to find tranquility. Sweat beaded on Ji Luoyao's forehead as she sighed deeply. If you cannot confront your inner demons, I suggest you abandon your quest for vengeance. With this parting remark, Lin Che turned and left. Upon returning to his quarters, Lin Che beheld Hua Yuyi lying quietly on the bed with spiritual medicine applied to her eyes. An impulsive thought struck him, and he retrieved a piece of life and death grass, preparing to test his hypothesis when the door swung open. Master, something urgent has arisen. There are visitors from the Taiyi Holy Land, and they insist on taking you back with them. Xiansha spoke with an urgent tone. These visitors do not come with good intentions. Who are they? Lin Che inquired. Well, the one you previously kicked away, and another who resembles a celestial fairy, Xiansha replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Che rose and grasped the wooden sword by his side, striding purposefully out the door, leaving Xiansha behind. Wait for me, master. Xiansha called after him. In the grand hall of the Sword God sect, Xiaoming served tea with a forced smile, assuring the two that the Holy Son would arrive shortly. Before long, Lin Che's silhouette, bearing the wooden sword, appeared in the hall. Brother, we have come this time to leave, Lin Che interrupted, issuing a dismissal before Qin Wentian could finish his sentence. These individuals, repeatedly interrupting him, truly believed him to be easygoing? Or did they think that just because he bore the curse of the fallen celestial, he was powerless and could be bullied at will? The smile on Qin Wentian's face froze. Nangong Mingwei, clad in a verdant robe, furrowed her brow. Lin Che, my junior disciple. Are you not on the brink of death? How can you still afford to waste your precious life on me? Before Nangong Mingwei could finish her sentence, Lin Che's retort left her blushing with indignation. Xiao Ming had already instructed the disciples adept in formations to set up defenses to prevent a repeat of the previous incident, as the Sword God sect would bear the brunt of any losses. As Lin Che witnessed Nangong Mingwei suppressing her demonic poison, his suspicions were confirmed. Lin Che, you have fallen into darkness. Return with us, they urged. Brother, the Holy Master will be lenient. Do not resist, come back with us. Hearing this, Lin Che struggled to restrain his laughter. The audacity. Lin Che, you abandoned me in my moment of peril, yet the sect does not pursue this matter. Allowing you to return is merely a test to see if you have been corrupted. If you refuse to accompany us, do you harbor a guilty conscience? For reasons unknown, whenever Nangong Mingwei faced Lin Che, she could not help but recall the moment when Qin Wentian donated blood to her. His face pale. Upon hearing this, Lin Che scrutinized Nangong Mingwei, realizing how he had previously overlooked the fact that his senior sisters were so lacking in integrity, despite having spent 2 years of his own essence to save her. He received not a word of gratitude, and now, with only 3 years left of his life, she still expected him to humbly offer his blood, especially while casting him out of the Holy Land. Did I fail to save you? The sect does not pursue this matter? Pray tell, what gives you the right to demand my assistance? As for the sect, I am now merely a guest elder of the Sword God sect. Why should I risk my life to save an unrelated outsider? And might I suggest you think before you speak next time? Lin Che truly never imagined her moral coercion would reach such heights. It was they who had expelled him from the Holy Land, yet he had somehow become the sinner. How utterly ridiculous. Brother, my sister is tormented by demonic poison. Please do not provoke her further. We have come at the Holy Master's behest, and I hope you reconsider. Brother, turn back now. Do not remain stubborn. Should you choose to return with us, you may still reclaim your status as the esteemed holy son of the Taiyi Holy Land. Qin Wentian pleaded earnestly. Lin Che was nearly doubled over with laughter. What nonsense. Lin Che, how have you changed so much? He is our junior disciple. Nangong Mingwei, upon hearing Lin Che's furious rebuke, found herself confronted by a stranger. The Lin Che she once knew was refined and gentle, a stark contrast to the man before her now. And you, if it were not for my prescription, my essence, would you even have the audacity to bark here? Leave now, or I might consider adding a couple more corpses to this place. Lin Che glared at Nangong Mingwei, whose expression sickened him, a storm of fury brewing within him. Lin Che, stop deceiving yourself. Do you think I am still the fool you once knew? Easily manipulated? You have drained our junior disciple's essence, yet you speak of it as if it were a matter of course. I am well aware of everything that transpired. It was our junior disciple who aided in Supri at this moment. Nangong Mingyue's heart wavered. I should have informed you that I had consumed the Xianhuang fruit, rendering me immune to all forms of harm, and yet you have never truly listened to a single word I have uttered. Observing the glimmer of despair interlaced with madness upon Nangong Mingyue's countenance, Lin Che felt the pulsating patterns in his chest, seemingly less painful than before. Impossible. It was my junior brother who saved me. You are nothing but a thief, pilfering the fruits of others' labor. Nangong Mingwei, who once relied heavily on her greatest asset, the Yiming poison body, found it to be ineffective against Lin Che. Doubts began to creep into her mind, as the confidence she once harbored slowly crumbled. Only Lin Che knew that Nangong Mingwei was not the prodigy that the world claimed her to be. From a young age, her existence had been shrouded in darkness, stemming from her lineage in the Nangong family. A clan of poison masters, their lifespan rarely exceeded 30 years, and due to their inability to control the nether poison, they were often shunned, with no sect willing to accept such a ticking time bomb. Her initial recognition by the master of Zixio Peak, which allowed her to remain and rise to fame as the renowned daughter of heavenly poison on the Qinyan ranking, was solely due to Lin Che's efforts. He imparted to her the 7-colored poison sutra, daring to trespass into forbidden territories to procure the rare materials necessary for her to cultivate the Yiming poison body. This gradually instilled confidence within her. Now, however, the very poison she took pride in was futile against Lin Che, shaking the foundation of her beliefs. She was at grave risk of reverting to the dark, reclusive self she once was. Begone! Lin Che's wooden sword sliced through the air, creating a spatial rift above the Sword God sect, drawing Nangong Mingyue into its depths. After executing this, he turned away without a glance, leaving the higher-ups of the Sword God sect in sheer shock. The Supreme Sword Dao inheritance. All disciples hurriedly gathered to contemplate the sword mark left behind. That strike was undoubtedly infused with spatial sword intent. To think that at my age, with one foot in the grave, I would witness such a phenomenon. Once Lin Che departed, Xiao Ming and the others immediately delved into comprehending the sword strike, which was truly awe-inspiring. Since the founding of their sect, only their ancestor had produced a prodigy capable of grasping spatial sword intent. Yet none had ever reached the level of tearing through the void with a single strike. After leaving, Lin Che did not return to his residence. Instead, he pressed his hand against his chest. What exactly was this fallen immortal curse? Even wielding sword intent, was I still affected? The agony of his cultivation and the torment of his blood being torn away rendered even a resolute individual like him unable to suppress his convulsions. Cough. A warm mouthful of blood was expelled from his throat. Lin Che's gaze instantly turned wild, as the goo dormant within his dantian exhibited faint signs of awakening. Chapter 30. Misunderstanding Senior Sister. On Zishu Peak, Qin Wentian suddenly awoke, realizing that Nangong Mingwei had gone to the sword god sect with him. He had been sent back by Lin Che's sword, but what of Nangong Mingwei? As this thought began to take root, a black spatial rift inexplicably emerged in the previously clear sky above him. It resembled a heavenly eye quietly opening in the firmament, revealing a girl clad in a green skirt. Qin Wentian, not daring to delay, rushed forward, his eyes moist, tears shimmering on his face as he called out into the void with deep emotion. He embraced the girl, lowering his gaze upon Nangong Mingwei, whose attire was tattered, eyes vacant. Murmuring something incoherently, his anger towards Lin Che reached a boiling point. The appearance of this spatial rift caused an immense uproar on the peak. Ji Luoyao, who was practicing nearby, cold as frost, sensed the disturbance immediately and rushed over. Upon arrival, she beheld their junior sister not only injured but also in tatters, and most importantly, the state of mind she was in at that moment. Instantly, both women cried out, "Junior sister, senior sister, it is all my fault. I did not protect Mingwei well enough." Qin Wentian lamented, engulfed in deep remorse, unable to face Ji Luoyao and Leng Rushuang. "Junior brother, what on earth happened? What has that beast Lin Che done to Mingwei?" Ji Luoyao inquired with a face full of grief and indignation. The sight of Nangong Mingyue's tattered clothing and the bloodstains on her face painted a grim picture of her ordeal. Ji Luoyao began to loathe herself. If not for her momentary compassion, how could this tragedy have unfolded? As Ji Luoyao sought to understand the details from Qin Wentian, Leng Rushuang began examining Nangong Mingyue's condition. A gentle azure spiritual energy enveloped her entirely. After confirming there were no physical ailments, she exhaled a deep breath of relief. The anger in her brows dissipated. Yet the thought of the morally depraved actions Lin Che might have inflicted upon Nangong Mingwei ignited her fury once more. "Sister Rushuang, is Mingwei all right?" Qin Wentian inquired, sharing his unfounded assumptions freely with Ji Luoyao. He then urgently asked Leng Rushuang about Nangong Mingyue's condition. Upon hearing this, Ji Luoyao's gaze shifted to Leng Rushuang as well. Leng Rushuang sighed softly. "Her body is unharmed, but I fear she may have suffered psychological trauma." These words, the temperature around them plummeted, frost forming upon the ground. What? That beast truly committed such a morally reprehensible act. Everything could only be clarified once Mingwei regained consciousness. Leng Rushuang still harbored a glimmer of hope, wishing that Lin Che, having watched her grow, would not stoop to such despicable deeds. But her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Ji Luoyao's cold voice. "This is the footage recorded by the Yinyang mirror, an irrefutable fact." Leng Rushuang instinctively took the Yinyang mirror, and upon witnessing Lin Che cleave the void with a sword, dragging Nangong Mingwei into the rift, her heart turned frigid. How should this matter be handled? After all, it concerned Nangong Mingyue's reputation. Regardless of the circumstances, she was a member of Zishu Peak, and should this become public, it would reflect poorly on both her and the Taiyi Holy Land. In an instant, Leng Rushuang found herself at a loss. This matter could only be settled privately, remaining by Mingyue's side to prevent her from doing anything rash upon awakening. Furthermore, this painful memory was not to be mentioned by anyone until Mingyue's emotions stabilized. "Senior sister, do you think brother's actions were an attempt to heal Sister Mingwei?" Qin Wentian feigned profundity. "Heal her? Junior brother, do not be foolish. He would erase you without a second thought. If it weren't for the fact that you were not in your corporeal form, you might very well have become a cold corpse by now." Leng Rushuang firmly extinguished that notion. Ji Luoyao did not linger further and departed for the holy hall. A quarter of an hour later, a graceful figure appeared at the entrance of the holy hall. "I have matters to discuss. I need to see the holy master." After the guards outside reported, Ji Luoyao hurriedly entered the hall. Just as she stepped in, a languid voice resonated. "Luoyao, the ceremony for the holy son's conferment cannot be rushed. Holy master, I did not come for that. I implore you to erase Lin Che's name from the Three Lives Monument entirely. And I hope you will place his name back on the bounty list. Each name inscribed on the Three Lives Monument of the Taiyi Holy Land represents a distinction, beyond denoting their status as prodigies of Taiyi Holy Land. It also signifies an imprint. The sole imprint unique to the Taiyi Holy Land, once removed, signifies that one can never re-enter Taiyi Holy Land again. As for being placed on the bounty list of the execution hall, it denotes that from henceforth, one shall be an enemy of Taiyi Holy Land. Upon hearing this, Ji Luoyao gasped, "Isn't this decision rather rash? We must consider what transpired in the trial grounds. Holy Master, I do not wish to interrupt you, but please take a look at the Yinyang mirror," Ji Luoyao interjected, producing the prepared Yinyang mirror and demonstrating the footage to Ziyue. Ziyue took the Yinyang mirror, her consciousness scanning the images, growing increasingly alarmed by Lin Che's exhibited power. As for the final scene, where a shadow resembling Lin Che engulfed Nangong Mingyue into the spatial rift, she paid it little heed. After all, within that rift existed spatial storms, and encountering them would mean certain death unless one were a true god. "Holy Master, please issue the final ultimatum. Lin Che is no longer a member of Zixiao Peak, nor is he the holy son of Taiyi Holy Land. You need not concern yourself with our feelings." Ji Luoyao observed the fluctuating expressions on Ziyue's face, assuming that as a woman, Ziyue was infuriated by Lin Che's actions. However, the next words from Ziyue left her utterly astonished. "Luoyao, the soul imprint on the Three Lives Monument requires an excessive amount of soul power. It is not worth the cost. As for placing him under bounty, there are considerable disputes surrounding this. It is better to postpone until matters regarding the trial grounds are clarified. Is Qin Wentian unharmed?" Only at the end did Ziyue recall the first scene in the footage, where Qin Wentian had been obliterated by Lin Che's sword intent. "Holy Master, have you possibly been bewitched by that beast Lin Che?" Ji Luoyao found it difficult to voice her concerns, as this pertained to Nangong Mingyue's reputation. Yet, the most critical point was something Ziyue utterly failed to notice, which only fueled Ji Luoyao's indignation. "Luoyao, I implore you to mind your words. This sovereign deems himself not yet senile, capable of discerning right from wrong. It is you who have recently grown somewhat negligent in your cultivation." Ji Luoyao was rendered speechless by a retort from Ziyue. Burdened with trifles, from preparing for Qin Wentian's grand coronation to now dealing with this troublesome matter, she found it challenging to concentrate on her training. Yet, are these matters truly of paramount importance? The crux lies in the reputation of her junior sister, Nangong Mingyue, as well as the fate of Lin Che's lifebound gu. Chapter 31. The Rejuvenation Pill. Are you well? Tianxuan, who had recently comprehended the indestructible sword intent, had sought to inform Lin Che in the desolate expanse outside the sword god sect. She discovered Lin Che, however. The Lin Che before her was unlike any she had previously encountered. His body convulsed violently, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a feral beast devoid of reason. Upon catching sight of Tianxuan, he lunged at her. Startled, she hastily raised her hand to defend herself. Lin Che sank his teeth into her delicate arm, fervently drawing her blood, a twisted satisfaction manifesting on his face. Tianxuan, overwhelmed by the pain radiating from her arm, instinctively cried out. The piercing scream momentarily jolted Lin Che back to his senses. He found himself staring at Tianxuan, whose beauty had been marred by fear. "If you're fine, please release me," Tianxuan gasped, observing Lin Che's unwavering grip on her arm, showing no inclination to let go. Striving to maintain her composure, she implored, "I beg your pardon, how did you come to be here?" Now regaining his clarity, Lin Che, noticing Tianxuan's lack of further inquiries, feigned normalcy as he posed his own question. "I have grasped the indestructible sword intent. What should I do next?" "Remove your mask." Tianxuan was taken aback, her heart reluctant, for since her disfigurement at the hands of Ji Luoyao, she had concealed herself with a mask. She lacked the courage to confront her own reflection in the bronze mirror, marred by grotesque scars. The request to unveil herself before a man felt excessively daunting. "If you refuse to remove the mask, then complete the remaining cultivation on your own and do not seek my counsel." Lin Che, sensing her hesitance, did not press further and prepared to depart, just as he raised his foot to leave. Tianxuan's resolute voice resonated behind him. "I will do it." With those words, Tianxuan cast aside her bronze mask, her knees buckling as she fell to the ground. Lin Che showed no mercy. He lifted the prepared bronze mirror and presented it to Tianxuan. The reflection revealed her disheveled hair and pale visage, marred by a lattice of fine scars, laying bare her disfigurement. "Are you satisfied now? Or do you still wish to mock me?" Since the moment Lin Che had instructed her to remove her mask, Ji Luoyao had harbored the belief that he sought to humiliate her. Just as she had endured countless similar humiliations since Ji Luoyao had deprived her of her innate sword bones, she had anticipated that Lin Che's offer of guidance would differ from others, only to find him no better than the rest. You have yet to dispel the demons within your heart. Concealing your face merely perpetuates the psychological torment inflicted by that person. If you remain fearful of her, reality shall only become more merciless. To Ji Luoyau's surprise, no mocking words escaped Lin Che's lips. A woman's confidence is often tied to her appearance. Perhaps her actions were fueled by jealousy. Furthermore, if one could procure a single beauty herb and refine it into a rejuvenation pill, it might restore your former visage. Lin Che's words caused Ji Luoyao, kneeling with tears staining her face, to whirl around, her beautiful eyes fixed intently upon him. In a choked voice, she implored, "Is what you say true? You do not deceive me." Having endured countless deceptions, she struggled to discern truth from falsehood. What benefit would I derive from deceiving you? By the way, if you wish to preserve your life, it would be prudent to forget the events that just transpired. The celestial fall curse was widely known, yet the existence of a life-bound goo within him remained concealed by the Taiyi sacred land. Thus, few were aware of this matter. His earlier actions were influenced by the goo, driving him uncontrollably to consume life essence. Ji Luoyao nodded vigorously. If you doubt me, I can swear an oath by heaven. She was perceptive, understanding the implication behind Lin Che's words, yet none of it mattered. Her existence was solely for vengeance, a cause for which she would willingly forsake her life. No need. I shall keep this mask. Lin Che retrieved the mask Ji Luoyao had discarded and donned it once more. He then strode confidently toward the estate. Ji Luoyao, her gaze vacant, watched Lin Che wear her mask until his figure faded from sight, prompting her to stomp her foot in frustration. Yet, in that instant, she felt her previous fixation on her appearance begin to wane. When shall we refine the rejuvenation pill? Ji Luoyao called out, her eyes fixed on Lin Che's retreating silhouette. At the Taiyi sacred land, atop Xixiao Peak, within the cave abode, Nangong Mingwei awoke, her complexion still pallid. What on earth transpired, and how did you get entangled in the spatial rift with Lin Che? Sister Mingwei, are you feeling any better? It is all my fault. Had I been more cautious, perhaps you wouldn't have. Qin Wentian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Junior brother, are you speaking the truth? Nangong Mingwei did not respond to the icy words of Leng Rushuang, but instead interrogated Qin Wentian. Seated by the bed, sister, what did I say? The Xianwang fruit. Did you truly consume and refine the Xianwang fruit to gain an impervious physique? Nangong Mingyue's eyes gleamed with a desperate need for confirmation. This left Qin Wentian feeling uneasy. He had never refined the Xianwang fruit. His ability to suppress the underworld poison relied solely on the blood-binding curse inscribed on his arm. Drawing upon the essence blood from Lin Che's celestial fall curse had fortuitously quelled the poison's onset. The Xianwang fruit was merely a fabrication he had conjured. Mingwei, what ails you? It was only through Wentian's source blood that your underworld poison could be contained. What is the meaning of this? If our junior brother has not refined the Xianwang fruit, how could his source blood save you? What then shall we make of this? Leng Rushuang, perceiving the skepticism in Nangong Mingyue's tone towards Qin Wentian, could not help but raise her voice. Qin Wentian appeared remorseful. Sister Rushuang, it's nothing. I was merely a stray picked up by our master from the foot of the mountain. My identity is already suspect. Sister Mingyue's doubt towards me is entirely justified. However, I truly did refine the Xianwang fruit. Is that so? But if that were the case, why does my underworld poison fail against him? Qin Wentian's tone made it difficult for Nangong Mingwei to press further. Yet if he were indeed telling the truth, what then of Lin Che? How could he disregard her underworld poison? Could it be that there were two Xianwang fruits? Nangong Mingwei shook her head. Deeming this improbable, one Xianwang fruit would already be a great fortune. The idea of two appearing simultaneously, both claimed by people from Xixiao Peak, seemed far-fetched. Mingwei, what precisely transpired in the spatial rift? Did that beast Lin Che do something heinous to you? Since Nangong Mingyue's awakening, Leng Rushuang had noticed her strange demeanor. Her fears had indeed materialized. Lin Che was truly despicable enough to commit such acts. As Leng Rushuang's mind raced with wild conjectures. A singular statement from Nangong Mingwei jolted her back to reality. Chapter 32. The Alchemy Hall. Lin Che also refined the Xianwang fruit. My underworld poison holds no sway over him, and I was ensnared in the spatial rift by my own doing. Nangong Mingyue's revelation sent Leng Rushuang's mind into disarray. Lin Che had also consumed the Xianwang fruit. When had the Xianwang fruit become as common as cabbage on the streets, accessible to all? Moreover, could it be that Nangong Mingwei had refrained from speaking of certain matters due to embarrassment? Upon reflection, she realized that, were she in Nangong Mingyue's position, having been mistreated by that rogue Lin Che, She too might feel a profound sense of shame. Sister, has our senior brother also refined the Xianwang fruit? No wonder your underworld poison has no effect on him. Gazing into Qin Wentian's innocent eyes, Nangong Mingwei felt a twinge of amusement. Her junior brother sincerely cared for her, yet she had allowed herself to doubt him based on the words of a thief. Mingwei, what matters most is that you are safe. In a few days, it will be our junior brother's coronation ceremony. Representatives from all the major sacred lands will be present, and naturally, Zixio Peak will not be absent. In response to Nangong Mingyue's evasive reply, Leng Rushuang chose not to expose her, but rather quietly attributed all these grievances to Lin Che, meticulously tallying each one. Once Qin Wentian ascended to the status of a prospective saint at the Taiyi Holy Land, her senior sister would erase Lin Che's name from the Three Lives Monument, thereby severing all ties between Lin Che and the Taiyi Holy Land. He would be forever barred from stepping foot within the sacred grounds. And with the power of the Holy Land at her disposal, she would find it as effortless as crushing an ant to extinguish Lin Che's life with but a flick of her finger. Nangong Mingwen nodded, but at that moment, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. It was not only the manifestation of the nether poison, something within her dantian seemed to awaken, turning her eyes a blood-red hue. Without a moment's hesitation, she grasped Qin Wentian's arm and sank her teeth into it. Mingwei, Sister Mingwei. Leng Rushuang had yet to comprehend the situation when Qin Wentian, enraged, realized that the corpse-controlling goo had gone berserk at this critical juncture. Undoubtedly influenced by the fateful goo within Lin Che. Damn it, this has ruined my plans. The purpose of their visit to the Sword God sect was to awaken the latent goo within Lin Che, exposing it publicly, but instead, he had inadvertently triggered the corpse-controlling goo hidden within Nangong Mingwei. Clearly, his plan now required hastening, with Nangong Mingyue's unreserved bite. Qin Wentian felt an overwhelming numbness consume his entire arm. Mingwei, why the sudden? Seeing Nangong Mingwei lose her sanity, Leng Rushuang swiftly produced 3 silver needles, deftly inserting them into various acupoints on Nangong Mingyue's body, with the 3 acupoints blocked by the needles. Her spiritual energy could no longer circulate, and her face instantly drained of color. Gradually regaining consciousness, she discovered a neat row of bite marks left on Qin Wentian's arm. What? What has happened to me? Sister, little junior brother, this was not my intention. You must believe me. I know not why I acted this way. At that moment, despair and helplessness clouded Nangong Mingyue's gaze as she curled up in a corner. Softly sobbing, Leng Rushuang, well-versed in medicine, quickly recognized the signs. Drawing a sharp breath, she declared, "It is a goo. You have been infected." Upon hearing these words, Nangong Mingyue's heart conjured the name of the one responsible for the goo. Lin Che, it must be him. There can be no mistake. He has meticulously plotted to usurp my cultivation. Concurrently, Leng Rushuang found the same name surfacing in her mind. Mingwei, although this concerns your privacy, I must inquire. Especially now that you have a goo planted within you. What transpired between you and Lin Che after you entered the spatial rift? Upon hearing this, Nangong Mingyue's body shuddered violently. Did her sister suspect her? Did she doubt her association with that despicable creature? Sister, I was alone when I entered the spatial rift, including the goo within me. I know not when it was implanted. You must believe me. How could I possibly be involved with such a person? Before Nangong Mingwei could finish her defense, Leng Rushuang retrieved the yin-yang mirror. The images preserved within it were displayed before her without reservation. As she beheld the final image, a figure reminiscent of Lin Che, she felt the world spinning around her. Her mind darkened, and she fainted into oblivion, within the external residence of the Sword God sect. After several days of interaction, Ji Ningxuang and Hua Yu's relationship had thawed from its previous frostiness. They would even occasionally engage in light conversation beyond the realm of cultivation. Elderland. Here are the 3-leaf swordgrass and the defining face herb you requested. Along with some other spiritual herbs en route. An elderly man clad in gray delivered the requisite spiritual herbs to Lin Che before taking his leave. Master, it's been nearly a week. When will you teach me swordsmanship? Xian Sha, having witnessed Lin Che's combat prowess, had been incessantly pestering him for sword training. Did I not mention? She is your sparring partner? You must first withstand 10 moves from her with this iron sword before progressing to the next stage. Lin Che, lacking any techniques to teach Xian Sha, tossed him a regular iron sword and proceeded towards the alchemy hall with the freshly acquired herbs. Master, where are you going? Do you need a bodyguard? I would be suitable for the role. As Lin Che prepared to depart, Xian Sha hastily grasped his sleeve. To the alchemy hall. Lead the way. You all should follow along and learn something, this time. Lin Che intended to use the defining face herb to concoct a beauty-restoring elixir for Ji Ningxuang. Xiansha's earlier remarks had reminded him that he could not use his cultivation freely at present. Thus, a loyal personal bodyguard was essential. If he could restore Ji Luoyau's cultivation swiftly, he would have an easier time, no longer needing to handle everything personally. At your command, Master. Xiansha, eager to flatter, strutted behind Lin Che. By the way, Master, you can concoct pills? Why have you never mentioned this before? On the way, Xiansha was like a curious child, asking questions left and right. Before long, they arrived at the alchemy hall. The strength of a sect is primarily contingent upon its leader and, secondly, its alchemists. The higher the rank of the alchemists, the more formidable the sect's capabilities, as cultivators require elixirs to assist their advancement. At this time, a powerful alchemist dictates the overall strength of the sect's disciples. The Sword God sect, straddling the line between second-tier and third-tier forces, had its highest-ranking alchemist, the Hall Master of the Alchemy Hall. Who was a fifth-tier master alchemist? Inside the hall, disciples spotted Lin Che and his companions from a distance, promptly notifying the Hall Master, Jiangchen, of their arrival. Oh, Elder Lin, what brings him here? I was unaware he possessed any aptitude for alchemy. Chapter 33, The Planning of Gu's Sister. This is the situation. On Zixiao Peak, within Nangong Mingyue's cave dwelling, Leng Rushuang relayed the truth to her senior sister, Ji Luoyao. Upon hearing this, Ji Luoyao's fists clenched tightly. The sound of her knuckles cracking echoing in the air, she could hardly contain her rage, wishing to eliminate Lin Che on the spot. How dare he plant Gu on those close to them without their knowledge? Is there any way to extract the Gu? Ji Luoyao posed her most pressing question. If they could extract the Gu, it would serve as irrefutable evidence, and Lin Che would surely face the wrath of numerous factions in the Great Wilderness region. Becoming a historical pariah of the Taiyi Holy Land, Leng Rushuang shook her head. The Gu has taken root in the Dantian, and from what I understand, it has been in place for quite some time. Attempting to remove it would likely jeopardize Mingyue's cultivation. Upon hearing this, Ji Luoyao nearly ground her teeth to dust, the veins on her forehead bulging, her rage threatening to erupt at any moment. Why? How could that person be so despicable? Ever since our master passed, it was we few sisters who raised him. It was one thing to be cursed by the fallen immortal spell during the trial grounds. Yet he even framed our little junior brother. When Nangong Mingyue's nether poison manifested, we were enraged but did not intervene, and now he resorts to utilizing the corpse-controlling Gu to usurp our sister's cultivation. What kind of mentality drives such madness? Is he utterly deranged? Can we estimate the approximate timeline? Furthermore, will the removal of the Gu from Mingyue's body not only damage her cultivation but also endanger her life? It will, replied Leng Rushuang. This corpse-controlling Gu has already taken root in Sister Mingyue's Dantian, and as time passes, it has consumed a significant portion of her Dantian. If we attempt to remove it abruptly, it is likely that Sister Mingyue will die alongside the Gu's disappearance. Before Leng Rushuang could finish, Qin Wentian interjected, the most critical aspect is that the corpse-controlling Gu has yet to fully mature, and is not yet capable of sustaining Nangong Mingyue's poison. Attempting to remove it now would be futile. That is not the outcome I desire. Upon hearing Qin Wentian's response, Leng Rushuang was momentarily taken aback. As her knowledge of Gu was limited, she had initially thought Qin Wentian's answer was somewhat ambiguous, but now, upon his explanation, she felt a sense of clarity. Little junior brother, I did not expect you to have such expertise in Gu. Leng Rushuang was elated. Qin Wentian, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head. It's just remnants from ancient texts that my senior brother burned. It's not much. Meanwhile, Ji Luoyao's expression grew even colder, realizing how deeply Lin Che had concealed his true self. His actions were meticulous and without flaw. However, thanks to their diligent little junior brother, who had not overlooked even the remnants, she feared she might have made an irreversible decision. With this thought, her disdain for Lin Che transformed into outright hatred. Watching Ji Luoyao's face shift between shades of green and white, Leng Rushuang softly inquired, Sister, what shall we do next? Find a way to confirm this matter, then let the Holy Master announce it to the Great Wilderness region. I wish to see which faction would dare to shelter him once this affair comes to light. As for Mingyue, I entrust her care to you and the little junior brother. Notify me immediately upon her awakening. Before departing, Ji Luoyao cast a fleeting glance at Nangong Mingyue, who lay on the bed, her delicate face as pale as frost. Leng Rushuang and Qin Wentian nodded in acknowledgement. At the Sword God sect's alchemy hall. Elder Lin, might I inquire how many tiers of elixirs you intend to concoct? My subordinates are all elite alchemists. Jiangchen, who had long been overshadowed by Lin Che's identity, was eager to showcase his abilities now that an opportunity had finally arisen. particularly in what he believed to be his strongest field. Lin Che's lips curled slightly. Sixth grade revitalizing pill. As the words fell, even the alchemists surrounding him, who were eager to demonstrate their prowess, felt their hearts constrict. Jiang Chun, the hall master, instinctively believed he had misheard. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he asked again, Elder Lin, what grade of elixir do you wish to refine? Hey, old Jiang, are you hard of hearing? My master stated that he wishes to concoct the 6th grade revitalizing pill. Before Lin Che could respond, Xian Sha, standing beside him, answered with an air of confidence, as if it were he, not Lin Che, who possessed the ability to create 6th grade elixirs. Buzz. The onlookers erupted in disbelief. Did I hear that correctly? Someone intends to refine a 6th grade elixir? One recalled. Wasn't the hall master only able to break through to 5th grade alchemist last year? Indeed, the last time the hall master opened the furnace. He produced the 5th grade Dragon Force pill. So what are they doing in the alchemy hall, aiming for 6th grade elixirs? Among the alchemists, some were merely apprentices, but they were aware of the arduous journey of alchemy. Ji Luoyao, who had been trailing Lin Che at a distance of 3 meters, felt an inexplicable stirring in her heart upon hearing the term revitalizing pill, although she had removed her mask and dared to confront her true self. Deep down, she still recoiled from the peculiar glances cast upon her by others. After all, what woman does not cherish beauty? What astonished her was the revelation that the revitalizing pill was indeed a 6th grade elixir, which led her to question whether Lin Che could truly concoct such a potion. After spending days together, she had not perceived any alchemical talent in him. Yu, too, sensed the scrutiny from those around her. She clutched Lin Che's sleeve a little tighter. Elder Lin, you're not joking, are you? Refining a 6th grade elixir? Is there a problem? Lin Che maintained his calm demeanor in the face of skepticism. Our hall's highest-ranking alchemist is merely a 5th grade master. If Elder Lin truly wishes to refine a 6th grade elixir, it would require your personal intervention. The alchemy hall can offer no assistance, Jiang Chen said with an exasperated shrug. Perhaps he thought Lin Che had yet to recover from his departure from the Taiyi sacred land. For forces of that caliber, 6th grade elixirs were a triviality, but for the sword god sect, 5th grade was already the limit. Rest assured, I merely need to borrow the alchemy furnace used by Hall Master Jiang. There is no need for further trouble, Lin Che remarked, exuding a calm confidence that Jiang Chen could distinctly sense. An incredulous thought emerged in his mind. Could it be that Lin Che truly possessed the ability to concoct elixirs? After a considerable pause, Jiang Chen finally regained his composure. Please, follow me. Lin Che nodded and complied. Just as Xian Sha and the others hesitated, contemplating whether to follow. Let us go. It's an opportunity to broaden our horizons. A voice urged. Ji Luoyao and Hua Yu exchanged determined glances and resolutely trailed behind Lin Che, while Xian Sha dashed to the forefront. Alchemy. Alchemy. Chapter 34. Bottleneck. Have I been too impatient? Before the Three Lives Monument, Ji Luoyao discovered that despite channeling her soul power, she could not erase the characters inscribed by Lin Che. Logically, after cultivating the Wuji sword body over the past few years, she should have experienced a qualitative leap in both her swordsmanship and soul. Yet, why was she unable to even eliminate a portion of the strokes? It seemed she had inadvertently brushed against a barrier, a bottleneck on her path of cultivation. Her swordsmanship had stagnated without her realizing it, and her soul power had ceased to grow. I refuse to believe this. Ji Luoyao attempted once more to activate her soul, this time pushing her soul power to its utmost, manifesting divine radiance that enveloped her entire being. A sword mark appeared on her forehead, and a diminutive figure meditated within it, unleashing a domineering surge of soul power against the Three Lives Monument. In that instant, it felt as though something rebounded upon her. The soul power intended to erase Lin Che's inscriptions was wholly reflected back onto Ji Luoyao. The figure within the sword mark on her forehead began to crack, hinting at an impending shatter. Simultaneously, her expression contorted with pain as blood trickled from her lips, leaving streaks down her beautiful visage. Her eyes brimmed with shock. In her attempt to erase Lin Che's name from the Three Lives Monument, she had inadvertently trespassed upon a certain taboo. Within her chest, 2 golden sword bones adorned with sword path runes felt suppressed by an unseen force, rendering them incapable of unleashing their might. What method had Lin Che employed to engrave such inscriptions? Before she could finish her thoughts, another warm mouthful of blood escaped her. She attempted to force herself to stand but collapsed again due to the strain of her injuries. With bloodstains on her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes were filled with unwillingness. Saintess, are you all right? From behind the Three Lives Monument, a humble, elderly man approached Ji Luoyao, leaning on a cane, and respectfully inquired, Who are you? In response to the saintess, I am but a servant named Ji, tasked by the past saint lords to guard the Three Lives monument, he replied, his tone tinged with weariness. What special significance does the name on the monument hold? And why can Lin Che's name not be erased? Ji Luoyao queried after hearing his introduction. Those who leave their names upon the monument represent unparalleled prodigies capable of bearing the sacred land's fortunes. Saint's son Lin Che inscribed his name at the age of 9, drawing the attention of the spirit within the monument, leading to a contract. Hence, unless the spirit consents, no one else may forcibly erase it. Otherwise, they shall suffer a backlash, Ji elucidated for Ji Luoyao. However, upon hearing that Lin Che had inscribed his name at just 9 years old, Ji Luoyao felt a pang of discomfort. She had only managed to leave her mark at the age of 19. Did that not imply that Lin Che's cultivation had matched her own at 19? Yet, Lin Che had only ever shown slightly superior talent compared to her. Could it be that he had been concealing his true abilities all along? Possessing 2 innate sword bones, Ji Luoyao had always believed herself unrivaled among her peers. She had thought Lin Che merely had a slight edge in comprehension, but nothing beyond that. What kind of contract did he sign? What level of strength must I attain to gain the spirit's acknowledgement, to achieve sword and human unity, where I am the sword, and the sword is me, the ultimate realm of swordsmanship? Ji responded. At these words, Ji Luoyao felt a tempest of emotion surge within her. She suddenly recalled Lin Che's earlier remark. You rely too heavily on your innate sword bones. Your swordsmanship is flawed. If you cannot relinquish the sword bones, you are destined to struggle in your pursuit of sword path mastery. At the time, she had dismissed his words, but now, years later, she found herself still stuck at the spirit realm of swordsmanship, having yet to even grasp the essence of sword principles. Could it be? He must have intended to undermine her, which is why he said such things. Innate sword bones were the dreams of countless sword cultivators. Possessing sword bone runes equated to a head start in comprehending sword intent. In the path of swordsmanship, being a step ahead meant being perpetually ahead. This led Ji Luoyao to recall Lin Che's actions regarding the curse within Nangong Mingwei, further solidifying her belief that Lin Che aimed to destroy her. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I shall take my leave. Ji Luoyao, bearing her grievous injuries, departed from the Three Lives monument. Before long, Leng Rushuang and the others, standing vigil by Nangong Mingwei's side, witnessed Ji Luoyao collapse at the entrance, overwhelmed by the burden. Sister, 2 voices echoed in unison. Nangong Mingwei, lying on the bed, found herself ensnared in an endless cycle of dreams. Revisiting her childhood, lonely and helpless, silently enduring the torment of the nether poison. Time and again, she brushed against death until she met Lin Che, who ventured into forbidden lands to seek treasures for her. Yet each time, the image of Lin Che's figure in the Yinyang mirror and Leng Rushuang's cold, condemnatory words resurfaced in her mind. She's cursed. Gosh, I too will become a cursed cultivator. Despised by all in the great wilderness, that I will be expelled from the Taiyi sacred land, becoming the next Lin Che. With such thoughts, Nangong Mingwei was reluctant to awaken. Sister, the injury is grave, we must treat her first. The two helped Ji Luoyao onto the cold jade bed, beginning to channel their spiritual power to heal her wounds. Half an hour later, Ji Luoyao gradually regained consciousness, but the backlash from her soul power had been too overwhelming, leaving her spirit shaken. Where am I, sister? You're awake. Are you feeling better? Who did this to you? It is essential to note that Ji Luoyao possesses the pinnacle cultivation of the celestial phenomenon realm, ranking 9th on the Great Wilderness Azure Cloud rankings, with few rivals among the younger generation. The fact that she has sustained such severe injuries is quite unfathomable. I am fine. It was my own doing. Has Mingwei not yet awakened? I have a few matters I wish to inquire of her. Ji Luoyao's voice remained exceedingly frail. The wounds of the soul are often more arduous to heal than those of the flesh. Moreover, should lingering afflictions remain, they may not be apparent at present, but will undoubtedly resurface when one strives for higher realms in the future. Alas, the goo within Mingwei has settled down, yet she remains unconscious, and I am at a loss for the reason. Leng Rushuang can only remedy physical ailments but is incapable of addressing deeper emotional scars. This is the first time she has encountered such symptoms in Nangong Mingwei. You have endured much, junior sister. By the way, the ceremony for the junior brother's conferral will soon take place. Have you informed Ruoli and Qiqing? On Zhixiu Peak, there are 7 individuals, including Lin Che. And now Qin Wentian is about to be conferred as a quasi-holy son. The other 2, who are traveling abroad, should also be returning. Yes, I have sent word to them that Ruoli's eye technique has reached great mastery. She can perceive the hearts of others. When she returns, she may well be able to cure Mingwei, Leng Rushuang remarked, as though recalling something. The celestial eye has reached its peak. It seems there will be considerable changes in this year's Azure Cloud rankings. Chapter 35. Pill Formation in the Alchemy Hall. An expansive alchemical chamber was filled with alchemists, from young apprentices to those of the third and fourth ranks. They had come in droves, eager to witness the alchemical endeavors of the holy son of the Taiyi sacred land. It was rumored that Lin Che excelled in swordsmanship, medicine, and poison. However, it had not been mentioned that he also practiced alchemy. Some were there to confirm the truth of the rumors, while others harbored hopes of witnessing Lin Che's potential failure. This alchemical chamber was the domain of the hall master, Jiangchen, who usually conducted his alchemical practices here. Lin Che did not rush to ignite the furnace as they had imagined. Instead, he gently caressed the alchemical cauldron. Ensuring its quality would withstand the flames without exploding. He began by preparing the materials for the youth-retaining pill, requiring not only the core ingredient, the fixed-face herb, but also 3 supplementary herbs before commencing the process. The onlookers, although varying in experience, could at least be deemed alchemists to some degree. As they observed Lin Che meticulously inspect everything, a cluster of purple flames ignited in his palm, igniting an inexplicable anticipation within them. Could it be that he truly possesses the ability to concoct pills? He does not appear to be deceiving us. The flames emanating from his hand seemed authentic. He must possess considerable skill. However, to assert that he could produce 6th-grade pills seems somewhat fantastical. Let us wait and see. Some had begun to accept Lin Che's identity as an alchemist, yet they remained skeptical about his ability to produce 6th-grade pills. Behind Lin Che, Hua Yu, and the other 3 were anxious, their palms slick with sweat, for they deemed Lin Che already extraordinary. Yet alchemy differs from cultivation. It demands immense energy, accrued experience, and vast resources of spiritual stones, making the profession of alchemist the most financially taxing of all. Should one succeed, the rewards are considerable, and the status of an alchemist is highly esteemed within the cultivation realm. A 6th-grade alchemist would be treated with respect even by the leaders of first-rate factions, while a 7th-grade alchemist would likely attract the attention of major sacred lands. Nonetheless, Lin Che remained unfazed by external distractions, fully immersed in his alchemical pursuits. His control over the flames and the proportions of the herbs were impeccable. Ultimately, after half an hour, the crowd was first greeted by an enchanting aroma wafting from the pill, only to be jolted back to reality by a resounding thunderclap. Pill thunder. Is this pill not merely 6th grade? Fools, if pill thunder has been summoned, it is certainly not an ordinary 6th-grade pill. Everyone, take cover, a voice cried out in the crowd. Following this, another bolt of pill thunder struck down. The protective formation hastily arranged by the alchemy hall to prevent disturbance to the alchemist shattered into fragments. At that moment, the youth-retaining pill erupted from the cauldron, soaring into the heavens as if to spiritualize itself. Goodness, my master is actually a pill master. Our sword god sect has struck gold with a 7th-grade pill master. Am I dreaming? In my lifetime, I have encountered such a young pill master. Jiang Chen's mouth hung agape, his eyes wide in disbelief. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Che seized the nearby Xian Sha and hurled him aside with a swift motion. Bring back the pill, otherwise, do not return. Lin Che's next words sent chills down the spines of those unfamiliar with him, prompting many to silently mourn for Xian Sha. After all, Xian Sha was somewhat renowned within the sword god sect, possessing formidable swordsmanship talent. However, that was pill thunder. Who would dare to withstand it? Aside from those adept in thunder cultivation or body cultivation. Che, will Xian Sha be all right? Jining Xue, who had kept her distance from Lin Che, felt a twinge of relief and a twitch at the corner of her mouth upon witnessing the scene. Xian Sha, having been flung away, was caught unprepared. Master, I am frightened, he exclaimed, as the pill thunder loomed ever closer. The truth was that everyone had misjudged Lin Che, including the sect leader of the sword god sect, as they were unaware that Xian Sha bore within him the seal of 9 sword energies. The only conditions for unsealing these energies were pill thunder or other external pressures, and the nature of these sword energies was aligned with the essence of thunder. Boom. Xian Sha was unable to mount any defense before he was struck, leaving him paralyzed and unconscious, plummeting towards the ground like a kite with its string severed. Xian Sha is the beloved disciple of Lord Dugu. This is disastrous. Look, it is a 6th-grade pill. What 6th grade? After being cleansed by pill thunder, it has already ascended to 7th grade. The commotion within the alchemy hall naturally drew the attention of the main hall, i.e. the grand hall of the sword god sect. Sect leader, Holy Sun Lin has moved to the alchemy hall to concoct pills, summoning pill thunder. So it is him. I was puzzled as to why Elder Jiang had only just broken through to 5th grade last year. Let us go and take a look. Nearby, Some third-rate factions also sensed a potent aura of thunder. Above the alchemy hall, Lin Che held the youth-retaining pill, gazing at the 3 intricate patterns on its surface. A flicker of delight crossing his countenance. By writes, the youth-retaining pill should only be a 6th-grade pill, insufficient to attract pill thunder, but the one in his hand transcended 6th grade, qualifying as 7th grade. Moreover, the youth-retaining pill adorned with 3 patterns was of superior quality even among 7th-grade pills. Lin Che supported the charged Xian Sha with one hand and prepared to step outside when a voice called from the entrance. Holy Son, your talent is unparalleled. Who would have thought that not only do you exhibit extraordinary prowess in cultivation, but your aptitude in alchemy also leaves others in the dust? Although Xiao Ming's words bore a hint of flattery, they were nonetheless truthful. Looking across the entire great wilderness domain, Lin Che stood alone in his brilliance. Initially, he had refrained from extending an olive branch to Lin Che due to the Taiyi sacred land. But now he sought to gamble for the future of the Sword God sect. Sect leader, you just by the way, have you considered the matter of the Dragon Eye? Lin Che's primary purpose in coming to the Sword God sect was to seek the Dragon Eye for Huayu. His display of alchemical talent, aside from concocting the youth-retaining pill, was also a means to demonstrate his value to Xiao Ming. The recent alchemical endeavors had even drawn the attention of the fallen immortal curse, reminding him that his time was limited. Haha, a trivial matter. If the Holy Sun desires it, I shall send someone to procure it immediately. Thank you, sect leader. I am somewhat fatigued from my alchemical endeavors today. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Lin Che, fearing that lingering any longer might reveal his unusual condition to Xiao Ming and the others, hurriedly led Huayu and the others away from the alchemy hall. Very well. Xiao Ming merely uttered that one word before dispatching someone to retrieve the Dragon Eye. He had previously conferred with the Elder Council, deciding that if a single Dragon Eye could win Lin Che's favor, it would be an invaluable investment. Now, Lin Che's performance had exceeded their expectations. Chapter 36. Turbulence. At this point, the disciples of the alchemy hall remained in a daze, as if the events of the day prior had been but a dream. The following day, at the entrance of Lin Che's residence, a figure knelt. You mean to say that yesterday's hall master Jiang is now kneeling at the entrance? Upon hearing Ji Ningxua's words, Lin Che quickly grasped the situation. Let us not dwell on that. Take this pill and consume it. After last night's adjustment, Lin Che regained his spirits and presented the 7th grade beauty-restoring pill to Ji Ningxian. As Ji Ningxuan accepted the pill with both hands, she felt as though everything that had transpired was somewhat surreal. It is worth noting that she had her innate sword bones extracted, losing her cultivation and having her appearance marred, a torment that had persisted for a full 5 years. Throughout these 5 years, she had hovered on the brink of mental collapse, feigning madness to protect herself, surviving in such a manner. She had believed that her life would continue in this manner indefinitely. For her enemies were overwhelmingly powerful, so powerful that they instilled a profound sense of despair within her. The Dehuang domain boasted the most formidable forces, possessing boundless resources. Even a pig could soar to great heights, let alone her adversary, who possessed her 2 sword bones and was a wielder of the limitless sword body. Their unparalleled talent and swordsmanship was legendary, plunging her further into despair. Yet, just as she contemplated surrendering, Lin Che's appearance and the technique within her consciousness ignited a flicker of hope within her heart. Now, with the 7th grade pill cradled in her palm, it was a potion that could only be refined by the sanctum. Reflecting upon all this, tears streamed down her face. She fell to her knees before Lin Che, recognizing that he had granted her all of this, including the hope for vengeance. There is no need for such gestures. I have stated that my assistance is not without reason. Now, it is best to consume the beauty-restoring pill promptly. Keeping a 7th grade pill on your person may incite envy among others. Human hearts are treacherous, particularly within such sections. Upon hearing this, Ji Ningxuan felt a slight comfort. After swallowing the pill, she gazed into the bronze mirror and witnessed her face beginning to shed its skin. Ultimately, the reflection that emerged within the mirror was that of a fair and delicate visage, with skin as tender as that of an infant. Overcome with joy, Ji Ningxuan caressed her newly rejuvenated skin, her lovely countenance betraying her excitement. Thank you, she expressed sincerely, regardless of Lin Che's motivations. He had always helped her. Remember, restoring your appearance is to dispel your inner demons. Seeking revenge requires more than just an appealing exterior. With this parting remark, Lin Che exited the room. Master Jiang, what are you doing? I implore you, Holy Son, to accept this old man as your disciple. Otherwise, I shall kneel here indefinitely. After a night of deep contemplation, Jiangchen resolved to relinquish his dignity as the leader and his identity as a 5th grade alchemist to apprentice under Lin Che and learn the art of alchemy. Apprenticeship, that is unnecessary. If Master Jiang is interested in the art of alchemy, We can engage in mutual discussion. Upon hearing this, Jiangchen was momentarily taken aback but soon felt a surge of joy. Holy Son, are you speaking the truth, Master Jiang? I have already mentioned that I am no longer the Holy Son of the Taiyi Sacred Land. You may call me Lin Che. Is it not merely the art of alchemy? If you have any uncertainties, feel free to voice them. Lin Che bore none of the airs of a holy son. He was humble and amiable. Jiangchen could not fathom why someone like him would be treated so by the sacred land. Then I shall not hold back. Jiangchen, captivated by alchemy, despite his limited talent, was undeterred in his passion. Moreover, having long aspired to higher levels of alchemical skill, after witnessing Lin Che's prowess firsthand, he found himself unable to sleep and promptly made his way to Lin Che's abode at dawn to request instruction in alchemy. The two engaged in discussion for half the day. It was not until the afternoon that Jiangchen left, brimming with newfound knowledge. On this day, the Sword God sect was abuzz, for they had anticipated Lin Che would offer various excuses to evade engagement. Yet he not only eschewed the airs of a holy son but also took Jiangchen's feelings into account. This was entirely contrary to their expectations of a prodigy. As night fell, Xin Sha, recently struck by lightning, began to frolic about once more. You too, come to the back mountain. The lightning strike had unsealed 2 strands of the sword energy within Xin Sha, while Ji Luoyao, having dispelled her inner demons, made rapid progress in her swordsmanship. It seemed her body had once borne 2 innate sword bones, leaving remnants of sword intent runes within her, thus granting her a far superior starting point than others. However, this time, Lin Che intended for her to pursue a path of the indomitable sword body, rather than that of the 2 bones. The sword bones that Ji Luoyao had seized from Tianxuan were flawlessly obtained by him. And Ji Luoyao also possessed the limitless sword body. Should Tianxuan tread the old path, her defeat would be inevitable. Only by honing the indomitable sword body could she surpass her opponent. Master, are you finally going to begin my training? Bring it on. I am ready to face the tempest. Xin Sha, unfazed by yesterday's events, bore no grudge against Lin Che, feeling an odd sensation that the sword energy within him had grown stronger post-lightning strike. Ji Luoyao arrived at a similar conclusion in recent days. As she grasped the indomitable sword intent, she also comprehended the remnants of sword intent left by the 2 bones. Though her cultivation had only just entered the foundational realm, it far surpassed that of an ordinary return-to-origin realm practitioner. Lin Che said little. Upon reaching the back mountain, he set up a formation for the 2 to spar. Master, fighting her presents no challenge. Besides, I do not strike women. Upon hearing this, Ji Luoyao swiftly dashed to Xin Sha's side and knocked him over with a kick. She is at the first level of the foundational realm. When did this happen? Xin Sha stammered, having heard tales of Ji Luoyao's exploits, believing her cultivation to be completely lost. When had she attained the foundational realm? Could it be due to that 7th grade pill? He seemed to realize something and tightened his grip on his iron sword, his gaze fixed firmly on Ji Luoyao, wary and cautious. In response, Lin Che propped his hands behind his head and strolled away leisurely. At the Taiyi Sacred Land, the Holy Master inquired, I have heard that a master alchemist has emerged from the Sword God sect. Should we attempt to recruit him? The Sword God sect was an affiliated sect of the Taiyi Sacred Land, and all disturbances were under its control. What grade? Ziyue did not seem too concerned. The Sacred Land had no fewer than 10 master alchemists. 7th grade. Has he just entered the ranks of master alchemists? Inquire if he is willing. If not, you may handle it as you see fit. A middle-aged man reported recent events from the Sword God sect to Ziyue. Master, the master alchemist is the Holy Son. Or rather, Lin Shixiang. After some contemplation, the middle-aged man relayed the specifics to Ziyue. That Lin Shixiang? Ziyue paused for a moment upon hearing Lin Che's name. Lin Che has talent in alchemy? A 7th grade master alchemist? When did this happen? How come I was unaware? She was taken aback. Are you certain he refined a 7th grade beauty-restoring pill? Upon hearing the term beauty-restoring pill, Ziyue's eyes lit up. No woman would ever think herself too beautiful. Especially not someone like Ziyue, who had cultivated for over a millennium. Her skin required meticulous care. Indeed, it is said to have been crafted for a woman. Investigate this woman's identity thoroughly and approach him with courteous words. Be cautious. That young man responds better to gentle persuasion than force. Chapter 37. The Ungrateful Wolf Senior Sister. Regarding your injury, perhaps we should seek the assistance of a master alchemist from the sect to refine a soul-condensing pill? Otherwise, prolonging the matter may lead to serious complications. Leng Rushuang, as a 5th grade medical saint, possessed a keen insight. She believed Ji Luoyao needed to procure a 7th grade soul-condensing pill to eliminate the hidden dangers within her body. Upon hearing this, Ji Luoyao immediately shook her head. The materials for a soul-condensing pill were hard to come by, and anything related to the soul was deemed a treasure, even within the Taiyi sacred land. Finding one in a short time was unrealistic. Senior sister, I recall that senior brother once refined a calming soul pill. It should be. As he spoke, Qin Wentian rose to head to his dwelling. The very place Lin Che had once occupied. He rummaged through every corner, ultimately finding nothing. Seeing Qin Wentian hastily leave, only to return empty-handed, Ji Luoyao could not help but ask, "Junior brother, where did you go?" "Senior sister, I remember that senior brother had refined a calming soul pill, and he must have taken it with him. Junior brother, why do you still hold hope for that scoundrel? He has caused great harm to your third senior sister." As she spoke, Cold Rushuang cast a sidelong glance at Nan Gong Mingwei, who lay on the bed without any signs of awakening. Upon hearing Lin Che's name, her gaze turned as cold as ice. Ji Luoyao, however, felt a twinge of regret. Regardless of grade or efficacy, the calming soul pill surpassed the soul-condensing pill. If she could obtain one, her soul's injuries from the 3 life monuments backlash would heal swiftly. Moreover, what alchemical talent could he possibly possess? Even if he grasped a bit of alchemy, it was all taught to him by Qin Sheng. The calming soul pill that you saw was likely crafted by Qin Sheng out of concern that he might overexert his soul power during the refining process. Cold Rushuang spoke as if she were well acquainted with Lin Che, addressing Qin Wentian. Unbeknownst to her, not only was Lin Che's alchemical skill his own, but he had also sourced the materials for the calming soul pill from the secret realm. However, on my way to search for the calming soul pill, I overheard a fellow disciple mention that senior brother refined a 7th-grade beauty-restoring pill at the Sword God sect. So I surmised that the calming soul pill I previously saw must also have been refined by him. Qin Wentian shrugged innocently, revealing the truth. Upon hearing this, Ji Luoyao furrowed her brows, a hint of astonishment flashing in her eyes. However, considering her junior sister, Mo Chi-chung, was an 8th-grade master alchemist, it seemed reasonable that Lin Che could also be a 7th-grade one. 7th grade? Isn't a beauty-restoring pill merely a 6th-grade elixir? He foolishly believed that by concocting a beauty-enhancing elixir, we would have a change of heart and welcome him back. How laughable. Leng Rushuang, revered as the saint of medicine, possesses a profound understanding of alchemical concoctions. Thus, when Qin Wentian mentioned that Lin Che had produced a 7th-grade beauty elixir, she found it somewhat contradictory. She had just overheard someone mention that her senior brother had provoked the alchemical thunder. And recently, several members of the Alchemist Guild had extended olive branches to him. That treacherous individual, lacking the foundation of a sacred place, must be rather short on resources now, wouldn't he? Leng Rushuang continued her biting sarcasm. In her eyes, Lin Che was precisely that sort of person. Senior sister, I wish to try, regardless of whether that soul-calming elixir remains in my senior brother's possession. For Qin Wentian, acquiring the soul-calming elixir was imperative. Otherwise, if Ji Luoyao suffered further consequences from this soul backlash, it could lead to flaws in her swordsmanship, which would be detrimental. He required a flawless path of the sword. Halt. You shall not go. Have you forgotten how your senior sister has been harmed by him? Just as Qin Wentian was about to leave, Ji Luoyao's voice rang out, halting him. But senior sister, your injury, it matters not. Your 5th senior sister will return within 3 days. In the meantime, we must gather the necessary medicinal materials for the condensing soul elixir. Let her handle the refining. There is no need to plead with that scoundrel. Ultimately, Qin Wentian nodded in agreement. For 3 days, he diligently sought medicinal materials, yet they were still lacking the primary ingredient, the soul-refining herb. Mo Chi-chung had also encountered an urgent matter en route, causing delays. Thus, he gazed towards the Sword God sect, as if having made a resolute decision. However, all of his actions were observed by Ji Luoyao. The Sword God sect's outer sect. Lin Che's residence had recently attracted the attention of numerous prominent figures. Even the esteemed elders of the Alchemist Guild had personally come to invite Lin Che to join their ranks. The Alchemist Guild, formed by a collective of alchemists from the Great Wasteland region, only accepted alchemists and sought to discover those with potential within the region. It was held in high esteem, affection, and protection by various powers throughout the Great Wasteland. One could say that upon joining the guild, any alchemist of boundless potential would receive personal training from the guild leader. In their eyes, Lin Che undeniably possessed such potential. Among the vast expanse of the Sword God sect's alchemy hall, over 300 alchemists, only Jiang Chun, the hall master, had joined the guild, and even he was merely an ordinary member. Given Jiang Chen's age and talent, it was clear that he had reached his limit in potential. Lin Che, however, was a 7th grade alchemist under 20 years old. In both alchemy and swordsmanship, as well as cultivation, talent was of utmost importance, and the younger one was, the faster they could cultivate. In their eyes. As long as Lin Che exerted a little more effort, he could ascend to a higher level within a few years. Master Wang, your words shall be carefully considered, and I will provide you with a response in due time. This was what Lin Che said as he bid farewell to the visitors. He did not act with the airs of a prodigy. He had no desire to join the Alchemist Guild. Nor did he have the time to devote to alchemy. With the celestial fall curse afflicting him, his cultivation had diminished through recent exertions, reaching the great perfection of the condensed pill realm. Alchemy was not the life he yearned for. He merely wished to live freely and joyfully for the time he had left. Master, a man claiming to be your junior brother has come to visit. Do you wish to meet him? Upon hearing Xiansha's words, Lin Che's mind instantly conjured the loathsome visage of Qin Wentian. No need to meet. Upon speaking, Lin Che continued, Junior brother, I hope you are well. I have come bearing gifts. A man dressed in a dark blue robe pushed open the courtyard door and spoke enthusiastically. Is that so? Once the gift is delivered, may I take my leave? Lin Che casually accepted the spatial ring offered by Qin Wentian and tossed it onto the ground, instructing Xiansha to see the guest out. Lin Che, is this how you treat your junior brother? I am utterly disappointed. I had thought that after this period of tempering, your disposition would have mellowed. Yet you have only grown more obstinate. Do you know the extent of the harm you have caused Mingwei? And now, your junior brother has brought you a gift. An astonishing woman, clad in white and untainted by dust, spoke, but her words elicited no warmth. She reprimanded Lin Che in a tone befitting a senior. Closing his eyes, Lin Che recognized her instantly. Ji Luoyao, once the sister he held in the highest regard. Have you finished speaking? Lin Che replied, Is this how you choose to converse with me? My sisters and I have truly wasted our efforts on you. You are nothing but an ungrateful wolf. Ji Luoyao's frustration reached its peak at Lin Che's dismissive attitude. Brother, do not blame sister for her outburst. She is merely concerned for Mingwei. Qin Wentian wore a look of consolation, further fueling the blame upon Lin Che. What does it matter to me? Can you not cease your incessant circling around me? Lin Che found their banter amusing, pondering how they could presume such familiarity. Enough. We have never sought anything from you. You are in no position to demand anything from us. It is your junior brother who is overly sentimental, hoping you might find your way back to righteousness. Junior brother, you can see for yourself that this person is as hard-hearted as stone. I shall find a way to address Mingwei's injuries. Come, let us leave. Ji Luoyao's patience had been exhausted, and she could feel a surge of indignation rising within her. Sister, what about your soul-calming elixir? Silence. Even if I perish, I have no need for his possessions. Ji Luoyao's temper flared at Qin Wentian's words, nearly pushing her over the edge. She emphasized her point with fervor, while Lin Che merely crossed his arms, adopting a nonchalant posture. Sister, allow me to say one last thing to my brother, and then I shall depart with you. A flicker of reluctance crossed Qin Wentian's face as he tugged at Ji Luoyao's sleeve. With a soft sigh and a reluctant gaze, Ji Luoyao held back her anger, granting Qin Wentian the opportunity to speak. Brother, the poison within Mingwei is not of your doing, is it? She is suffering greatly. And I recall seeing a soul-calming elixir in your possession. I came with the intention of requesting that elixir. Alas, I know you harbor resentment towards your sisters for expelling you from the sacred grounds. But they each have their own reasons. I hope you can come to understand this soon. I have said all I need to say. Farewell, brother. With that, Qin Wentian followed Ji Luoyao out of the Sword God sect's outer sect. South Palace Mingwei has also been afflicted by poison. It seems that Qin Wentian has no intention of letting anyone from Zixiao Peak off the hook. Lin Che pondered the implications of Qin Wentian's words. The soul-calming elixir? Has someone among them suffered a soul injury? They have brought this upon themselves. If they had not wept and begged for their master to accept Qin Wentian, none of this would have transpired. Watching Qin Wentian's retreating figure, Lin Che shook his head helplessly. Why concern himself with so much when he was but a dying man? He decided to focus on living well today. Not long after, another visitor from the Taiyi Sacred Land arrived. This time, it was Li Xiaogo, a 7th grade alchemist, sent by Ziyue to negotiate for the beauty-enhancing elixir's recipe. Your Highness, I trust all is well? You. Did the people of Zixiao Peak send you? Lin Che inquired, his expression turning cold. If so, please leave. I have nothing to discuss with them. Sensing Lin Che's intent to dismiss him, Li Xiaogo quickly distanced himself from Zixiao Peak. Your Highness has misunderstood. It was the Sacred Lord who specifically sent me to negotiate with you. Negotiate? The Sacred Lord? Is there truly anything the Taiyi Sacred Land lacks? Upon hearing the mention of the Sacred Lord, Lin Che's demeanor softened considerably, though he remained indifferent, lacking any warmth, yet not overtly hostile. He was simply curious about Ziyue's intentions for the trade. For the beauty-enhancing elixirs recipe, name your price. The Sacred Lord has sent me to negotiate for it. Oh, I wonder what price the Sacred Lady is willing to offer. Lin Che had intended to send someone to the Wandao building in the Dian Empire to negotiate the sale of the recipe. He could not afford to wait for profits through alchemy. The Sacred Lord has not provided a clear price, but is open to bartering that I desire these 2 items. Lin Che promptly wrote down what he required on a piece of paper. Upon reading its contents, Li Shugo's expression shifted to one of surprise. The Night Demon Vine and the Light Divine Water both were invaluable sacred herbs. This beauty-enhancing elixir recipe, along with this elixir, Lin Che produced a 7th-grade beauty-enhancing elixir. In the cultivation realm, the beauty-enhancing elixir was highly coveted by female cultivators. One 7th-grade elixir could undoubtedly incite a storm outside. Before arriving, Li Shugo had investigated Lin Che's production of the beauty-enhancing elixir and learned that it had been given to a woman named Ji Luoyao. He had not anticipated the presence of another. With this elixir included, their combined value would rival that of the previous 2 sacred herbs. Agreed, ITSA deal. Lin Che swiftly handed the elixir recipe and the pills to Li Shugo. Well, with this, I can report to the master now. Take care, holy son. By the way, this letter is from the master for you. Just as Li Shugo was about to take his leave, his body suddenly stiffened, as if recalling something, and he produced a letter bearing a mark of divine consciousness from his bosom. Farewell. No need to see me off. Once Li Shugo had distanced himself, Lin Che turned back to his room. He opened the letter and, after scanning its contents with his divine sense, a subtle smile graced his lips. To succeed the position of the Holy Sun, is it? It seems they wish for me to unravel the spirit contract of the Tianxuan Sword. Very well. From now on, I shall have no further ties with the Taiyi Holy Land. The Tianxuan Sword, a high-grade sacred artifact held by each successor of the Taiyi Holy Land, requires a blood oath to recognize its master and establish a servant contract. He lowered his head to calculate the time. It appeared that the Tianji Pavilion would unveil the Qin Yuan ranking around this period. He pondered how much of his cultivation and combat strength remained after being afflicted by the fallen immortal curse. A sidelong glance fell upon the woman standing quietly beside him. Lin Che took the delicate, boneless hand of Hua Yui, catching her off guard. Feeling the warmth of his hand, her heart raced, and a flush of crimson adorned her cheeks. Che, what is wrong with you? Nothing. I merely wanted to surprise you. Come, lie on the bed, and I shall remove your blindfold. Hua Yu's other hand, unsure of where to rest, clutched her clothing tightly, attempting to ease her tension. Following Lin Che's instructions, she lay down on the bed. Are these dragon eyes truly a pair? Lin Che murmured as he retrieved the dragon eyes sent by Xiao Ming. The next part may be a bit painful. Bear with it. If it becomes unbearable, you may bite my hand. Upon hearing this, a warm current flowed through Hua Yu's heart, and she softly acknowledged him. Lin Che, unyielding, used a dagger he had prepared earlier to adjust the size of the dragon eyes before beginning the treatment for Hua Yu's eyes with his medical skills. Despite his utmost care, the searing pain still caused Hua Yu to stifle a groan. All done. Rest now. Tomorrow, I will personally remove your blindfold. After completing the final application of medicine, Hua Yu's back was drenched in sweat, and she felt drowsy. Lin Che, having exhausted himself, felt the pangs of the fallen immortal curse, causing him to gasp in pain. It was not until the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon that the rising sun outside cast its rays within, illuminating Hua Yu's eyes, which had been shrouded in black silk for so long, with a long-awaited brightness. In the dark world, the first glimmer of dawn arrived. Chapter 39. Gathering Bang. How ungrateful. The senior sister lowered her stance to personally seek him out. And he still dares to act this way? On Zishu Peak, upon hearing the account presented by Qin Wentian, Leng Rushuang's expression instantly turned frigid. In a fit of rage, she clenched her fist and shattered a massive boulder before her. Rushuang, it's all right. He won't be able to flaunt for long. The day my junior brother ascends to the position of Holy Son will be the day he is expelled from the Holy Land. There's no need to be angered by such a person. It's not worth it. Ji Luoyao, maintaining a stern demeanor, attempted to calm herself. Meanwhile, Qin Wentian was drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling subtly beneath his voluminous robes. His face ashen, as if he were struggling against immense pain. Due to Ji Luoyao's concerns regarding her soul's injury, she failed to notice Qin Wentian's unusual state. Sisters, I have some matters to attend to. I take my leave. Ji Luoyao, preoccupied with her worries, merely nodded absent-mindedly, while Leng Rushuang's attention was fixed on the still unconscious Nangong Mingwei lying on the bed, exiting Nangong Mingyue's training cave. Qin Wentian rolled up his sleeves. Taking a deep breath, he focused on one of his arms, his expression shifting dramatically. His entire arm was covered in dark green patterns, with azure energy seeping out, resembling a reaction to some potent acid. Continuously bubbling, a clear set of bite marks was visible on his wrist, from where the dark patterns originated. The bite marks were spreading dark patterns, connecting to his blood vessels, causing his skin to take on a ghostly hue. Damn it! With my 9th level of the Sea Transformation Realm, I cannot suppress this dark poison. He regretted extracting the one-time use of the fallen immortal curse to suppress Nangong Mingyue's dark poison after she had bitten him under the influence of the goo. This had led to the poison spreading through his entire arm. How unfortunate. I should have used the fallen immortal curse for that. Now, he found himself unable to suppress the dark poison in a short time. Initially, he had aimed to deepen the enmity between Ji Luoyao and Lin Che. If Lin Che acted impulsively against Ji Luoyao, he would be able to extract the essence blood from the fallen immortal curse. However, Ji Luoyao stubbornly maintained her pride, refusing to acknowledge Lin Che. Furthermore, Lin Che's attitude upon seeing Ji Luoyao had astonished Qin Wentian. That indifferent, icy gaze, dismissive of everything, filled Qin Wentian with a foreboding sense of dread. The current predicament arose because the dark poison could only be absorbed and refined by Nangong Mingyue. Yet, to sow discord between Nangong Mingyue and Lin Che, he had utilized Lin Che's essence blood to suppress the dark poison, indirectly acknowledging the falsehood that he had refined the Xianhuang fruit. Seeking out Nangong Mingyue at this point would surely expose him. If that were to happen, everything he had done would be in vain. With the Holy Sun's coronation ceremony fast approaching, he could not afford any slip-ups at such a critical moment. Hence he was forced to suppress it with his cultivation. Yet, the dark poison's ferocity exceeded his expectations, and his body had reached its limit. Stumbling back to his residence, he hurriedly grabbed a bottle of pills from the stone table and swallowed one hastily, finally feeling some relief. Sword God Sect. Until Lin Che released Huayu's blindfold, a considerable amount of time had passed. She still could not believe that in her lifetime, she could once again behold the light, witnessing the vibrant world before her. Everything felt surreal, as if it might shatter at any moment. That a figure clad in a simple long robe, remarkably handsome, walked beside her, his gaze reflecting the sun, moon, and stars. You are a Che? Huayu's jewel-like black eyes brimmed with tears, nearly spilling over. He truly healed my eyes. What is wrong? You won't deny me as your husband just because I healed your eyes, will you? Lin Che said with a wry smile, finally convinced that everything before her was real. Huayu let out a melodious laugh. Who would? I merely feel like everything is a dream. In that moment, Huayu no longer exhibited the previous timidity or inferiority. Her large, gem-like black eyes sparkled with confidence. From now on, I shall cultivate diligently, and it will be your turn to protect me. It is important to note that for Huayu, merely regaining her sight was not as simple as it seemed. Her eyes bore the powers of the extreme night clan, and when she reaches full mastery, her divine eyes will transform the world. A Che, I feel a burning sensation in my eyes. What is happening? Initially thinking that it was sand in her eyes, Huayu rubbed them, only to find the burning sensation intensifying. No wonder, the former wielder of the burning sky divine eyes. It seems even if the divine eyes were taken, the legacy of their powers remains. Lin Che murmured, hearing Huayu's words. Do not worry. This is a sign of the awakening of your eye technique inheritance. Next, focus on your seclusion to accept the inheritance, and I shall guard you. Eye technique inheritance. Can I also cultivate? Huayu, having awakened the burning sky divine eyes by nature, practiced differently from ordinary individuals. Her innate powers derived from her eyes. After being schemed against by Lu Ruoli and having her eyes taken, she had been unable to guide spiritual energy into her body. Now, having caught a glimpse of the path to the extreme night demon eyes, reopening her eye technique would naturally allow her to draw in spiritual energy and cultivate effortlessly. Of course, furthermore, the progress will be rapid. There are some matters I must give you a heads up about. Seals have been placed within your eyes, and as your eye power develops, the memory sealed within you may resurface. You must be mentally prepared, Lin Che stated, not conveying what Hua Wuxin had told him to Huayu. If Huayu could not cultivate, the memory sealed within her consciousness would not be unlocked. However, with her initial insight into the extreme night demon eyes, she had already become a qualified cultivator, and the seals would gradually weaken as her cultivation increased. Some things, after all, cannot be hidden forever. Rather than elaborating, it would be better to let Huayu witness it for herself. Upon hearing Lin Che's words, her expression remained calm, devoid of bitterness, pain, or complaints. Is it not just the removal of the burning sky divine eyes? From the moment I saw the vibrant world and you again, the hatred in my heart dissipated significantly. The seal left by my mother has long since been undone. I was aware of everything ahead of time. The girl, clad in a black long dress, her hair reaching her waist, had a delicate face resembling jade, and her serene demeanor was akin to a tranquil deep pool, her profound gaze reflecting Lin Che's figure. Lin Che's lips moved, yet he ultimately said nothing. With less than 3 years of life remaining, he could offer Huayu no promises. Focus on your cultivation. Today, the Taiyi Sacred Land is exceptionally lively. The usually desolate Zixiao Peak is now teeming with people, all due to the momentous return of 2 prominent figures associated with it. Oh, second sister, where is junior brother? Indeed, Sister Ruoli and I have brought him gifts. One is a flowing gown of pale lavender, her waist delicate and slender, with cascading tresses like a waterfall trailing behind her. The other, clad in a thigh-slit cheongsam, boasts a voluptuous figure, with 2 enticing curves. Her eyes and brows exuding a captivating charm. The former is Lu Ruoli, ranked 4th among the Zixiao Peak disciples, while the latter is Mo Chi-cheng, ranked 5th. What transpired during our absence, second sister? Lu Ruoli, adept at reading the mood, quickly sensed the unusual demeanor of Leng Rushuang. Alas, let us not speak of it. It is all due to that ungrateful Lin Che. Sister, was he not expelled from the sacred land? Chapter 40. Exposure. Ji Luoyao, her soul wounded, went into seclusion to recuperate, while Qin Wentian, seeking a solution to the issue of the underworld poison, claimed to be in closed-door cultivation, inside Nangong Mingyue's cave. Only Leng Rushuang remained to guard. After Leng Rushuang succinctly informed her 2 junior sisters of the recent events, Lu Ruoli's face broke into an innocent smile upon hearing the news. A useless person paired with a blind one seems rather fitting. Afflicted by the fallen immortal curse, he should seek refuge in some remote corner of the mundane world. Yet he dares to meddle in the affairs of cultivators. Truly, he is akin to an old man consuming arsenic. Yearning for a longer life, both Lu Ruoli and Mo Chi-cheng exhibited profound disdain for Lin Che at first glance. The incident of Lin Che's expulsion from the sacred land had been a collective decision made by their group of 5 sisters. Initially, they believed that with the fallen immortal curse afflicting him, his cultivation would soon be extinguished, and after his expulsion, he would surely be more compliant. Little did they expect that even after being sent to a forsaken place like Lanyue City, he would remain undeterred, foolishly aspiring to become a guest elder of a sect affiliated with the Taiyi Sacred Land. Such a person, it is not the uselessness that is to be feared, but the lack of self-awareness in a truly useless individual. Clearly, this was how Lin Che appeared to them. Sister Rushuang, let us first examine the injuries of senior sister Ji. We shall discuss this matter later. Upon hearing of Ji Luoyao's soul injury, Mo Chi-cheng immediately proposed to investigate her condition. We need the condensed soul pill. Recently, spiritual medicines related to the soul have been exceedingly rare in the Taiyi Sacred Land. Have you any soul-nurturing grass on hand? Chi-cheng? It seems her injury is rather severe. Mo Chi-cheng thought to herself. Let us first check on Mingwei. She is right here. However, we will need to trouble Ruoli to use her technique. As Mingyue's body shows no signs of injury, yet she remains unresponsive. I suspect she may have fallen under an illusion. Leng Rushuang conveyed her understanding of the situation to the 2. This is quite simple. Entering the dwelling, they beheld Nangong Mingwei lying peacefully on the cold jade bed. A fleeting flicker of rage crossed Lu Ruoli's beautiful eyes. Even our former sister has been harmed. Lin Che has truly lost all sense of conscience. Immediately, a spark ignited deep within her pupils, growing ever more intense until it formed a blazing mark, a crimson light shooting forth from Lu Ruoli's eyes, ultimately merging into Nangong Mingyue's body. Within the dream, Nangong Mingwei suddenly found herself engulfed in crimson flames, exuding an aura capable of incinerating the void. In the illusion, she abruptly opened her eyes, breaking into a cold sweat, scanning her surroundings. Her gaze fell upon a woman clad in a flowing lavender gown. Struggling to speak, she managed to utter, "Ruoli, you have returned." Unbeknownst to Nangong Mingwei, at the moment Lu Ruoli's flames merged with her body, a pair of eyes lay hidden within the dream she wove. The burning heaven divine eyes, which disregarded all illusions, untainted by the mortal realm. Incinerating the void, they gazed disdainfully upon the 8 domains. I have returned. Sister, are you well? Upon seeing Nangong Mingyue awaken, Leng Rushuang finally displayed a hint of a smile. Mingwei, you have finally awakened. Thanks to Ruoli, if they had not returned, I cannot imagine how much longer you would have slept. Nangong Mingwei, noticing that Lu Ruoli did not expose her little secret, cast a grateful glance towards her. Let us go see senior sister first. By the way, isn't the grand ceremony approaching? Junior brother would not choose this moment to enter closed-door cultivation, would he? Mo Chi-cheng, scanning Nangong Mingwei with her divine sense to ensure she was unharmed. Immediately spoke up. As for junior brother, I am not entirely certain. Let us first assess senior sister's injuries. Regardless, we will ensure to awaken junior brother before the commencement of the grand ceremony. Leng Rushuang frowned, seemingly making a determined decision. Very well. Inside Ji Luoyao's cave, she had originally been meditating, hoping to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nourish her primordial spirit. Yet, before long, she tasted blood in her throat and coughed up a mouthful of warm crimson liquid. Her delicate face turned deathly pale. It was impossible to cultivate with her injuries flaring up. Sister, look who has arrived. Sister, what is wrong? Before Leng Rushuang could finish her sentence, Mo Chi-ching, entering the dwelling, immediately noticed the blood on the ground and the crimson staining Ji Luoyao's chest. With an anxious expression, she rushed to Ji Luoyao's side. That I am fine. You have returned? Have you seen junior brother? Ji Luoyao rarely displayed joy. Now that the five sisters were reunited, who would dare to speak ill of Qin Wentian? Hearing from Sister Rushuang that junior brother was in closed-door cultivation, we came to see you first. Sister, how are your injuries? Sister, I have soul-nurturing grass on hand. Rest assured, I will refine a batch of pills tomorrow, and your injuries will be healed. Take this first. Mo Chi-ching, with an air of composure, presented a small green vial to Ji Luoyao. Very well, let us go see junior brother. I suspect he is consolidating his cultivation. Given his character, it is unlikely he would choose to break through at such a critical moment. Ji Luoyao did not believe Qin Wentian was attempting to break through and led the group to his residence. Before the cave's entrance, a barrier had been set, yet to Lu Ruoli, who possessed the burning heaven divine eyes, it was as insubstantial as air. With just a glance, she located the formation's core, and in the span of half a tea's time, successfully dismantled the barrier. Inside the stone chamber where Qin Wentian was in closed-door cultivation, he opened his eyes at the moment he sensed the barrier being breached, and upon detecting several familiar auras, he breathed a sigh of relief. Rising, he stepped out of the stone chamber. Outside, 5 women fixed their gazes upon him. Greetings, esteemed sisters. As his divine sense swept over them, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Except for Nangong Mingwei, the others all possessed cultivation at the celestial phenomenon realm, with Mo Chi-ching being the weakest at the 3rd level of celestial phenomenon. What made him most wary was Lu Ruoli, who possessed the burning heaven divine eyes. Junior brother, it has been years. You have grown quite handsome. I almost failed to recognize you, said Lu Ruoli. Hold on, Chi-ching. As expected, with just a glance, Lu Ruoli discerned his condition. Junior brother, when did you become afflicted by the underworld poison? At this revelation, the others were left speechless, frozen in shock. Only Nangong Mingwei seemed to recall something, exclaiming, Junior brother, you previously refined the Xian Huang fruit, rendering you immune to all forms of harm. How could this happen? Mingwei, did you do this? Why would you do such a thing? He is our junior brother. Have you too fallen under Lin Che's spell? Hearing Nangong Mingwei's tone, Ji Luoyao's expression turned icy in an instant. With a questioning gaze, she directed her attention towards Nangong Mingwei. I did not. It was the last time my internal curse acted up, and I lost control, biting junior brother's wrist. Previously, he had suppressed my underworld poison using his essence blood and mentioned he had refined the Xian Huang fruit, possessing an immunity to all harm. So I did not take it to heart. Nangong Mingwei, her voice trembling, defended herself, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes as she realized how the situation had escalated. Chapter 41. Anomalies at Lu Ruoli's insistence. Qin Wentian exposed his entire arm to the air. Junior brother, what exactly is going on? Logically, having refined the Xian Huang fruit and possessing immunity to all harm should have protected you from the underworld poison. Mingwei, is this really the time for such discussions? First, we must resolve the underworld poison afflicting junior brother. Ji Luoyao shot a glare at Leng Rushuang, internally sighing. Fortunately, Sister Lu Ruoli discovered it early. Had this been concealed any longer, she could hardly fathom what might transpire at the grand ceremony. Sister, Nangong Mingwei wished to speak, but upon meeting Ji Luoyao's authoritative gaze, the words caught in her throat. She refrained from saying anything further. Placing her hand on Qin Wentian's shoulder. In mere moments, the underworld poison in Qin Wentian's arm visibly receded. Ultimately, his arm returned to its original hue, save for the lingering bite marks. The other 4 women collectively exhaled in relief. Junior brother, are you all right? How do you feel? Are you better? Each of the 4 spoke in turn, while Nangong Mingwei was left to the side, feeling neglected. Mingwei, for now, you need not attend the grand ceremony. We will wait until, why should I not, master sister, I assure you. This time, I truly did not intend to cause trouble. I did not foresee that Nangong Mingwei would react so strongly upon hearing Ji Luoyao's intention to revoke her eligibility to attend the coronation ceremony. It was, however, Leng Rushuang who stepped forward, saying, "Junior brother, Mingwei is right. What is the matter with your health?" The matter of Qin Wentian consuming and refining the Xianhuang fruit was known to all except for Lu Roli and Mo Qingqing. Naturally, Leng Rushuang was no exception. As for Ji Luoyao, she now turned her gaze towards Qin Wentian. "Master sister, I apologize. It is my inadequacy. Previously, due to excessive depletion of my primordial blood essence, I am temporarily unable to produce blood capable of resisting the nether poison." This was a premeditated explanation by Qin Wentian. After all, no one had ever consumed the Xianhuang fruit, so who could truly know its intricacies? Thus, he concocted an elaborate tale. Is that so? Could it be that your previous injuries have not yet healed? Perhaps we should ask your fourth master sister to examine you. Ji Luoyao, upon hearing Qin Wentian's explanation, displayed no signs of doubt. The other three shared her sentiment, with only Nangong Mingwei harboring lingering skepticism. Since her nether poison had proven ineffective against Lin Che last time, she had delved into ancient texts and finally gleaned all information regarding the Xianhuang fruit. Indeed, as Lin Che had stated, it was the nemesis of the nether poison physique. Alternatively, it could also be seen as the savior of the nether poison physique. The two were interdependent, each thriving on the other. The Xianhuang fruit thrived deep within the 9 nether veins. And it bore another name, the Huachuan fruit. Only those with a resolute death wish stood a glimmer of a chance of harvesting it from the nether poison-infested depths of the 9 nether veins. Moreover, once consumed and refined, it would bestow immunity to all toxins. Was Qin Wentian lying just now? This thought flickered in Nangong Mingyue's mind. "Master Sister Mingwei, are you all right?" Lu Ruoli, possessing the burning heaven divine eye, with her keen insight, could perceive the emotions of others to a considerable extent. Prior to Nangong Mingyue's awakening, Leng Rushuang had informed Lu Ruoli of the poisoning incident, intending to utilize Lu Ruoli's burning heaven divine eye to monitor Nangong Mingyue's every move. "No, I am fine." Only upon hearing Lu Ruoli speak did Nangong Mingwei regain her senses. What was happening to her? How had she begun to doubt her most cherished junior brother? Very well, junior brother must prepare for the coronation ceremony. Tomorrow, Qi-Qing, I must trouble you to refine a soul-nourishing pill for me. The other master sisters can begin arrangements at Zixio Peak. Ruoli, you stay here with Mingwei. I feel more at ease that way. Ji Luoyao's words were self-evident. She was distancing herself from Nangong Mingwei. Nangong Mingwei, already sensitive regarding this matter, felt a pang of pain within her heart. She wished to retort but found herself powerless to do so. For Qin Wentian's injuries were indeed a consequence of her actions. "Ruoli, you attend to the matters of the coronation. I truly am fine." Nangong Mingwei desired a moment of solitude. The outer sect of the Sword God sect. Within Lin Che's residence, a searing aura assailed him. As if the ground itself had been scorched, the space seemingly under some arcane influence. Countless eyes observing the extreme night demon eye reaching minor success. This speed surpasses that woman by far. Indeed, a counterfeit, there exists a significant gap between her and the true master. The figure before him, Hua Yui, reminded Lin Che of the past Lu Rui in his efforts to ensure Lu Roli could master the burning heaven divine eye. He had squandered countless rare treasures, yet, ultimately, because it was not her own, her speed in comprehending eye techniques never could match Hua Yu's. Now, Hua Yu possessed the techniques of the burning heaven divine eye and the magic eyes of the extreme night clan, as well as their inherited eye techniques. In the realm of eye techniques, only his annihilation eye could slightly overshadow her. Che, I have succeeded. Upon thoroughly mastering the extreme night demon eye, Hua Yu was elated. From now on, I can protect you. Her last words warmed Lin Che's heart. Protect? He was engulfed in memories of assisting Lu Roli in achieving the burning heaven divine eye. From this moment forth, I shall claim my place on the Qinyan ranking. At that time, he had felt genuine joy for her. Che, I wish to return to Lanwei City to share this news with my mother. I want everyone to know that my husband is not a useless person. Hua Yu spoke earnestly, each word deliberate. Very well, I too have grown weary of staying at the Sword God sect lately. The outer sect was far from tranquil. The minor success of the extreme night demon eye heralded ominous signs. While the grand spectacle of myriad swords converging was unfolding, the catalyst for this gathering of countless swords was none other than Ji Luoyao, who had attained the nascent form of the Undying Sword Body. The Undying Sword Body, rumored to be an unparalleled sacred physique that, when fully realized, could achieve immortality, emanated a sword intent capable of compelling 1,000 swords to bow in reverence. At this moment, Ji Luoyao was engaged in a sword technique duel with Qiansha at the back mountain, seemingly sensing something as her body triggered an extraordinary phenomenon. The swords of all sword cultivators within the sword god's sect resonated, suddenly unsheathing from their scabbards. Alas, my sword, damn, has my sword gained sentience? Look at the sky. Above the sword god's sect, countless flying swords stood sentinel, akin to a locust swarm descending, their trajectory seemingly directed towards the outer sect. In this instant, the sword energy surged. Even those deep within the sword god sect were stirred to this a sword body. Our sword god sect has produced a sword body, such formidable sword intent. It is truly inexhaustible. In the heavens, resplendent colors danced, with purple energy flowing from the east. The sword energy surged. Within the residence, Lin Che felt a stirring and stepped outside to witness the commotion caused by Xiao Shuang. Hua Yui, with her extreme night demon eye, saw through all concealment. She grasped Lin Che's arm tightly, nodding earnestly at the back mountain. Qiansha watched as countless flying swords converged towards Ji Luoyao, leaving others dumbfounded. A sword body? Have you achieved the acquired sword body? Chapter 42. Cultivation achieved myriad swords bowing down, an exceedingly rare phenomenon occurring once in a millennium. Only those naturally awakened with an innate sword body or those who had cultivated an acquired sword body against the heavens could manifest such an event. Since the establishment of the sword god sect, such a celestial phenomenon had never emerged, even when Ji Luoyao awakened her innate sword bones and inscribed sword path runes within her. It had only resulted in a surge of sword energy and auspicious signs. Aside from the divine phoenix summoned during her rebirth, which bestowed upon her the rebirth fire, in the 9 centuries since the founding of the sword god sect, there had never been an instance of myriad swords bowing down. In the forbidden area of the sword god sect, intense tremors occurred as the ground split apart, creating chasms reminiscent of a celestial abyss. Within the forbidden zone, a sword radiating crimson light and surging with blood energy was bound by 3 thick black chains. The once sealed divine sword seemed to be drawn by some unseen force, suddenly erupting with overwhelming blood energy, nearly collapsing the entire mountain. The ends of the 3 chains binding the divine sword were 3 stone pillars inscribed with mysterious runes. Boom! The mountains suppressing the divine sword were shattered, and the blood energy-infused divine sword soared into the sky. Quickly report to the sect master. The Qishao sword is broken free from its restraints and has escaped the forbidden area. Is this fearsome sword about to wreak havoc upon the world once more? Uncertain, they recalled the legend that it took the combined strength of the entire sword god sect to seal it within the sword vein mountain. Now, after accumulating such power over the years, it was feared that no one could suppress it again. At the outer sect of the sword god sect, myriad flying swords gathered at the back mountain, forming an imposing protective formation around Ji Luoyao. A sword mark emerged upon her brow, and the myriad swords floated behind her, the undying sword intent surging forth, as if she were the sovereign among swords. Ji Luoyao, could you teach me how to cultivate the sword body? This scene nearly caused Qiansha's teeth to ache with envy. The acquired sword body, aside from the 9th-ranked saintess of the Taiyi sacred land, Ji Luoyao, there had been no other instances of acquired sword bodies in the entire vast wilderness. Now, Ji Luoyao had effortlessly achieved her acquired sword body. How could Qiansha not feel envious? Look, I ascend that Luoyao. I heard she was useless. Indeed, just 10 days ago, I saw her at that dilapidated temple. The sword cultivators from the internal sect of the sword god sect, unable to control their swords, found their way to the outer sect, drawn by the flying swords. What they beheld left them utterly astonished. Myriad swords bowing down, purple energy flowing from the east, sword energy surging. They felt their own sword energy completely suppressed at this moment. Countless flying swords, enveloped in a gentle aura, quietly hovered in the air, while Ji Luoyao stood atop the myriad swords, gazing down upon the sword god sect. Ha! Luoyao, you truly did not disappoint me. Your talent is extraordinary. Du Guyun, stroking his goatee, gazed at Ji Luoyao with a smile, his words brimming with admiration. Ji Luoyao, however, did not reveal any signs of emotion, her face remaining calm. Yet within her heart, a tempest brewed. She had finally achieved the nascent form of the undying sword body. That man had not deceived her. Having experienced the fall from genius to disgrace, and then rising once more, Ji Luoyao stood unmoved by the accolades of those around her. The only person capable of stirring her emotions was Lin Che. She alone understood the extent of her current desolation, her meridians shattered, her cultivation lost, her beauty marred, and her spirit in a state of perpetual decline. Even the renowned 7th-tier alchemist of the Great Wilderness region concluded that she would lead a life of mediocrity. Yet, It was Lin Che who would aid her in reclaiming everything. One could say it was Lin Che who forged her anew, with the sword intent from 2 innate sword bones, combined with the indomitable sword intent. She possessed the confidence to confront Ji Luoyao, believing she could hold her own in battle. Leng Rushuang, return to the inner sect. The position of sword disciple has been reserved for you by the sect master. Xiaoming's figure appeared in the outer sect. The emergence of the acquired sword body heralded the arrival of another unparalleled prodigy in the sword god sect, one who could rival the holy maiden of the Taiyi sacred land. He dared not hope to surpass the legendary holy maiden, only wishing to lead the sword god sect into the ranks of elite powers. Thank you, sect master, but there is no need. Upon uttering these words, the 3 slumbering ancestors of the sword god sect awakened. The spirit of the sword, akin to a diminutive deity, cast an overwhelming presence across the heavens. 3 elder figures clad in white robes hovered in the air. Xiaoming has encountered the ancestors, fellow disciples of the sword god sect. Do not forget to pay your respects. Bow to the ancestors. With Xiaoming's command, Du Guyun knelt first. He had not anticipated that the dormant ancestors would awaken. But given the significance of the acquired sword body, it was understandable. Little girl, the past grievances were a disservice from the sword god sect to you, but you should also understand the sect's position. After all, the other party is from a sacred land. If we provoke the forces behind her, the sword god sect could be obliterated in an instant. The acquired sword body, half a step into the Dan realm, is indeed an extraordinary talent. If you are willing, the sect will spare no effort in nurturing you. As a form of compensation, little girl, I will impart to you the 7-kill sword technique. Come here. The 3 elders, seasoned in wisdom, were aware of Ji Luoyau's past brilliance. After all, she had once been a genius and a sword disciple of the sect. They recognized that since her cultivation had been utterly destroyed, the sect had neglected her, and now they sought to make amends, hoping to win her back. However, Ji Luoyao remained unmoved, even when offered the coveted 7-kill sword technique, a treasure desired by countless proud disciples of the inner sect. She continued to maintain her silence. She understood that these individuals were merely interested in her acquired sword body, with her personal worth disregarded. Leng Rushuang, cease your childishness and heed the elders, urged Du Guyun, who had previously instructed Ji Luoyao, fearing to offend the 3 ancestors. Indeed, the previous events were a disservice from the sect, and your disappointment is justified. At that moment, Xiaoming spoke up. He was aware of how wretched Ji Luoyau's past had been. Although he had provided her some care, in a world where strength reigned supreme, lacking cultivation meant one would not command respect. Sister Leng Rushuang, a melodious voice shattered the silence. 2 figures appeared on the back mountain, Huayi and Ji Luoyao. Upon hearing the voice, Ji Luoyao turned and called out the other's name, and upon seeing Lin Che, she stepped forward amidst the gazes of others. Then, she performed an act that left Xiaoming and the others utterly speechless. With a resounding thud, the once proud Ji Luoyao, who had remained unmoved by the allure of the 7-kill sword technique, knelt directly before Lin Che, just as her knees were about to touch the ground. Lin Che's hand caught her. What are you doing? There is no need for such reverence. This is merely the result of hard work. As Lin Che's words fell, murmurs began to ripple through the surrounding crowd. Is he the holy son of the Taiyi sacred land? He looks so young. Could it be that he has committed some wrongdoing? Otherwise, how could someone of the Taiyi sacred land come to our sword god sect? Observing the relationship between him and the sword maiden, they sensed something unusual. Chapter 43. The Fierce Sword. Qi Xiao, upon witnessing Lin Che's arrival and Ji Luoyau's demeanor towards him, Xiaoming's heart sank. He suddenly recalled Lin Che's words upon his entry into the sword god sect. As long as you provide me with dragon eyes, I can return to you a stunningly gifted female prodigy. Initially, he had dismissed it as a jest, but after offering dragon eyes and witnessing Lin Che concoct the 7th-tier youth-preserving pill, he began to recognize Lin Che's worth. Now, he finally realized that everything surrounding Ji Luoyao was likely deeply connected to Lin Che. The 3 ancestors of the sword god sect also fixed their gazes upon Lin Che, clad in simple white robes. Who was he? One of the elders, surprised to see Ji Luoyao kneeling before Lin Che, became curious about his identity, reporting to the elders, "This person is named Lin Che, the holy son of the Taiyi sacred land." Du Guyun introduced him to the trio. Hearing Du Guyun affirm Lin Che's identity, the 3 exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting disbelief. What proof do you have to substantiate your claim as the holy son of the Taiyi sacred land? One of the one-armed elders remained skeptical. His doubt was understandable. The holy son of the Taiyi sacred land held immense prestige. Why would he lower himself to a place as insignificant as the Sword God sect? Moreover, if he truly were the Holy Son, why would he act so furtively? He could simply reveal his identity, and the Sword God sect would surely treat him with respect, just as Du Guyun was about to elaborate further. Lin Che interjected. Junior Lin Che greets the three elders. What Du Gu has stated is accurate, but that was my former identity. I am no longer associated with the Taiyi Sacred Land. I now serve as an honorary elder within the Sword God sect. Lin Che spoke with candor. He preferred his current life over that of a holy son. You mean to say you were the one who attracted the alchemical lightning not long ago? Indeed. It was merely a 7th-tier pill. I hope the elders will forgive my presumption. Lin Che did not let his success in concocting a 7th-tier pill inflate his ego. However, upon hearing his words, the one-armed elder's expression twitched in disbelief. Merely a 7th-tier pill? Do you understand the status of a 7th-tier alchemist in the Great Wilderness region? At that moment, Xiaoming leaned closer to the three elders and whispered, causing their expressions to shift. Ultimately, they revealed a hint of respect. Old man Sherpa Tian greets the esteemed Holy Son. I am Shijing Tian. Greetings to the Holy Son. Shijing Tian. Greetings to the Holy Son. The significance of Lin Che's identity was secondary. What mattered most was that they had just learned from Xiaoming that Ji Luoyau's resurgence and the cultivation of her acquired sword body were profoundly linked to Lin Che. Observing Ji Luoyau's attitude towards Lin Che, they could infer much. Thus, if they could foster a good relationship with Lin Che, Ji Luoyau might choose to remain within the Sword God sect out of gratitude. Elders, you need not be so formal. If you have something to say, direct it towards Luoyau. I shall not interfere with her decisions. Lin Che understood the shift in their demeanor, but had no intention of meddling in Ji Luoyau's choices. Upon hearing his words, the three elders became agitated. Holy Son, everything that has transpired for Xuan Heir is all thanks to you. If you would only speak, she would surely stay. Indeed, Holy Son. The Sword God sect has seen a decline over the past few centuries, and we have lost many talents. It is rare to have a prodigy like Luoyau. However, before they could finish speaking, the sky was engulfed in a crimson hue. Blood energy burst forth, and scarlet rays filled the heavens. Is that the fierce sword from the forbidden area? Elders, prepare for battle. Sherpa Tian raised his voice, urging Xiaoming to lead the disciples away from the battlefield. Is my blood energy depleting? Could it be an illusion? Do you feel it too? My blood energy is uncontrollably draining. What on earth is happening? Before the disciples of the Sword God sect could react, they heard Du Guyun's commanding shout, all disciples, retreat from the back mountain. Meanwhile, Yi beside Lin Che activated her extreme night demonized. Che, there is a sword radiating an eerie bloodlight heading towards us. It's nothing to worry about. Lin Che was aware of the Sword God sect's forbidden area and understood that the eerie bloodlight sword Yi spoke of was likely the Qi Shao sword, which had emerged in the Great Wilderness region 800 years ago. Its awakening now was probably aimed at Ji Luoyau's indomitable sword body. Boom! A flash of bloodlight tore through the clouds, descending towards Lin Che and the others. The blinding red glow expanded in their vision. Ultimately, the full form of the blood light revealed itself, resembling a crescent moon stained with blood, descending directly toward the earth. Demon sword, do not unleash your ferocity. Sword that pierces the 9 heavens. Initiate the 7-kill sword technique. The spirit of the sword, akin to a deity, unleashed boundless sword energy, clashing against the blood moon. Crack! The blood moon, appearing eerily red, began to shatter inch by inch. The air became thick with a metallic scent, and even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be affected. Buzz! After the blood moon shattered, a demonic sword, perpetually exuding a formidable aura of blood, descended like a falling star, embedding itself into the earth. Boom! The ground trembled violently in response to the fierce impact. The sword fell before Ji Luoyau. And then the blood aura withdrew. Could it be that the Qi Shao sword wishes to recognize Luoyau as its master? This possibility cannot be ruled out. The Qi Shao sword was once wielded by a master swordsman at the pinnacle of swordsmanship, who, after having spilled countless blood, gave rise to a bloodthirsty sword spirit, which led the founding patriarch to seal it within Jiamai Mountain. Luoyau, be cautious. This demonic sword harbors a malevolent spirit. Beware of treachery. Reminded Sherpa Tian. Ji Luoyau gazed at the Qi Shao sword, lost in thought. Her immediate reaction was to look towards Lin Che, seeking his counsel. This sword suits you perfectly, now that you have attained the indestructible sword body. You are in need of a fitting weapon, and this is it. The Qi Shao sword reminded him of Tianyuan, which he had unearthed from the ancient sword tomb. Liao's ascendance, as the foremost sword cultivator in the Great Wilderness region, owed much to the divine sword Tianyuan. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji Luoyao reached out and grasped the Qishao sword. The instant she held it, her aura surged dramatically, advancing her cultivation to the third level of the Ningdan realm. At present, her prowess placed her within the sword god's sect, just beneath the sect leader, Xiaoming. After casually wielding the Qishao sword, Ji Luoyao stored it in her spatial ring. The once blood-clouded sky returned to a clear expanse. With only the jagged cracks in the ground marking the Qishao sword's arrival, witnessing Ji Luoyang's effortless subjugation of the Qishao sword, the three elders burst into hearty laughter. Heaven bless our sword god's sect. Ming'er, let us immediately hold a grand ceremony to confer Luoyao as our sword child. From this day forth, whatever she requires, the sword god sect shall lend its full support. Wait, hold on, let us not make this public just yet. Tian quickly interjected, recalling the enmity between Ji Luoyao and the figure from the Taiyi sacred land. Should they publicly declare Ji Luoyao as the sword child, it would likely lead to a repeat of past troubles. Chapter 44. Investigation. Ji Luoyao once again turned her gaze to Lin Che. To stay, or to leave, the choice is yours. As I have stated, wherever you go from now on, I shall follow. Lin Che replied, wishing not to intrude further. He transmitted the indestructible sword body scripture to her without expecting any recompense. An enemy of an enemy is a friend. He understood Ji Luoyang's resentment towards Ji Luoyao. And since Ji Luoyao had shown him disdain, he was eager to witness her downfall in the time that remained. I am but a guest elder here, and I will not be leaving for the time being. Then I shall not depart either. Though you think I am a match for Ji Luoyao now? Ji Luoyao sought confirmation regarding her current standing in comparison to Ji Luoyao, that I am a dual of the same realm. You would surpass her, but presently, your cultivation still has its limitations, and your mastery of divine abilities is insufficient. In a true battle, you could barely defend yourself. Lin Che offered a precise assessment, as Ji Luoyao had once been his senior sister. And he was well acquainted with her prowess and abilities. Hey, are you not going to teach me the 7-kill sword technique? Upon hearing Lin Che's appraisal, Ji Luoyao lifted her gaze towards the nearby Shenzhen. Shenzhen, grinning widely, remarked, little girl, you have finally come to your senses. Fear not. I shall impart the entirety of the 7-kill sword technique to you. Come with me. As Ji Luoyao passed by Lin Che, she muttered, wait for me. Sister Luoyao, do not worry. I will take good care of Ah Che. Ji Luoyang's face involuntarily brightened with a smile. Master, when will you teach me that formidable physique? Xian Sha, unabashed, clung to Lin Che's arm, acting coyly. Meanwhile, Yun felt utterly embarrassed, having devoted 16 years to raising his disciple, only to see her whisked away by another. Xiaoming was quite pleased, although Ji Luoyao had not shown any sense of belonging to the sword god sect. He believed that with time, he could adequately compensate her. Elder, when will you transmit the complete 7-kill sword technique to me? Yun shamelessly pursued the matter, only to be swatted away by Shenzhen. On this day, the anomalies at the sword god sect drew the attention of the other affiliated sections. Meanwhile, the spies planted by the Taiyi sacred land within the sword god sect witnessed everything firsthand and conveyed all the information to the sect's leader. Taiyi sacred land, holy hall. You mean to say that the sword god sect's waste has cultivated the postnatal sword body? Could it be that we have another Ji Luoyao in the making? Ziyu, upon hearing her subordinate's report, felt her eyelids twitch uncontrollably, filled with shock, skepticism, and above all, disbelief. A postnatal body was a rarity in the Great Wilderness region, with only Ji Luoyao serving as an exception. Moreover, Ji Luoyao possessed innate sword bones, which had garnered her the favor of the heavenly Dao. Ji Luoyao, on the other hand, was merely a discarded pawn of the sword god sect. What merit did she possess to attain a postnatal sword body? Have you thoroughly investigated? Who is it that is guiding Ji Luoyao in her cultivation? Reporting to the Holy Master, Ji Luoyao usually spends her time with senior brother Lin Che. If anyone is to be credited with guiding her, it would be him, a middle-aged cultivator replied. During his time at the sword god sect, he had not noticed any suspicious individuals around Ji Luoyao. In other words, her postnatal body is attributed to Lin Che? That is impossible. Lin Che is afflicted with a fallen immortal curse. He can barely protect himself, let alone cultivate a postnatal sword body. Did he not fail to awaken his sword body during his time at the sacred land? The thought that crossed his mind was immediately extinguished by Ziyu. Lin Che's talent is indeed unparalleled, but that was in the past. Furthermore, there is no shortcut to cultivating a postnatal body. No matter how monstrous Lin Che may be, he cannot possibly impart the method to achieve a postnatal body to her. Continue the investigation, leave no stone unturned. Additionally, send someone to the Purple Cloud Peak to inform Ji Luoyao. Ziyu deemed it necessary for Ji Luoyao to be aware of the situation. As for how she would handle it, that was Ji Luoyao's affair. Ziyu was well aware of the enmity between Ji Luoyao and Ji Ningxuang from years past. Understood. The middle-aged cultivator quietly exited the hall. At Purple Cloud Peak. Within Nangong Mingyue's cave dwelling, she had effectively been imprisoned in her own abode for the past few days. The outside was sealed off. And although Lu Ruoli had accompanied her previously, Ji Luoyao summoned Lu Ruoli away due to the ceremony. Now, she was left alone. Alas. I never expected my senior sister to become like this. I merely questioned the junior brother a couple of times. And yet this is the outcome. The fact that he refined the Xianhuang fruit means he is impervious to all loss. The words of the junior brother that day were clearly lies. Over the years, she had pondered much. Ji Luoyao had never treated her this way before. Back when Lin Che had not been expelled from the sacred land, even when she was punished for her mischief. Lin Che had always stood up for her. Gradually, as she gazed out at the scenery beyond the window, Nangong Mingyue fell into a trance. No, my senior sister has no reason to confine me over such words. Could it be that she is deliberately distancing herself from me due to the curse within me? I cannot simply sit idly by. Just as Nangong Mingyue was lost in her thoughts, a voice rang out from outside. By order of the Holy Master, summoned the Purple Cloud Peak's master, Ji Luoyao. Hey, wait. Does the Holy Master have business with my senior sister? Could you assist me in lifting the restrictions outside? Nangong Mingyue's voice echoed from within the cave dwelling. The middle-aged cultivator hesitated. I can convey your message to your senior sister, but lifting the restrictions, after not receiving a response, she spoke again. That might not be appropriate. What if? Fear not. I will take responsibility for any matters that arise, and I will not place you in a difficult position. The cultivator outside sighed and ultimately acquiesced to Nangong Mingyue's request. Lifting the restrictions. What is happening? Why would the Holy Master summon my senior sister at this time? She inquired curiously. I am unaware of the details. I merely hope that the poison maiden conveys the Holy Master's words to the saintess. The middle-aged cultivator replied before departing. Nangong Mingyue could hardly seek out Ji Luoyao. After leaving Purple Cloud Peak, she headed straight to the Holy Hall. Holy Master, Nangong Mingyue wishes to see you. Let her in. Within the Grand Hall, Ziyu rested her chin on her hand, observing the figure standing in the center with curiosity. Mingyue, I hear you seek an audience with me. Holy Master, I do indeed have matters to discuss. I request permission to participate in the investigation of the trial grounds. This was a decision Nangong Mingyue had mulled over for quite some time, as it pertained to the curse within her. And it could not be taken lightly. Oh, you wish to partake in the investigation of the trial grounds? Provide me with a reason. Holy Master, the situation is such. Nangong Mingyue elaborated on Qin Wentian's circumstances. Upon hearing this, Ziyu furrowed her brow. You suspect him. This is not characteristic of your behavior at Purple Cloud Peak. So you believe that it was Lin Che who expended his primordial blood to save you previously? Indeed, I wish to uncover the truth behind it all. If there is indeed someone attempting to sow discord within our Purple Cloud Peak, I shall ensure they pay the price. Chapter 45, Shock upon hearing these words. Ziyu rarely displayed a hint of admiration. Not rush into an investigation just yet. The Sword God sect has produced a remarkable sword body. Go and assess her, if she is willing to join the Holy Land. We shall elevate the Sword God sect to a first-rate power. Who? The postnatal sword body? Nangong Mingyue's face flickered with confusion as she inquired curiously. You know her. She is your senior sister's twin sister. Ji Ningxuang. With that, Nangong Mingyue was taken aback, lost in a certain memory. I recall, wasn't she rendered useless long ago? Rendered useless? I believe she has had a mysterious benefactor aiding her all these years, concealing her true abilities. After all, you are aware of her relationship with your senior sister. I am not comfortable in trusting this matter to anyone else. It is best left to you. Ziyu expressed her thoughts. Upon hearing this, Nangong Mingyue suddenly became intrigued by the matter, eager to discern who stood behind Ji Ningxuang. All right, I shall handle it. The Taiyi Holy Land, through a decree drafted by Ziyu, officially announced the dismissal of Lin Che as the Holy Son to the vast wilderness domain. Once this decree was issued, various powers within the vast wilderness domain were shaken. First and foremost, it was the disciples of the 36 peaks of the Taiyi Holy Land. The Holy Son has been dismissed? What is there to be surprised about? It was only to be expected. He was afflicted by the fallen immortal curse, rendering him incapable of continuing as the Holy Son. I heard that the Holy Son valiantly saved a dozen fellow disciples in the trial grounds. Does the Holy Land not fear that such actions might dampen the spirits of the other disciples? However, in addition to the decree drafted by Ziyu, whispers of Lin Che's other identity as a disciple of the corpse-refining sect began to circulate, along with tales of his failure to aid his senior sister in times of peril. All of this was orchestrated by Qin Wentian, who had recently made rapid progress in his cultivation and, leveraging his resources, had gathered a group of disciples to propagate these rumors. Meanwhile, the Sword God sect, a subordinate sect of the Taiyi Holy Land, had attracted significant attention with the emergence of a peerless prodigy like Ji Luoyao. Other neighboring sects hurried to curry favor and ingratiate themselves with the Sword God sect. With the Sword Maiden here, how could the Sword God sect not thrive? It was said that the Sword Maiden had once undergone a rebirth, awakening her innate sword bone, and could even contend with the saintess of the Taiyi Holy Land. Is that individual accompanying the Sword Maiden the recently dismissed Holy Son of the Taiyi Holy Land? Hush! Watch your tongue. Are you courting death? News of the Taiyi Holy Land's announcement regarding the dismissal of Lin Che had already reached the ears of various sections. Furthermore, they were aware that the Taiyi Holy Land would soon proclaim a new Holy Son. Nearby, Ji Luoyao overheard their conversation and instinctively cast a glance at Lin Che, only to find his expression as calm as a still pond. Hua Yui, standing beside Lin Che, was about to speak. But Lin Che restrained her. Do not pay them any mind. I have grown accustomed to this. Besides, did I not inform you from the outset that I am no holy son? Ji Luoyao lingered behind Lin Che, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with his silhouette, yet she could not recall where she had seen it before. Sword Maiden, the sect leader summons you. A black-robed cultivator in the crowd squeezed through, speaking in a flustered manner. Understood. With that, Ji Luoyao beckoned Lin Che and the others to accompany her. Within the grand hall, envoys from neighboring sects had come to present gifts of congratulations, including a figure clad in green. Even the sect leader, Xiaoming, lowered his stance. Sect leader, you called for me. Upon entering the grand hall, Ji Luoyao noticed the figure in green, while Lin Che maintained an indifferent demeanor. Junior brother, it has been a while. How have you been? I have come not only for Ji Luoyao but also to confirm a few matters with you. I have nothing to say to you, and do not call me junior brother. It sounds repugnant. Lin Che offered no courtesy to Nangong Mingwei, his expression revealing his disdain. Confirmation. Ultimately, it was a sign of distrust. If one did not believe him, what was the point of seeking confirmation? Xiaoming and the higher-ups of the Sword God sect had witnessed Lin Che's attitude towards his senior sisters on multiple occasions, so they were not overly surprised. However, the elders from other subordinate sects, present to offer their gifts, were left dumbfounded. That must be the Holy Son of the Taiyi Holy Land, daring to speak so brazenly to the Heavenly Poison Maiden. Indeed, but did you hear? The Heavenly Poison Maiden has come for matters concerning the Sword Maiden. After all, it was only natural for the Taiyi Holy Land to extend an olive branch now that the Sword Maiden had mastered her sword body. In contrast, Nangong Mingyue's expression darkened, her heart heavy. The junior brother who had always doted on and protected her had transformed into this. Especially under the cold gaze of Lin Che, she felt a lump in her throat. Reflecting on how Lin Che had been distrusted and distanced by the senior sisters due to his affliction with the controlling corpse curse, the guilt that once filled her heart dissipated, replaced by a surge of anger. Just as she prepared to speak, Ji Luoyang's voice rang out. Taiyi Holy Land. Unless you can persuade the Holy Master to issue a decree allowing me to eliminate Ji Luoyao, this discussion is moot. The years of torment she had endured since her downfall were etched into her soul and body. She would not forget the pain Ji Luoyao had inflicted upon her. Now that she had achieved her sword body, was she to be summoned? Where was the urgency before? Did they truly believe that past grievances could be brushed aside? Ji Luoyao, do you even realize who you were speaking to? One thing was tolerable with Lin Che, as he was once her junior brother, but now a disciple from a second-rate sect dared to shout at her. Had she lost her mind? Xiaoming was clearly startled by Ji Luoyang's words. Do you wish to meddle in my affairs with Ji Luoyao? The tension between the two women was palpable, as if they were on the brink of a confrontation. Ji Luoyao, who had once possessed a sword bone, dared to challenge Ji Luoyao, let alone now that she had attained the indestructible sword body. Had it not been for the disparity in realms, she would have already sought to confront the Taiyi Holy Land and personally eliminate Ji Luoyao. Lin Che, uninterested in engaging in feudal banter with Nangong Mingwei, chose to remain silent. Nangong Mingwei, feeling her authority was being challenged, immediately unleashed her nether poison body. Shuang, have you lost your mind? Are you trying to drive the sect to ruin? Xiaoming, who had always harbored a sense of reverence for the Taiyi Holy Land, had turned a blind eye to Ji Luoyang's situation in the past. Sect leader, is this how you choose to compensate me? If so, I voluntarily withdraw from the sect. At the moment Nangong Mingwei activated her nether poison body, the array masters of the Sword God sect swiftly set up a formation. Within the formation, 4 individuals faced off. This time, Lin Che did not take action. Hua Yi shielded him from behind, that Ji Luoyao gripped the Qi Shao, unleashing the indestructible sword intent. The spirit of the sword way manifested. Nangong Mingwei was taken aback as she felt this sword intent, which seemed even stronger than her senior sister's. She wondered if it was merely her illusion. Lin Che was contemplating how to extricate himself if the two engaged in battle. Hua Yi and Ji Luoyao were indeed prodigies. But Nangong Mingwei's poison was a threat that required constant vigilance unless refined with the Xianhuang fruit. Chapter 46. Confirmation. Never mind. By the looks of you, you clearly do not wish to go to the Taiyi Holy Land. Since you harbor such hatred for my senior sister, I shall clear the path for her today. Having come to a decision, Nangong Mingwei hesitated no longer, for she believed that if Ji Luoyao were not dealt with now, a fierce battle would inevitably arise between her and her senior sister in the future. Eliminating Ji Luoyao now would be a way to remove obstacles for her senior sister, and perhaps Ji Luoyao would cease to distance herself from her. With this thought, Nangong Mingwei unleashed her nether poison, which spread through the air like a mist. The nether poison was most domineering. A mere inhalation could prove fatal within a quarter of an hour without an antidote. You two, listen to my command in a moment. Lin Che communicated with Ji Luoyao and Hua Yi through his divine sense. Although the two were unaware of Lin Che's intentions, they instinctively nodded. Nangong Mingwei concealed herself within the toxic mist. Yui, unleash the wrath of the burning heaven. All right. Hua Yi's eyes opened wide, her pupils as dark as night, igniting with a flicker of flame. Fire symbols formed. And eventually, 2 streams of divine fire erupted from her eyes. With a sizzling sound, the ghostly green nether poison ignited, and flames of a spectral hue blazed in the air. The nether poison crackled as it burned away. Nangong Mingwei was taken aback, realizing that under Hua Yi's extreme night demonic eyes, she had nowhere to hide. She possesses divine eyes? Nangong Mingwei, rarely aware of such a hidden card beside Lin Che, recalled her junior sister, Lu Ruoli, who was a natural-born wielder of divine eyes, known as the Burning Heaven Empress in the outside world. Ji Luoyao quickly used the 9 absolute heavenly punishments. Ji Luoyao, wielding the Qi sword, unleashed an endless intent of the blade, suffused with an overwhelming aura of blood, as she struck forth with a single swing. At that moment, Nangong Mingwei, having just freed herself from the gaze technique, displayed a flicker of panic in her expression. She summoned all her strength to resist the descending blood moon attack. However, due to Ji Luoyau's and Hua Yi's intervention, Lin Che was left unprotected. Yet, Lin Che did not succumb to the dark poison. Nangong Mingwei had come not only to inquire about Ji Luoyau's intentions but also to ascertain whether Lin Che had indeed refined the Xianhuang fruit. It appeared that all her suspicions were confirmed. Were you the one who consumed your own essence blood to suppress my dark poison every time it erupted? Why did you not speak of it? Despite having met Lin Che before, Nangong Mingwei, whose dark poison was ineffective against him, could not help but voice her confusion. Why did Lin Che not explain during their first encounter? Why was there no opportunity for clarification? As for the act of suppressing her dark poison, only a fool would undertake such a task. Leave. Lin Che's lips curled into a cold sneer. Upon hearing his words, a pang of anguish pierced Nangong Mingwei's heart, prompting her to reflect on the times when Lin Che was by their side, and she took all his efforts for granted. She had drained him without restraint, yet regardless of whether Lin Che's actions were right or wrong, they subconsciously deemed him at fault. Whenever Lin Che sought to clarify, it only earned him harsher reprimands from them. The frail figure that had stealthily entered her room was indeed Lin Che. She recalled reporting this matter to her master, claiming that Lin Che harbored ill intentions towards her, and she had even branded him as a peeping Tom to her senior sisters. I know you harbor resentment, and I am at fault towards you, but you should not tarnish my innocence, nor should you place a curse upon me. The latter part of her statement was delivered through spiritual sound transmission. After hearing Nangong Mingwei's words, Lin Che was almost amused by his anger. Tarnish her innocence? Place a curse? Who do you think you are? Who would even care for someone like you? Such a mindless woman would probably still count money for someone after being sold. Who truly sullied her innocence or placed a curse upon her remained a mystery, yet she continued to, as in the barrier could not deter her. The only thing that made her hesitant was the uncertainty of whether Qin Wentian would immediately notice if the barrier were breached. If Qin Wentian returned while she was searching for the Yinyang treasure mirror, it would spell disaster for her. Meanwhile, at the outer sect of the Sword God sect, It was evident to even the simplest observer that the attitudes of Ji Luoyao and Hua Yui towards Lin Che were rooted in the fact that their current achievements stemmed from him. In an instant, Lin Che became a figure of great renown within the Sword God sect. You must all dedicate yourselves even more diligently to your cultivation. The people of the Taiyi Sacred Land are already aware of your existence. However, there is no need for excessive concern. They will not lower themselves to confront you directly. At most, they will send someone to test you. Lin Che, having spent many years in the Taiyi Sacred Land, was well versed in its dynamics. Let us not discuss me for now. Rather, what is the matter with your body? Why is your cultivation continually diminishing? This was something Hua Yui had noticed when she reopened her demonic eye. Initially, she had been uncertain, believing it to be a unique cultivation method exclusive to Lin Che. It was only on a certain day that she discovered Lin Che's cultivation had inexplicably dropped a significant realm. And she realized that the situation was far more complex than she had imagined. Lin Che must be hiding something from them. Ji Luoyao also cast an inquiring glance at him. Lin Che sighed deeply. So, you have noticed after all. It is to be expected. You are no longer ordinary individuals devoid of cultivation. My condition, as you can see, involves a continuous loss of cultivation, reducing me to a mere mortal. Do you suddenly feel that I am unworthy of your company, that I no longer belong to your world? He maintained a facade of ease, showing little emotional turmoil. He had long anticipated such a day. The two women felt a pang in their hearts. Lin Che, what are you saying? By saying that, where does that leave me? If not for you, I would still be the blind person from Lanyue City. No, at this moment, I would likely still be imprisoned on the penitence cliff of the Taiyi Sacred Land, surviving on rotten rats. Hua shot Lin Che a resentful glance, seemingly reproaching him for underestimating her. I once vowed that I would be the sharpest sword in your hand. Whether you lose your cultivation and revert to a mortal or not, that pledge remains unchanged. Ji Luoyao declared her resolve at that moment. If you still do not believe me, I can swear an oath by the heavens above. I, Ji Luoyao, vow to be the sword in Lin Che's hand. Should I violate this oath? May heaven and man conspire against me. I, Hua Yui, pledge to stand by Lin Che for this lifetime. Enough? Before Hua Yui could finish her sentence, Lin Che interrupted her with a sharp rebuke. Truth be told, this scene stirred something within him. Once, he had devoted even more to his senior sister on Zishu Peak, only to end up estranged, loathed, and scorned. As for Ji Luoyao and Hua Yui, initially, he had merely acted on a whim, thinking that with time running short, he could show those senior sisters that even after leaving the Taiyi Sacred Land, one could still nurture extraordinary talents. He had not expected that these two, particularly Hua Yui, had developed such deep feelings for him. You need not feel indebted to me. If you truly wish to do something for me, then first elevate your cultivation. You are not yet worthy. He felt it necessary to sever their sentiments. He was uncertain how long his own cultivation could be maintained, as recently, his life essence had been increasingly active. He feared that one day, he might become a goo cultivator that devoured the essence of life. If these two distanced themselves from him, the Taiyi Sacred Land would not dare to brazenly send people to attack them, thus granting them the opportunity to continue their growth. Chapter 48. Surveillance. Nengong Mingwe. After some contemplation, ultimately resolved to dismantle the barrier, the truth lay before her, and this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With this thought, she seemed to forget her worries and, employing the gentlest of methods, unraveled the barrier to enter Qin Wentian's cultivation residence. However, after half an hour of searching, she found nothing suspicious until, in a hidden compartment, she discovered the Inyang treasure mirror. This artifact was a high-tier royal instrument, its sole purpose being to verify the identity of sect disciples. Additionally, it could record images, akin to projecting slides. This was the objective of her journey. The moment she acquired the Inyang treasure mirror, without any hesitation, she decisively cast a spell to probe the recorded images within the mirror. Yet, when the images entered her consciousness, Nengong Mingwe stood frozen in place, her beautiful eyes wide with shock, her lips slightly parted, as if she had encountered something utterly unfathomable. No, this cannot be true. In the mirrored world, Lin Che had quietly slipped a corpse-controlling goo into her water during their first encounter, and each time her dark poison erupted, he had drained his own essence blood to suppress it. Essentially, he was nurturing the corpse-controlling goo with her essence blood, continuously devouring her cultivation until it was entirely drained. The cruel truth was something Nengong Mingwe could not accept at that moment. She could not fathom that someone who had once been so close to her could descend into such madness. With her body weakening, she collapsed to the ground, her eyes vacant, murmuring to herself. Meanwhile, at the Taiyi Sacred Land's heavenly altar, Qin Wentian wore a satisfied expression. Humph, how dare she doubt me? It seems Nangong Mingwei cannot be spared. He had assumed everything was under his control, yet he had not anticipated the variable that was Lin Che, who not only severed the connection between the foreign gu and himself but also influenced Nangong Mingwei, making her begin to suspect him. Taking advantage of his absence, she infiltrated his residence to investigate. If that were the case, he had to prepare himself mentally. Qin Wentian, who dared to act, was naturally meticulous. He had long mapped out every detail and rearranged the scene according to his design. No matter who investigated or how they did so, all evidence would point to Lin Che. His preparations were intended to prevent such a scenario from arising. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoli, who was constantly monitoring Nangong Mingwei, had naturally learned of everything that transpired with her senior sister. That deranged Lin Che had actually been plotting from long ago. Mingwei has completely fallen into his trap. The content within the Yinyang treasure mirror was also visible to the eye Lu Ruoli had left on Nangong Mingwei. She conveyed this truth to her senior sister Ji Luoyao through a telepathic message. And upon learning the truth, Ji Luoyao's face turned ashen with fury. How dare he? She sighed. Mingwei is likely in despair now. How foolish of her to want to clear his name when someone like him is utterly unworthy. Senior sister, should I go comfort Mingwei? Lu Ruoli asked, but Ji Luoyao interjected. No. Only by allowing her to see clearly what kind of person Lin Che is will she avoid making foolish mistakes. Though Ji Luoyao felt sympathy for Nangong Mingwei, she hoped that this incident would thoroughly awaken her. Lu Ruoli sighed heavily. The expressions on the faces of the few were clearly visible to Qin Wentian, who watched from the sidelines. The burning heaven divine eye, is it? I did not expect you to monitor her as well. Lin Che, oh Lin Che, you are still too inexperienced to contend with me. Since these individuals all bore his foreign gu and shared a similar connection, they were practically transparent to him. There was no such thing as privacy. Every thought of theirs was under the surveillance of the foreign gu. Just now, he had overheard the telepathic exchange between Ji Luoyao and Lu Ruoli with crystal clarity. It seemed imperative to expedite the process of the Saint Sun's consecration ceremony to sever ties between that scoundrel and the sacred land, allowing them to act freely against him. Ji Luoyao resolved to advance the ceremony. Once Qin Wentian became the Saint's son, Lin Che would be on the brink of death. Such a scoundrel, who dared to deceive her junior sister, must face excruciating punishment. Otherwise, she could not swallow this grievance. To simply kill Lin Che would be too merciful. She intended to confine him, reducing him to their plaything, ensuring he could neither seek life nor death. Senior sister, we have nearly extended invitations to all the sects for the Saint Lord's ceremony, and the arrangements are almost complete. We only need to finalize the ownership of the Taiyi sword. The Taiyi sword symbolizes the identity of every saint's son, and Lin Che had once made the Taiyi sword recognize him as its master. This step could not be overlooked in the upcoming consecration ceremony. You and the junior sister will go to the sword god sect to bring him back. Once we sever his connection with the Taiyi divine sword, he will be rendered useless. How we deal with him will simply be a matter for the Taiyi sacred land to decide. Ji Luoyao had no desire to see Lin Che. Recalling his attitude during their last meeting still ignited her anger. Very well. At the sword god sect. Lin Che, you coward who dares not admit your actions, come out. Nangong Mingwei, overwhelmed by rage, awoke with a singular purpose, to confront Lin Che for retribution. She had previously felt a twinge of guilt over Lin Che's actions towards her, only to discover that it had all been an elaborate facade. She could hardly fathom that such a duplicitous individual had, in fact, been her junior for nearly 6 years, having treated him with utmost sincerity. As if he were her own brother, she was appalled to realize he had plotted against her to such an extent. Her voice, infused with elemental power, resonated with piercing clarity, echoing through the vicinity of Lin Che's residence, which was not far from the mountain gate. Che, it is that woman again. She has come to entangle us once more. Hua Yid activated her demonic eye, discerning the identity of the visitor. Ignore her. You and Ning Shua should proceed to set up the formation. Is everyone in the Taiyi sacred land so idle? Do they not need to cultivate? Their incessant clamor here diminishes the prestige of the sacred land. With that, Lin Che returned to his slumber. Outside the sword god sect's mountain gate, Nangong Mingwei, receiving no response, barged in, only to be obstructed by the formation set by Hua Yu and Ji Luoyao. What are you doing here again? Are all of you from Taiyi sacred land this idle? Ji Luoyao harbored a deep-seated grudge against Ji Luoyao, and since Nangong Mingwei was Ji Luoyao's junior sister, she held no fondness for her either. Who do you think you are? Tell that perverse Lin Che to come out. Does he have the audacity to show his face after all he has done? Furthermore, I advise you to beware of that beast in human guise. Do not be deceived, lest you end up devoured to the bone. Enlightened by the truth, Nangong Mingwei was consumed by hatred, her teeth clenched at the thought of Lin Che's transgressions against her. She felt sullied and wished to drag Lin Che down to hell with her. Huayu and Ji Luoyao, perplexed, recognized this as typical behavior of those from Taiyi's sacred land, domineering and autocratic, believing their perspective to be the only truth. Chapter 49. Intentions. What troubles you, senior sister Rowley? On the path to the Sword God sect, Mo Qingqing inquired curiously upon noticing Lu Ruoli's furrowed brow. It has nothing. We must hurry to ensure that Sister Mingwei is not wronged, Lu Ruoli replied, hastening her pace. Leaving Mo Qingqing bewildered. The eye on Nangong Mingwei had revealed her. Should I truly be condemned to a lifetime of confinement upon the cliff of reflection? Huayu, despite the disparity in realms between her and Lu Ruoli, remained unperturbed. Your eyes? As a sovereign empress, Lu Ruoli had never displayed such a lack of composure. Before her stood Huayu, whose pitch-black, profound gaze caused her fiery heaven-divine eyes to feel a sense of unease. From the very beginning, she had sensed something amiss. Her divine awareness had scanned the surroundings, yielding no answers. Yet now she found the truth in Huayu's eyes. Am I blind? I have even reawakened my divine eyes, much to the Empress's disappointment. Ha! You truly are resilient, but thank you for the gift of your eyes. I have grown accustomed to them, and after today, I shall possess yet another pair. Lu Ruoli's greatest interest lay in collecting the eyes of those skilled in ocular techniques, studying their art. Now, she had set her sights on Huayu's newly awakened eternal night demon eyes. Lu Ruoli, it is time we settle our scores. Huayu initiated the confrontation with the strongest ocular technique of the Eternal Night clan. Lu Ruoli did not back down. The two ladies engaged in a fierce exchange of ocular techniques. Outside the 10,000 Poisons formation, the high-ranking members of the Sword God sect were filled with dread. The performance of both Lu Ruoli and Huayu was nothing short of monstrous, demanding their admiration. Mingwei, I leave Lin Che to you. That woman is my responsibility. Mo Qingqing summoned celestial flames, resembling a fire deity, manifesting fiery wings behind her, and hurled a fireball towards Ji Luoyau's position. Don't worry about me. Her nether poison is ineffective against me. Ji Luoyao cast a deep glance at Lin Che before charging at Mo Qingqing, who hovered in the air. These women, after all these years, had made no progress. Lin Che discreetly informed Ji Luoyao and Huayu of Mo Qingqing's and Lu Ruoli's weaknesses. He did not strike at Nangong Mingwei immediately. I told you I'm not like you. No wonder the senior sister insisted on expelling you from the sacred grounds. She must have discerned your sordid deeds long ago through subtle signs. If they trusted you, they would not have left an eye upon you. Would they? Ultimately, the poison within you remains a threat to them. Nangong Mingwei, whether I have committed those acts is something you are well aware of. Alas, this life, where one must exist under the scrutiny of others, is a fate Lin Che, cannot endure. Lin Che's ocular technique reached its pinnacle. Upon first seeing Nangong Mingwei, he had perceived the eye upon her, an ethereal eye left by Lu Ruoli to monitor her. Surely, you must have sensed it yourself, though reluctant to accept the truth. Now, you are even less than a dog, shunned even by those closest to you. How delightful this must feel. Depart, and enjoy your title as the daughter of heavenly poison. Silence. It is not as you claim. My senior sisters treat me well. Dare you? It is all because of you. You planted the poison within me. You destroyed everything of mine. Nangong Mingwei desperately tried to numb herself, unwilling to admit Lin Che's words. Yet she could not, truly could not. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the distancing, the distrust from her senior sisters. Even her most cherished junior brother began to grow cold toward her. Thus, she recalled the reflection seen in the yin-yang mirror. Her eyes would not deceive her. It was Lin Che who had personally taken everything from her. Facing the disheveled and heartbroken Nangong Mingwei, Lin Che felt not a shred of pity. He simply stood there, silent, watching her folly unfold. Witnessing the slight curve of Lin Che's lips, Nangong Mingwei erupted like a cat whose tail had been stepped upon. Two streams of energy coalesced into arms, locking around Lin Che's neck. Has your heart begun to crumble? It suits you, for you have always been profoundly insecure. If I can help you build confidence, I can just as easily shatter it. From this day forth, the Taiyi sacred land will forever lose a celestial prodigy. Lin Che deftly sidestepped Nangong Mingwei's lethal strike and retaliated with a resounding slap to her face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed, drawing the attention of all within the 10,000 Poisons formation. As for Nangong Mingwei, blood trickled from her lips as she fell heavily to the ground. Her gaze vacant, consciousness hazy, perceiving the world as spinning around her. Who would have thought Lin Che's physical prowess could surpass this? Should we take Sister Mingwei back first? Mo Qiqing felt an inexplicable sense of terror at the sight of Nangong Mingyue's injuries. It seemed Lin Che had truly changed. In the past, Lin Che was an ardent protector of his sisters. If any harm befell them, or if anyone dared to speak ill of them, Lin Che would certainly pay a visit. Yet now, he had unhesitatingly slapped Nangong Mingwei across the face. Gazing at Nangong Mingyue's swollen visage, Mo Qiqing felt a flash of anger. Lin Che, she is your senior sister. How could you lay a hand upon her? Lin Che nearly burst into laughter at these words. Senior sister? What kind of senior sister expels her junior brother from the sect? Which senior sister would set a 10,000 poisons formation to subdue her own junior brother? Besides, the relationship had long been severed. To invoke the term senior sister to constrain him. This moral coercion was utterly laughable. When she used the 10,000 poisons formation against me, did she consider me her junior brother? When you expelled me from the sacred grounds, did you think of my status as your junior brother? Spare me the nauseating appeals of senior sister. You are unworthy. Lin Che, you have crippled Sister Mingwei. The senior sisters will not spare you, and we cannot forgive you either. From now on, you are the enemy of the Taiyi sacred land. Qiqing, take Sister Mingwei. We shall depart. As Lu Ruoli prepared to leave with the two, she paused. Tell Ji Luoyao that if she wishes for me to dissolve the contract with the Taisu sword, she must offer Tianyuan in exchange, or the primordial sword bone, or your fiery heaven divine eyes. Lu Ruoli, who had already moved far away, nearly lost her balance upon hearing this, almost tumbling from the clouds. That damned wretch dares to covet my fiery heaven divine eyes. Meanwhile, Tianxuan and Huayud felt a warmth in their hearts upon hearing Lin Che's words. Che, shall we take Sister Tianxuan back to Lanyue City as well? After all, her family is there. Before Huayue could finish, Tianxuan interjected, I have no family. Wherever he goes, I shall follow. Chapter 51. Departure from the Taiyi Sacred Land. Zixio Peak. Did he truly say that? Ji Luoyao's forehead throbbed with veins, and her lips bled slightly from biting them too hard. Countless sword energy surged, the sword intent within her akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Upon hearing Lu Ruoli recount the events that transpired at the Sword God sect, Ji Luoyao was nearly driven to madness. That deranged individual dared to covet her primordial sword bone. At the same time, she secretly rejoiced in her decision to expel Lin Che from the sacred grounds. Holy Master, you must have heard as well, and all present, it is not as rumored that I, Ji Luoyao, am envious of talent and cannot tolerate Lin Che. Rather, this Lin Che is a two-faced villain. Dissolving the contract with the Taisu sword is something he should have done. Yet now he completely disregards the grace the sacred land has bestowed upon him. The nurturing he received at Zixio Peak, attempting to use it to threaten us. Ji Luoyao's voice was resonant, her words sending a tremor through the disciples of Zixio Peak. Even Ziyu displayed surprise. She had anticipated Lin Che might seize this opportunity to return, for the resources of Taiyi sacred land far surpassed those of the Sword God sect, a mere second-rate power. However, she had never imagined Lin Che could be so greedy as to covet the sword bone within his own senior sister. Lin Che is not that kind of person. Could it be that he is struggling to accept the sudden announcement of his expulsion from the position of Holy Son, leading him to speak such nonsense? I believe Brother Lin is not that kind of person, but the injuries on Sister Mingyue's face are all too real, and I can sense the turmoil within her, indicating she has suffered grave harm. Qin Wentian stood protectively beside Nangong Mingyue, his face filled with sorrow, evoking pity in all who beheld him. Wentian, your kindness is why you have been repeatedly harmed by that wretch. The contract with the Taisu sword must be dissolved. It pertains to your ascension as Holy Son. I will ensure the Holy Master sends Tianyuan over. Ji Luoyao spoke again, seeming to concede in her words, yet her fierce gaze indicated she would not easily relent. Ziyu furrowed her brow deeply. She had heard of Tianyuan, the vicious sword extracted from the ancient sword tomb. It was precisely with this sword that Ji Luoyao secured her place at 9th on the Qinyan rankings, instilling fear in the younger generation of prodigies. Now, to send Tianyuan away would undoubtedly diminish Ji Liao's combat strength. Whether it is your Tianyuan, your primordial sword bone, or Lu Ruoli's fiery heaven divine eyes, all are irreplaceable treasures of our Taiyi sacred land, and should not be surrendered lightly. If it comes to that, this Holy Master will personally intervene. I do not believe Lin Che would dare to demand it. Ziyue, acutely aware of the preciousness of these items, understood that if they were lost, both Ji Luoyao and Lu Ruoli would be left incapacitated, should the two be disqualified from the Qinyan ranking. The esteemed title of the foremost among the 3 sacred lands of the Taiyi sacred ground would be jeopardized. They must resolutely refrain from sending them away. Ji Luoyao, how is Ming Yue's condition? Has she sustained any critical injuries? Cold Rushuang, unable to contain herself, inquired. Due to her Ming poison body, Nangang Mingyue was already in a fragile state, and Lin Che, having refined the Xinhuang fruit, likely held the upper hand in their confrontation. As Ji Luoyao was examining and treating Nangang Mingyue, he lifted his head, shook it, and sighed. Her previous injuries remain unhealed, and now she has sustained new ones. Moreover, the poison within her has erupted violently, spreading uncontrollably through her vital organs. Only a detoxifying powder can save her. Otherwise, it won't be long before. Ji Luoyao chose not to finish his sentence. Beside him, Imo Qingqing's eyes were red. Senior sister, I must kill Lin Che. Stop. The immediate priority is to have our junior brother supply Mingwei with his life essence to halt the spread of the poison. Indeed, the others, including Cold Rushuang, turned their gazes towards Qin Wentian. Initially casting a guilty glance at the crowd, he then squeezed out a few tears and leaned over Nangang Mingyu. Subsequently, carrying the scroll, I hurried back to the Taiyi sacred land. Today, the Taiyi sacred land was unusually bustling, particularly at Zixiao Peak. Everywhere was adorned with lanterns and festive decorations, radiating an atmosphere of joy, and at the Temple of Heaven, a banner hung proclaiming enthronement ceremony, following the return of Lin Che and his companions to the Taiyi sacred land. Facilitated by Gu Xiaoxiao with the help of the map of mountains and rivers, Ziyue immediately issued orders to hold the enthronement ceremony. Present at this grand occasion were representatives from the chaotic sacred land, one of the 3 major sacred lands, as well as the Tianxuan sacred land, alongside several super sects and a few first-rate forces. Gathered at the highest seats of the Temple of Heaven were the most esteemed attendees of this ceremony. The elders from various sacred lands were welcome to grace this event, leading to the handover of the sacred sword, wherein the former holy son, Lin Che, would dissolve his contract with the Taisu sword. Lin Che was released from the map of mountains and rivers by Ziyue, holding the Taisu sword in his hands as he ascended the steps of the Temple of Heaven. Awaiting him at the end of the staircase was Qin Wentian. The cultivation of this individual, it appears the rumors were not unfounded. He has indeed been afflicted by the fallen immortal curse, leading to a decline in his cultivation. I have also heard that his previous actions within the Taiyi sacred land were merely a fade, aimed at deceiving his several senior and junior sisters to usurp their cultivation. Is this truly the case? I had heard it was his senior sister who expelled him from the sacred land. The countenance of some high-ranking figures from various sacred lands was devoid of expression. Yet internally, they were elated. After being suppressed by the Taiyi sacred land for so many years, they had finally seized an opportunity. Indeed, the Qingyuan ranking, held every 3 years, had always been monopolized by the Taiyi sacred land, with Lin Che alone having consecutively topped the list for 3 terms, not to mention the other prodigies on Zixiao Peak, such as Ji Luoyao, who had kept them gasping for breath. However, now it seemed their long-standing concern had dissipated. Some disciples secretly lamented the loss of Lin Che's talent and cultivation. Lin Che, you had better behave yourself, or I cannot guarantee the safety of those 2 at this moment. Ji Luoyao discreetly transmitted a message, threatening Lin Che. The dignity of the Taiyi sacred land could not afford any mishaps. Senior sister, if it could persuade senior brother to return to his senses, I would willingly relinquish the position of holy son to him. Junior brother, what folly is this? Have you forgotten how he harmed your senior sister? Upon hearing their exchange, Lin Che remained silent, merely observing their performance. Chapter 53. The revelation of the Qingyuan ranking to Zixiao Peak of the Taiyi sacred land. An unusual stillness prevailed, as all had flocked to the Temple of Heaven to witness the new holy son's grandeur. Within a cave dwelling, on a cold jade bed, Nangang Mingyue murmured in her sleep. There were 2 others present, Ji Luoyao and Hua Yui, both of whom had been stripped of their cultivation and cast into Nangang Mingyue's cave. Sister Tianxuan, did you see how she was so arrogant during our last meeting? Who would have thought she would end up in such a pitiful state? This sacred land is truly lamentable. Hua Yui, once the pride of the Taiyi sacred land, had been imprisoned on the cliff of reflection after losing her sight to Lu Ruoli. Surviving on the flesh of rotten mice, the sight of Nangang Mingyue on the bed invoked memories of past grievances. She deserves it. Ensnared by others, she finds herself in this predicament, which is what she rightfully earns. Ji Luoyao felt no sympathy for Nangang Mingyue, knowing that those without their own opinions, who merely followed the tide, were not worthy of compassion. On the jade bed, Nangong Mingyue trembled, and after consuming the detoxification powder, the poison within her, along with her cultivation, returned to the heavens. At that moment, her delicate face had turned pale, appearing pitiful and helpless, trapped in a fabricated dream from which she was unwilling to awaken. We have been stripped of our cultivation. We must find a way to escape. Those women likely intend to use us to coerce Ache. That I heard Ache was expelled from the sacred land due to the fallen immortal curse, which aligns perfectly with the Taiyi sacred land's methods. Since they wish to use us as leverage against Ache, why not utilize this woman before us to extricate ourselves from this predicament? Hua Yut, assessing her condition, realized her cultivation had been sealed, and the only way to flee was to take Nangong Mingyue hostage. Indeed, I share the same intention, but we should not place our hopes entirely on this woman. After all, in such dire circumstances, the women on Zixiao Peak have not left anyone to oversee her, indicating she has lost her value. The illusory eye remaining on Nangong Mingyue kept a watchful eye on Ji Luoyao and Hua Yu's every move. Meanwhile, the enthronement ceremony for the new Holy Son was underway at the altar, reaching its most critical stage. Sitting in the front row of the altar was Lu Ruoli, whose left eye reflected every detail of the happenings within Nangong Mingyue's residence. At that moment, on the altar, Qin Wentian appeared invigorated, his cultivation soaring as if propelled by a rocket. He took the Taiyi sword from Lin Che with a mocking glint in his eyes, yet outwardly presented himself with utmost respect towards Lin Che. From this day forth, I shall lead the sacred land into a new era of glory, living up to my senior brother's expectations. Hearing Qin Wentian's proclamation, Lin Che wore a countenance of disdain. He truly was an opportunist. Consider yourself fortunate. From now on, remain within the sacred land to atone for your sins, until you earn Mingyue's forgiveness. You shall not step outside the sacred land. In Ji Luoyao's eyes, the current state of Nangong Mingyue, rendered powerless and broken, was solely the consequence of Lin Che's actions. Thus, it was only fitting for Lin Che to be responsible for her remaining days. They were cultivators and had no time to waste on a useless person like Nangong Mingyue. This would not only showcase the harmonious bond between the sisters of Zixiao Peak, but also display her extraordinary composure. Despite Lin Che's grave mistakes, they could still accept and embrace him. In stark contrast, Lin Che merely gazed at her with a look of incredulity. This woman was truly beyond redemption. How could I have been so foolish as to risk everything for someone so utterly foolish? Daring to trespass the sword tomb and enter forbidden grounds, what an utter disgrace. With every word Ji Luoyao uttered, he felt a wave of nausea. Truly, she was the holy maiden of a sacred land. Her demeanor was indeed exceptional. Who would have thought that even now, when Lin Che was but a half-waist, she would still be willing to accept him? Alas, what a pity for Sister Mingyue, the daughter of heavenly poison. To have suffered such misfortune, with the holy maiden present and a new holy son appointed, how could the Taiyi sacred land not prosper? In the audience, disciples of the Taiyi sacred land were filled with fervor, already envisioning a bright future. The other two sacred lands, unwilling to witness the harmony of the Taiyi sacred land, clenched their fists in the shadows. Who would have thought that the esteemed Taiyi sacred land would accept a waste? This truly opened Tang's eyes. Indeed, Lin Che was evidently afflicted by the fallen immortal curse, having lost all his cultivation and was now a mere waste, yet the holy maiden still contemplated keeping him within the sacred land. Was this not a waste of resources? I heard he was the one who caused the daughter of heavenly poison on Zixiao Peak to consume the detoxification powder, resulting in the loss of her cultivation. How could such a grave mistake be so lightly brushed aside by the holy maiden? This was nothing short of using public office for personal gain. Elder Tang from the Tianxuan sacred land, who could not bear to see the Taiyi sacred land thrive, spoke with derision. Some elders from various sects found his words reasonable and joined in the mockery. Everyone, allow me to speak a few words. Lin Che is my senior brother. Since our master's passing, it has always been my senior sisters who have cared for him, especially my eldest senior sister, who has doted on him greatly. Even though my brother has strayed from the right path, she is still willing to offer him a chance for redemption. This is not just my senior sister's decision, but is the wish of everyone in the Taiyi sacred land, including the Holy Master. We will not abandon any disciple. Qin Wentian, holding the Taiyi sword in his left hand, spoke with righteous fervor, his voice infused with spiritual power that resonated in everyone's ears. Holy Master Zue regarded Qin Wentian with a complex gaze, surprised by his words. Lin Che, do you not feel ashamed? Your junior brother has been thinking of you. Even at this moment, he defends you. Yet what have you done? You have falsely accused and attempted to frame your junior brother. To be honest, you do not even measure up to a single toe of your junior brother. Ji Luoyao transmitted her thoughts to Lin Che. Oh, is that so? I thank you for allowing me to remain in the Taiyi sacred land, but your true intention is merely to restore your reputation while coveting the essence of my blood. Isn't it? What you call offering a chance for redemption is nothing but nonsense. It is all merely an attempt to siphon off my last shred of value. Lin Che was truly disgusted by Ji Luoyao's words. How could such a person exist in this world? Flattering words. Who cannot utter them? Qin Holy Son, I wonder what your cultivation level is. Let me assess it myself. The challenger was none other than Shun Nanfeng, the holy son of the chaotic sacred land, who seized the opportunity to test Qin Wentian's mettle. Shun Nanfeng, you are being reckless. Stand down. Two voices rang out simultaneously from different directions at that moment. A sudden gust of wind swept through the heavens. Golden light erupted as if auspicious signs were descending from the sky, with radiant hues illuminating the surroundings. Could this be the Qin Yuan ranking? There was no mistaking it. 3 years prior, the Qin Yuan ranking had descended in a similar manner. Haha, no need for a contest. As soon as the Qin Yuan ranking appears, we shall see our standings and discern who is superior and who is inferior. Those who had just been eager and restless, the prodigies of the Holy Land, now gazed at the heavenly expanse where golden light cascaded down. Chapter 54, renowned on the list, within Zishu Peak. As the radiant light descended, the 3 individuals within the cave abode were all taken aback. Could it be that the Qin Yuan list has emerged? This feeling could not be mistaken. It was indeed the Qin Yuan list penned by the talented lady of the Tiangong Pavilion. And Miaoi, little junior brother, you are bound to be at the pinnacle. The awakened Nangong Minghui extended her most sincere blessings. Ji Luoyao and Hua Yu cast a sidelong glance at the pallid Nangong Minghui, but chose to disregard her and strode out of the abode. They were eager to discover which unparalleled prodigies had made the list. The Qin Yuan list recorded the top 100 extraordinary talents of the Great Wasteland domain, and it could be said that each individual who made the list possessed the potential to become a formidable figure in the future, provided they did not fall from grace. However, those on the list also faced an increased likelihood of assassination. Not only the Taiyi Holy Land, but every sect and force would cast their eyes upon the Qin Yuan list. Amidst the golden clouds, a breathtakingly beautiful woman, resplendent as a celestial being, donned a pale blue brocade robe and held a bone fan. Though she was a woman, her attire bore a masculine flair, and her exquisitely sculpted visage exuded a certain valiant charm. Her 3,000 strands of hair cascaded like a waterfall, secured by a hairpin at the back of her head. Upon her emergence, a branch of light burst forth from her forehead, enveloped in golden radiance, resembling a pin. In an instant, the golden pin took hold, expanding exponentially, and in Maui began to write with a flourish. Golden rays surged forth, and characters shimmering with golden hues danced elegantly like startled swans or drifting dragons. It was as though a sacred decree had been unfurled, or perhaps a heavenly scripture. Ultimately, the golden dragon pin in Miaoi's grasp vanished, and the holy light emanating from her forehead dissipated. The Qin Yuan list was unveiled before the eyes of all cultivators in the Great Wasteland domain. Miaoi, rumored to be the only prodigious woman in 10,000 years who might ascend through literature, was indeed as the legends foretold upon this day. Look, my name has appeared on the Qin Yuan list. I am ranked 99th. Ha. The positions yet to be revealed must also bear my name. The Qin Yuan list, the higher the ranking, the more abundant the rewards. Gazing at the inverted Qin Yuan list in the sky, Lin Che on the heavenly platform was momentarily lost in thought. Ascend the Qin Yuan list was a mark of honor and an appraisal of a cultivator's potential. Once, Lin Che had risen to the Qin Yuan list at the age of 9. Claiming the top position with formidable strength. That on that day, the Great Wasteland domain was stirred by his presence, and the Taiyi Holy Land surged with fervor because of him alone. Moreover, the top of the Qin Yuan list awarded the will of the heavenly Dao, and it was through that will that Lin Che broke through to the spirit transformation realm, becoming the youngest spirit transformation realm powerhouse in the history of the Great Wasteland domain. Seeing the Qin Yuan list again, Lin Che's mindset underwent a transformation. In the past, he had toiled day and night to maintain his position at the top of the Qin Yuan list, but now, devoid of the so-called responsibilities of the Holy Land, he felt a sense of lightness. He understood that the Qin Yuan list had no connection to him this time. After all, he bore the fallen immortal curse, and his cultivation had plummeted to the first level of the Dan condensation realm. It would not be long before he descended into the realm of mortals. He chose not to look at the Qin Yuan list any longer, instead contemplating whether he could take this opportunity to forcibly utilize his cultivation to leave the Holy Land. Mo Qingcheng, clad in a split Chong Sam, tightened her garments, recalling the origin of this attire, the heavenly Xin battle garment, a reward she had received when Lin Che topped the Qingyun list for the second time. It could transform at the wearer's will, boasting astonishing defensive capabilities, able to withstand the full force of cultivators 2 realms above oneself. Out of the corner of her eye, she stealthily glanced at Lin Che in the distance. For some reason, seeing Lin Che in his current state stirred a pang of guilt within her, prompting memories of the times they had shared. However, upon perceiving the meager remnants of his cultivation, a flicker of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. We can never return to the way things were. At that moment, Mo Qingcheng's name also appeared on the Qingyun list. The 2 names that followed hers left everyone deeply perplexed. Tianxuan, Hua Yui. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting the confusion within their eyes. Who is Ji Luoyao? I have never heard of her. And Hua Yu? How is she ranked above me? Does anyone know who these 2 are? In the Holy Land, atop the heavenly platform, Ji Luoyao and Lu Roli felt a tinge of panic arise within them, though they concealed it well, ensuring no one noticed. I never expected those 2 useless ones to stumble upon such incredible fortune. Ji Luoyao transmitted to Lu Roli, who was still recovering from her shock. Sister, should we eliminate them to prevent future troubles? No, I have a better plan, one that not only bolsters our Holy Land's strength, but also allows us to subjugate them. Ji Luoyao gazed at the radiant characters on the Qingyun list. Ji Luoyao, the indomitable sword body, an unparalleled genius who comprehended 3 sword intents, possesses immense potential, cultivation at the 4th level of the Sea transformation realm. Hua Yui, with her extreme night demon eyes, has grasped 2 inherited eye techniques, an extraordinary talent with limitless potential, cultivation at the 2nd level of the Sea transformation realm, the sword body, before Ji Luoyao. There had only been 1 sword body in the Great Wasteland domain, and that was Ji Luoyao herself. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoli's beautiful eyes were fixated on the characters denoting the extreme night demon eyes. 2 inherited eye techniques. After traversing the Great Wasteland domain and studying eye techniques for so many years, I have barely mastered 2. How can Hua Yu, a mere blind person, awaken new eye techniques? Indomitable sword body, could she possibly be another Ji Luoyao? Extreme night demon eyes, I have never heard of it. How did she rank 32nd? Look at their cultivation. It seems only Mo Qingcheng, the master of the Dan King Hall, with her heavenly aspect realm cultivation, can maintain an advantage over them. How am I, at the 9th level of the Sea transformation realm, ranked behind them? Some were astonished, some were bewildered, and some were filled with doubt. 2 newcomers of the Sea transformation realm had indeed surpassed them. And Miaoi, I refuse to accept this. With my celestial body, why am I ranked behind them? And I, with my ghostly eyes, at the pinnacle of the Sea transformation realm, also rank after them. Is your analysis incorrect? Before the words could escape, one individual instinctively covered the mouth of the speaking cultivator. And Miaoi coldly remarked, the information I have gathered is accurate. If you do not believe it, you may enter the 100 battle platform to contest. Upon hearing this, the others instantly fell silent, for they were well aware that the Qingyun list crafted by the Tiangong Pavilion had never aired. Meticulously based on gathered information and simulated combat scenarios to ultimately provide rankings. Since Miaoi had stated this, it indicated that these 2 newcomers indeed possessed extraordinary merits. The only one who did not feel astonished at the appearance of these 2 names was Lin Che, the sole individual in the Great Wasteland domain. The indomitable sword body of Ji Luoyao and the extreme night demon eyes of Hua Yu were both taught by him. Any individual, even a mortal, could surpass any genius if they were trained appropriately. Moreover, both had been prodigies even before their downfall. If they could not make it onto the Qingyun list, Lin Che would find it strange indeed. Upon seeing her name on the Qingyun list, Ji Luoyao and Hua Yui, who stood on Zixiao Peak, were first taken aback, followed by a surge of gratitude towards Lin Che. Chapter 55, the second. The Sword Maiden has made the list. Look, there is also Miss Yun, and she ranks 31st and 32nd. Heaven bless our Sword God sect. At this moment, the 3 ancestors of the Sword God sect gazed at the 2 golden names in the sky, their eyes brimming with tears of joy. The Qingyun list, heralded as the prodigy list, indicated that anyone who made the list, even if merely a doorkeeper, could become a formidable figure in the future. In times past, the founding master of the Sword God sect had also ranked 97th on the Qingyun list. Later, Through his own efforts, he transformed the Sword God sect from a mediocre sect into a first-rate power. Initially believing that the glory could not be renewed, Ji Luoyau's rise had reignited their hopes, yet her previous ascent had been fleeting, without even witnessing the unveiling of the Qingyun list. But today, Ji Luoyao had made the list, positioning herself just one name away from the Taiyi Holy Land as Dan King, Imo-Chi-Ching. Send the word down. From this day forth, let the Sword Maiden succeed the position of the Sword God sect's young master. Whatever she desires, we must fulfill to the best of our abilities. Master, the Sword Maiden has conflicts with that one from the Taiyi Holy Land. Do everything in your power to ensure the safety of the Sword Maiden. Understood. Xiao Ming awakened to the realization that as long as Ji Luoyau's safety was guaranteed, allowing her to continue her cultivation, the prospect of standing shoulder to shoulder with the Holy Land would no longer be a mere fantasy. The other three ancestors exchanged relieved smiles, sharing a glance that solidified their resolve. The Lord's manor in Lanyue City, a woman in white, still possessing her allure, gazed at the inverted Qingyun list in the sky. Along with the name she had never dared to dream of, her expression was frozen, as though she had seen a ghost. Lord, Miss, she has made the list. Congratulations, Lord. My lord, did you see? Our daughter has ascended the Qingyun list. The entire household of the Lord's manor offered their congratulations to Hua Wuxin, who was so overwhelmed with emotion that her hands trembled. The fact that Hua Yu could make the list was something she had never dared to imagine. Considering what Hua Yui had endured prior to this, the innate burning sky divine pupil was ruthlessly designed to be gouged out, resulting in the complete depletion of her cultivation, reducing her to the status of a mere mortal, a blind person who could only rely on others for the latter half of her life. Upon leaving Lanyue City, in just a week's time, she transformed into a paragon of the Qingyun rankings, a feat that would seem unbelievable to anyone hearing it. Henceforth, I, the city lord, shall abdicate in favor of the worthy. Once he returns, she will be announced as my successor to the position of city lord, the pride of the Qingyun rankings, had it not been for the limited capabilities of Hua Wuxin and the fact that she only commanded this single city. She would have been immediately proclaimed a saintess or even a junior master in other sections. Indeed, the city lord is wise. At the Taiyi Sacred Land, atop Zixiao Peak, after gazing at the resplendent golden characters, Nangong Mingwei genuinely felt joy for Imo-Chi-Ching. However, when she instinctively shifted her gaze downward, the space that should have held her name was instead filled with the name Ji Luoyao. This revelation caused her once bright eyes to dim instantly. As if Ji Luoyau's name struck her heart like a heavy blow. Why? By what right? You, a waste, dare to seize my place. Nangong Mingwei sneered, gripping Ji Luoyau's arm tightly as she demanded loudly that moment. A name flashed through her mind. Lin Che. It was he who planted the curse within her. It was he who caused her to lose her sister's trust, and it was he who instigated her venomous affliction. Return my cultivation to me. The Nangong Mingwei before her had lost all semblance of reason, mistaking Ji Luoyao for Lin Che. Bang! Are you done making a scene? You mad woman. Ji Luoyao, observing the frenzied Nangong Mingwei, was reminded of her own past, the helpless self who had once lost her innate sword bone before Ji Luoyao. With a fierce slap, she struck Nangong Mingwei across the face. Boom! After receiving the blow, Nangong Mingwei's mind went blank, leaving her powerless and slumped on the ground, staring vacantly at the golden name in the sky. Qingyun rankings, 7th place. The saintess of Taiyi Sacred Land, Ji Luoyao, with innate sword bone, Nirvana sword bone, and boundless sword physique, her cultivation at the first level of the divine mansion realm. Hiss, truly deserving of her title as the saintess of Taiyi Sacred Land, yet she only ranks 7th. Given that even the esteemed saintess, with her first-level cultivation, barely occupies the 7th position, I am increasingly curious about who stands at the pinnacle of the Qingyun rankings. SOMI. We cannot exclude anyone. Who? Lin Che? Huh. Is that not stating the obvious? A waste afflicted by the fallen immortal curse, he would be fortunate to survive a single strike from me, yet he dares to aspire for the top of the Qingyun rankings? The former frontrunner has long been cast aside by the masses. Perhaps from the moment Lin Che was cursed, his era was irrevocably concluded. Merely 7th place. From her tone, Ji Luoyao seemed dissatisfied with such an outcome. Yet, the facts are indeed as they stand. Prior to merging with the Nirvana sword bone, she had ranked 9th solely based on her innate sword bone and boundless sword physique. Now, having perfectly fused with the Nirvana sword bone and advanced to the first level of the Divine Mansion realm. She should have contended for a position within the top 5 that, however, she never anticipated that she would stagnate at 7th. Senior sister, you have performed admirably, had it not been for your concerns regarding me and senior brother. Your cultivation would undoubtedly surpass the first level of the Divine Mansion realm. The words of Qin Wentian, standing beside her, felt as though he were reading her mind, his right hand gently resting on her hand. Their interaction resembling that of partners rather than a mere senior and junior. Not minding Qin Wentian's overstepping, she smiled warmly at him, acknowledging that it was only natural for a senior sister to care for her junior brother. After all, the one who causes me worry has never been you. Not far from them, Lin Che felt nauseated. He recalled the time Ji Luoyao had suffered a heart injury during a sword duel and fell into a coma. In a moment of desperation, he had performed CPR on her, only to be later accused by someone with ulterior motives. Ji Luoyao had berated him fiercely, claiming he had ulterior motives, and had even confined him for 3 months. Reflecting on it now, he realized how blind he had been in the past. Senior brother, you need not feel guilt. Senior sister does not blame you. As long as you rectify your ways, you will still be a part of Zishu Peak. Qin Wentian remarked casually, his gaze fixed on Lin Che at this moment. The Qingyun rankings had revealed the 6th, 5th, 4th, and 3rd places. The top 3 were all prodigies from the chaotic sacred land and the Tianxuan sacred land. In Miao Yi, the talented woman of the Tianji Pavilion, possessing the vast righteous body, entered the Dao through literature, her cultivation at the 4th level of the Divine Mansion realm. Qingyun rankings, 2nd place, Taiyi Sacred Land's quasi-saint son. Qin Wentian, excelling in swordsmanship, alchemy, poison, medicine, ocular techniques, and with a physique of the nether poison body, his cultivation at the 7th level of the Divine Mansion realm. Evaluation, Saint Dragon's fortune, boundless potential, unparalleled talent. This series of accolades left all, including Taiyi Sacred Land, breathless. Chapter 56. The one and only through the ages boom. Across the vast wilderness, from the sacred lands to lesser sects, chaos erupted at Miao Yi, the talented woman of the Tianji Pavilion. The only one in the wilderness over the millennia to enter the Dao through literature, emerged from the mysterious Tianji Pavilion, yet her gifted talents only secured her the 3rd position. It was noted that during the last Qingyun rankings, she had claimed the 2nd place. Now, she had been forcibly relegated to 3rd. However, this was not the most shocking revelation. The most astonishing was Qin Wentian. The newly appointed quasi-saint son of Taiyi Sacred Land had astonishingly appeared in 2nd place in the Qingyun rankings, shattering everyone's perceptions. Despite prior expectations, they had not anticipated Taiyi Sacred Land to remain as formidable as ever. Junior brother, he has only recently become a quasi-saint son and has ascended to 2nd place on the Qingyun rankings. Now, the Saint Lord should have nothing to say, right? A cultivation at the 7th level of the Divine Mansion realm is simply unimaginable. Did you not see the evaluation provided by the Qingyun rankings? Saint Dragon's fortune, unparalleled talent. At the altar, a flicker of imperceptible disappointment crossed Ji Luoyao's gaze. She murmured to herself, 2nd place? The 2nd place in the Qingyun rankings is an unattainable goal for other factions. Yet for a sacred land, they only vie for the top spot. Taiyi Sacred Land had held the top position for 3 consecutive times, and Ji Luoyao had grown accustomed to believing that this time, the top of the Qingyun rankings should rightfully belong to them. Alas, she had forgotten the most crucial detail. Lin Che was no longer in the Sacred Land, and the one who succeeded the position of Saint Sun was her closest junior brother. Qin Wentian, Lu Ruoli, Mo Chiqing, and Leng Rushuang, upon learning of this outcome, were momentarily stunned, as if struggling to accept this reality. Their junior brother had always been so outstanding. The 1st place in the Qingyun rankings could only belong to them at Zishu Peak. The 3 women exchanged glances, each reflecting a trace of imperceptible disappointment. Yet, this was precisely captured by Qin Wentian. Just as he was about to speak, someone else chimed in. Now that the 3rd and 2nd positions of the Qingyun rankings have been revealed, who do you think the 1st will be? This is hardly a mystery. It must be the young master of the undying Purple Mountain, Yang Shao, or perhaps it is our sacred lady from the chaotic sacred land. Ouyang Lingji, the 1st position had yet to be revealed, and all the factions present began speculating eagerly. Upon seeing senior sister Ji Luoyao and junior brother Qin Wentian's rankings in the Qingyun rankings, Nangong Mingyue finally regained her composure. Lin Che, you are but a waste. While I still have my senior sister and junior brother, You have no support whatsoever. Furthermore, I stand behind Taiyi's sacred land, as long as I have sufficient opportunities. I may yet tread the path of cultivation once more to D. Oh, you see this? This is the disparity. Following Lin Che will only stifle your talents. As long as you join Zixiao Peak, I will plead with senior sister to grant you leniency. It is far better than remaining by the side of that waste Lin Che. This moment, Nangong Mingwei had regained her confidence. Tianxuan and Hua Yui exchanged looks, regarding Nangong Mingwei with expressions akin to that of observing a fool. The women of Zixiao Peak all seemed to be afflicted by some ailment. 1. Lu Ruoli had gouged out another's divine pupil and ascended the Qingyan rankings with an air of righteousness. Then, there was Ji Luoyao, who had twice extracted another's bones, presenting herself as if she were above all. As for Nangong Mingwei, she was the most absurd of all, having been reduced to a waste yet attempting to assert her superiority by belittling others. If Lin Che is a waste, then by that logic, she is even worse than a waste herself. Was that slap earlier not sufficient? I advise you to keep your mouth clean, or I will not hesitate to make your cheeks symmetrical. Ji Luoyao declared assertively. Understanding the significance of the Qingyan rankings, she too was curious as to who would ultimately claim the top spot. Buzz. At that moment, the golden light in the sky surged, manifesting 9 divine dragons, followed by an ancient divine beast, the Qilin, striding upon clouds and traversing thousands of miles, issuing forth the harmonious sounds of dragons and phoenixes, leading countless individuals into enlightenment. Subsequently, a scroll appeared in the heavens, titled Heavenly Book. For the first time, the talented in Miao Yi, floating in the air, revealed a hint of envy. Qingyan rankings, first place, the Sword God sect's guest elder, Lin Che, having comprehended 3,000 avenues, mastering them all. His talent unparalleled throughout the ages, with a cultivation at the first level of the condensation realm, his physical body having reached the level of a sacred shell, sufficient to rival the power of a law avatar. Achievements: mentored 2 prodigies, imparting the undying sword body and the extreme night demon eye. Rewards: a volume of the Emperor's artifact, the unwritten heavenly book, and 3 strands of heavenly Dao will. Boom. This news spread like wildfire throughout the vast wilderness. How could someone at the first level of the condensation Dan realm possibly top the Qingyan list? Ridiculous. It must be a mistake with the list. How could that useless individual be at the top? I must be seeing things. I can barely make the list with my ocean transformation realm cultivation, while he, a mere condensation Dan realm talent, surely owes us an explanation. After much confusion, everyone's gaze turned to Miaoi, hoping to glean the truth from her lips. Upon witnessing Lin Che's confirmation as the top contender on the altar, the Holy Master Ziyue's expression darkened. She cast a sidelong glance at Ji Luoyao. Impossible. This cannot be true. Ji Luoyao's heart was shaken. She recalled how Lin Che had often stolen peculiar techniques and sword arts to share with her, explaining their profound meanings. At that time, she thought nothing of it, believing Lin Che, as her junior, was merely fulfilling his role. After Lin Che was afflicted by the fallen immortal curse, she deemed him a waste, thinking that remaining at Zixiao Peak would only squander resources and tarnish its reputation. Leaving her, the dignified holy maiden of the Taiyi sacred land, in disgrace. Thus, she colluded with several other junior sisters to force Lin Che out of the Taiyi sacred land, attempting to erase the inscriptions he carved on the 3 live steel to ensure he could never return. Yet, what transpired before her now felt like a resounding slap, leaving her in disbelief and her face burning with shame. Qin Wentian's mood was hardly better. His fingers, white-knuckled from gripping too tightly, reflected his darkened expression. He had never imagined such a result. He had envisioned countless possibilities for the top contender, with Lin Che being the only one he had excluded, with a divine body, comprehending the myriad paths, and teaching the indestructible sword body and the extreme night demonic eyes to 2 prodigies. Such accomplishments could not be rivaled in the vast wilderness. As the crowd directed their skeptical gazes toward Lin Che, and Miaoi descended from the clouds, approaching him. She first offered a warm smile, then amiably stated, "I am Miaoi, and I congratulate Elder Lin on maintaining his position as the top of the Qingyun list for the 4th consecutive time." The impact of her words was akin to a sudden surge of floodwaters, breaking through the dam, especially considering Lin Che's current status as an honorary elder of the Sword God sect. It was unexpected that this year's greatest victor was indeed the Sword God sect. I have heard of the Sword God sect. It is merely a second-rate power, hardly worth mentioning. Yet, with N's endorsement, the Qingyun list must have no errors. The representatives from various influential factions in the audience had no choice but to acknowledge this fact. Lin Che felt somewhat surprised, yet it was within reason. Despite his cultivation having declined, his physical prowess remained unmatched among the younger generation. Chapter 57. The unexpected turn at Zixiao Peak. Nangong Mingwei gazed at the names revealed on the Qingyun list. Momentarily stunned, he is the top contender, that thief, the voyeuristic pervert, a scoundrel unworthy of even a toe of her junior brother. The heavens are unjust. She clenched her fists tightly, a wave of powerlessness washing over her. What could she do now? What could she change? Of course, I must expose him in front of the many factions. Someone like him, with a heart of a beast and a face of a man, does not deserve to touch the Qingyun list. Nangong Mingyue, upon sensing the peculiar poison in her dantian, suddenly changed her expression, as if realizing something. Frantically, she let her hair down and rushed toward the altar, repeatedly muttering a single phrase. What is wrong with this woman? Who knows? Let us follow and see. Ji Luoyao felt a headache coming on. Being around someone who oscillated between normalcy and madness made her fear she might catch the contagion. However, for now, to leave the Taiyi sacred land, Nangong Mingyue was their hostage. On the altar of the sacred land, Lin Che stood in the spotlight, becoming the object of admiration for many young prodigies. Only the group from Zixiao Peak wore grim expressions. Holy Master, I believe he is doing this intentionally. Lin Che, you were brought to Zixiao Peak by our master. You are a person of the sacred land in life, and a ghost of the sacred land in death. How dare you leave the sect without the master's decree? You ungrateful wretch. The sect has nurtured you for so many years. If it weren't for the sect's resources, how could you have achieved today's status? This blatant moral coercion nearly made Lin Che burst into laughter. He wanted to ask who had forced him out of the sacred land and into marriage with the Lanyue city. Nurtured with resources, they had brought him back to the sect from the foot of the mountain and carelessly abandoned him on the peak, leaving a child under 6 years old to fend for himself. After he demonstrated his prodigious talent, they tried every means to turn him into a furnace. Was that what they called nurturing resources? Were the people of Zixiao Peak's brains caught in the door? Having already severed ties with the sect, he wished to avoid further disputes and thus reintroduced himself. Sword God Sect, Honorary Elder, Lin Che. His heart was already filled with disillusionment toward this sacred land. Brother Lin, why did you leave the sect? Are you still brooding over what happened in the trial grounds? It is said that the Holy Master has already uncovered the truth, and soon your name will be cleared. Indeed, brother, the sacred land cannot do without you. The disciples from the 36 peaks of the Taiyi sacred land in the audience were already in tears, pleading softly for Lin Che to reconsider. At that moment, Qin Wentian felt a seething jealousy. Why had he, at a young age, managed to cultivate to the 7th level of the divine palace realm without anyone paying him any mind? Yet Lin Che, a mere shell of a person under the fallen immortal curse, was treated with such reverence he could not accept it. I know the truth. Lin Che's cultivation does not belong to him. He extracted the power from within me to bolster himself. This was all part of his long-laid scheme. Everyone, do not be deceived by him. An unharmonious voice rang out. The crowd turned to see a disheveled woman in a blue gown stumbling up the steps. Who else could it be but Nangong Mingyue? Who is she? What gives her the right to make such claims about Brother Lin? Poisonous insects. Could it be that Brother Lin is a poison cultivator? I've never heard of such a thing. Poison cultivation is forbidden. That if he truly is a poison cultivator, Lin Che would become the target of everyone's scorn. As she observed Nangong Mingyue's figure, Qin Wentian on the altar curled his lips into a smirk. Lin Che, prepare to be disgraced. As long as the poison within you acts up, you will have no way to defend yourself, and the label of a poison cultivator will be firmly attached to you. Nangong, what brings you here? Senior Sister Mingyue, you look unwell. Let us discuss this once you've recovered. Recently, I've neglected you while preparing for the coronation ceremony. Please forgive me, and I will make it up to you later. Lu Ruoli and Mo Qingqing stepped forward, while Qin Wentian feigned sincerity, offering apologies to Nangong Mingyue. Her words lifted the heavy weight off Nangong Mingyue's heart, which had felt so empty from the neglect over the past few days. Learning that she still held a place in her junior brother's heart filled her with gratitude, further solidifying her resolve to expose Lin Che. Only her junior brother deserved the title of the top of the Qingyun list. No, it's nothing. It's my inadequacy that led to my falling for Lin Che's scheme, causing you and my junior brother to worry. As she spoke, Ji Luoyao's gaze fell upon Nangong Mingyue. Mingyue, Did your words imply that your cultivation was not lost due to the detoxification powder, due to the inability to suppress the dark poison within her? Nangong Mingyue had no choice but to seek the aid of the 7th grade medical sage, Ji Luoyao from the sacred land. While using the detoxification powder would result in the loss of her cultivation, it seemed that Nangong Mingyue's words hinted at something different. Just 2 days ago, when Lin Che arrived at the sacred land, the peculiar poison in my body vanished, along with my cultivation. Initially, I thought it was due to the detoxification powder, but only today did I realize it might be related to him. Nangong Mingyue pointed accusingly at Lin Che. The others from the sacred land were eager to witness the Taiyi sacred land's internal strife. Are you suggesting that he achieved his goals? The reason his physical strength has reached such heights is entirely due to the incessant infusion of the world's essence from the peculiar poison within you. Few knew about the matter of Nangong Mingyue being poisoned, and Ziyue suddenly understood. The crowd began to imagine the scenario, directing disdainful looks at Lin Che. Seeing that the intended reaction had been elicited, Qin Wentian stepped forward again, playing the role of the Good Samaritan that I believe Brother Lin's actions stem from unavoidable circumstances. Ladies, please forgive him. After all, being afflicted by the fallen immortal curse and suddenly descending from grace is hard for anyone to bear. I understand his urgent desire to prove himself. Qin Wentian's nasal voice was tear-jerking, making Lin Che feel nauseous, almost choking him. Get lost, you insufferable green tea bitch. But to others, it sounded quite different. Could it be that Elder Lin, the top of the Qingyun list, has some hidden truth, a poison cultivator? Is it the corpse refining sect from a millennium ago? Wasn't their lineage long since severed? In this world, nothing is absolute. Some have begun to believe in Nangong Mingyue's words, while Ji Luoyao spoke with disdain, expressing her disbelief that after leaving the Holy Land, you could fall so low. After all, she is your senior sister. How could you act so ruthlessly, you beast? Today, let us bear witness as I cleanse the Holy Land of its impurities. Chapter 58, Turning Point, Sword God Sect. Xiamingzi quickly slapped me across the face. I must be dreaming, right? Haha, ancestor, you are not dreaming. Elder Lin truly stands at the pinnacle of the Qingyun ranking. As the trees flourish in the forest, the wind must inevitably bring them down. You must immediately summon Elder Huang and Elder Feng to accompany you on a journey to the Taiyi Holy Land to escort Elder Lin and the Sword Maiden. Yes, Xiaoming's expression mirrored his excitement. If he had held doubts about Lin Che's previous statements, he now fully believed that Hua Yu and Ji Luoyao had achieved their current successes because of Lin Che. It was as if the heavens had sent them to save their sword god sect. These individuals must not encounter any mishaps. By the way, send out the order. From this day forth, the sword god sect shall seal its mountain for 10 years. Xiaoming paused, nodding gravely. He understood the good intentions of the 3 ancestors, though the great wasteland appeared peaceful on the surface. Beneath it lurked hidden currents. After this battle, the sword god sect had become a target, and they must find a way to protect themselves. Sealing the sect was undoubtedly the best course of action. In Lanwei City, still caught in the euphoria of Hua Yu descending to the Qingyun ranking, Lin Che's achievement left Hua Wuxin frozen in place. Initially, she had not considered Lin Che's involvement in Hua Yu's rise. After all, Lin Che had looked pale and frail, evidently a sickly figure expelled from the Holy Land, reduced to living in this remote little city due to some grave mistake, losing all his cultivation. Now, the accolades from the Qingyun ranking forced her to reconsider. Could Hua Yu's extraordinary accomplishments in just a week truly be attributed to Lin Che? City Lord, your son-in-law, is actually at the top. Congratulations, City Lord, double the joy for you. The disciples of the City Lord's mansion cheered with unrestrained joy, as if it were they who had claimed the top position. No1 exhibited jealousy. Their eyes were filled with envy. From this day forth, disband the City Lord's mansion. Everyone will receive their monthly allowances as usual, and make haste to depart. But, City Lord, there is no but. This is an order. Whether it was Hua Yu or Lin Che, both harbored irreconcilable conflicts with the Taiyi Holy Land that if they had not revealed their talents, it would have been manageable. Now that the Qingyun ranking had exposed them, she feared the Taiyi Holy Land might act behind the scenes. She could not become a burden to Lin Che and Hua Yu. The Taiyi Holy Land. In the heavenly altar, the late-arriving Hua Yu and Ji Luoyao shielded Lin Che behind them. You arrived just in time, Hua Yu, Ji Luoyao. This holy maiden offers you a chance. Join the Zixiao Peak, and we shall erase past grievances. What do you say? Ji Luoyao said. looking at the two women with an arrogant demeanor. Ji Luoyao and Hua Yui exchanged glances, bewildered by the woman's audacity. Erase past grievances? Would that mean I should gouge out 2 bones from your chest, and then amicably discuss erasing grievances? Ji Luoyao, nearly laughing in exasperation, finally understood why Lin Che held such disdain for these women. They were truly insufferable fools. You speak nonsense. It was you who coveted this holy maiden's innate sword bone that led to your own downfall. Even now, Ji Luoyao refuses to acknowledge her position as the holy maiden of the Taiyi Holy Land, having all resources at her disposal. Would she truly resort to carving into others' bones? Oh, I remember now. The holy maiden seems to have a twin sister, called Ji Luoyao. If I am not mistaken, that I have not heard of the holy maiden's sister awakening a sword bone. Ah, jealousy, perhaps. Such matters are commonplace within families. A group of disciples whispered among themselves. Ji Luoyao was astonished at how brazenly this woman could lie without a hint of embarrassment. You all conspire to frame Ah Che. It is I who should expose you. Wouldn't you agree, Lu Ruoli? Hua Yui, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke forcefully. Blind fool, how can you forget the pain once the wound has healed? Lu Ruoli, relying on the Taiyi Holy Land, felt little fear that as for Qin Wentian. He sensed some undercurrents. It seemed that these senior sisters were not to be underestimated. This is a matter of the Taiyi Holy Land and does not concern others. If you withdraw now, this holy lord shall not pursue the matter. At this moment, Ziwe stepped forward to take control of the situation. Ji Luoyao and Lu Ruoli's matters were well within her knowledge. It was precisely because she had turned a blind eye that the current irreparable situation had come to pass. Yet, she felt no regret at a commendable promise of no further pursuit. Ziwe, I hope you do not regret your decision today in Kai. Would you care to have a conversation with Lin? And Miaoi, who had been quietly observing, shrugged helplessly. She had initially wished to steer clear of this turbulent affair, but it seemed she could no longer remain uninvolved. Elder Lin, my Tiangong Pavilion has never intervened in disputes. You should be well aware of that. And Miaoi made her stance clear from the outset, indicating she would not assist either side. That I am well aware of the Tiangong Pavilion's rules. However, this volume of the heavenly book in my possession is a waste if left unused. Cough, cough. Elder Lin, please speak directly. As long as it is not about fighting or killing, I believe Miaoi will show some leniency. Upon hearing Miaoi's words, Qin Wentian became visibly agitated. Listen, the Tiangong Pavilion traditionally refrains from conflict. Do you really wish to break this long-held principle? His primary intention was to ruin Lin Che's reputation and then keep him close to monitor his every move. He had not anticipated that members of the Tiangong Pavilion would disrupt the situation at this juncture. How dare you, Pavilion Master? Do you need me to teach you how to conduct yourself? And Miaoi's face showed her anger. Step back, Wentian. Ziwe internally lamented Qin Wentian's lack of situational awareness. Even she would give Miaoi some respect. It was audacious for Qin Wentian to openly offend her. You, how dare you speak to my junior brother in such a tone? Nangong Mingwe, incensed after Qin Wentian was reprimanded by Ziwe, directed her frustration toward Miaoi. With a swish, Miaoi's ghostly figure appeared before Nangong Mingwe, gripping her neck and lifting her effortlessly. Struggling for breath, Nangong Mingwe's face flushed crimson as she felt the suffocating grip tighten. Enough. Missing. You have taught her a lesson. My junior sister was momentarily ignorant. I hope you can show mercy. Ji Luoyao could no longer watch, inwardly cursing Nangong Mingwe for her foolishness, which had evidently influenced her younger disciple. How could you still speak rationally? In today's Zixiao Peak, you are the only one who understands the gravity of the situation. Out of respect for you, I shall spare her this time, but let it not happen again. And Miaoi's cultivation level surpassed that of Ji Luoyao, and only Qin Wentian would dare challenge her. Missin, I require your assistance in safely escorting the 3 of us away. Upon completion, this volume of the heavenly book shall be yours. To demonstrate his sincerity, Lin Che pushed a volume of the heavenly book toward Miaoi. Are you not afraid I will take the heavenly book and flee? And Miaoi teased Lin Che. Chapter 59. Human hearts seeing the wordless heavenly book enveloped in golden light. Leng Rushuang couldn't help but scoff. Ungrateful wretch, a white-eyed wolf that cannot be nurtured. In her eyes, this volume of the wordless heavenly book, a reward from the Qingyun ranking, rightfully belonged to the Taiyi Holy Land, yet she could only watch as Lin Che took it to give away. I am the Qingyun ranking, the higher one's rank. The more substantial the rewards, the wordless heavenly book was said to contain the teachings of the Confucian and Taoist sages. Though it was merely a volume, for the Tiangong Pavilion, it was akin to adding wings to a tiger. Lin Che's actions chilled her. Was it truly the case that the Taiyi Holy Land could not capture Lin Che's interest? Compared to the wordless heavenly book Lin Che offered, Ji Luoyao was far more concerned about the 3 heavenly Dao intentions awarded by the Qin ranking. Obtaining the heavenly Dao intentions held the most formidable potential for achieving heavenly Dao foundation. However, if successful, one would encounter no bottlenecks in cultivation before reaching the law manifestation realm. She was merely in 7th place. Thus lacked the qualification to receive the heavenly Dao intentions. Lin Che, return the 3 heavenly Dao intentions to the Taiyi Holy Land, and I shall beseech the Holy Lord to allow you to return to Zixio Peak. What do you think? Upon hearing the two's words, Lin Che's smile widened at An Kai, well-versed in knowledge, was the only one in the great wasteland who had ascended through literary means, so he regarded the wordless heavenly book as a means to forge a friendship with her. And Miaoyi scrutinized Lin Che closely. In the past, he had merely been average in her eyes. Even though his talent was exceptional, his mindset had been evident. Yet today, upon seeing Lin Che, she felt his disposition had undergone a profound transformation. Transcending the ordinary, the casual offering of the imperial-grade wordless heavenly book was not something everyone could muster the audacity to do. However, considering Lin Che's current predicament, it seemed he had even better options. As anticipated, after Miaoyi harbored such thoughts, other esteemed elders from various sacred lands began to speak up, seeking to extricate Lin Che from his predicament. Elder Lin, our chaos sacred land can ensure your safety, provided you are willing to offer a fragment of the heavenly Dao's will. The same goes for our Tianxuan sacred land, a portion of the heavenly Dao's will in exchange. Gentlemen, is it not somewhat improper to undermine my authority in the presence of this holy master? Ziyue could no longer endure the spectacle. These cunning old foxes had finally revealed their true intentions. They spoke of safeguarding Lin Che, yet their motives were solely to seize his heavenly Dao's will. This treasure rightfully belonged to the Taiyi sacred land. None could lay claim to it. Elder Lin. That assertion is erroneous. I distinctly recall Elder Lin stating previously that he holds the title of an honorary elder in the Sword God sect on the Qin list. How could one possibly speak of undermining? Elder Tang from the Chaos Sacred Land interjected. Others from various factions joined in the clamor. Indeed, you Taiyi Sacred Land have already cast him out. Why do you interfere with others' decisions? Are the people of sacred lands truly free to act without consequence? A prodigy like Elder Lin, regardless of where he is placed, would be revered as a treasure. Yet, the Taiyi sacred land has chosen to cast such a genius aside, surely. You must now regret your decision. Even the dimmest of minds could see that Lin Che's relationship with the Taiyi sacred land had soured to an irreparable degree. Otherwise, he would not have sought assistance from the Tianji Pavilion with a scroll of heavenly scriptures. The actions of the Taiyi sacred land hinted at their underlying regret, yet they were unwilling to lose face for the sake of their reputation. You individuals are quite amusing. The one whom my Taiyi sacred land has abandoned is now being clamored over by you. Ji Luoyao, unyielding in the face of surrounding skepticism, was determined to clarify that it was not Lin Che who abandoned the Taiyi sacred land, but rather the Taiyi sacred land that expelled Lin Che. Holy Master of Taiyi, surely you find yourself at a loss for words now. Even your sacred maiden has declared that Elder Lin is unwanted by you. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for our chaos sacred land to accept him. They cared not for the notion of acquiring what others had cast aside. What mattered was the value Lin Che possessed. At this moment, the most enraged was Qin Wentian. Initially, everything seemed to be under his control. Yet he never anticipated the situation would spiral out of hand in this manner. It was all due to the foolish individuals surrounding him, who, in their arrogance, disrupted his plans. Most perplexing to him was the fact that Lin Che had already been afflicted by the fallen immortal curse, rendering him half-disabled. Yet the sacred lands were eager to claim him. While he remained uninvolved, wasn't he ranked second on the Qin list? How could no one mention his name now? Senior brother, return, as long as you accept treatment. I believe the curse within you can eventually be dispelled, and the fallen immortal curse will be resolved. The sacred land will spare no effort in aiding you. Qin Wentian began by citing Lin Che's affliction with the curse. Knowing that the art of worm cultivation was taboo on the Tianxuan continent, it was a practice that warranted execution, and he was confident that no sect would dare take such a risk. Young Master Qin, one must be responsible for their words. You insinuate that Elder Lin harbors suspicions of worm cultivation. Where is your evidence? And Miaoyi, unable to restrain herself any longer, spoke up. The Taiyi sacred land, from its holy master to its disciples, had left a poor impression on her. and she felt compelled to stand up for Lin Che. Evidence? This is evidence. He violated me and even implanted a worm within me. Is that not sufficient? Nangong Mingwei, like a shrew, produced the yin-yang treasure mirror from her bosom. The mirror had already been tampered with by Qin Wentian, who sought to leverage Nangong Mingyue's claims to showcase Lin Che's alleged malevolence. The image within the mirror manifested before the crowd at Taiyi Xiao Peak, including Ji Luoyao. Gazes filled with indignation were directed toward Lin Che. It was as if they were silently questioning, "Now, what do you have to say?" Ziyue, on the other hand, was tempted to rush forward and slap Nangong Mingyue in front of so many witnesses. How could such actions place the Taiyi sacred land in a favorable light? Let alone her position as holy master. Did she not realize the profound impact this revelation would have on the sacred land's reputation? What is this? A farce? How can one determine that it was Elder Lin based solely on a silhouette? Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. After all, Elder Lin was once the holy son of the sacred land. He might have enjoyed such pursuits. Little did they know that Lin Che was indeed that sort of person. It was merely too thrilling to force oneself upon his senior sister. The surrounding voices were a cacophony of praise and criticism, and Miaoyi cast a questioning glance at Lin Che, who could only shrug helplessly. The once close ties of senior and junior had driven them to resort to extreme measures against him. This was not his first encounter with such treachery. However, reflecting on how he had once poured his heart into these individuals only to be met with curses and scorn, he felt a sense of worthlessness. Unbeknownst to him, Huayi had arrived by Lin Che's side, her warm, jade-like hand gently clasping his sturdy palm. Standing alongside Lin Che was Ji Luoyao, who maintained a respectful distance. Aware that Huayi and Lin Che had already exchanged vows that as for her bond with Lin Che, it was merely that of mentor and disciple. No wonder Elder Lin remains unperturbed. I had thought his temperament had transcended the mundane. But it seems he enjoys the company of others, and Miaoyi observed Ji Luoyao and Huayi, who chose to endure the scrutiny of those around them alongside Lin Che, and playfully cast a flirtatious glance at him, saying with a hint of melancholy, Chapter 60, The Struggle for Supremacy. Talented lady, please do not jest with me. By the way, I am quite curious. Do you not suspect me of having committed such beastly acts? Lin Che was genuinely intrigued, for he and Miaoyi were hardly acquainted. They had merely crossed paths a few times. It was worth noting that those who maligned him were once his senior sisters. And Miaoyi's doubts were entirely reasonable, were they not? Upon hearing this, Miaoyi rolled her eyes at Lin Che, asserting that their motivations were ultimately the same as hers, to claim the heavenly Dao's will from him. Though her methods were far more honorable, Miaoyi did not deny her intent. She sought the heavenly scripture belonging to Lin Che. The actions of Ji Luoyao and her cohorts were driven by the same objective. Yet they always sought to cloak themselves in righteous pretense, attempting to stand on a moral high ground to condemn Lin Che's actions. Haha. I truly admire your candor, and talented lady. Unlike certain individuals who resort to moral coercion and brute force. Lin Che's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Several disciples of the Taiyi sacred land, who had previously questioned Lin Che, found themselves blushing with embarrassment. How dare you feign innocence when you lack the courage to admit your wrongdoings? Or have I struck a nerve? Humph. This hypocrite pretends to sacrifice his own essence to suppress the eruption of the dark poison while secretly implanting a worm within me to seize my cultivation. Yet here he is, attempting to cover his tracks. How foolish of me to have once treated you like a younger brother. Nangong Mingyue adamantly accused Lin Che of being the cause of her lost cultivation. Yet Lin Che himself was reluctant to waste even a single word on such a foolish girl, fearing that her ignorance might be contagious. Qin Wentian maintained an outwardly calm demeanor while inwardly reveling in delight. Aren't you the one at the top of the Qingyun list, the center of attention? Aren't all the sacred lands vying for your favor? Yet, you now engage in such a universally despised act. Who would still wish to accept you? He envisioned Lin Che's downfall, whether it be for violating a senior sister or engaging in worm cultivation. Either accusation would render him abhorred on the Tianxuan continent. Nangong Mingyue's actions were tantamount to a heartless attack. Enough of her barking. What I said still stands. Let us depart. That I wish to know why, among so many factions present, including those of sacred land caliber, have you chosen me? Do you not fear my betrayal? And Miaoyi found herself perplexed. Given Lin Che's multitude of options, why had he chosen her? If he sought to retaliate against the Taiyi sacred land, joining the Chaos or Tianyan sacred lands would have been commendable choices. While the Tianji pavilion, shrouded in mystery, remained uncontentious, it could only offer temporary refuge for Lin Che, failing to address the root of the problem. Others present perked up, eager to hear Lin Che's response. Especially Elder Tang from the Chaos Sacred Land, who had previously extended an olive branch but received no reply. Because I find you more agreeable, I shall reiterate, you are far more forthright than they. In truth, Lin Che had contemplated joining other sacred lands, yet the reality of being afflicted by the fallen immortal curse remained unchanged. Regardless of the faction he joined, he would be powerless to alter that fact. Moreover, should he join a sacred land, once he lost his value, his demise would be imminent. He preferred to live freely, unencumbered by the constraints of others, rather than endure a life of trepidation within a sacred land. He had grown weary of such a dependent existence. Forthright, Lin Che, you despicable creature, how dare you speak of candor? Look at what you have done to senior sister Mingwei. Are you still unrepentant? I advise you to relinquish the heavenly Dao's will. And we can bury the hatchet. Lady Ji, your words are indeed sharp if my memory serves correctly. Elder Lin once traversed far and wide to beg for a sword on your behalf, ultimately offering a millennium's worth of blood spirit grass to procure information about the ancient sword tomb from our Tianji pavilion. Is this how the esteemed lady repays her benefactor? You have truly opened my eyes. An Miao E. I had previously believed that Ji Luoyao was a person of understanding, but to my astonishment, she turned out to be ungrateful and adept at moral coercion. It was she who proposed expelling Lin Che from the Holy Land, and now, under the guise of a senior sister, she demands that Lin Che offer 3 wills of the heavenly Dao. How could such a shameless woman exist in this world? Unable to contain her indignation, she spoke a truth that had long been known, even before she became the leader of the Tiangong Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Ji Luoyao's face reflected a trace of nostalgia. Her gaze fell upon the Tianyuan at her waist, her fingers gently caressing the hilt of the sword, the Millennium Blood Spirit herb. Originating from the Taiyi Holy Land, required careful consideration before being presented. Although Lin Che was the Holy Son at that time, he never sought anything from the Holy Land. Thus, the origins of this Millennium Blood Spirit herb appeared dubious. And talented woman, I never expected you to consort with such a person. The Millennium Blood Spirit herb, that was 5 years ago. Even then, Lin Che, despite being the Holy Son of the Taiyi Holy Land, could not have produced such a rare sacred medicine. Therefore, it can only be concluded that he must have stolen it. Casting doubt on the Tianyuan in my hand. An Miaoi struggled to suppress her laughter, clutching her perfectly flat stomach as if observing a clown. Meanwhile, the eyes of others shifted to Ji Luoyao. The Millennium Blood Spirit herb is a supreme sacred medicine. Even our Taiji sect might not possess such a treasure readily. My Yin Yang sect's ancestors do have some, but this Millennium Blood Spirit herb, capable of replenishing a cultivator's blood energy, especially invaluable for those nearing the end of their lifespan, is truly a treasure. I suspect that even the Taiyi Holy Land would feel a pang of pain parting with it. Most people found it hard to believe in Miao Yi's words, deeming them too far-fetched. Who would trade a Millennium Blood Spirit herb for information? Only a fool would do such a thing. Lin Che never imagined that his heartfelt contributions would be met with slander and accusations of theft. Did they truly see him as nothing more than a useless individual, fit only for thievery? And Miao Yi could no longer bear to listen and had no desire to continue the argument. I will take you away. And talented woman, do you not find your actions inappropriate? You dare to take away someone from the Taiyi Holy Land in my presence. Ziyue Holy Master, the person I am taking away is a guest elder of the Divine Sword sect. I urge you to choose your words carefully. Halt. Lin Che is a Gu cultivator. To kill him would be a blessing to all beings. Are you, and talented woman, attempting to shield him? At that moment, Lu Ruoli, who had remained silent, finally erupted, accusing in Miao Yi of harboring Lin Che. People from the Taiyi Holy Land have truly surprised me today. Do not throw such baseless accusations my way. Actions must be supported by evidence. You claim Lin Che is a Gu cultivator and that I shelter him. Then produce your evidence. Do not merely speak without foundation. Furthermore, since Lin Che promised me a scroll of the heavenly book, I shall certainly ensure his safety. Thus, none of you may harm him. To do so would be to oppose the Tiangong Pavilion. With that, and Miao Yi disregarded the thoughts of others and led Lin Che and the others away. Holy Master, is this not humiliating enough? Even I must give in Miao Yi some face. Since she is determined to protect Lin Che, let them be for now. After today, the 3 wills of the heavenly Dao must not fall into the hands of others. Chapter 61. State of Mind on the Peak of Zixiao. Holy Master, Are we truly going to relinquish the three wills of the heavenly Dao so easily? Indeed, establishing the foundation of the heavenly Dao, one will encounter no cultivation bottlenecks before reaching the Fa Xiang realm. Should our junior brother obtain the wills of the heavenly Dao and establish his foundation, he would become the youngest Fa Xiang realm cultivator in the Great Wilderness domain. The next champion of the Qinyan list will undoubtedly be our Taiyi Holy Land. To enter the Qinyan list, one must meet a fundamental requirement, not exceeding the age of 50 before 50. It is the golden period for cultivators. What you say is known to me as well, but in your recent interactions with Lin Che, have you not noticed a significant change in his temperament? I believe a person's transformation is never sudden. It must be a culmination of long-term accumulation. Ziyue analyzed with conviction, sensing that Lin Che's increasingly radical behavior was likely rooted in issues concerning his state of mind. If we could locate the source of all this, perhaps we could guide Lin Che back to the right path. Holy Master, we have tried everything you suggested, even to the extent that last time my sister and our junior brother humbly sought his favor, yet he not only dismissed their goodwill, but also annihilated my junior brother's spiritual body and committed unspeakable acts against my junior sister. Ji Luoyao believed that Lin Che's issues with his state of mind were not so simple. She could perceive the change in his gaze towards them. Previously, Lin Che had gazed at them with adoration. Now, his eyes reflected only indifference, as if viewing strangers. I have been investigating the matters of the trial ground, and I wonder if someone is attempting to sow discord among you. Perhaps that person is currently lurking in a corner unseen, secretly reveling in our plight. Ziyue pondered for a moment, then looked up to speak. Since the trial ground incident, Lin Che has been entirely transformed. It is likely that the trial ground is the catalyst for this change. If we could uncover what transpired there, perhaps Lin Che would return of his own accord. Holy Master, are you suggesting that there may be a spy within our Taiyi Holy Land? Lu Roli quickly grasped the implication of Ziyue's words. The others exchanged glances, while Qin Wentian maintained a facade of calm, though internally he was in turmoil. During the investigation of the trial ground, I discovered this. With that, Ziyue produced a Taiyi Holy Land disciple token that had been squeezed into a deformed shape from her storage pouch. Isn't this token embossed with our Zixiao Peak's insignia? Ji Luoyao keenly recognized the emblem that had long been imprinted in her mind, despite its altered form due to excessive pressure. This token was the only evidence left from the trial ground. Oh, I remember now. Our junior brother mentioned that he lost his token. Could this be the one he misplaced there, cold as frost? As if suddenly recalling something, she spoke. Aside from Wentian, this token also bears another person's fingerprint. Ziyue continued. Whose? Lin Che. Why would he seize our junior brother's identity token? Does he truly harbor such animosity towards him that he would go to such lengths to fabricate evidence? Is he trying to cast suspicion on our junior brother? Even if this token rightfully belongs to our junior brother, what significance does that hold? Mo Qingqing and Lu Ruoli's first suspicion fell not on Qin Wentian, but on Lin Che. This is precisely the issue. Based on Lin Che's previous radical tendencies, it is clear he has been bewitched. Apart from the token, there is another discovery. All traces seem to have been deliberately erased, as if someone wished to obscure the truth from us. How could this be? The trial ground lies within the territory of our Taiyi Holy Land. Who could be responsible? Do you not find it strange how the actions of the Chaos Holy Land and the Tianxuan Holy Land today seem suspicious? Especially the way they viewed Lin Che. The group expressed their opinions, and Lu Roli began to suspect the other two Holy Lands. For years, they had been at the forefront, secretly competing with each other. Furthermore, Qin Wentian had previously mentioned that they had encountered an ambush at the trial ground, yet upon returning to investigate, the corpses had been incinerated. Even the trial ground had suffered an inexplicable conflagration. Sister, regarding Lin Che's alleged exchange of the Millennium Blood Spirit Herb for information, I have results that a hurried voice rang out as Nangong Mingyue, assigned by Ji Luoyao to investigate the matter, arrived. The Millennium Blood Spirit Herb indeed originated from our sect. Yes, it came from the Treasure Pavilion. See, as I said, a dog cannot change its nature. He actually stole from his own holy land. Cold as frost had not even let Nangong Mingyue finish speaking before drawing her conclusion. However, the next revelation from Nangong Mingyue left them all speechless. He did not steal the Millennium Blood Spirit Herb. He exchanged it for 100,000 contribution points. What? 100,000 contribution points? Where did he acquire such wealth? When he was conferred the title of Holy Son, it required a considerable sum. Logically, It should have been impossible for him to amass such wealth. I can attest to this. The task hall's missions, from rank 1 to 5-star tasks, and even bounty tasks, were monopolized for a period, and even 2/3 of your contribution points, Luoyao, came from Lin Che's efforts. Ji Luoyao had previously conducted an investigation to uncover how Lin Che had ascended to the position of Holy Son. Seeking any hint of opportunism, little did she expect such an astonishing outcome. Ji Luoyao lightly covered her lips, her eyes filled with disbelief. Cold as frost, her usually icy demeanor flushed with a rare hint of crimson. Clearly taken aback by the revelations, 100,000 contribution points for the Millennium Blood Spirit herb, only to later exchange it at the Tiangong Pavilion for information. Surely he cannot be that foolish. How can one ascertain the truth of the information received? If he were to be deceived, would that not render the Millennium Blood Spirit herb a waste? Upon hearing those words, only Ji Luoyao exhibited an extraordinary silence. As her palm caressed the Tianyuan, she reminisced about the time when her Wuji sword body was first formed, and she was in desperate need of a weapon that suited her perfectly. However, upon entering the Divine Weapon Pavilion and searching extensively, she found nothing that caught her fancy. She even went so far as to lower her status, deciding to serve as a maid for a rank 8 weapon master for 3 months. Ultimately, it was Lin Che who, unbeknownst to her, procured the Tianyuan that she now held that a high-tier sacred artifact. It was certainly on par with the Taiyi sword. She recalled Lin Che at that time, looking particularly disheveled, his white robes soaked in blood. Yet, absorbed in her joy at acquiring the Tianyuan, she not only failed to utter a single word of concern, but also dismissed Lin Che after receiving the sword, declaring her intent to enter seclusion for cultivation. Master, could you kindly take a moment to assess the current physical condition of Mingwei, particularly regarding the situation of her Dantian and the Gu? Various memories resurfaced in Ji Luoyao's mind, and when her gaze fell upon Nangong Mingwei beside her, the fleeting sense of guilt she had felt towards Lin Che, due to her previous actions, evaporated without a trace. Chapter 62. Fortuitous encounters. After departing from the Taiyi Holy Land, 2 unfamiliar auras approached, indicating that there were indeed many who coveted your heavenly Dao. Dayan Miao Yi, donned in a green robe and disguised as a male, pouted and lamented. She was the type of person who abhorred trouble the most. It's the Sword God sect. Tianxuan was the first to speak. What are they here for? Lin Che inquired. Puzzled, Huayi rolled her eyes at Lin Che. Ah Che, have you forgotten how you ascended to the top of the Qingyun rankings? Now it makes sense, but at this time, aren't they afraid of attracting disaster? While he was indeed the top of the Qingyun rankings, the sects eager to recruit him were certainly numerous. The Sword God sect was, at best, a second-rate force, hardly capable of providing adequate protection. One misstep could lead to the destruction of their sect. Old man, I've met the Sword Princess. No, I've met the young sect master, and Lin Taishang. The old man Feng Chun exclaimed, having finally caught up with the 2 elders. Feng and Huang, after days of travel. This is, the 2 elders, Feng and Huang, usually guarding the scripture pavilion and remaining aloof from worldly affairs, did not recognize him. Miao Yi. However, Xiao Ming was aware of some details. You must be in, the talented lady. Thank you for your timely assistance today. To Xiao Ming's surprise, Lin Che had actually managed to enlist in Miao Yi's help, given that the Tianji Pavilion had always been indifferent to worldly matters. Xiao Sect Master, you flatter me. I presume these 2 must be the elders Feng and Huang from the Sword God sect. It is indeed a pleasure to see that they have lost none of their former grandeur. As the head of the Tianji Pavilion, Miao Yi had a profound understanding of the forces in the great wilderness domain, possessing intelligence on even the trump cards of various sections. Haha, you must be in Xian's granddaughter, am I right? How is your grandfather faring? With Xiao Ming's introduction, Feng Chun had already pieced together in Miao Yi's identity. Thank you for your concern, Elder Feng. My grandfather retired 3 years ago, and I now manage the Tianji Pavilion. I see. However, I have one question. Considering the Tianji Pavilion's stance of non-interference in worldly matters, why has Pavilion Master chosen to wade into these turbulent waters? At the behest of others, it is a matter of loyalty, and Miao Yi unconsciously cast a glance at Lin Che. Feng and Huang exchanged knowing looks, falling silent. At this moment, Tianxuan posed a question. Young sect master, when did this happen? Are you not afraid of the Taiyi Holy Land? She couldn't shake off her lingering resentment regarding the Sword God sect's indifference. The decision to act was unanimously made by the 3 ancestors. Naturally, We are apprehensive. However, a top-ranked figure of the Qin rankings and one ranked 32nd are worth the risk. Should we succeed, the future will be bright. If we fail, at least it would be better than our current state of mere survival. Fengshen replied, while Elder Huang remained somewhat taciturn. So, you have chosen to seal the sect. You must think it over carefully. Should the gamble fail, the Sword God sect's millennia of heritage could be obliterated in an instant. With Lin Taishang present, I believe there is nothing that cannot be achieved. That's no jest. I personally witnessed Lin Che elevate the untalented Ji Luoyao into the top 50 of the Qin rankings within a week. Given sufficient time, I believe she could become a formidable power. Should she not fall, Elder Feng is underestimating the gravity of the situation. I carry 3 strands of heavenly Dao will. Upon leaving the Taiyi Holy Land, I would become a target. The most dangerous place is often the safest. I must trouble the 2 elders, Feng and Huang, to take those 2 back first while I lay low for a while. Indeed, it was an oversight on my part. Lin Taishang, take care. Until we meet again. The 2 moved swiftly, executing their tasks decisively after learning of Lin Che's intentions, preparing to escort Ji Luoyao and Hua Yu away. We're not leaving. Che, you promised not to abandon us. We're still within the confines of the Taiyi Holy Land. What will you do if they send someone after us? Listen to me. I currently possess 3 strands of heavenly Dao will. I will divide them between you 2, 1 for each. Once you return, immediately enter seclusion to refine them and complete your foundational cultivation. I will use one as bait. It is far more perilous for me to go there now. The 3 major holy lands are watching closely, not to mention the first-rate forces and supersections with that. Lin Che swiftly divided the 3 strands of heavenly Dao will, giving 2 to the 2 women. From his brow, 2 golden figures materialized, swiftly plunging into Ji Luoyao and Hua Yu's foreheads like arrows. Feng and Huang, witnessing this, swallowed hard. The heavenly Dao will was a legendary opportunity that could enable one to complete foundational cultivation without encountering any bottlenecks before reaching the Dharma aspect realm. At this moment, they comprehended fully what the 3 ancestors had intended when they insisted on bringing Lin Che and Ji Luoyao back. Such a fortuitous opportunity was offered without hesitation. A glimmer of envy flashed in Miao's eyes. Before returning to tranquility, from Lin Che's words, she sensed that he seemed disinclined to utilize this final strand of heavenly Dao will. Ordinary prodigies would be envious, but even she felt tempted. If she were to obtain the heavenly Dao will, she would undoubtedly refine it immediately. Yet, in Lin Che's hands, it appeared to be nothing out of the ordinary. But what about your injuries? Unlike others, Hua Yu, who possessed the extreme night demon eye, was acutely aware of Lin Che's condition. But I'm fine. You 2 should refine the heavenly Dao will and complete your foundational cultivation. In due time, I will either find you or you can come to me once you reach the divine mansion realm. Lin Che maintained an air of nonchalance, not wishing to burden them with excessive pressure. All right. Ji Luoyao cast a lingering glance at Lin Che before turning to depart. Hua Yu, meanwhile, walked over to Miao, taking her hand. Missin, may I ask you for a favor? And Miao hesitated, instinctively wanting to refuse, but upon seeing the sincerity in Hua Yu's eyes, she inexplicably found herself asking, what is it? Then, Hua Yu whispered something into Miao's ear. A rare blush crept into Miao's eyes, and she instinctively began to refuse, but the words caught in her throat. Hua Yu and Ji Luoyao were both familiar figures to her, and she was well aware of what they had endured. Logically, they should be in despair and suffering, yet she was curious about how Lin Che had managed to alter their fates. Take care, Che. Lin Che nodded in acknowledgement, a silent response, after the group departed. Lin Che noticed that in Miao he had no intention of leaving. Missin, thank you for your previous assistance. Now that I have extricated myself from danger, we shall part ways here. Elder Lin. Are you so eager to see me go? Do you have something to hide? And Miao was not one to mince words. If she had previously admired Lin Che's composure, now she was genuinely curious about the person he was. The Tianji Pavilion possessed knowledge of both the past and the future, yet her grandfather had repeatedly failed to deduce Lin Che's past and future. It was as if it had been severed entirely. Regarding Lin Che's predicament with the fallen immortal curse, she too had believed that he was on the brink of demise. Yet, the unpredictable nature of fate had resulted in Lin Che not only surviving, but also rising to prominence. Chapter 63. Seizing a person. Lin Che murmured to himself, "Isn't this woman supposed to detest worldly disputes?" He was also somewhat acquainted with the past leaders of the Tianji Pavilion. skilled in divination and possessing an extraordinary mindset. He did not believe he had such a magnetic charm to captivate her. Listen, I have other uses for this strand of heavenly Dao will. Many have locked onto my aura. If I were to lose all the heavenly Dao will at once, it would spell great trouble. His actions were primarily to divert attention. Most importantly, he understood that no matter where he fled, as long as the fallen immortal curse remained, that good junior brother from the Taiyi Holy Land would be able to sense his location clearly. What are you thinking? I don't want such a hot potato. But from your tone, it seems you do not intend to use this strand of heavenly Dao will. The will of the heavenly Dao is indeed alluring. I can assert with certainty that few cultivators in this world can resist its temptation. Before reaching the realm of Dharma appearance, one will not encounter any cultivation bottlenecks, in other words, as long as one ensures an ample supply of cultivation resources. Within 3 months, a complete transformation can be achieved. Isn't Miss an adept at the art of divination? I had thought her omniscient, and Miaoyi, incensed by Lin Che's words, felt her ire rise. Was he intentionally provoking her? Why bring up such matters? By the way, I am quite curious about your true identity. With the celestial banishment curse upon you, this state of being is quite incongruous, and your demeanor should reflect that Miaoyi prided herself on having witnessed many so-called geniuses fall from grace, unable to cope with the profound sense of loss that comes from a total collapse of their cultivation, leading them to self-destruction or a descent into madness. The shattering of one's Dao heart is nothing less than that. Yet, she perceived no trace of negativity in Lin Che. Rather, there was a refreshing openness towards life. The Taiyi sacred land, atop Zixiao Peak, Qin Wentian gazed at the pallid face of Nangong Mingyue lying on the bed. His fists clenched tightly. Why did she still cling to life? How tenacious she was. If so, he would not hesitate to show his ruthlessness, just as Qin Wentian prepared to send Nangong Mingyue on her way. In a moment of desperation, she murmured in her sleep, "Junior brother, please don't go. Sister made a mistake. I beg you, stay with me, will you?" Unconsciously, her hand grasped his wrist. Qin Wentian, startled by her unexpected actions, broke into a cold sweat, and upon hearing her sleep talk, his expression darkened. He could discern that the junior brother in her dream was not him, but rather Lin Che, a person he loathed to the core. Why, despite everything he had done to her, did she still obsess over him? How could that be? What made him superior to Qin Wentian? At that moment, Nangong Mingyue was ensnared by a spell cast by Qin Wentian. Everything that had transpired within the Yinyang treasure mirror was orchestrated by him. He had violated Nangong Mingyue and then framed Lin Che for it. After a surge of release, a cool voice echoed from outside. "Junior brother, the senior sister calls for you." "Understood, Sister Lu," Qin Wentian replied, concealing his dagger and turning to leave. That he failed to notice that, at that moment, a single crystalline tear slipped from the corner of Nangong Mingyue's eye. It was only after Qin Wentian departed that her muffled sobs resonated within the cave. Qin Wentian mistakenly believed he had trapped Nangong Mingyue in a dream of his making. Yet she had been ensnared in a dream without reason since that fateful encounter. Waking up to find herself compromised, she had sought her junior sister, Emo Qingcheng, to concoct a dream awakening pill, granting her immunity to dreams. Everything that had transpired was her deliberate test of Qin Wentian. However, the situation exceeded her expectations. Her closest junior brother aimed to kill her to eliminate future threats. Earlier, senior sister Emo had deduced that before she fell into the dream, she had consumed a special pill. Could the disappearance of the unusual insect in her dantian be related to this pill? Had her junior brother taken the insect from her? Did he truly wish to kill her? Lin Che? He must know something. Upon awakening, Nangong Mingyue found her garments drenched in sweat. She could no longer remain at Zixiao Peak. She had to descend the mountain to seek out Lin Che and demand answers. She vividly recalled that since the trial grounds, Lin Che's demeanor towards Qin Wentian and herself had drastically changed. Coupled with Qin Wentian's inexplicable behavior, it was evident that Lin Che, willing to be expelled from the sacred land, must have uncovered some truth. Meanwhile, summoned by Lu Ruoli, Qin Wentian arrived at Ji Luoyao's cave. "Senior sister, you called for me. Can you still sense Lin Che's location?" Ji Luoyao coveted the 3 aspects of the heavenly Dao's will, which rightfully belonged to the Taiyi sacred land and should not be bestowed upon outsiders, especially that woman with whom she had ties. It seems brother has had a change of heart. He has not yet left the confines of the Taiyi sacred land. She mused. "Do? Is that so?" It appears he seeks the protection of the sacred land, but is hindered by sentiment to voice his request. Here's what we shall do. Wentian, take some disciples with you. Merely monitor him. Remember, do not startle the snake in its lair if gentleness fails. Then we must resort to firmness. Having learned from past mistakes, Ji Luoyao understood that if they revealed themselves and cornered Lin Che, he might act recklessly, which could lead to the destruction of the heavenly Dao's will, resulting in a significant loss. Understood, senior sister. This aligned perfectly with Qin Wentian's intentions. He needed the heavenly Dao's will to complete the foundation of the heavenly Dao and swiftly break into the realm of Dharma appearance. This would allow him to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sacred lord of the Taiyi sacred land, enabling him to act without the previous need for subterfuge, while also providing a foundation for the cultivation of his yin-yang sacred body. Nangong Mingyue, having packed her belongings, approached Ji Luoyao to take her leave. Senior sister, I wish to descend the mountain for some travels. My current state of mind is not suited for remaining in the sacred land. Very well, I shall arrange for someone to escort you, Ji Luoyao replied. Externally grateful, Nangong Mingyue internally sighed. It seemed her senior sister still harbored doubts about her, for a fleeting moment. Her heart was painfully pricked by the distrust of someone she held dear. Such feelings were truly unbearable. Thank you, senior sister. As she watched Nangong Mingyue depart, Ji Luoyao turned to Lu Ruoli beside her and inquired, when was your illusory eye broken? It was during the revelation of the Qinyan rankings. When she met Lin Che, I could no longer sense the illusory eye. So, you mean her intention to travel down the mountain is to rendezvous with Lin Che? Ji Luoyao mused, almost to herself. While simultaneously questioning Lu, in any case, I will continue to monitor her. Should the need arise, I will act without hesitation. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Lu Ruoli's eyes. Anyone who dared harm her junior brother, regardless of their identity, would face consequences. Indeed, I grant you this authority. Mingyue, do not blame us for being ruthless. It is you who willingly chose to trust that traitorous wretch. Ji Luoyao gazed into the distance. Murmuring softly as they departed the Taiyi sacred land, Xiao Ming and his companions did not dare linger, hastening towards the sword god sect. Yet, they inevitably encountered other factions. After all, the heavenly Dao's will was exceedingly coveted. Who would not desire it? However, upon learning that Lin Che was absent, many lost interest. Sword Maiden, would you be interested in joining my Taiyin sect? We are willing to bestow upon you the title of saintess and dedicate our resources to your cultivation. And I, from the Wujizong, extend a sincere invitation to Miss Yui, with benefits comparable to those of the Taiyin sect. Chapter 64. Xianyin Mountain. These sects were predominantly super sects, all striving to earn the allegiance of Ji Luoyao and Hua Yui. After the Qingyun rankings were revealed, they procured the information of both from the Tianji Pavilion. Initially, they intended to intercept Lin Che midway, but upon surveying the area, they found no trace of him. Thus, they shifted their focus to Ji Luoyao and Hua Yui, for their talents were evident. Having made it on to the Qingyun rankings and ranking within the top 50, with some nurturing, they could become leaders among the younger generation. Despite their status as super sects, the pool of talented individuals was largely monopolized by the three great sacred lands. Their sects had only a handful of representatives on the Qingyun rankings, and they were all ranked beyond the 60th position. Consequently, figures like Ji Luoyao and Hua Yui, who ranked 31st and 32nd respectively, were naturally in high demand. They dreamed of enlisting them into their sections. The conditions proposed were such that ordinary prodigies would find them hard to resist. What do cultivators lack most? An abundance of cultivation resources. If talent determines the ceiling of a cultivator's potential, then resources establish the floor. Even the most gifted individual cannot achieve greatness without sufficient resources. A skilled artisan cannot work with an empty pantry. Ji Luoyao and Hua Yi remained unmoved. Cultivation resources? Sect saintess? They had no interest. Before departing, Lin Che had presented them with the heavenly Dao's will, along with a storage ring filled to the brim with cultivation resources. I'm sorry, but I must decline. I also refuse. Everything they possessed was a gift from Lin Che. They could never betray him for mere benefits, as that would render them no better than beasts, no different from those in the Taiyi sacred land. What? A refusal? Do you comprehend the magnitude of this loss? The speaker was Elder Tang from the Chaos sacred land. Other factions cast curious glances in their direction, just as Feng Chun was about to respond. Ji Luoyao interjected, do not mention that treacherous wretch. He abandoned us in the Taiyi sacred land, despite our previous loyalty to him. truly heartless. The words of Ji Luoyao left everyone, including Hua Yuya, momentarily stunned. However, with a sidelong glance at the other party, Hua Yuya quickly grasped the implication. Ji Luoyang's actions were undoubtedly aimed at safeguarding Lin Che. To be frank, she herself was uncertain about Lin Che's thoughts, or whether he remained within the confines of the Taiyi Holy Land. The Taiyi Holy Land was the sword maiden merely draping herself in borrowed plumage. We have already obtained relevant intelligence regarding Elder Lin from the Tianji Pavilion. He has had a falling out with several of his senior sisters on Zixiao Peak and is unlikely to stay in the Taiyi Holy Land. For the super sects, Ji Luoyao and Hua Yuya could indeed be regarded as two exquisite gems. Yet to their sacred land, they were not particularly rare. Rather, they were more concerned about the three strands of the heavenly Daos, while that Lin Che possessed. Ji Luoyang's expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness, as she had not anticipated the other party's wealth of information. With a resigned shrug, she remarked, "As you can see, we too are unaware of his whereabouts. I apologize for the disturbance." With that, she departed without a shred of reluctance, accompanied by those from the Chaos Holy Land. "Very well, everyone. I have said all I needed to say. May we meet again by chance." Ji Luoyao followed behind Xiao Ming and the others as they left. "Elder Tang, is Lin Che truly still lingering within the Taiyi Holy Land? My perception cannot be mistaken. Could it be that he has left the heavenly Dao's will with that group of individuals? Impossible. Were that the case, I would sense it immediately. Moreover, the will of the heavenly Dao enables one to establish a foundation. Who possesses the audacity to give it away? In the Taiyi Holy Land. Beneath the mysterious Yin Mountain, on a secluded ancient street, two individuals unexpectedly found themselves in the land of misty willows. Is your business to wander through brothels? And Miaoi rolled her eyes dramatically at Lin Che. What was her status, to be strolling through such establishments with a man? Moreover, Lin Che, after all, was the former holy son of the Taiyi Holy Land and the foremost prodigy of the Great Desolation region. How could he find himself lingering in such a sordid place? Are you not an expert in gathering intelligence? Do you not know that the more crowded the place, the easier it is to collect information? Lin Che paid no heed to Miaoi's astonishment. Accompanying the aloof leader of the Tianji Pavilion into a brothel seemed to him a peculiar form of enjoyment, especially since he had grown weary of the sect long ago. No, as a woman, it would not reflect well on me. So now you acknowledge you are a woman, yet you still dress like a young master. What business is it of yours? I do as I please." And Miaoi performed a swift transformation of identity before him. "Come now, young master, and I shall take you to meet an old acquaintance." Lin Che, unfazed by the implications of identity, strode purposefully toward the brothel. This place marked the juncture between the Dian dynasty and the Taiyi Holy Land. Within a resplendent palace, a woman reclined on a bed, exuding an allure that captivated endlessly. Kneeling before her was a cold and elegant matron clad in black, yet devoid of any arrogance, bowing her head in utmost submission. That my lord, the one who severed your 8 tails and nearly caused your demise, has appeared at the Wangshan Pavilion. Do you wish for me to take action? The matron spoke cautiously, wary of inciting the ire of the woman. The hatred I bear for Lin Che, for the skin he flayed and the tail he severed, is etched into my very bones. I never anticipated you would find yourself in such a predicament today. I shall make you feel guilt and unease, piece by piece." Ever since she had achieved success in her cultivation, she had kept a watchful eye on Lin Che. With the recent exposure of the Qingyun rankings, she had infiltrated the Taiyi Holy Land, all for the sake of Lin Che. "Come, young master, come and play." "Hey, young master, do not leave." Lin Che did not entertain the advances of the women. His purpose in coming here was not for indulgence, but to verify certain matters. He brought Miaoi to a dry well. There's something special about this well." And Miaoi observed as Lin Che began to explore around it. The well appeared unremarkable, save for the thick iron chains encircling its edge. The moment Lin Che touched the chains, memories rushed back to him. Of Mo Qingqing concocting the 9 revolutions rejuvenation pill, urgently requiring the serpent gall of a 6th-tier demon beast, the 3-eyed green-scaled snake. After extracting the gall, he had felt pity and fed the snake a transformation pill, subsequently keeping it hidden here to prevent the news from leaking. Chapter 65. Beast Taming Pavilion. The path down the mountain wound and twisted. Upon leaving, Nangong Mingyue requested a unicorn from the beast taming monitor. This would allow her, with a mortal body, to gallivant across the towering peaks. 3 guards followed closely behind, their hearts heavy as they beheld the former daughter of heavenly poison reduced to such a state. This is how the scenery is below the mountain. Gazing at the ever-changing mountains and flowing rivers around her, she recalled the first time she descended the mountain with Lin Che. How long had it been since she breathed the air down here? Xianin Mountain? Junior brother, wait for me. After losing her cultivation, Nangong Mingyue's mindset had shifted. She found herself believing that Lin Che's words held truth, that he must have some untold secrets in the Taiyi Holy Land. Qin Wentian descended the mountain with 5 core disciples of the sect. Junior brother, this is the robe my senior sister had made overnight. This is the life and death mysterious yang pill. It will be useful when the time comes. Junior brother, are you still accustomed to using the Taisu sword? If not, take my Tianyuan instead. Ji Luoyao accompanied several senior sisters from Zixiao Peak to bid Qin Wentian farewell. By the way, go fetch my ink Qilin for junior brother. Cold Rushuang, noticing that several senior sisters had gifts for Qin Wentian, did not hold back either. This ink Qilin, born with a trace of ancient Qilin blood, was known for its ferocity. It was the young creature Lin Che had brought back from deep within the great 10,000 mountains all those years ago. After years, it had grown into a 4th-tier spirit beast, comparable to a human cultivator at the initial stage of the sea transformation realm. Junior brother, you are indeed fortunate. This ink Qilin is Cold Sister's favorite mount. Others are not even permitted to catch a glimpse. Cold Rushuang commanded her attendants, who hesitated. Why are you not going? Hurry. Her expression soured. Did these fools not comprehend the gravity of the situation? We dare not. Your Excellency the Holy Doctor. The ink Qilin has always been raised by Lin brother, and we cannot approach it. It will go berserk at the slightest proximity. What do you think I keep you for? He raised the ink Qilin, who permitted him to take on such a task. As soon as Cold Rushuang spoke, she recalled that it was because the senior sister from Xianyu Peak, Xiaoyu, had captured a 3rd-tier exotic beast, the flame sparrow, during her training. She came to Zixiao Peak to boast. And Cold Rushuang, who could not tolerate others showing off before her, had rashly declared that she could capture a beast with a bloodline superior to the flame sparrow within a fortnight. After saying this, as others left, Cold Rushuang regretted her words. At that time, her cultivation was merely at the condensed Dan realm, and where could she find a 3rd-tier exotic beast? Fearing ridicule after half a month, she secretly wiped away her tears, and Lin Che, unable to bear seeing his senior sister cry, took it upon himself to venture deep into the great 10,000 mountains and returned with a young ink Qilin. The ink Qilin, having seen Lin Che as its first master upon birth, recognized him as its owner and also grew fond of Cold Rushuang without ever signing a beast contract. Your Excellency the Holy Doctor. Have you forgotten? The ink Qilin was captured by Lin brother in secret, just so that you could win the bet. I heard it even attracted the beast god of the great 10,000 mountains at the time. Since then, the ink Qilin has only listened to Lin brother and you, Your Excellency the Holy Doctor. Junior brother, please wait a moment. I will be right back. Cold Rushuang, her face frosty, turned and made her way to the beast taming pavilion. The remaining Ji Luoyao, Mo Qingchong, and others exchanged glances, realizing that the previous incident was not merely for Cold Rushuang's bet, but also coincided with her birthday. The ink Qilin had been intended as a gift for Cold Rushuang. Senior brother, why did he not sign a servant contract with the ink Qilin back then? Qin Wentian's sudden voice broke the silence, just as Ji Luoyao and the others felt a twinge of sentiment. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Indeed, such a simple matter. Had a servant contract been planted, would the ink Qilin not remain under control? As soon as junior brother's reminder struck, I was instantly overcome with a sense of foreboding. Let us head to the beast taming pavilion and take a look, Lu Ruoli suddenly said. The others exchanged glances before hastily making their way to the beast taming pavilion. Within the beast taming pavilion of Zixiao Peak, the ink Qilin, once freed from its chains, erupted into a frenzy that a surge of demonic energy shot towards the heavens. Roar. Its roar reverberated through the skies. The ink Qilin was a top-tier spirit beast, and under Lin Che's care over the years, it had shown faint signs of breaking through to the 5th tier. Moreover, the higher the innate bloodline of a demon beast, the earlier it would awaken its intelligence. Having spent every day with Lin Che, it had long regarded him as family, when Lin Che was misunderstood by the senior sisters on the peak. With no one willing to believe him, he would seek solace with the ink Qilin. Were it not for the binding talismans holding it back, it would have long followed Lin Che out. As cold Rushuang arrogantly released the binding talismans, she was immediately knocked to the ground by the Ink Qilan's powerful charge. You beast, what madness is this? Recognize your master. On the ground, cold Rushuang, regaining her composure, angrily chastised the creature, only to be met with its 4 hooves. The Ink Qilan reared up, preparing to trample her delicate form. Sister Rushuang. No. Beast, die. Upon entering the beast-taming chamber at the rear of Zixio Peak, the 4 individuals were greeted by the frenzied antics of the Ink Qilan. Qin Wentian unsheathed the Tianxuan sword, unleashing a gleaming arc of blade towards the Ink Qilan. The creature, enveloped in arcs of electricity, narrowly evaded the oncoming strike and dashed toward the outskirts of Zixio Peak. Quick, pursue it. Do not let this vile beast escape. I exclaimed that I always suspected that Lin Che was not so benevolent. It was all part of a premeditated scheme. If it weren't for the timely warning from our junior brother, we would have arrived too late, and the fate that awaited senior sister Long is too horrifying to contemplate. The Ink Qilan had previously accompanied Lin Che on several occasions to descend the mountain for sect missions, thus possessing an intimate knowledge of the weakly guarded areas of the sect. Furthermore, its keen sense of smell had long since memorized Lin Che's essence, and this time, it was determined to return to his side, Tianxuan Mountain, beside a dry well, and Miaoi was startled for no apparent reason as she gazed at the full moon reflected in the well's depths. Suddenly, a massive head leaped from the still surface of the water. A monstrous beast? The air thickened with the potent aura of the demon race. Miaoi unfurled her bone fan, launching countless flying blades towards the emerging head. Xiaobai, do not panic. It is I. Lin Che calmly bent down to converse with the head that had risen from the well. The 3-eyed greenscale serpent abruptly opened its half-closed eyes, revealing emerald vertical pupils laced with skepticism. Ultimately, it transformed into a wisp of green smoke, materializing at the edge of the well as a petite and exquisite woman. Lin Che, step back. I shall handle her. And Miaoi retracted her fan, conjuring a golden brush to prepare for a serious confrontation. Talented maiden, hold your action. Xiaobai, why are you still so impulsive? Just as before, Lin Che interposed himself between the two. Chapter 66. A chaotic battle, is it you? What business brings you here? Xiaobai scrutinized Lin Che from top to bottom, confirming without doubt that he was indeed the one before her. I have come to restore your freedom. I shall unravel the binding dragon rope. Lin Che approached Xiaobai, extracting a drop of his essence blood and letting it fall upon the binding dragon rope. Instantly, the chains binding Xiaobai's neck and limbs vanished without a trace. What are your conditions? Xiaobai was not one to trust the notion of a free lunch. And Miaoi also ceased her preparations, for she typically preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. If we can avoid a fight, that would be best. Clever, serve as my guardian for 3 months. Xiaobai was a 6th-tier demon beast, comparable to human cultivators in the celestial phenomenon realm, and she could discern Lin Che's physical condition with a mere glance. Haha. I never anticipated that the esteemed son of the Taiyi sacred land would find himself in such a predicament. What makes you think I would assist you? Let us not forget that the transformation pill merely offset our past grievances. Now, we owe each other nothing. Ultimately, you have used the binding dragon rope to confine me for so many years. My not killing you is already the height of mercy, yet you still dare to overreach. And Miaoi suddenly recalled the incident 5 years ago in the Blood Demon Forest, when the Greenscale Serpent King went berserk. Initially, she had thought it was merely an accident. Little did she know, Lin Che had audaciously targeted the daughter of the Greenscale Serpent King. Are you seeking to expedite your cultivation to contend for the throne of your clan? So what if I am? You are unable to safeguard yourself, so do not act recklessly. Over the years of being confined in the dry well, Xiaobai had not been oblivious to external affairs. She was well aware of Lin Che's expulsion from the sacred land, news that had long since spread throughout the great wilderness domain. Had it been in the past, she might have still harbored some trepidation regarding Lin Che's identity as a sacred son. Now, however, she merely scoffed. I will grant you a wisp of heavenly Dao will in exchange for a month of protection. Lin Che had initially intended to use the remaining wisp for his own preservation. You are mad. Allow me to handle this transaction. And Miaoi interjected. Lin Che cast her a perplexed glance. Are you not the one who fears trouble the most? That is, after all, heavenly Dao, is that truly the case? Xiaobai, stirred by Lin Che's words, finally regained her focus. Roar, roar. Two earth-shattering roars shattered the tranquility of Xianyin Mountain. In an instant, the ground quaked violently. What is happening? Could it be a beast tide? Lin Che, roused from his reverie, felt a surge of elation, yet an inkling of apprehension creased his brow. As expected, 5 individuals were in hot pursuit of the ink Qilin. In the heavens above, the ink Qilin raced like the wind, leaving a trail of thunderous roars in its wake. It was gravely injured, and now was the perfect moment to employ the binding demon rope and forge a servant contract. Once the contract was established, the demon beast would forever lose its freedom, becoming subservient to humans. Boom. Bang. The disparity in their realms was evident. Had it not been for the ink Qilin's extraordinary bloodline, it would have perished long ago. Though it bore a myriad of wounds, it was crucial to note that Qin Wentian and Ji Luoyao were both formidable beings of the divine abode realm. Despite the demon race's renowned physical prowess, there were limits to their capabilities. Ultimately, upon encountering Lin Che, the ink Qilin finally collapsed in exhaustion, its massive form crashing to the ground like a meteor, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. The 5 individuals, swords drawn, surrounded the ink Qilin. Stop! Upon recognizing the newcomers, Lin Che's eyes blazed with fury. These scoundrels were not even sparing his beloved ink Qilin. How audacious! Lin Che, you dare to collude with the demon race, attempting to use the ink Qilin to harm Sister Rushuang. What are your true intentions? Brother, do you have any idea how perilous the situation was just now? We were mere moments away from losing Sister Rushuang. Qin Wentian echoed. Does her life even compare to that of the ink Qilin? And talented maiden, assist me. Consider it a favor owed to I in such a battle. Lin Che found it exceedingly difficult to intervene. To save the ink Qilin, he would need Miaoi's assistance. Xiao Bai, her emerald vertical pupils fixed on the 5, harbored a glint of ferocity in her gaze. When her eyes fell upon Imo Qingqing's delicate visage, she could not help but gnash her teeth in rage. It was she who had ruthlessly extracted her serpent's heart to concoct the 9 revolutions mysterious yang pill, all to satisfy her own selfish desires. The transformed Xiao Bai, now in human form, went unrecognized by Imo Qingqing at first glance. Lin Che, you have not changed. Still the same scoundrel. I always wondered why you volunteered to enter the 10,000 Great Mountains. It turns out everything was part of your scheme. If you do not hand over the heavenly Dao will today, you shall join this beast in its eternal confinement. While at the Taiyi Sacred Land, Ji Luoyao had feigned propriety before the many disciples, only to now brazenly discard her pretense. With 3 wisps of heavenly Dao will, 1 for her, 1 for the junior brother, and 1 for Leng Rushuang, Zixiao Peak would become the strongest force within the Taiyi Sacred Land. Brother, if you allow this vile beast to sign a servant contract with Sister Rushuang, I believe she will show you mercy. Junior brother, do not waste your breath on this ungrateful wretch. First, break his limbs, forcing him to relinquish the heavenly Dao will. As for this vile beast, there are plenty of ways to deal with it in the massive crater created by the ink Qilin's fall. The creature lay on the brink of death, barely sensing any residual life force. Lin Che was engulfed in rage, the patterns on his chest expanding relentlessly, the excruciating pain nearly rendering him breathless. Xiao Bai, closest to him, witnessed everything unfold. I can assist you, but my condition is 1 wisp of heavenly Dao will. The foundation of the heavenly Dao was an extraordinary opportunity for both the demon and human races. Possessing royal blood, if she could accomplish the foundation of the heavenly Dao, she would undergo a profound transformation. Lin Che remained silent, having already resolved to reserve the last wisp of heavenly Dao will for the ink Qilin. The reason for not using it himself was simple. It would be a waste. The foundation of the heavenly Dao would do nothing to alleviate his fallen immortal curse or the foreign insect within him. If you choose not to speak, I shall take it as your acquiescence. Hiss! A colossal cyan serpent, spanning 100 feet, shot into the sky, its gaping maw unleashing a torrent of green venom. Lin Che, how have you fallen so low as to ally with the demon race? Do you truly honor your master's teachings with such actions? Brother, do not continue down this wrong path. It is not too late to turn back now. Cold Rushuang speculated that the beast god of the 10,000 Great Mountains had ultimately chosen to remain neutral because Lin Che had promised the beast god some unspeakable favor. Cold Rushuang recalled how, in the past, the beast god had been enraged and had personally descended the mountain to demand a disciple from the Taiyi Sacred Land to prevent any trouble for the sisters of Zixiao Peak. Lin Che had gone alone to negotiate with the beast god. 3 days later, he returned without incident, stating simply that he had agreed to assist the beast god with the matter. Humph, Lin Che scoffed at her words. Suddenly regretting not having accepted the beast goddess conditions to join forces and obliterate the Taiyi sacred land. Mo Qinqing, you wretched woman, do you remember me? The three-eyed greenscale serpent, now transformed into a colossal serpent. Spoke human words. Mo Qinqing displayed a momentary lapse of recognition, swiftly recalling how, 5 years prior, she had sought to expand her consciousness by concocting the 9 Revolutions mysterious yang pill, which had required a 6th-tier demon beast core as the main ingredient. Thus, Lin Che had taken her to the blood demon forest to hunt for a 6th-tier demon beast, fortuitously encountering the three-eyed greenscale serpent after it had just battled the iron-armed barbarian ape. Seizing the opportunity to extract its core, Chapter 67, Betrayal at Xianin Mountain, the ground trembled violently, even startling the unicorn beneath Nangong Mingyue. What has transpired? It seems there is a battle occurring over there. Our junior brother is in that direction. Let us hasten. Nangong Mingyue withdrew the yin-yang treasure mirror from her bosom, its reflective surface revealing Lin Che's tall and striking figure. The three transformed into shooting stars, vanishing into the vast expanse of the sky. Deep within an opulent palace beneath the ground, a woman donned a flowing scarlet gown, exuding an alluring charm, her sumptuous curves reminiscent of undulating mountain peaks. Captivating all who beheld her. My lord, it appears that the inhabitants of the Taiyi sacred land are embroiled in internal strife. Should we seize this opportunity to annihilate them all? A well-dressed matron clad in dark robes inquired cautiously. The enchanting woman, with her crimson vertical pupils flashing with a hint of coldness, was haunted by a vivid memory. In a frigid landscape, a youth clad in white wielded the Taiyi sword, battling fiercely against her. This was her first battle upon her emergence, the most arduous one. The ground was stained with blood as the boy ruthlessly stripped her of her fox attire, severing her tail, leaving behind only a spirit-gathering pill before departing. How could the proud scion of the Nine Heavens Fox clan endure such humiliation from a mere human boy? Thus, she meticulously gathered intelligence on Lin Che. And in her quest for vengeance, she conspired with Qin Wentian in secret, intent on employing the most merciless methods to exact retribution upon Lin Che. She wished for him to taste the bitterness of betrayal, to be slain by his most revered senior sister. How exhilarating that would be. You must assist me in a task, she whispered to the matron, leaning in closely. On the ground, the transformed giant python, Xiaobai, spewed forth venom, while Miao Yi remained undeterred, leaping into the air with a bone fan that summoned fierce gusts with each flourish. Lin Che found himself isolated, approaching the massive pit where the Mo Qilin lay. He was about to act when Ji Luoyao's flying sword shot forth, aiming for his back. Senior sister, no. Nangong Mingyue mounted her unicorn, hastily leaping into action, barely managing to deflect the sword with her yin-yang treasure mirror, though the force of the impact sent her reeling backward. Mingyue, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? He conspires with the demon race against your senior sister, and you choose to assist him. Cold as frost, she seethed with rage upon recognizing the assailant. Earlier, when Lu Ruoli had revealed her observations through the illusory eye, they had harbored doubts. Now, it seemed evident that Nangong Mingyue was indeed entangled with Lin Che. Upon seeing that it was Nangong Mingyue, Lin Che did not even spare her a glance, seizing the opportunity to transfer the soul vestige of heavenly Dao within him to the Mo Qilin. A golden figure materialized at his brow, emitting radiant light that merged with the Mo Qilin's essence. Behold, this heartless wretch. Just moments ago, you risked your life to save him, yet he remained indifferent, not even deigning to acknowledge you. Is he truly worthy of your loyalty? Lin Che's expression did not escape Lu Ruoli's keen gaze. That it is not as you think. Lu senior sister dim, why junior brother has his own burdens. For the first time, Nangong Mingyue spoke in defense of Lin Che, eliciting a fleeting, imperceptible flicker of malice in Qin Wentian's eyes. Has something awakened within you? Even in this dire situation, you remain infatuated with Lin Che. Mingyue, what are you saying? Let us not forget that we 5 united to expel him from the sacred land. Do you now harbor regrets? Indeed, he has caused immense harm to our junior brother. And now he spares none of us. You will only find yourself devoured to the bone. Senior sister, junior sister, my brother is innocent. I will ensure he is vindicated. What nonsense! Who would wrongfully accuse him? His facade of humility and kindness masks a deeply scheming nature. Even you, Ruoshang's senior sister, nearly fell victim to his machinations and perished at the hands of this beast. Ji Luoyao, incredulous, perceived that Nangong Mingyue had lost her senses. Speaking utter nonsense, Lin Che was innocent, vindicating him. With evidence abundant, what injustice could there possibly be? Kindly remove yourself from my sight. I have no need for your presence. How could she, who once treated him so, now lament his misfortunes while he suffered at Qin Wentian's hands, stripped of his powers? Senior brother, Mingyue is acting for your benefit. How can you be so heartless? Junior sister, you are merely seeking to curry favor. It is a bitter pill to swallow, is it not? Join our side, or this worthless fool will be unable to protect you. Cold as frost, her words pierced sharply, while Qin Wentian continued with his subtle taunts. And Miao Yi and Xiaobai perceived the delicate tension among them. Senior sister, please cease this quarrel. Our junior brother has already suffered enough. As Nangong Mingyue began to sob softly, recalling Lin Che's plight with the curse of the fallen celestial. Her eyes brimmed with tears. If you must weep, do so far away. Who do you think is watching? The exertion of her spiritual energy had already caused the fallen celestial curse to spread, inflicting pain akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at her heart. And now with Nangong Mingyue's incessant weeping in his ear, his mind was thrown into disarray. Mingyue, did you not hear what he said? Why must you demean yourself? Even if you lose your cultivation, you remain one of my Zhixiao Peak's disciples. How can you tolerate such an insult? Nangong Mingyue, by the authority of the Zhixiao Peak Master, I command you, use the sword at your side and slay him. Senior sister, do not act thus. My brother meant no harm. It is because I usurped his position as the Holy Son that he has become so extreme. It is all my fault. I beseech you to show mercy. Qin Wentian feigned a desire to kneel. Ji Luoyao shook her head heavily. It was her junior brother and sister's kindness that had led to repeated injuries at Lin Che's hands. Nangong Mingyue, having never endured such indignities, stifled her tears, striving to maintain a pitiful facade. Lin Che, however, paid her no heed, focusing solely on transferring the heavenly Dao will to the Mo Chilin. Senior sister, stop him. He is squandering the heavenly Dao will on this dying beast. Lin Che, are you mad? Do you know how precious the heavenly Dao will is? To waste it on a lowly beast is utterly irredeemable. Huh. I believe its life holds far greater value than yours. At the very least, the beast understands gratitude, unlike you who speak sweetly to my face and plot behind my back, beyond your words meant to disgust me. What deeds of humanity have you accomplished? Lin Che chuckled at Ji Luoyao's words. What of beasts? Could they die in his stead? Had any of these women ever truly considered his well-being, save for exploiting him? Since you insist, I shall have to intervene. The illusory eye, activated, Lu Ruoli, with her burning celestial eyes, opened them wide, connecting with Nangong Mingyue beside Lin Che. Igniting a spark deep within her gaze, flames surged forth from her eyes, aiming to engulf Lin Che's back. With a sizzling sound, the fabric of his robe ignited fiercely. Simultaneously, a hand, uncontrollable in its movement, sought to strike Lin Che's crown. The Mo Chilin, having absorbed the heavenly Dao will, summoned thunderous energy from its horns to block the blow. Chapter 68. Human and pet curse it. He has succeeded. A shadow of untraceable malice crossed Qin Wentian's face. That was his heavenly Dao will. Squandered on a mere beast. Get away. Observing Nangong Mingyue, who had come back to her senses and appeared on the verge of collapse, Lin Che felt no pity as he delivered a kick to her abdomen. Nangong Mingyue's expression betrayed a hint of desolation as she stumbled weakly to the ground. Was this not the consequence of her own actions? She had personally lost the gaze of her junior brother, who had once been so devoted to her. Mingyue. Qin Wentian feigned a leap, catching Nangong Mingyue in his embrace. In her current state, she bore no trace of the poisonous maiden's grace, disheveled and ragged, resembling a beggar. Junior sister, why subject yourself to this? How could someone so cold-hearted as he recall past affections? You see his true colors now, do you not? He has brought you to this state. How could he possibly act with compassion? Junior brother, he is innocent. Perhaps we have hurt him too deeply in the past. Lying in Qin Wentian's arms, Nangong Mingyue struggled to rise, but her frailty rendered her powerless. Lin Che, standing upon the Mo Chilin, was flanked by Miao Yi and the now human Xiaobai. After absorbing the heavenly Dao will, the Mo Chilin underwent a transformation, now a 6th-tier beast, comparable to human cultivators of the divine mansion realm. Ji Luoyao, alongside Qin Wentian, stood as the only two who had broken through to the divine mansion realm. Should a confrontation ensue, they would gain little advantage. Your heart made of stone. Lin Che? Your junior sister has been so grievously harmed, yet you remain indifferent. Harmed? Ha! You sought to exploit her to seize my heavenly Dao will, and now you turn the tables. I must commend your remarkable ability to distort the truth. Lin Che responded with conviction. Moments ago, the Mo Qilin had refrained from acting, forcing him to utilize his cultivation, a move that drained his lifespan. With time running short, he refused to squander it here. Lin Che, I shall ask you one last time. Will you return with us to the sacred land, or continue to consort with these lowly beings? The human race, revered as the spirit of all creation, was regarded as the noblest of all in their eyes. You vile woman, speak another word, and I shall tear your mouth apart. Xiaobai had been ensnared by the binding dragon rope for countless years, harboring a deep resentment within her heart. Upon her release, she encountered the foolish Ji Luoyao, which only fueled her anger. Well, Lin Che, is this your answer? This is your own downfall. Do not seek my help again. Even if you do, I shall not allow you to return to the sacred land. Ji Luoyao felt a twinge of regret for not having pursued the core discipleship, which led to this predicament, leaving them with no choice but to depart in shame. Then hurry and take your people away, so that I am deprived of even the right to see you. Lin Che scoffed inwardly. Perplexed as to what kind of oddity could produce such foolishness, Ji Luoyao shot Lin Che a fierce glare before turning to leave with her younger disciples. Suddenly, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and the ground stirred with flying sand and stones. Esteemed members of the Taiyi sacred land, long time no see. You still remember me. A fissure appeared in the heavens, and from within emerged a figure resembling a celestial being from a painting. With 9 crimson tails fanned out like a peacock's plumage, she donned an ancient red gown and strode gracefully through the void. Her scarlet vertical pupils reflected Lin Che's silhouette. That is at you? Qi Lian, the young master of the 9-tailed celestial fox clan, who had once ventured deep into Qin Xian Mountain to forge a heavenly Xian battle garment for Ji Luoyao, now stood before him. Indeed, the woman referred to as the demon lord within the underground palace was named Qi Lian. Lin Che, we shall settle our accounts slowly. I am here to reclaim what is mine. Qi Lian, with her fluffy ears and delicate jade-like feet adorned with golden bells, walked with a melodic chime. Her slender fingers bore sharp nails, enveloped in a crimson mist, as the ethereal fox spirit behind her manifested. Roar! The fox spirit surged toward Ji Luoyao and her companions. Qin Wentian, sensing the overwhelming aura, retreated swiftly behind the group, in the arms of Nangong Mingyue. A flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. Had it been Lin Che, he would have stepped forward without hesitation to Ji Luoyao. Leng Rushuang and the others fought valiantly against Qi Lian, who, as the demon lord, harnessed the power of the 9-tailed celestial fox to forcibly breach the barrier of realms. Defeating the 4 with a single strike, this battle garment rightfully belongs to me, Qi Lian declared, reclaiming the heavenly Xian battle garment from Ji Luoyao and casually stepping past her, observing the situation. Qin Wentian utilized spatial transmission to whisk away the 5 senior sisters, leaving only Lin Che and his companions behind. Qi Lian, brushing her slender fingers across her fiery red lips, ensnared Lin Che with her 9 tails like chains. Mo Qilin attempted to intervene, but Lin Che halted him, stating, "You are no match for her." Qi Lian had forcibly transcended her limits, stepping into the realm of the LAW. No one could contend with her. Otherwise, Ji Luoyao and her companions would not have been rendered incapable of even resisting. You possess quite the sense of timing. Tell me, how shall I exact my revenge upon you? Qi Lian caressed Lin Che's cheek, her words laced with a teasing undertone. Yet only Lin Che understood the true peril she represented. A being who devours without leaving bones, undoubtedly harboring grudges for his past actions. However, when Qi Lian's consciousness swept over Lin Che's body, she was taken aback. His cultivation had waned, and his life force was nearly extinguished, as if he were at the end of his existence. The fallen immortal curse? You have fallen victim to the fallen immortal curse. It seems the rumors hold true. Such a death would be too lenient for you. Everything you did to me back then, dying 1,000 times would not suffice. A flicker of madness crossed Qi Lian's face as her crimson pupils fixated on Lin Che. I shall imprison you and make you my pet. Are you not the son of the Taiyi Sacred Land? Huh. This will be quite amusing. I can hardly wait to see their expressions from now on. I shall declare to the vast wilderness that you, Lin Che, the number one on the Qin ranking, are the pet of my nine-tailed celestial fox, Qi Lian. Lin Che, with an air of resignation, acknowledged his dwindling life force and chose not to resist. If he must be a pet, so be it. Besides, cultivating with a creature of Qi Lian's caliber could hardly be a disadvantage for him. You should be resisting. What is this expression? My nine-tailed celestial fox is considered ominous. Shouldn't you feel ashamed to be my pet? Qi Lian was flummoxed by Lin Che's demeanor that it was clearly an act of vengeance, yet it felt as if she were striking cotton. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Che had long since come to terms with his situation after his trials. He did not wish to squander a single moment of his remaining time, since resistance was futile. He might as well enjoy the experience and immerse himself in the local customs. Lin Che, you cannot truly intend to go to Tianxuan Mountain with her, for then the human race will have no place for you. And Miao Yi transmitted to Lin Che, eager to discern his thoughts, an talented woman. You should leave. Staying would only tarnish your reputation. Rest assured, they will not kill me. Thank you for your company along the way. Chapter 69. Dual Cultivation Pet. Tianxuan Mountain certainly employs cunning tactics. Master, you must save Lin Shitty. He is from Zixiao Peak and must not fall into this woman's clutches. Mingyue, have you lost your mind? Qi Lian has entered the seventh realm, comparable to a human cultivator in the realm of law. Moreover, Tianxuan Mountain possesses formidable protective formations. Our young disciple has just assumed the position of the Holy Sun. It is not the time for unnecessary complications. Nangong Mingyue's words were abruptly cut off by Ji Luoyao's merciless voice. Ziyu, furrowed brow, Lin Che has already been expelled from the sacred land. He is no longer connected to us. Clearly, rescuing Lin Che from Tianxuan Mountain was unrealistic. Their best option was to distance themselves from him. The former holy son of the Taiyi Sacred Land had now become the pet of a demon clan. Word of this would render the sacred land unable to hold its head high before other powers. Upon hearing this, a wave of helplessness surged within Nangong Mingyue. She bit her lip, her eyes filled with unwillingness. She wanted to say more, but Ji Luoyao shot her a cold glance. Mingyue, what kind of enchantment has Lin Che cast upon you? Have you forgotten how he treated you before? Look at you now. Where is the demeanor of the daughter of heaven's poison? Enough of him. Consider him dead. Buzz. With those words, Nangong Mingyue's mind abruptly went blank, unable to comprehend how such sentiments could emanate from her esteemed senior sister. Could it be that her sister truly had forgotten all that Lin Che had done for her? Clearly, her junior was suffering in the clutches of a demoness, and how could she stand idly by? It was only after Ji Luoyao and Ziyu exited the great hall that Nangong Mingyue fell to her knees, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes as she clenched her delicate hands. Shitty, I will surely rescue you from her clutches. Wait for me. On Zixiao Peak, Raleigh, how is it? Has the little disciple not awakened yet? He should be waking up soon, having nearly recovered. Phew, you scared me. I am relieved to hear that. Cold as frost exhaled in relief, thankful that her little disciple was unscathed. What about Mingyue? Is she all right? From the stone bed within the cave, Qin Wentian's weak voice emerged. Little Shitty, you're awake. Are you feeling better? Mingyue, she has long since betrayed us, even thinking of absolving that pig of a Lin Che. She simply doesn't learn. When she returns, I shall confine her. Mentioning Nangong Mingyue ignited cold as frost's ire. How could Zixiao Peak have produced such a disappointing individual? By the way, what of our senior brother? How is he faring? What else? Reduced to a pet. Of course, it is his own doing. This is the consequence of consorting with demons. Enough about this ill-fated star. Little Shitty, focus on your recovery. Lu Ruali comforted Qin Wentian gently, placing her hand on his shoulder. Upon hearing this, Qin Wentian inadvertently raised a smile. Reduced to a pet. This was indeed the outcome of opposing him. Nangong Mingyue's betrayal was unexpected, yet it provided an opportunity to engage in the cultivation of the yin-yang sacred body. Leng Rushuang, wait. Cold as frost halted in her tracks, leading several sisters as they prepared to leave the cave. Little Shitty, do you have something on your mind? Senior sister, this is the cultivation technique I brought back from the ancient immortal secret realm. The 9-in true essence technique, which complements your extreme cold spiritual vein that I hope it aids you. Qin Wentian scratched his head, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. as he handed the technique to Cold as Frost. A warm current flowed through Cold as Frost's heart as she felt the lingering warmth of the technique. She stepped forward and embraced Qin Wentian. She had been troubled about what to cultivate next, and finding a matching technique for her extreme cold spiritual vein was exceedingly difficult. Qin Wentian's gesture was akin to a timely gift. "Senior sister, are you all right? Do you not like it?" "I like it, little shitty. Thank you. Aren't you afraid of other senior sisters feeling jealous for sending this to me alone?" Cold as Frost playfully joked for the first time. As long as senior sister likes it. The others can wait. But can you promise me one thing? As Qin Wentian spoke, his demeanor became somewhat bashful. Of course. "Little shitty, you dare to use favors to demand repayment. What is it?" "This is a secret between you and me. I hope you can keep it. I thought it was something significant. It's just a trivial matter. Are you worried about the other senior sisters getting upset? Rest assured, I shall remain tight-lipped." Leng Rushuang, as Cold as Frost, with a smile that blooms like flowers, never anticipated that her junior apprentice would exhibit such an endearing demeanor. Gazing at Leng Rushuang's departing silhouette, Qin Wentian's lips curled into a cold smirk. What he had planted within Leng Rushuang was the ISQ, aiming not only for her comprehensive medical heritage but also for her frigid spiritual vein. Moreover, the 9 true yuan technique he bestowed upon her was a dual cultivation method. In his possession lay another, the 9 yang refinement technique. Cultivators who mastered both could catalyze the formation of his yin-yang sacred body, ultimately awakening the yin-yang divine veins. Far away on Qingshan Mountain, Lin Che was finally free from disturbances. As for Nangong Mingyue, a mere cripple, he dismissed her entirely. Upon exiting the cave, Leng Rushuang felt a surge of delight, relishing the favor of her junior apprentice. Indeed, her affection was not in vain. She eagerly entered the Tianyuan secret realm to commence her practice of the 9 true yuan technique. She had been stagnating at the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon realm for quite some time. Meanwhile, after leaving the sect's grand hall in a state of despair, Nangong Mingyue did not return to Zixia Peak, but instead ventured to the secret base that she once shared with Lin Che. "Junior apprentice, do you know, I truly long to return to the past. Will you come back?" Atop a solitary mountain, she moved aside the stone gate, curling herself into a corner of the cave. Subsequently, she rose and opened the stone cabinet. Blood demon induction, a forbidden technique. Specifically a method of the demon clan. Years ago, she nearly strayed into darkness due to her inability to properly guide the dark poison within her, saved only by Lin Che's intervention. This matter was known to no one but him. Now, the one who had once risked everything for her had fallen into the hands of a demoness, while she could only watch helplessly. "Junior apprentice, even if it means succumbing to darkness, I will bring you back." After resolving herself, Nangong Mingyue picked up the blood demon induction and began to peruse it carefully. It was a demonic technique that refined blood to gain power. The first step required sacrificing one's primordial spirit to condense a demon infant, in the grand hall of the Sword God sect. When did this happen? The demon lord of Qingshan Mountain had already proclaimed it across the great wilderness region. "Qilian, it would be best to ensure Lin Che's safety. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to raise her Qingshan Mountain to the ground." Ji Luoyao's Tianxuan Sword emitted a resonant clang that in recent days. She had secluded herself to refine the will of the heavenly path, and upon hearing this news, she could no longer remain seated. If it were not to shield us, Ache would not have fallen into that demoness clutches. Huayut, upon receiving this news, couldn't help but feel guilty. Chapter 70, Blood Demon Induction. Deep within the Qingshan Mountain range, ancient trees towered, and a magnificent palace rose from the ground. Lin Che, did you ever imagine? Now, your reputation among the human race is tainted. No one will come to your rescue. That if you serve me well, perhaps you may survive a few more years. Otherwise, I fear you may not even endure until the curse of the fallen immortal takes effect, and you will perish prematurely. At the highest level of the palace, Lin Che was bound to a bed by Qi Lian's binding ropes, unable to move. A smooth, pale leg rested upon his shoulder. Fiery red lips whispered warm breaths against his ear, her gaze enchanting beyond measure. Lin Che's skin burned under her teasing, the discomfort in his lower body palpable, forcing a strained smile onto his face. "My lady demon lord, you have sullied my name. I am of no further use to you. Shall we part amicably?" Facing such a temptress daily, yet being unable to partake in her allure, was undoubtedly a cruel fate for any normal man. "Ha! Let you go? Beg me? Ha! Not only that, but I intend to capture your senior sister, and kill them one by one before your very eyes. A cruel smile graced Qi Lian's face. Lin Che silently cursed her for her depravity. Mo Qilin and the three-eyed azure-scaled serpent had already returned to their respective territories. Remaining in the Qingyun mountain range would be of no assistance. Days later, atop Zixia Peak in the Taiyi Holy Land, a formidable aura surged toward the heavens. Dark clouds gathered ominously above. Within a cave, Qin Wentian suddenly opened his eyes. Had the 9 true Yuan technique been successfully cultivated, truly worthy of being the hidden Yuan body? Once she matured, if he were to engage in dual cultivation with her and seize her Yuan, her cultivation would become his. Sensing the powerful resonance, Qin Wentian forcefully suppressed the blazing fire within his heart. Meanwhile, the disciples atop Zixia Peak and the other 36 peaks were all stirred by the anomaly. Look, it's Zixia Peak, who has broken through to the divine mansion realm. Could this aura belong to her? Boom! As the words fell, the entire Taiyi Holy Land was blanketed in a thick layer of snow, ice sealing the land for 1,000 miles. The biting cold wind swept through, and aside from Leng Rushuang, who possessed the innate cold spiritual vein, they could think of no one else. However, upon emerging from her seclusion, the person Leng Rushuang most wished to see was Qin Wentian. She vanished from the astonished gazes of the crowd. Junior apprentice, I have broken through to the divine mansion realm. In the eyes of the onlookers, the aloof goddess now bore a sweet smile. Outside the cave, Qin Wentian stepped out upon hearing her voice. Senior sister, you are truly impressive. Are you feeling any discomfort? He inquired tentatively. Leng Rushuang truthfully informed him that aside from occasional warmth during her practice, she felt no discomfort. Senior sister, it seems you have yet to fully acclimate. Give it some time, and you will be fine. Leng Rushuang nodded, sensing an inexplicable attraction emanating from her junior apprentice. Concurrently, on a secluded peak of Taiyi Holy Land, within a cave, Nangong Mingyue underwent a profound transformation in both demeanor and essence. While cultivating the blood demon induction and sacrificing her primordial spirit, she severed unimportant memories, retaining only those concerning Lin Che. Her originally emerald green eyes morphed into a deep violet, exuding an otherworldly allure. Draped in a black cloak, radiating immense power, in a mere few dozen days, she ascended from a powerless mortal to the 9th level of the celestial phenomenon realm. Yet, due to the loss of her essence blood, her lifespan dwindled, necessitating supplementation from other cultivators. Fully embracing the path of darkness, junior apprentice, I shall clear your name. Qin Wentian, I shall reclaim what you have imposed upon me. Nangong Mingyue was intimately familiar with her dark poison. Just as the strange goo within her faded, she surprisingly detected a faint trace of dark poison emanating from Qin Wentian. It was known that Qin Wentian himself admitted to never having consumed the Xianhuang fruit, leaving only one possibility. Her goo was within Qin Wentian's body. This detail she had kept silent about, knowing that even if she spoke, no one on Zixia Peak would believe her. Additionally, she fiddled with the ring on her little finger, which she had discovered upon awakening from the illusion. The owner of this ring was someone she knew all too well, though at that time, she was unwilling to accept it. Now, enlightened, she realized how foolish she had been. She understood that Qin Wentian harbored ulterior motives, and for Lin Che, for her senior and junior sisters at Zixia Peak, and for the Taiyi Holy Land, she had to take action. On Zixia Peak. What do you mean the illusory I was dispelled 10 days ago, and now Mingyue is missing? Impossible. The sect's protective formation has not shown any signs of disturbance. She must still be within the Holy Land. Search thoroughly. Ji Luoyao, upon hearing the news, was filled with rage. These sisters truly did not ease her worries. Lu Ruli felt an ominous premonition. Logically, if she had not left the Holy Land, then the illusory eye she had placed on Nangong Mingyue should not have been broken. The previous incident had been purely accidental. Now, hearing of Mingyue's disappearance, when did this happen? Half a month ago. Congratulations to senior sister Rushuang for breaking through to the divine mansion realm. Enough of that. Our immediate priority is to find Mingyue. Under Ji Luoyao's leadership, the entire Zixia Peak mobilized to search for Nangong Mingyue. Meanwhile, Nangong Mingyue had already prepared an escape route while practicing the blood demon induction. This demonic technique was imparted to her by a great figure of the demonic path just before his demise, long before she entered the Taiyi Holy Land. Had it not been for Lin Che's appearance amidst the ridicule and strange gazes from those around her, She might have embarked on this path much earlier. She had been prepared for this, initially believing she would never need this technique, but the whims of fate proved otherwise. The great figure of the demonic path entrusted her with the blood demon sect upon his fall, instructing her that to control the blood demon sect, she must find the blood god order. However, the prerequisite for locating the blood god order was to master the blood demon induction, as the two resonated with one another. This was the path she now intended to pursue. As Nangong Mingyue contemplated leaving the Taiyi Holy Land, she was suddenly jolted as the blood demon induction within her consciousness erupted violently, seemingly sensing the blood god order. Moreover, several auras approached. Was it her senior sister? Ultimately, her consciousness locked onto a figure she knew all too well. She enunciated each syllable. Qin Wentian. Her mind spun into chaos. How could the blood god order have ended up in Qin Wentian's possession? Could it be? She harbored suspicions in her heart, yet remained uncertain. Soon after, she made a resolute decision, taking a red pill the size of a fingernail and swallowing it. All her magical powers vanished without a trace. Subsequently, she collapsed in a corner of the cave. Outside, Leng Rushuang, with her divine eyes ablaze like burning torches, gleaned the situation within the cave. What is it? Is there a trace of Mingyue here? Senior sister Mingyue is in the cave, but her condition is rather dire. Leng Rushuang informed the others of the circumstances inside, then entered the cave to bring out Nangong Mingyue. This moment, Nangong Mingyue appeared haggard, her body weak to the utmost. In a state of unconsciousness. Chapter 71. Mutual Destruction. Junior brother, since you insist on taking care of senior sister Mingyue, then I entrust her to you. Leng Rushuang suggested that it would be better for him to look after Mingyue, as the junior brother had just assumed the position of Holy Son and had many matters to attend to. Sister, I believe it would be prudent to confine her, as her loss of cultivation would only hinder us. To speak frankly, if she hadn't intervened unexpectedly in the Xianin Mountain, the heavenly Daos would have long since been in our grasp, Leng Rushuang remarked disdainfully, having always had a contentious relationship with Nangong Mingyue. And now, with her cultivation stripped away, she held nothing back. Meanwhile, Nangong Mingyue, who had been feigning unconsciousness, felt a pang of anguish upon hearing these words. How had her sisters transformed into this? Once, they had shared a bond akin to family on Zhixiao Peak. Speaking of the heavenly Dao's will, do you all remember those two women who followed Lin Che? Logically, Lin Che obtained 3 manifestations of the heavenly Dao's will, wasting 1 on Mo Qilin, leaving 2. Are you suggesting that he bestowed the remaining 2 upon those women? Such a possibility cannot be dismissed, Leng Rushuang observed keenly, having been attuned to the energy of the heavenly Daos while emanating from Lin Che. However, after he wasted the last remnant on Xianin Mountain, she could no longer sense its lingering presence. Qin Wentian felt a surge of delight at this revelation. If he could spare some time to visit the Sword God sect and plant Tugu, the heavenly Daos would be within his grasp, and a wonder the Sword God sect had sealed themselves off. They sought to buy time for those two. This time, let Rolly accompany junior brother to reclaim what belongs to our Taiyi Holy Land. Yes, senior sister, Qin Wentian and Leng Rushuang clasped their fists in acknowledgement. Once everyone had departed, Ji Luoyao casually set up a formation. The Sword God sect? No, I cannot stand by and watch my sisters go astray. Nangong Mingyue understood the significance of the Sword God sect in Lin Che's heart. If anything were to happen to the Sword God sect now, the rift between her and Lin Che would truly become irreparable. With this thought in mind, Nangong Mingyue broke free from the constraints of the formation. Not far from her escape, Leng Rushuang stood frozen in place, her gaze piercing into the distance. My suspicions have proven correct. Senior sister Mingyue, your cultivation has been restored. Leng Rushuang's unguarded words left the others momentarily stunned. Is it true? Senior sister Mingyue, is what Rushuang said true? That's wonderful. Thanks to you, I am well. Qin Wentian, eager to embrace Nangong Mingyue warmly, found her instinctively sidestepping. Tension hung thick in the air. Mingyue, what are you doing? Did junior brother offend you in any way? Senior sister Mingyue, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. Qin Wentian feigned tears, wearing a pitiful expression that elicited sympathy. Yet, Nangong Mingyue's eyes remained indifferent, still pretending. It is because of him that she had become a mere shadow of herself, neither human nor demon. You cannot go to the Sword God sect, nor can you expel him from the Holy Land. Otherwise, I fear you will regret it later. Nangong Mingyue turned her back on Qin Wentian, addressing the cold and resolute Lu Ruoli with fiery intensity. Upon her words, everyone stared incredulously at Nangong Mingyue, some instinctively questioning if they had misheard. Mingyue, are you out of your mind? Do you realize what you're saying? Senior sister Mingyue, junior brother is now the holy son, burdened with responsibilities. How can you slander him? Are you still pining for Lin Che? He is now a mere plaything, a laughingstock of the great wilderness. Does he still deserve your regard? Lu Ruoli knew that ever since Nangong Mingyue's cultivation had been shattered, she often spoke nonsensically and harbored bizarre notions. Yet now, to openly defame their junior brother was something she could not tolerate. Just as she was about to voice her objection, a resounding slap echoed as cold Ruosi struck Nangong Mingyue across the face. In that instant, the air grew heavy, and Nangong Mingyue instinctively touched her slightly swollen cheek, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within her as her last thread of patience snapped. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged forth. As a demonic claw seized Qin Wentian tightly, the blood god order is mine. At that moment, a blood-red ancient token flew out from Qin Wentian's storage ring, hovering in the air. Let me go, or I won't hesitate to send him on his way right now. Nangong Mingyue, no longer concealing her demonic nature, her deep purple vertical pupils glinting with ferocity, brandished a dagger against Qin Wentian's throat after acquiring the blood god order. Nangong Mingyue, are you insane? Stop this, or you will become a sinner of the Holy Land. Turn back now, and I will plead with the Holy Master to show you mercy. Nangong Mingyue's actions struck fear into them. They had never expected she would fall into darkness over Lin Che. Let me leave, or we shall perish together. Nangong Mingyue, having forsaken her soul, underwent a drastic character transformation, caring for nothing but Lin Che. To preserve the Sword God sect, the best course was to seize control of the Blood Demon sect, leveraging its power. Do not act rashly. Do not harm junior brother. Let us speak calmly. Ruoli, open the formation and allow her to leave. Cold Ruosi feigned calmness. Though Lu Ruoli felt reluctant, for the sake of her junior brother, she chose to acquiesce. Yet, Nangong Mingyue's actions had thoroughly enraged her. The others made way. Yet Qin Wentian felt a flicker of regret for not having dealt with Nangong Mingyue sooner. He had not anticipated how deeply she had concealed her true nature. Ever since she fortuitously acquired the Blood God Order 2 years ago, he had been seeking the long-lost foundational techniques of the Blood Demon sect. Blood Demon Summoning. No wonder the Blood God Order had frequently issued warnings that it turned out that the Blood Demon Summoning resided within Nangong Mingyue. Alas, he had been too hasty. Had he left the goo on Nangong Mingyue until now? It was simply unimaginable. However, there was nothing to lament. With Nangong Mingyue exposing her identity, the Taiyi Holy Land would have no refuge for her, and when the time came, he would place the goo again. He could also gain control over the Blood Demon sect, achieving 2 objectives with 1 move. Senior sister Mingyue, it is my fault. I failed to protect senior brother. You may blame me or resent me. But how can you allow yourself to succumb to darkness? Please return. I do not seek the title of Holy Son. Let us rescue senior brother from Tianxuan Mountain together, shall we, at this moment? Qin Wentian spoke in a gentle tone. Previously, Nangong Mingyue had not thought much of it, but now she found it utterly nauseating that a man speaking in such a duplicitous manner was truly insufferable. Silence. The sins you have committed warrant 100 deaths. Await your fate, for I will surely take your life. With that, Nangong Mingyue delivered a powerful palm strike toward Qin Wentian's chest, calculating the force behind the strike. Qin Wentian chose to receive it head-on. Stop. Junior brother, you are being foolish. Sister, do not cry. This is my debt to senior sister Mingyue. She has fallen into darkness because of me. Chapter 72. Alliance at the Sword God sect. Within a certain forbidden area, a terrifying aura erupted as a sword light cleaved through the air, distorting the very fabric of space. Furthermore, a pair of demonic eyes unleashed black flames, incinerating the 8 domains. 2 figures stood side by side, Ji Luoyao and Hua Yui, having finally stabilized their cultivation at the 7th level of the heavenly phenomenon after a period of rigorous training. Let us go. We must rescue Che from Tianxuan Mountain. This was Hua Yui's unwavering determination. Agreed, that Ji Luoyao replied succinctly. Deep within the Tianxuan mountain range, Lin Che pondered, I truly do not comprehend what is so admirable about you that Nangong Mingyue is willing to descend into madness to rescue you from my grasp. As for human emotions, Qi Lian was not well versed. Had not Nangong Mingyue previously allied with the others from Zixiao Peak to expel Lin Che from the Holy Land? How had she so quickly changed her tune? Nangong Mingyue had fallen into darkness? He did not react with excessive surprise. After all, before he had known her, she had once entertained thoughts of succumbing to darkness, only to be drawn back to the righteous path by him. Now, without him by her side, and with her cultivation stripped by Qin Wentian, the path to darkness was her only option. Your demeanor suggests you are not surprised. How cold-hearted you must be. I shall see how long you can maintain this facade. Qi Lian could hardly believe that Lin Che could be so cold-hearted. It was well known that previously, he had been almost heartfelt towards the women on Zixiao Peak. Even she had been a victim of his indifference. And now her only amusement lay in watching Lin Che accept his senior sister once more, only for her to seize everything from him thereafter. Little did she know, Lin Che had long since ceased to care. With his life drawing to a close, he had no desire to engage in matters unworthy of his time. Alas, you have already left your mark on me. Are you still not at ease? I cannot run far, and these recent days have been stifling. That I shall step out to clear my mind. With that, Lin Che removed the leg that had been resting on the other and exited the palace. As she watched Lin Che's retreating figure, Qi Lian's lips curled into a cold smirk. No man is to be trusted. Taiyi Sacred Land, Zixiao Peak, Ji Luoyao furrowed her brows, realizing that Mingyue had been practicing forbidden techniques and had even harmed her junior brother. Senior sister, we must send people to besiege the Blood Demon sect while Nangong Mingyue has yet to establish her footing within the sect. Senior sister, she acted out of impulse. Please show her mercy. My injuries are not severe. Qin Wentian worried that the Sacred Land might mobilize too many people, leaving him no chance to plant a curse on Nangong Mingyue. This matter was of great significance. Entangled with demonic cultivation, and must be reported to the Sacred Master. Moreover, the origins of Mingyue's demonic techniques were highly suspicious. She had been closest to Lin Che, and as soon as he left the Sacred Land, she could not remain idle. Who else would secretly harbor demonic techniques but Lin Che? And what of the Blood God Order, my junior brother? Lu Roli had noted this. Anticipating such a question, Qin Wentian had prepared an explanation. I found it just after arriving at my senior brother's cave. While tidying up, initially, this token seemed unremarkable, so I did not think much of it, only to discover it was the renowned Blood God Order of the Blood Demon sect. Qin Wentian wore a surprised expression, tinged with a hint of regret. Junior brother, do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. If anyone is to blame, it is Lin Che for his deep concealment, having deceived even us. But how's your injury now? Mingyue truly should not have acted so ruthlessly after spending so long together. First, let us visit the Sword God sect to retrieve our belongings. As for the Blood Demon sect, being one of the 4 demonic sects, it possesses profound depth, and most sects are reluctant to offend it, that we must thoroughly investigate Mingyue's situation and deliberate on our course of action. Ji Luoyao, in her elevated position, soon arranged matters with precision. She dispatched 3 individuals from Zixiao Peak to the Sword God sect to reclaim the will of heaven. Everything Lin Che possessed had been bestowed by Taiyi Sacred Land. And since he had betrayed the sect, it was only right that it be reclaimed. Outside the gates of the Sword God sect, Sect Master, someone has come to visit us. Humph, do they not know we have sealed our sect? These individuals truly are insatiable. The will of heaven has been refined by us. They should not hope for it. Ji Luoyao, having completed the refining of the will of heaven and established her foundation, succeeded as the sect master of the Sword God sect. Hua Yui was entrusted with all matters within the sect. Sect master, it is the celestial poison maiden from Taiyi Sacred Land. What does she want? Is she not satisfied with the harm she has already caused to Che? Tell her to leave. We do not welcome her at the Sword God sect. Ji Luoyao declared decisively. However, she claims to seek an audience with the 2 sect masters regarding an urgent matter. The disciple delivering the message relayed Nangong Mingyue's words verbatim. The 2 exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of bewilderment as if having made a firm decision. Let us go, Yui, and see what scheme she has in mind. Very well. The 2 women vanished within the Sword God sect. Outside the protective formation, Nangong Mingyue, clad in dark robes, exuded an enchanting yet eerie presence, with a black lotus blooming on her brow and a pair of purple eyes that sent chills down the spine. It appears that since Che left the Sacred Land, your life has not been easy. How is your little junior brother faring? Hua Yui recalled the various slanders Nangong Mingyue had cast upon Lin Che and immediately began to rub salt into her wounds. Enough. What transpired before was my fault, and I shall seek Lin Che's forgiveness. It is not for an outsider like you to pass judgment. Nangong Mingyue, with the reputation of the demon lord at stake, spoke with clarity and poise, neither humble nor arrogant. Humph. Do you truly understand Ah Che? Do you know what he has endured? You people from Zhixiao Peak are all the same, speaking of amends while continually inflicting harm upon him. Hua Yui could no longer contain her fury. After all, she considered herself half a wife to Lin Che and, having awakened the extreme night demon eyes, had some understanding of his deteriorating condition. She could not abide Nangong Mingyue's demeanor, as if her words of atonement could erase the pain caused. What brings you to us? Ji Luoyao remained composed, deeming all matters secondary to the urgent need to rescue Lin Che. To save junior brother Lin, you must know that the Qingxin mountain range is the territory of the nine-tailed celestial fox, a royal among the demon race, possessing immense power that commands respect. No ordinary sacred land would dare to offend them lightly. Given our current cultivation, we can only rely on wit and cannot force our way through. Ji Luoyao expressed her thoughts. Nangong Mingyue concurred. Intending to invite the two to assist her in seizing control of the blood demon sect, leveraging its power to rescue Lin Che, to be frank, I practice demonic techniques, and now Taiyi sacred land offers me no refuge. Yet, if I can save junior brother, I will have no regrets. Upon hearing this, Ji Luoyao and Hua Yui were slightly moved, never expecting this woman to go so far for Lin Che. However, considering Lin Che's deteriorating health, they could not help but feel disdain. Regret now? Why did you not act sooner? Chapter 73. Blindness Mingyue, I did not expect to see you here. Come back, as long as you are willing to abandon your demonic practices. I believe senior sister will plead with the sacred master on your behalf for leniency. Nangong Mingyue, if you wish to return, you must apologize to junior brother for your past actions and seek his forgiveness. Do you not feel ashamed, as the celestial poison maiden, practicing demonic techniques and mingling with such rabble? How embarrassing. Lu Ruoli's words were not overly harmful, but were laden with insult, inherently belittling Nangong Mingyue. Lu Ruoli, you too must reckon with our past debts. Why you'd see that upon recognizing the visitor. It seems the events of years past have not taught you a lesson. Do you truly believe that now? Having made the Qingyan list, I would fear you? Lu Ruoli showed no fear towards Hua Yui, believing that the past had not illuminated Hua Yui's eyes, and she was more than willing to blind her again. The two stood at odds with each other. Yui, do not act rashly. They have a 7th-level divine mansion cultivator among them. Just as Hua Yui prepared to challenge Lu Ruoli, Ji Luoyao intervened, halting her. The two locked gazes, their pupils shimmering with divine energy, black flames and red flames intertwining like dragons in the air. The scorching heat radiated forth, causing even the earth to crack from the intensity. Lu Ruoli was taken aback. The speed of her opponent's growth left her in shock. The foundation of heaven has undoubtedly been established. It is a waste for the will of heaven to be squandered on someone like you. I might as well extract it from your body before it is completely refined. It would greatly benefit my cultivation. With that, Qin Wentian's teeth nearly shattered. The key to his breakthrough into the Dharma aspect realm had been wasted in such a manner. What? She can actually hold her ground against senior sister. How could a mere condensation realm cultivator, no, a 7th-level celestial phenomenon cultivator, reach this level of cultivation? Mo Qingcheng was struck dumb, unable to believe her eyes. Only Nangong Mingyue maintained a semblance of calm, yet as Hua Yui continued to impress, her own feelings of regret deepened. Humph, after taking my burning heaven divine eyes, is this all you can do after 5 years? It is rather disappointing. Hua Yui shook her head, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Lu Ruoli, at the 8th level of celestial phenomenon, was simply no match for her. With the eye technique thoroughly suppressed, Lu Ruoli's face turned ashen. Beads of sweat the size of mung beans sliding down her face, a growing sense of regret took root in her heart. The burning heaven divine eyes had been bestowed upon her by Lin Che, who had warned her that should the original owner of these divine eyes rise again, she should keep her distance. One understood the burning heaven divine eyes better than Hua Yui herself. Moreover, Hua Yui now possessed not only the burning heaven divine eyes, but also the eye techniques of the extreme night clan. Within the same cultivation realm, none could rival her in eye techniques. Qin Wentian, ever observant, recognized this. He swiftly intervened to save Lu Ruoyao that moment. Due to excessive use of the burning heaven divine eyes, blood seeped from her eyes, blurring her vision. Lu Ruoyao, this is merely the repayment of the debt you owe from years past. Junior brother, where are you? My eyes, they hurt. I cannot see. Lu Ruoyao appeared helpless in Qin Wentian's embrace that a profound fear gripped her heart as she recalled Nangong Mingyue's fate, spreading terror throughout her being, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Senior sister, this is a clear vision pill. Take it. Mo Qingqing hastily retrieved a vial of elixir from her person and administered it to Lu Ruoyao. Hua Yui and Ji Luoyao regarded one another with cold detachment, their hearts betraying not the slightest ripple of emotion. Nangong Mingyue observed Lu Ruoyau's sheer terror at the mere temporary blindness, and her mind involuntarily drifted back to Lin Che's past words of comfort. In her most desolate moments, Lin Che had stood by her side, the first visit she beheld each morning upon awakening. Yet later, bolstered by her formidable cultivation, she had cast aside the tender care Lin Che had once bestowed upon her in her vulnerable youth, instead seeking the approval of her senior sisters, aligning herself with them to inflict pain upon the very brother who had once cherished her so deeply. Lu Ruoyao, take heed. This incident serves merely as a forewarning. Should there be a next time, I shall personally reclaim these eyes. The immediate priority is to assist Nangong Mingyue in solidifying her position within the Blood Demon sect, and thereafter, to seek reinforcements from the Qingxian mountain range. What shall we do about our junior brother now? As she witnessed the departing figures of Hua Yui and the others, Mo Qingqiang felt a twinge of uncertainty. Let the senior sister return to the Holy Land alone while we continue our pursuit. Yet, is that truly wise? Rest assured, Qingqiang, I can manage my own return. Lu Ruoyao forced a faint smile. Senior sister, do take care on your journey. With that, Qin Wentian and Mo Qingqiang resumed their path, leaving Lu Ruoyao in solitude. In her contest of ocular prowess against Hua Yui, she had overexerted her eye power, plunging her burning heaven divine eye into a brief state of blindness. Now, her world lay shrouded in chaos, with only the persistent chirping of birds resonating around her. Could it be that I was truly mistaken? Before acquiring this divine eye, she had endured considerable hardship. She had once faced a 3-month period of blindness following its initial adoption. During that time, her vision was engulfed in darkness, yet one person had consistently conveyed warmth to her, illustrating the vibrant hues of the world. Lu Ruoyao reminisced about her moments with Lin Che. In times past, she had feared solitude and darkness, for before she had even reached maturity, she had nearly lost her sight. After encountering Lin Che, she gradually emerged from the shadows, embracing her blissful life. To the outside world, she was the noble and aloof Empress of Dian. Yet only she understood how terrified she had once been of the night and of loneliness. Now, faced with a similar plight, she had believed that her formidable cultivation and esteemed status would be sufficient to confront the challenges before her. Yet, when darkness encroached, the first person who surfaced in her thoughts was Lin Che. With a heart heavy with trepidation, Lu Ruoyao returned to the Holy Land, relying on her spiritual sense to guide her, concealing her temporary blindness from all. Ruoyao, why have you returned alone? Where are our junior brother and Qingqiang? Upon entering Zixiao Peak, Lu Ruoyao encountered Leng Rushuang. Senior sister, I suddenly recalled that my burning heaven divine eye is at a crucial stage of cultivation, hence I returned early to focus on my practice. Lu Ruoyao replied, her tone tinged with urgency, fearing that her facade might be uncovered. She still remembered Ji Luoyao's words. Zixiao Peak harbors no room for the weak. Now, rendered blind, could she still be deemed anything but half of a failure? Until she fully recovered, she could not allow any signs of weakness to surface. Observing Lu Ruoyau's anxious demeanor, Leng Rushuang gave it little thought. Time slipped away swiftly. With mutual support, Nangong Mingyue had successfully seized control of the Blood Demon sect, leading its main forces deep into the Qingxian mountain range. Well, what an unexpected gathering. Are you all searching for him? Qi Lian sat cross-legged atop a stone lion. Her interest piqued as she scrutinized Nangong Mingyue's party. Lin Che reclined with his arms behind his head, surveying the vast sky without a care. Following Qi Lian's gesture, Nangong Mingyue's voice quivered slightly. Che? Master, junior brother, gazing at the audacious youth with a blade of grass clenched between his teeth. Her heart swelled with conflicting emotions. She was now a practitioner of the dark arts. Would her junior brother still acknowledge her? With trepidation, she called out, "Junior brother." Lin Che, catching the sound, shot a glance at Nangong Mingyue before his gaze shifted to Hua Yui. "Indeed, you've completed your foundation in the heavenly Dao, which, release Lin Che at once, or I shall not hesitate to unleash the demon practitioners behind me to raise your Qingxian mountain range," Ji Luoyao declared, cutting straight to the chase. Lin Che remained as unyielding as ever. "Your senior sister has fallen to darkness for your sake. Do you not have anything to say? What do you wish to convey?" Lin Che scratched his head, displaying signs of impatience. For him, to fall into darkness? Will that heal the wounds etched upon his heart? Will that restore his lifespan? Will the curse of the fallen immortal vanish? If none of that holds true, is this truly compensation? Junior brother, I was wrong before. I am sorry that I implore you for a chance to make amends. My world now revolves solely around you, Nangong Mingyue pleaded. Her tone submissive. Titles such as the Poison Maiden of the Holy Land and the Celestial Prodigy of the Qingyun list no longer mattered to her. She could not afford to lose her junior brother. "Get lost. Just seeing you irritates me." Nangong Mingyue's silence allowed Lin Che to treat her as if she were air. The moment she spoke, his mind buzzed with frustration. "So, what now? Do you still wish to save someone like Nangong Mingyue? Your good intentions are but a donkey's liver and lungs. Join me in humiliating and torturing him. What do you say? Which, you overstep your bounds. Do you dare threaten us?" Nangong Mingyue flared up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Since you treasure my pet so dearly, I shall lend him to you for a few days." Qi Lian's figure vanished, unconcerned about losing track of Lin Che, for she had marked him with her seal. As Qi Lian disappeared, the others exchanged incredulous glances, still unable to believe that the witch would be so accommodating as to return Lin Che to them. "Che, is that really you?" "Yes, let us return. And as for this refuse, leave it behind." With that, Lin Che summoned the ink Qilin and strode forward alone. Hua Yui and her companion exchanged sympathetic glances with Nangong Mingyue before following Lin Che. "Junior brother, do I truly vex you so? No, it is I who have wounded you too deeply. This suffering is merely my due, and I should not expect your forgiveness." The tears slipped down Nangong Mingyue's exquisite visage as she gazed at Lin Che's receding form. Her resolve firm as she pursued him. Now it was her turn to protect Lin Chas for her association with the Blood Demon sect. She would ensure their return while she accompanied Lin Che back to the Sword God sect. Unexpectedly, Nangong Mingyue had stooped to such depths. "What shall we do now, junior brother?" Initially, Qin Wentian had intended to intercept, but recalling Lin Che's extraordinary potential displayed on the Qingyun list, he could not bear the thought of Lin Che's demise. After all, Lin Che harbored a gu within him. Once it matured and detached, he would grasp the essence of the 3,000 paths at that point. Who could rival him in the vast wilderness? Since pursuing would yield no retrieval of the heavenly Dao's will, it would be better to return to the Holy Land first and ascertain Lu Ruoli's condition. "Junior brother, I knew you were concerned for Lu Ruoli's injury." Unlike Lin Che, who is cold-hearted and indifferent, even Nangong Mingyue begged him for forgiveness. How could he remain unmoved? The scene that had just unfolded was clear to the two hidden figures. In Qin Wentian's perspective, Lin Che's feigned aloofness had been taken too far. Moreover, Nangong Mingyue had behaved like a rabid dog, desperately trying to ingratiate herself upon leaving the Qingxian mountain range and returning to the Holy Land. Qin Wentian addressed Ji Luoyao, "Senior sister, I apologize for disappointing you. We failed to complete our mission, and Lu Ruoli was injured that I humbly request your punishment. This is not Mo Qingqing's fault." Having just encountered Ji Luoyao on Zixiao Peak, he took the initiative to shoulder the blame, confident that Ji Liao's affection would spare him from punishment. Hearing this, Mo Qingqing felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude. "Senior sister, it is not so. I am at fault for failing to prevent the conflict with others." Ji Luoyao, somewhat exasperated, rubbed her temples to calm herself before inquiring, "What transpired?" Mo Qingqing recounted the events in detail, albeit colored by her subjective interpretations. Such a turn of events. It appears Mingyue is resolute in her opposition to us. In the absence of the heavenly Dao's will, there exists another means to break through to the law manifestation realm. Upon hearing Ji Luoyao's words, Qin Wentian's eyes brightened. What method? The Dragon's Legacy, an ancient battlefield of divine beings in the central continent, shall soon open. You may seek your fortune there. The Dragon's Legacy. you say? Qin Wentian quietly noted this down. Senior sister, please have Leng Rushuang check on Lu Ruoli's injury. She was trembling when we last saw her, indicating a serious wound. This Lu Ruoli truly ought to be more forthcoming about her injuries. Why conceal them? Ji Luoyao, with a hint of dissatisfaction, muttered a complaint before leading Leng Rushuang and others to Lu Ruoli's cultivation cave. Within the cave, Lu Ruoli sat vacantly, her eyes devoid of focus, staring blankly at a wooden figure carved from sandalwood resting on the stone table. The figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Ruoli herself. This was a gift from Lin Che, crafted with great care over 3 months for her birthday. However, amidst the myriad of extraordinary treasures presented by disciples from Xiao Peak and the 36 Peaks, Lin Che's humble carving had been carelessly discarded in a corner. It was only today that she recalled Lin Che's words, that the wooden figure represented the eyes of her senior sister, and that he believed she would surely cherish this gift. Initially, she did not grasp the meaning of his words, but after infusing pure spiritual energy into the puppet, she miraculously perceived the world through its eyes. Junior sister, have we arrived? Please, enter. Senior sister. Lu Ruoli did not rise, but quietly collected the puppet, sitting silently by the bed. Junior sister, have your injuries improved? I heard that it was that wretched woman, Hua Yui, who harmed you. Rest assured, I will seek justice for you. Senior sister Lu, is your sight all right? Qin Wentian had faintly heard the exchange between Hua Yui and Lu Ruoli during their battle. That it's no longer an issue. Thank you, senior sister, for your concern, Lu Ruoli replied softly, omitting the truth. Chapter 75. Atonement. How could it be fine? Such a severe backlash. This sentence lingered in Qin Wentian's mind. He knew Lu Ruoli's eyes could not recover in the short term, having been injured at their core during the previous battle. Consequently, the strange poison planted within Lu Ruoli's eyes had nearly matured. If everything is fine, I wish to cultivate. Lu Ruoli indirectly issued an order for them to leave. In truth, while she feigned calmness in the presence of Ji Luoyao and the others, her heart was in turmoil, fearing any slip-up. Very well, we must prepare for our journey to the central continent. The Taiyi Sacred Land places great importance on the upcoming dragon's legacy, as it pertains to whether Qin Wentian can break through to the law manifestation realm. Recently, Qin Wentian had made rapid progress, advancing from the 7th to the 9th level of the Divine Mansion realm in a mere half-month, now just a step away from the law manifestation realm. Word of his extraordinary talent had spread throughout the Taiyi Sacred Land. What are you still doing here? Even Lu Ruoli had not noticed the subtle shift in her attitude towards Qin Wentian. Through the puppet, she observed that he showed no intent to depart, causing her to frown involuntarily. Senior sister, I possess a cultivation method that should alleviate your urgent predicament. Saying this, Qin Wentian retrieved a reincarnation puppet from his belongings. However, without careful examination, its contents would remain undetectable. He felt the timing was ripe. Since Lu Ruoli could not employ the burning heaven divine eye, she would be unable to uncover its mysteries, significantly increasing the chances of success. Junior brother, you are thoughtful. It was only after Qin Wentian exited the cave that Lu Ruoli's hands trembled slightly, causing the cultivation method to fall to the ground. Why does he possess such a technique? Has he placed a curse on me as well? Unbeknownst to Qin Wentian, the moment he produced the method, the supposedly flawless secrets of the technique had already been exposed to the puppet's gaze. The reincarnation puppet left Lu Ruoli in disbelief. How could a junior brother she had grown close to over the past 2 years have cursed her? These eyes. He desires my eyes. Lu Ruoli's composure vanished, replaced by an unprecedented panic. What should I do? I cannot employ the burning heaven divine eye. Despite my cultivation, I am no match for Qin Wentian, who is at the 9th level of the Divine Mansion realm. She began to understand why Nangong Mingyue had chosen to forsake her morals and flee the sacred land. It felt as though Qin Wentian had orchestrated an elaborate game of chess, with her merely a pawn within it. Perhaps, in Qin Wentian's eyes, this was the moment for her to fulfill her role. No, I must remain calm. As long as I have it, there is still hope that I must participate in this dragon's legacy. Lu Ruoli, possessing an innate intelligence, understood that entering the legacy offered a glimmer of survival, while remaining in the Taiyi Sacred Land would only render her a lamb for slaughter. That very night, she departed the cave and made her way to the Xiao Peak's scripture repository to research the texts. The fallen immortal curse allows the caster to acquire everything from the cursed individual upon their death, including memories, akin to reincarnation. However, anyone afflicted by the fallen immortal curse loses all cultivation and is not expected to survive beyond 3 years. Buzz, initially intending to research the materials regarding the dragon's legacy, Lu Ruoli's hand suddenly froze as she read this page, her pupils constricting. In that moment, it felt as if the very air had solidified. Her mind went blank, her eyes vacant, staring into the distance. Only 3 years to live. This cannot be true. Surely, there must be another way, right? Lu Ruoli's blind, burning heaven divine, I began to weep blood tears once more. How could this happen? Why did Lin Che not inform us of this? Recalling her past interactions with Lin Che, Lu Ruoli felt her breath quicken to her. The fallen immortal curse merely resulted in Lin Che losing his cultivation, with at least several decades of mortal life remaining. Yet the ancient text description of the curse was utterly unbelievable. It cannot be. Lu Ruoli desperately attempted to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. But each time she envisioned Lin Che's face, the gentle countenance that had accompanied her through countless dark nights, growing increasingly blurred until it dissipated into nothingness, forever vanishing from her world. The more she learned, the more she felt her own insignificance. She longed to unburden herself of this knowledge, yet she understood that no one would believe her nonsensical ramblings, just as they had never believed Lin Che. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Lu Ruoli as she thought of someone. Leaving behind a trace of her spirit, she clutched the puppet and departed Zixiao Peak, aka the Sword God sect, a Che. That woman has been outside for 3 days, shouldn't we? Pay her no mind. How long she wishes to stay is her own affair, of no consequence to me. By the way, how are the preparations for the dragon's legacy in the central continent coming along? Noticing Lin Che's indifference, Huayid sighed softly, opting not to pursue the matter further. The preparations are nearly complete, but only you, I, and Sister Ning Shuang, along with that woman outside, can go to such a place. Though she knew she was being somewhat meddlesome, it was the truth. Is that so? Report, sect leader, Lin Taishang. It seems another disciple from the Taiyi sacred land has arrived. Another? Very well, I understand. You may leave. Lin Che dismissed the matter with a wave of his hand. Growing increasingly annoyed at the sight of Taiyi's sacred land disciples, he reclined in a rattan chair. Basking in the gentle breeze, he fell back into a light slumber. Huayui, exasperated, thought to herself that Ji Shuang was a sword fanatic. Even sleeping with her sword, Lin Che was utterly indifferent, but out of courtesy, he still had to meet the Taiyi sacred land representatives. Outside the protective array of the sect, Mingyue, you've lost weight. Through the puppet. Lu Ruoli gazed at the frail, swollen-eyed girl before her, her heart aching with anguish. Gently caressing the girl's cheek, she spoke softly. Upon learning that my junior brother had cursed you and taken your purity, you did not weep. Yet now, my words have brought forth your tears. Junior sister, why is he so heartless? I know I was wrong. Yet he refuses to forgive me. Nangong Mingyue, as if finding an outlet for her emotions, collapsed into Lu Ruoli's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Lu Ruoli, filled with compassion, gently patted her back. Perhaps we do not deserve forgiveness, that a heart full of cracks cannot be mended without leaving gaps. She whispered comforting words to Nangong Mingyue. Junior sister, I am so weary. I can no longer endure this. Senior sister, you need only stand behind me. I will take it upon myself to atone to our junior brother. Ruoli, you believe our junior brother is innocent. Do you not? Indeed. Lu Ruoli grasped Nangong Mingyue's hand, then knelt upon the ground herself. The empress of the Great Flame Dynasty knelt outside the Sword God sect's protective array. Lu Ruoli, had you known this day would come, why act so foolishly from the start? I advise you to give up. You have seen a Che's resolve. Persisting will yield no positive outcome. Huayui, upon witnessing Lu Ruoli, initially intended to mock her. But when she noticed the blood tears streaming down Lu Ruoli's cheeks, she could not summon a trace of derision, only a profound sigh of regret. Chapter 76. Breakthrough in the Great Flame Dynasty. The imperial capital. What? The empress is kneeling outside the Sword God sect's protective array. It is absolutely true. Even the Taiyi sacred land has been stirred. What audacity! A mere second-rate force dares to humiliate the empress of the Great Flame Dynasty. Lead 30,000 elite soldiers. We shall crush the Sword God sect at the Taiyi sacred land, atop Zixiao Peak. What folly is this? Why kneel before that man? She won't be caught in a fresh wave of trouble. Will she? Recently, Ji Luoyao has been preoccupied with preparations for matters concerning Zhongzhou. Overwhelmed with anxiety at this critical juncture, Lu Ruoli's situation is particularly delicate, as she is backed by the Dayin Empire. If this issue is not handled properly, it may adversely affect the collaboration between the Dayin Empire and the Taiyi Sacred Ground. Upon hearing this news, Qin Wentian finds himself unable to concentrate on his seclusion, plagued by a restless spirit and making no progress in his cultivation. Logically, having provided Lu Ruoli with the cultivation method for the rebirth goo, she should have sensed an improvement in her abilities if she were to comply. It is inconceivable. Her burning heaven divine eye has been overused, injuring her essence, rendering it unusable for a considerable time, making it impossible for her to discern the underlying intricacies. Could it be that she has fallen prey to Nangong Mingyue's slander? Puzzled, Qin Wentian concludes that this is the only plausible explanation. Leng Rushuang, with a glimmer of deep suspicion in her eyes, wonders if the little junior brother inadvertently revealed something inappropriate to Ruoli. Lu Ruoli, being the most astute among the four on Zixiao Peak, is perceptive yet behaves unusually that I may know the reason, suddenly speaks the usually silent Mo Qingcheng, as if struck by a revelation. Qingcheng, if you know anything, please share it all, Ji Luoyao urges, signaling Mo Qingcheng not to withhold any information. That Mo Qingcheng proceeds to recount the earlier confrontation between Lu Ruoli and Hua Yui. The overuse of the burning heaven divine eye? I suspect the matter is far more complicated. Ruoli must have some leverage in his hands, for given her character, she would never bow down before anyone. He has tampered with Ruoli's burning heaven divine eye. Senior sister, we must seek justice for Ruoli, Qin Wentian laments, blaming himself for failing to protect her, feeling utterly useless as he speaks. He raises his hand as if to strike his own face, only to be stopped by Leng Rushuang's delicate hand. What has happened is beyond our control. Self-reproach serves no purpose, and besides, this is not your fault. Outside the protective formation of the Sword God sect, they observe the haughty empress of the outside world. Bowing in servitude, Nangong Mingyue, momentarily taken aback, then filled with concern, wonders if her junior sister has finally grasped the truth. Junior sister, what has happened to your eyes? The observant Nangong Mingyue notices the blood tears on Lu Ruoli's cheeks and inquires anxiously. It's nothing. I accidentally caused it, she replies. Junior sister, this must be the consequence of your prior battle, the overuse of the burning heaven divine eye, right? Nangong Mingyue gently wipes the blood tears from her face. Her words tinged with guilt. In comparison to the harm inflicted upon our junior brother, this is trivial. Lu Ruoli has resolved to bear all burdens alone. Whether for redemption or vengeance, she is prepared to face Lin Che alone. Junior sister, are you reminiscing about the time spent with our junior brother? Alas, they are lost to us forever. In her heart, Lu Ruoli sees clearly that unless they can remove the fallen immortal curse from Lin Che and extract the foreign goo, there is no way he could ever forgive them. But as for Lu Ruoli's current behavior, it is merely an attempt to ease her own heart. Am I truly so useless? I cannot bring our junior brother back. Yet I drag you down with me. No, this is not solely your fault. We have inflicted too deep a wound on our junior brother. Soon, a figure clad in white emerges from the protective formation. A handsome yet slightly frail man. Take your people and leave. Do not disturb my solitude. Junior brother, forgive me that if you wish to strike or scold, direct it at me. It has nothing to do with senior sister Mingyue. Lu Ruoli, you are intelligent. You should know that there is no remedy for regret in this world. Depart, and do not trouble me again. That would be the greatest grace you could bestow upon me. Lin Che, aware of Lu Ruoli's proud nature, understands that her reaching this point must mean she has uncovered part of the truth. But what of knowing the truth, to feign pity and seek forgiveness? That would only disgust him. Junior brother, do not speak in such a manner. Ruoli has let go. Enough, senior sister. Do not say any more. This is my own fault and has nothing to do with our junior brother. Since the deed has been done, all that remains is to find a way to make amends. Kneeling here for a decade, a century, or a millennium will not dissolve the fallen immortal curse from her junior brother's body. Ruoli, but your people from the Empire are coming. I do not wish to bring trouble upon our junior brother because of me. Lu Ruoli awakens to Lin Che's words. She cannot allow the true culprit to roam free. Just as she steps out of the Sword God sect, she encounters a valiant woman clad in armor, leading an army of tens of thousands, hovering in the air. Your Majesty, Are you unscathed? What could possibly be wrong with my junior brother? Are you all simply idle? But we heard. Heard what? Return immediately to guard the capital, or face the consequences you are aware of. Lu Ruoli now stands in stark contrast to the one who knelt in the Sword God sect, exuding an aura of authority without anger. Yes, after dismissing the imperial army, she encounters Ji Luoyao and the others again. This is not the place for discussion. Let us move. Ji Luoyao awaits a reasonable explanation from Lu Ruoli, who has always been the most dependable among the four. She trusts Lu Ruoli, believing there to be a valid reason behind her actions. Lu Ruoli nods in response. After a brief respite, within the sacred hall of the Taiyi sacred ground, Lu Ruoli confesses, this time, the burning heaven divine eye has caused me to suffer inner demons, destabilizing my Dao heart. I journey to the Sword God sect to resolve my mental entanglements. Lu Ruoli speaks her lies without a hint of embarrassment. Nangong Mingyue, having been discreetly arranged to leave by Lu Ruoli, finds herself alone upon encountering her. Weren't you with her? Senior sister, you should know my disposition. I detest evil with a passion. If I were to see her, I would never show mercy. That I heard from Qingqing that your burning heaven divine I suffered a backlash due to your confrontation with Hua Yui. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoli casts a deep glance at Imo Qingqing before replying. Indeed, and senior sister, in the future, whenever you encounter Tianxuan, do your utmost to avoid engaging her. Have they completed the foundation of the heavenly Dao? The mere fact that Lu Ruoli, at the 8th level of the heavenly phenomenon realm, would utter such words indicates the remarkable growth of the two. Lu Ruoli nods in agreement. Seemingly enlightened, she recalls Lin Che's past words. Only then does she understand why she has struggled to make progress, because she has relied too heavily on an eye that does not belong to her. Senior sister, have you broken through? Qin Wentian, sharp-eyed, exclaims in astonishment, gazing at Lu Ruoli with envy. It is thanks to our junior brother's cultivation method. Not at all. It is due to senior sister's exceptional talent. Chapter 77. Secrets of the Cultivation Method. While Lu Ruoli verbally downplays it, internally, she silently curses Qin Wentian, a treacherous scoundrel, while cherishing the puppet in her hands even more. Thank you, junior brother. Although you are not by my side, you still protect me in this manner. Unconsciously, memories of the past resurface within her. Conversely, Leng Rushuang perceives the change in Qin Wentian's expression and deduces that Lu Ruoli must have received treatment akin to her own. This little junior brother truly cares for them, treating them all equally, unlike a certain ingrate who, apart from performing empty gestures and wallowing in self-pity, has proven to be of no use. Senior sister, I heard that for this expedition to Zhangzhou, you plan to have the little junior brother lead the team. I wish to participate as well. Lu Ruoli, her eyes glinting with intent, earnestly addresses Ji Luoyao. Qin Wentian, upon hearing this, secretly rejoices. This expedition to Zhangzhou is something he has painstakingly negotiated with senior sister Ji Luoyao on behalf of the Sacred Lord as he contemplates whether to include Lu Ruoli. He dismisses Ji Luoyao's earlier suggestion of seeking a breakthrough in the Heavenly Dragon ruins as trivial. He has a more straightforward method, by taking the goo from Leng Rushuang and Lu Ruoli. His cultivation will naturally advance to the level of the law manifestation. Lu Ruoli, a foolish woman with a one-track mind, is willingly offering him experience. It would be strange if he were displeased. However, out of concern for his senior sister, Qin Wentian feigns reluctance. Senior sister, that is unwise. Lu Ruoli is injured. It would be better to wait until she recovers. Knowing that Qin Wentian is a despicable individual who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, Lu Ruoli cannot bear to watch the people of Xixiao Peak suffer. Thus, she declares, my injuries have long since healed. I simply cannot use the burning heaven divine eye for the time being. But do not forget that I possess other means. With that, Lu Ruoli reveals an artifact in her hand. Instantly, golden light envelopes her, and a phoenix illusion emerges behind her, accompanied by the faint sound of a phoenix's cry. Within the main hall, Ji Luoyao gasps in astonishment. The true phoenix seal. Indeed, what you hold is a quasi-emperor weapon. The bearer of the true phoenix seal can harness the fortunes of the Daiyan Empire, enhancing their combat prowess. The moment Lu Ruoli brandishes the true phoenix seal, a fleeting glimmer of insatiable greed flashes in Qin Wentian's eyes, quickly masked by a facade of composure. The true phoenix seal. What an unexpected boon. Once we reach the secret realm of Zhangzhou and deal with Leng Rushuang and Lu Ruoli, I will be able to claim it all for myself upon my return. It will be time for the Taiyi sacred ground to change hands. Lu Ruoli, through the puppet, perceives every expression of Qin Wentian. Since you possess the true Phoenix seal, then for this expedition to the Zhongzhou secret realm, you shall accompany the little junior brother and the others that I will feel more at ease. That Ji Luoyao was deeply concerned about Qin Wentian's safety, but upon seeing Lu Ruoli's true Phoenix seal, her anxious heart finally found solace. Thank you, senior sister. I shall take my leave now to prepare dough, and senior sister Long. I have some confusion regarding my cultivation and would like to seek your guidance. Lu Ruoli excused herself from a few individuals, wishing to have a private conversation with Leng Rushuang, testing whether she had been manipulated by Qin Wentian Dao. Very well. As she pondered how to advance the 9 in true Yuan art that her junior brother had given her. Leng Rushuang was momentarily taken aback by this remark, and after a long pause, she nodded in agreement. Lu Ruoli was the most gifted among the four, typically proud and dismissive of them, yet today, she seemed as if she had taken a wrong medicine. Qin Wentian observed the two departing from the main hall, a cold smile curling at his lips. Cultivate your bond a bit more. You may not have this chance again. Lu Ruoli led Leng Rushuang to the most secluded training ground at Zixiao Peak, where she sat upon a slab of azure stone, gently swinging her porcelain-like legs. Junior sister, why have we come here? Is there something you wish to discuss? As expected, Lu Ruoli had issues weighing on her mind. There must be a hidden agenda behind this unusual behavior. Do you remember this place? That swing was crafted by our junior brother's own hands. Lu Ruoli pointed towards a swing beneath a nearby peach tree, showing signs of age that I do not recall. The memories of that individual were severed by my own hand after he framed our junior brother and abandoned Nangong junior sister to her fate. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoli's heart began to convulse violently. Sever memories of her junior brother for the sake of this so-called junior brother. Had she truly gone this far? Suddenly, it dawned upon her why Leng Rushuang's gaze towards Lin Che had always been so cold and unapproachable. It was due to this very reason Qin Wentian truly worthy of such sacrifices. Junior sister, I remember you were previously indifferent to such matters. Why has the lofty empress of the Great Yin suddenly become so sentimental? You ought to show more concern for our junior brother, if I am not mistaken. Your recent breakthrough has been due to his cultivation methods, correct? Leng Rushuang asked directly. Lu Ruoli was puzzled. Her breakthrough was inspired by Lin Che's past words. What did it have to do with Qin Wentian? Moreover, Qin Wentian had provided her with a cultivation method. As this matter was brought up, veins began to throb on Lu Ruoli's forehead, her previously calm demeanor disrupted. Nevertheless, to ascertain whether Leng Rushuang had indeed been cursed, she maintained her composure and played along. Did he also give you a cultivation method? What is it? May I have a look? Noticing Lu Ruoli's eager expression, Leng Rushuang instinctively recoiled. Humph, why should I show you what my junior brother gave me? That is a secret between us. Senior sister, consider this. We are headed to the Central Continent's secret realm, a place that is an ancient battleground left by divine beings that we do not know what dangers may lie ahead. Familiarizing ourselves with each other's strengths beforehand is essential. It will allow us to better protect our junior brother in critical moments. Lu Ruoli could not help but voice this insincere statement to dispel Leng Rushuang's wariness. Very well, I will tell you. But you must promise not to mention it to our junior brother that I will allow you a glimpse, but return it to me immediately after. Leng Rushuang produced the 9 in true Yuan art. Wait, didn't our junior brother also provide you with a cultivation method? Let us exchange. Without hesitation, Lu Ruoli handed over the rebirth goo, receiving the 9 in true Yuan art in return, utilizing her puppet to begin her exploration. Buzz, as her divine consciousness swept over the text and confirmed her findings, Lu Ruoli's legs weakened, nearly causing her to fall. Dual cultivation method? How could this be? Seeing Lu Ruoli's expression, Leng Rushuang instinctively believed she was simply stunned. Junior sister, you are the empress of the Great Yin. Surely, you have encountered saint-level methods before? I will destroy it. You cannot cultivate. She had not anticipated that Qin Wentian could be such a beast. This reminded her of the recent rumors surrounding Nangong Mingyue's loss of purity. Could this beast be behind that too? If so, he was utterly inhumane. Lu Ruoli, what are you doing? Why is your jealousy so intense that you cannot bear to see me well? When Leng Rushuang witnessed Lu Ruoli's sudden, frenzied actions, her expression turned cold as she reproached her. Chapter 78. Suspicion. Lu Ruoli's eyes were now fixated solely on the accursed dual cultivation method. She could hardly hear any words from others. Channeling the burning heaven divine eye, she bore the backlash's excruciating pain, shedding a stream of blood tears as she attempted to incinerate the method in her hands. Alas, the backlash was too severe, and she was forcibly interrupted midway. "What are you doing, you madwoman?" Leng Rushuang seized the 9 true yuan art, cradling it as if it were a treasure, her gaze filled with malice directed at Lu Ruoli. Lu Ruoli, suffering from the backlash of the burning heaven divine eye, gasped for breath, a sheen of cold sweat coating her forehead, her expression unnaturally pained. "Senior sister, do you believe me when I say this is a dual cultivation method?" "Ha! Lu Ruoli, even if you are jealous of my relationship with our junior brother, there is no need to resort to such tricks to sow discord between us. Besides, the heavenly heart rebirth art our junior brother gave you is also quite good. Do not be too greedy." Leng Rushuang dismissed Lu Ruoli's words, instinctively thinking she was simply envious. "At midnight, your lower abdomen will feel a burning heat. Your dantian's energy will become chaotic, and your blood will surge rapidly. As well as your menstruation enough? Do you really think such a flimsy excuse will suffice? Do not forget, I am a 7th-rank medical sage. I am well aware of my own body's condition." Leng Rushuang retorted loudly, feeling uncomfortable at Lu Ruoli's words. "Whether it is a dual cultivation method or not, you know better than I do. You simply refuse to admit you wish to see the original form of the method he gave me." Lu Ruoli waved her hand, revealing an ancient sheepskin scroll before Leng Rushuang. Leng Rushuang feigned calmness as she glanced at the content of the method. Rebirth Gu, seizing the true essence of cultivators. Defying the laws of heaven and earth, she closed her eyes tightly, her hands tangled in her hair, unable to believe what lay before her. "This cannot be true. My junior brother would never harm me." This must be your trickery, Lu Ruoli. What are your true intentions?" Suddenly, Leng Rushuang drew her sword, pointing it at Lu Ruoli, who stood just a step away, her voice seething with anger. "If you wish to uncover the truth during the Central Continent expedition, heed my words. Pretend as if nothing has occurred. If it turns out that I have wronged our junior brother, I will take my own life before you as penance." Lu Ruoli had achieved her goal, knowing that Leng Rushuang would not believe her until she witnessed the truth with her own eyes. Thus, after reclaiming the Rebirth Gu's method, she left with a parting remark. Shortly after Lu Ruoli's departure, Qin Wentian arrived. "Greetings, senior sister." "Hello." Lu Ruoli merely nodded slightly and brushed past Qin Wentian. Aware of her temperament, he held no suspicions. "Akiti, the sword god sect. Ache, is the yuan spirit fruit useful? And the bone refining pill, blood chi pill. Make sure to consume them to replenish your strength." The two women, having completed their foundation building, advanced smoothly on their cultivation journey, utilizing their free time to scour various trading associations, auction houses, and the 10,000 treasures pavilion for nourishing pills for Lin Che's recovery. "These have minimal effect on me. It is better to reserve them for the younger disciples." Upon seeing Hua Yui and Ji Luoyau's efforts, Lin Che felt his heart warm. Refusing their kindness, he spoke the truth. The fallen immortal curse would inevitably lead to his demise, with only the Gu cultivator's refinement of essence to slightly alleviate his condition. Beyond that, there was no solution. Otherwise, the Taiyi Holy Land would not have chosen to abandon him. "What are you saying? Open your mouth." If outsiders were to witness this scene, they would surely be left agape. The two sect masters of the Sword God sect were taking turns feeding someone. "Really, it is unnecessary." Lin Che chuckled bitterly. What did these two girls take him for? Rubbing his round belly, he stood up and stretched. "Do you wish to reclaim what you have lost? Before I met you, I dreamed of it, but now it matters not. You have given us the best. Let the trash be left for those in need." Hua Yui, now on the brink of breaking into the divine mansion realm, while Ji Luoyao had just achieved that breakthrough yesterday. This commotion had drawn the three venerable ancestors of the Sword God sect to emerge from their seclusion, eager to pass on their teachings to Ji Luoyao. Yet she had disregarded all of them. Why would I worry? With Lin Che, the walking treasury, I have no concerns about lacking powerful methods or martial techniques. Lin Che, feeling the gentle breeze blowing towards him, thought of those women who would never understand the virtue of contentment. After this journey into the Central Continent's secret realm, it was likely that their arrogance would soon be curtailed. During their most recent encounter, Lin Che could surmise what had transpired with Leng Rushuang. Initially, only he was aware of her unique constitution, but to safeguard her, he had chosen to keep it a secret. Undoubtedly, with Qin Wentian's methods and their close companionship over time, it would not be difficult to deduce that Leng Rushuang had begun cultivating a dual cultivation technique once the secret realm concluded. Qin Wentian would merely need to seize Leng Rushuang's unique constitution and the foreign insect, thereby elevating his own cultivation to unprecedented heights that at that time, the Taiyi sacred land would likely hold him in the highest regard. In light of this, it seemed his true target would be himself. Lin Che had never entertained the notion that Qin Wentian would easily let him off the hook. The revelation of the Qingyun rankings had made his comprehension of the 3,000 paths widely known throughout the Great Wilderness region. Qin Wentian would undoubtedly regard him as a lingering threat. It was high time to establish a force of his own. Lin Taishang. This is a message from the Nongguang sect master. Delivered by a trusted envoy. Just as Lin Che pondered how to consolidate his own power, a hurriedly approaching figure in gray robes brought news to Is this the blood god token? The sect master considers this a modest compensation for you. Compensation, my foot, Lin Che exclaimed, tossing the blood god token dismissively to the ground. Che, since it's a gesture of goodwill from her, you should accept it. After all, it won't cost you anything. Hua Yi, on the other hand, found little issue with it, remarking that such a tangible offering was far more practical than mere words. That it was indeed an opportune moment to unite the practitioners of the blood demon sect, forming a formidable force. That it's not that simple. The righteous and the demonic cannot coexist. There must first be a period of adjustment. That I don't see the problem. Whether righteous or demonic, it ultimately depends on the wielder of the power. In the Taiyi sacred land, after a casual exchange with Qin Wentian, Leng Rushuang returned to her dwelling in a daze. The words of Lu Ruali echoed persistently in her mind. She instinctively tightened her grip on the dual cultivation technique, recalling the intense heat she felt in her lower abdomen during each practice session. Each time, she doubted whether it was an issue with the technique. She would find ways to rationalize it. Leng Rushuang, how can you let someone else's words make you doubt your junior brother? If it weren't for his technique, you wouldn't have broken through to the divine mansion realm. Lu Ruali had not anticipated that she too would fall prey to Nan Gongmingyu's brainwashing. Just wait. I will make you fulfill your promise. Leng Rushuang remained resolute in her choice of Qin Wentian, firmly believing she had not misjudged him. Even regarding the dual cultivation technique, she was convinced that her junior brother was simply unaware of the truth, blaming only the creator of the technique for its malice. Chapter 79. The Secret Realm. The Central Continent's secret realm was a battlefield left behind by ancient deities. Within it lay countless treasures and opportunities, the most alluring being the Heavenly Dragon Ruins. Said to be the sacred ground of the Heavenly Dragon clan's titans, it harbored ancient texts of techniques and transcendent elixirs capable of transforming one's very essence. The Central Continent, being one of the 3 great continents, was the closest to the chaotic sacred land. On this day, the sky above the Central Continent appeared to be torn asunder by a colossal hand, revealing a massive vortex from which spiritual energy cascaded down. Countless hurricanes ravaged the landscape. A flying vessel carried 3 individuals who sat in serene silence, savoring the fleeting tranquility. Che, is there really a divine great elixir like the Li Chun Dan within the Central Continent's secret realm? Who knows? Anything is possible. That I shall use it to sharpen my sword intent. Observing the scene of swirling winds and chaotic spiritual energy, Ji Luoyao felt invigorated. As a sword cultivator, she possessed an unwavering heart of resolve. Meanwhile, within a grand spatial teleportation array, dozens of white-robed practitioners stood resolute against the wind. Junior brother, this time in the Central Continent's secret realm, I will surely help you find the Tianxuan Dan to break through the shackles of the Dharma form realm. Leng Rushuang approached the troubled Qin Wentian, gently patting his shoulder in a display of affection. Her actions were clearly intended for Lu Ruali's observation. Senior sister, I heard there is a curse-breaking seal within the secret realm. If we acquire it, brother won't have to endure the torment of the fallen immortal curse any longer. Qin Wentian's words caused Leng Rushuang to momentarily falter, instinctively glancing at Lu Ruali. Transmitting a message, what I said still stands. We've come this far, and junior brother hasn't given up, still wishing to save him from his suffering. You have nothing more to say, do you? Pretty words are easy to come by. If he actually accomplishes it, I might even allow him to keep his whole corpse. Don't be ungrateful. Leng Rushuang truly failed to comprehend what Qin Wentian had done wrong to incur Lu Ruoli's animosity. Was that wretch, who turned a blind eye to suffering and violated his fellow disciples, truly worthy of such concern? The Taiyi sacred land, with its profound heritage, had swiftly arrived at the central continent's secret realm. The three great sacred lands gathered here, alongside several minor sects eager to seize the opportunity for gain. While they might not feast on meat, surely they could taste some broth. The secret realm was fraught with peril, and they planned to follow the sacred lands, scavenging what the great powers overlooked. Elder Ziyang, long time no see. Who would have thought it was you who came from the Taiyi sacred land this time? Old Mud Eel, still dreaming of concocting heavenly dragon Dan and refining bloodlines? Look, isn't that Lin Che, the first on the Qingyun rankings? Alas, it's a pity he withdrew from the sacred land. Otherwise, our Tianxuan sacred land would have to tread carefully. Lin Che's innate talent lingered in everyone's minds, and now, upon seeing him again, a sense of reverence arose that in stark contrast. No one mentioned Qin Wentian, who ranked second on the Qingyun rankings. Brother Lin. It has been a while. Disciples from the Taiyi sacred land greeted Lin Che warmly, but he did not spare them a glance, striding directly into the secret realm. Brother Lin still upset? The core disciples following Qin Wentian murmured among themselves, if you were afflicted by the fallen immortal curse and cast aside by the sect, would you feel at ease? Cold Rushuang reprimanded them sharply. Do you really pity him now? Have you forgotten all he did to Nangong Mingyu? A scoundrel like him is hardly deserving of sympathy. From now on, should anyone dare mention him, do not blame me for being ruthless. Her words were a clear threat. She could not fathom how Lin Che, despite having left the Taiyi sacred land, still wielded such influence. Qin Wentian, consumed by rage, shattered a nearby boulder with a single punch. Leng Rushuang, startled, asked, Junior brother, are you all right? I'm fine. I just hate that I'm powerless to alleviate brother's suffering. Qin Wentian replied, his words nearly squeezed through clenched teeth. Junior brother, don't think too much. He chose to leave the sect of his own accord. No one forced him. Besides, the matter of the fallen immortal curse has been resolved, right? It was perpetrated by that disciple of the corpse refining sect. And it might even be one of his own. Sister Long, until the truth is known, it's best not to jump to conclusions. Lu Ruoli, unable to remain silent any longer, interjected. Could it be that those who observe are clear, while those involved are muddled? Previously, she would have supported Qin Wentian's claims, but now, they only struck her as extremely hypocritical, especially given his recent outburst. Ruoli, all will be revealed once we enter the secret realm. Leng Rushuang chose not to engage Lu Ruoli further, while Qin Wentian shot a bewildered glance at Lu Ruoli, surprised by her words. Humph, just wait. You will come to me for help. He had guided Lu Ruoli to cultivate the rebirth insect precisely to control the foreign insect within her body. However, as he prepared to manipulate his spiritual energy, he found himself unable to sense it. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoli had already entered the secret realm. How could this be? Did she sense something? Impossible. Her celestial eye had suffered a backlash. Without the blazing sun grass, the 8th grade restoration pill could not easily restore it. Qin Wentian was certain Lu Ruoli's eyes had not fully recovered, making it impossible for her to discern the intricacies of his technique. Yet, why could he not sense anything? Following closely behind Qin Wentian, Leng Rushuang remained oblivious to the changes occurring on his face. Ultimately, Qin Wentian silently recited the 9 suns refining God technique, and indeed, Leng Rushuang's complexion flushed, her expression becoming unnatural, her lower abdomen aflame, and her dantian's energy in disarray. Yet this sensation was fleeting, as swift as it arrived. With a sigh of relief, Qin Wentian observed the dazed Leng Rushuang, thankful he had retained a contingency plan. Should an unforeseen crisis arise, he could sacrifice Leng Rushuang without hesitation. Coming back to her senses, Leng Rushuang's face turned crimson. How could she harbor such thoughts towards her junior brother? It was utterly mortifying. Simultaneously, the words Lu Ruoli had spoken to her surged into her mind. The sensation she had just experienced could not be mistaken, yet she had not activated the 9 in true essence technique. Why had her body ignited with heat? Could it be that Lin Che had previously tampered with her? Upon encountering Lin Che again, her body had undergone a transformation. Within the secret realm, a desolate city lay under the scourge of demonic winds, littered with remnants of bones and corpses. Che, which way should we go now? Of course, we follow the big fish. Lin Che pointed in the direction of Qin Wentian and the others, from Qin Wentian's demeanor. It appeared that he was quite familiar with this place. Lin Che was uncertain whether it was merely his illusion, yet based on his research of ancient texts over the past few days, it seemed that Qin Wentian was experiencing a form of soul separation. This indicated a powerful being from ancient times reincarnated and recultivating, and it was likely that he had intricate ties with the corpse refining sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't possess such profound expertise in Gu techniques. He even managed to obtain the long-lost fallen immortal spell, a forbidden incantation shrouded in mystery. Upon entering the secret realm, Qin Wentian and his companions did not linger like other factions. Nor did they form cliques. Instead, they purposefully chose a path. Were those not the individuals from the Taiyi sacred ground? How audacious to roam freely upon entering the secret realm, unafraid of provoking terrifying entities? After all, they hailed from a sacred ground with deep roots and countless hidden cards. Unlike us scattered cultivators. Junior brother, where shall we head next? Let us first scavenge some minor opportunities. Qin Wentian led the group. And behind them, Lin Che and his companions also set off. What is this? Lin Che furrowed his brow as he observed the sound transmission talisman in Tianxuan's hand. This was given to me by that woman, Leng Rushuang, as she passed by earlier. It appears to be a sound transmission talisman. Chapter 80. Pillaging indeed. Before Lin Che could continue his inquiry, a clear voice emerged from the talisman. Junior brother, we are heading towards an ancient temple in the southwest. If I am not mistaken, there should be opportunities within. You can take a shortcut to seize them ahead of time. The voice from the talisman left Tianxuan and Hua Yu astounded. Has this woman lost her mind? Is she actually helping us? Che, should we trust her? Fear not. Since she is so eager to make amends, we must not disappoint her. Lin Che murmured as he gazed in the direction where Qin Wentian had vanished. Lin Che halt. As he was about to take a step away, a loud voice halted him. Itsu Chuli? A woman clad in coarse linen, unable to conceal her alluring figure, strode towards Lin Che. She was the saintess of the chaotic sacred ground, who had once received a thorough beating from Lin Che during a sect exchange conference when he was still the saint son of the Taiyi sacred ground. Despite her exquisite beauty and charming demeanor, she was, in truth, a fierce tigress. Lin Che pretended not to hear, urging Tianxuan and Hua Yu to move ahead. Hey, I heard you were expelled from the sacred ground. And I've also left the chaotic sacred ground. How about teaming up with me? I'll have your back. Lin Che was left speechless. She truly was a madwoman. Others were eager to push their way into the sacred grounds. Yet she had chosen to leave. Did she really expect me to join her and endure 3 meals of starvation? He had previously teamed up with Ji Luoyao on tasks, and she had shown no culinary talent whatsoever. If it weren't for her ability to absorb the essence of nature after reaching the condensation Dan realm, she would have likely starved to death. You're not faring much better than I am. Who inflicted those injuries upon you? Ji Luoyau's voice carried a hint of anger. Naturally, Lin Che's condition could not be concealed from someone at the 7th level of the Divine Mansion realm like Ji Luoyao. Tianxuan and Hua Yu scrutinized the stunning woman, noting that her voice sounded somewhat masculine. It's all in the past. I shall take my vengeance. Could it be your arrogant senior sisters? Ji Luoyao scoffed. You were so thick-headed back then. I merely spoke a few words about those women, and you dared to pin me down and rub my face into the ground. Now, it appears the tables have turned. And I get to mock you. The reason for Ji Luoyao receiving a beating from Lin Che was that she had spoken ill of Ji Luoyao. In a fit of anger, Lin Che wielded the Zixiao divine hammer of the Taiyi sacred ground and bested her in a contest of hammer techniques. Marking the beginning of their bond. Stop laughing. We have opportunities to seize. Being with Ji Luoyao was refreshingly straightforward. There was no need for pretense. Che, who is this? Oh, I forgot to introduce her. This is Ji Luoyao, the former saintess of the chaotic sacred ground, a friend of mine. Greetings, Miss Chu. I am Hua Yu at Tianxuan. Oh, I recognize you. You defeated Ji Luoyao, and I later heard that you were retaliated against, and your cultivation was crippled. It seems rumors cannot be entirely trusted. Ji Luoyao, unreserved and straightforward, wasted no time in bringing up others' past wounds. Humph, she was merely a stepping stone on my path to cultivation. I will settle that score sooner or later. Ji Luoyao was equally candid. Well said. If you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out. Ji Luoyao and Ji Luoyao linked arms, having long harbored a desire to deal with Ji Luoyao, a woman who was all surface charm but lacked integrity. Meeting Ji Luoyao was a delightful surprise for her. Hua Yui gazed at the newly formed camaraderie between Ji Luoyao and Ji Luoyao with astonishment, having known Ji Luoyao to be aloof and proud, rarely socializing beyond Lin Che. Ahead lay the White Tiger Temple, one of the 4 sacred temples, housing the White Tiger Divine Sword Technique, which governed slaughter and battle. Qin Wentian sought to supplement his combat skills with the inheritance of the White Tiger's sacred beast. Unfortunately, Lin Che had reached it first and taken the inheritance. When the group arrived at the temple, Qin Wentian's face darkened with anger. Damn it! How could this happen? Someone has gotten ahead of us. The other party's methods were far too adept, leaving them with nothing. Opportunities, both great and small, were continually snatched away before they could grasp them, and they were all places he was aware of. Junior brother, what is amiss? Cold Rushuang, observing Qin Wentian's shifting expressions, inquired curiously. There is a traitor among us. His intuition told him that someone had leaked their whereabouts. Cold Rushuang was momentarily taken aback, then sent a thought transmission. Is it you behind this? Me? Have you seen me stray even a step from your side? Cold Rushuang pondered for a moment before shaking her head, no longer suspecting Leng Rushuang. However, all her actions had been closely monitored by Qin Wentian. Could it be she who divulged their secrets? During their time in Zhongzhou, apart from Leng Rushuang, he had previously planted control corpse goo on all the core disciples, including Cold Rushuang, but he knew precisely what they were thinking. Except for Leng Rushuang, who remained an anomaly. Senior Sister Lu, I have a spirit awakening pill that can aid you in swiftly restoring your cultivation. Thank you, junior brother, but I am fine. Ha. Spirit awakening pill? I suspect it's actually the 3-corpse spirit awakening pill. Leng Rushuang thought to herself, not voicing her thoughts. She was internally mocking this seemingly gentle junior brother who, unbeknownst to her, harbored insidious intentions. How could she have treated him like a younger brother, only to discover he was a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing? Chapter 81. Madness on the surface, Qin Wentian remained impassive, yet internally, he had begun to doubt Leng Rushuang. In the past, she would never have refused him. Rushuang, my junior brother is doing this for your own good that we may encounter ferocious beasts, and restoring your strength will ultimately be beneficial. Cold Rushuang, having taken the spirit awakening pill from Qin Wentian, handed it to Leng Rushuang, aware that declining might reveal their suspicions as a result. Leng Rushuang accepted the pill and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, junior brother. I shall not be polite. Then a smile flickered on Qin Wentian's face as he gazed intently at Leng Rushuang, anticipating her to consume and refine the pill. Leng Rushuang, however, caught this glint in his eyes. Humph. It appears that the earlier actions have already aroused his suspicions that To remain in his presence. I must create the illusion that I am consuming the elixir. At this moment, even a fool could discern that there is something amiss with this elixir. Only the likes of Leng Rushuang, the puppets of Qin Wentian, remain oblivious. Leng Rushuang's subsequent actions did not disappoint Qin Wentian. She promptly placed the elixir into her mouth, enveloping it in her spiritual energy without truly refining it. Qin Wentian, without further contemplation, understood that whether the act was genuine or feigned would soon be revealed. Confirming that Leng Rushuang had ingested the elixir, he immediately activated his goo technique to sense the presence of the. However, his smile quickly froze. The connection between him and the remained obstructed. In other words, Leng Rushuang had not genuinely refined the elixir, but had merely fabricated an illusion to confuse him. It was highly probable that she had begun to harbor doubts about his identity. Qin Wentian never believed that his meticulously crafted plan could be unraveled by these foolish women. The only possibility was that some rumors had reached them. Was it Nangong Mingyue? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Ever since Leng Rushuang had suffered backlash from the burning heaven divine eye, her demeanor had changed, and even her attitude toward him had gradually become distant. The only explanation was that Leng Rushuang had betrayed him. Yet, the dim-witted Leng Rushuang failed to perceive this underlying reason. Leng Rushuang, you remain as you were before, proclaiming reluctance, yet your body betrays your true desires. As Leng Rushuang approached, she unexpectedly struck Leng Rushuang's chest with a palm. Bang! A surge of blood-colored spiritual energy erupted, completely countering Leng Rushuang's chill. Then, a figure clad in blood-red robes appeared. Nangong Minghua. Qin Wentian. How long do you intend to keep up this charade? If I am not mistaken, these individuals have been secretly afflicted with goo beforehand, haven't they? Had it not been for Nangong Minghua's timely intervention, the consequences would have been dire. Lu Ruoli, standing nearby, was drenched in cold sweat, unable to react in such close proximity. She cast a venomous glare at Qin Wentian. Damn it, I never expected to be discovered by you two wretched women. Since you have uncovered my ruse, I shall no longer pretend. Not only do I control the goo within your bodies, but the entirety of the Chu Li gazed at Lin Che, observing the transformations he had undergone. Had it not been for their profound past connection, she would have found it utterly implausible that the person before her was indeed Lin Che. He appeared to be a completely different individual. The Lin Che of yore was an affable soul, often humorously likened by her to a mere caretaker of the Taiyi sacred land rather than its favored son. Now, however, she sensed an impenetrable coldness emanating from him. An aloofness that suggested he had distanced himself from the world. It felt as though Lin Che was on the verge of transcending the mortal realm. All she desired now was to savor each moment. Indifferent to the fates of others, as for the women mentioned in her words, he had no inclination to concern himself with them, nor did he wish to encounter them again. Yet, it seemed Lu Ruoli had inadvertently revealed that others besides him could wield the art of goo. Lin Che, shifting the topic, prompted a look of astonishment to flicker across Ji Luoyao's face. You have turned to the path of goo? She exclaimed, fully aware of Lin Che's unparalleled cultivation talent, one so extraordinary that there was little he could not comprehend among the myriad paths of the universe. You may think of it that way to discern Qin Wentian's true identity. Lin Che had conducted clandestine experiments on him, using the goo he had recently mastered, even before entering the secret realm. Does this mean the sound transmission talisman is dispensable? Ji Luoyao inquired. Producing a sound transmission talisman she had on her, no matter. Let them vie amongst themselves. We shall merely observe by the looks of you. It seems you have not achieved the desired effect. Lin Che stroked his chin, curious as to why the sight of his goo cultivation did not elicit a more pronounced reaction from the group. After all, goo cultivation was considered taboo in the Great Wasteland, yet these individuals appeared unperturbed. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since called for his head, reflecting on his expulsion from the sacred land. It was evident that this matter was of paramount importance. How could this be? If not for you, I, Ji Luoyao, would still be in a state of madness. Should not the foundation of marriage be mutual trust? What? You are married, so you are the daughter of Hua Wuxin from Lanyue City. Chu Luoyao had regarded this as mere gossip when she first heard it, never anticipating it to be true. This hardly seems to be the crux of the matter. Just moments ago, I exposed my identity as a goo practitioner, yet your expression remained unchanged. Lin Che regarded Chu Luoyao with exasperation. She always had a penchant for being so animated. It's merely a marriage. What's the big deal? We agreed to stay single together, and yet you are sobbing over it. Spare me your theatrics. If you had been more demure, you wouldn't have ended up unmarried. Lin Che, what are you saying? Get lost. Within the grand formation, Lu Ruoli did not conceal her disdain for Qin Wentian. Cold senior sister, trust me, he has ulterior motives in urging you to cultivate the 9 true essence technique. Do not heed his words. Lu Ruoli, I never imagined you to be such a person, still attempting to prevent me from saving Minghua. Has your conscience been devoured by a dog? At that moment, as Cold Rushuang and Lu Ruoli faced off, a disturbance arose on Qin Wentian's side. He sensed an anomaly within himself. When was I afflicted with goo? Following the clues he had previously gathered, Qin Wentian suddenly had an epiphany. Senior sister Lu, do you not wish to know the truth? Come with me, and you shall discover who has placed the goo on you. Initially, Qin Wentian had intended to seize the goo from Lu Ruoli and Cold Rushuang. But he abruptly changed his mind. That seemed far too mundane. He wanted these women to perish with their hatred for Lin Che, denying them any chance for repentance or compensation. Once the deed is done, what need is there for remorse? For whom should I pretend? He activated his goo techniques, recalling the essence of Lin Che's goo, and traced it back to pinpoint Lin Che's location. What scheme are you concocting? Do you think I would believe you? There is a saying, what one hears is often illusory, what one sees is real. What do you think, Cold senior sister? Among these women, Ji Luoyao and Cold Rushuang's temperaments were particularly to his liking. As he contemplated maximizing his benefits, these individuals would become his most loyal puppets in the future. Very well. I shall make Lu Ruoli submit, forcing her to atone for her prior actions. I can hardly bear to see her so haughty. The slap she had received from Lu Ruoli still lingered in her memory. Under Qin Wentian's guidance, they unraveled the 9 dragons binding heaven formation and began to approach Lin Che and the others. Suddenly, Ji Luoyau's eyes flew open, an inexplicable aura of murderous intent enveloping her, a manifestation of the white tiger divine sword technique's slaying energy. Now, Ji Luoyao, armed with her innate swordsmanship, had barely managed to grasp the ability to condense this murderous aura. "They're coming!" Ji Luoyao, with her keen perception, swiftly prepared to confront the impending threat. Yet Lin Che remained unfazed, exuding an air of tranquility amidst the chaos. "Cold senior sister, even now, channel the 9 in true essence technique." The valley echoed with Qin Wentian's commanding voice. Following his instructions, Cold Rushuang immediately summoned her true energy toward Lin Che's position, forming a miniature gathering formation. "The reason I urged you to cultivate the 9 in true essence technique is to draw out the foreign goo within you." As she spoke, a peculiar goo emerged from Cold Rushuang's body, hovering in Lin Che's palm. Everything unfolded according to Qin Wentian's design, leaving Lu Ruoli and Cold Rushuang in a state of shock. Chapter 83. Redemption. What is happening? Why is this occurring? Lu Ruoli stood transfixed, unable to process the scene before her. Cold Rushuang, with a smirk of cold derision, remarked, "What you see is precisely what is happening. Were it not for your so-called dual cultivation technique, I would still be in the dark." Nangong Mingyue, perceiving a horrific sight, crouched on the ground, burying her head in her knees, trembling in fear. "Junior brother, tell me this isn't real. Speak to me." Observing Lin Che's devilishly charming smile from afar, Lu Ruoli felt utterly drained, collapsing to the ground, her eyes vacant, stifling soft sobs. Throughout it all, Lin Che had remained silent. With all accusations directed at him, he was weary of it all, and explanations. Were they even worth the effort? Hadn't he explained enough in the past? Moreover, from the moment he was expelled from the sacred land, he resolved to sever ties with all its inhabitants. How they perceived him was of no concern to Lin Che. Thus, Lu Ruoli and the others' ploys to evoke sympathy did not stir a single ripple within Lin Che's heart. "Senior brother, you surely did not mean to do this, did you? The senior sisters have fought for you. If you return, I am willing to withdraw from the sacred land and vanish from your world." In such moments, Qin Wentian's scheming nature could not be overlooked, as he seamlessly began his act of false innocence. Cold Rushuang, casting a glance at Lu Ruoli, who lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, seemed to say, "Did you not claim you would win him back? Yet here he is, right before you. Little junior brother, your assistance is invaluable to make certain women give up. I have long asserted that some individuals are inherently flawed, and no amount of pretense will make them any less repugnant. Hey, foolish woman, what nonsense are you spouting? What have the goo placed upon you? Do you really require my consent for that? Besides, you have already expelled him from the sacred land. What audacity do you have to lecture him from a position of superiority?" Ji Luoyao could no longer contain her thoughts. As an observer, she found it intolerable. The members of the Taiyi sacred land were all equally insufferable. It was one thing for the women to act this way, but even the men were no different. Seeing Lin Che's sidekick, a maid clad in coarse linen, daring to berate her, Cold Rushuang's face darkened to the point of seeming as if it could drip water. She raised her hand, poised to strike Ji Luoyao. But who was Ji Luoyao? A woman bold enough to confront the supreme elders of the Tianxuan sacred land at a sect exchange event would never fall into a passive role. Before Cold Rushuang's slap could land, Ji Luoyao retaliated with a formidable mountain-shaking fist, aimed directly at Cold Rushuang's nose. Crack! The air erupted with a sharp crack, the force of the punch sending a gale that stung Cold Rushuang's delicate face. She attempted to evade, yet it was too late. Bang! The punch landed, leaving Cold Rushuang with a dazed expression, her body propelled backward into the rock face. The sheer force of it made Qin Wentian gulp hard. While Huayu Yi and Ji Luoyao stared, utterly dumbfounded, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg within. The core disciples behind Qin Wentian regarded Ji Luoyao with a mixture of awe and fear, as she had evidently grown even stronger in her absence. "Cold senior sister, are you all right?" The first concern that crossed Qin Wentian's mind, once he regained his composure, was for Cold Rushuang's well-being. "I will kill you." Cold Rushuang, deeply concerned for her appearance, took out a mirror only to see her collapsed nose and expressionless face reflected back. Her anguished roar echoed through the valley. Senior sister, calm down. The priority now is to restore your appearance. I cannot swallow this humiliation. Known to the outside world as the divine healer, how could she endure being struck down by a mere indigenous person, Leng Rushuang? It seems you have yet to come to terms with reality. Dare to shout at me again, and you shall feel my wrath once more. With a feigned gesture, Ji Luoyao moved her hand slightly. Cold as frost, a bead of sweat formed on her brow as she suppressed the fury swelling within her heart. After briefly measuring Lin Che's expression, she chose to ignore him. Senior brother, if you intend to use poison directed at me, I am aware of your displeasure regarding my seizing the position of your holy son. However, I implore you, for the sake of our shared sect, to spare my junior sisters. Qin Wentian's voice, laced with an air of exasperation, cut through the tension that he made it clear that Lin Che should cease tormenting his senior sister. Kneeling on the ground, Leng Rushuang found herself at a loss, unsure of whom to trust. She had always believed that Qin Wentian provided cold as frost with a dual cultivation technique with ulterior motives. To her astonishment, Lin Che had gone so far as to place poison on cold as frost. Initially, she had hoped to reconcile with Lin Che, but witnessing this scene, her resolve wavered. Junior brother, it can't be you. Can it? I beg you to speak. Do not treat senior sister with such indifference. Leng Rushuang's voice trembled with a pleading tone, yearning to hear Lin Che declare that he was not responsible. If only he would say so, she would willingly stand by his side. Lin Che looked down at Leng Rushuang, who appeared pitiful at his feet, that he stepped aside. As you can see, I am indeed responsible for all of this. Are you satisfied with that answer? Having realized that no one would believe his explanations, Lin Che chose to remain silent. If they believed he was the culprit, then so be it. He had no desire to squander his life on such futile disputes. It can't be. Junior brother, you are deceiving me, aren't you? Senior sister has made mistakes in the past, but can't you grant her a chance for amends? Leng Rushuang's words stirred memories within Lin Che. He recalled the time when Leng Rushuang had just been ousted from the royal family, alone and abandoned. Suffering at Xixiao Peak, that it was his meticulous care and the resources he had offered that had supported her. He had once treated her as a beloved sister, yet as she grew, she repaid him by coercing him into admitting theft under the guise of the Great Yin Empress, even framing him as a scapegoat. Now, her pleas for compensation only served to ignite Lin Che's frustrations. While she spoke of reconciliation, her heart clearly resisted, or else why would she question him? Lin Che, how can you say such things? She is your fourth senior sister. What is this attitude? What wrong has Rushuang committed? Even if she has, doesn't it deserve to be forgiven? At this moment, cold as frost's injuries had healed considerably, though she still bore an impassive expression. She had always maintained a stoic demeanor, making it difficult to perceive any changes unless one looked closely. She attempted to adjust her mindset, hoping to persuade Lin Che, uncertain of whether any poison still lingered within her, to be cautious. Senior brother, what sister said holds truth. Return to us. If you do, I swear I can vanish and never reappear. Junior brother, you cannot. We cannot lose you. Cold sister, I have said so much that has wronged you. Despite everything, you still wish to speak on my behalf and seek to reconcile? Leng Rushuang slowly rose from her kneeling position, tears brimming in her eyes. Her voice choked with emotion, clearly moved. Chapter 84. The Legacy of the Celestial Dragon. I must ask you all. Do you find this amusing? Lin Che is the true victim here, yet you all seem intent on casting blame upon him. Leaving the Holy Land was a unanimous decision from all of you. And now you feign deep sibling affection? For whom do you perform this charade? Furthermore, since you have all made your way here, allow me to inform you that the opportunities you sought were all pilfered by us. If you desire them now, come and take them, provided you are willing to face my fists. If not, then be on your way. Ji Luoyao was incredulous at the folly of these mindless women. No wonder Lin Che had grown so indifferent. Were she in his place, she would have wished for their demise, seeking tranquility in their absence. Junior brother, I shall ask you one last time. Has the entirety of Xixiao Peak fallen under your poison? Return with me now and release them. The eldest senior sister will plead with the Holy Master for leniency. Cold as frost was apprehensive. If that were indeed the case, it would mean Lin Che had Xixiao Peak firmly within his grasp. Cold as frost, are you so afraid of death? I do not concern myself with whether the others bear the poison, but yours is certainly of my doing. for you possess the innate furnace body. For reasons unknown, Lin Che suddenly found a perverse delight in the situation. Indeed, the dual cultivation technique was provided by your dear junior brother, who delivered it to you for your practice. When the time is ripe, I shall seize your primordial yin, thus elevating my own cultivation. Beast, how could you do this to your innocent junior brother? And I am your senior sister. Do you not fear the wrath of heaven? Cold as frost, now pale and shaken, realized that her furnace body was a rare trait, and the notion that Lin Che would seize her primordial yin was unfathomable. Qin Wentian's forehead creased with dark lines. Are you attempting to leave me no path to tread? Indeed, Lin Che's actions would only serve to heighten cold as frost defenses, ensuring she would never cultivate the nine yin true elemental technique. Thus, thwarting my plans to claim her primordial yin, he had also squandered a significant opportunity. Junior brother, this is not your true intention, is it? Is it due to the fallen immortal curse? I understand that your time is limited because of it. But must you harm yourself in such a manner? The concern in senior sister's voice was palpable. Leng Rushuang believed that Lin Che's actions stemmed from his own hardships. Perhaps, upon learning of the fallen immortal curse that had given him less than 3 years to live, she began to comprehend his every move. Lin Che had acted thus only to spare them from excessive guilt, yet this would only prevent them from repaying him. Leng Rushuang, I have similarly placed poison upon you. Leaving no one from the Taiyi Holy Land unscathed, I desire you to join me in departing this world. Lin Che's voice bordered on madness, yet Qin Wentian's expression grew increasingly grim. You, the short-lived one. Why not just die now? Enjoy your demise. Why must you interfere with my plans? Qin Wentian silently cursed Lin Che. Words spoken without intent can bear heavy consequences. Once the two of us return to the Taiyi Holy Land and report this matter to the higher-ups, they will take action. If the truth comes to light, I will be in dire straits. Though he had meticulously crafted his plans, he understood all too well the principle that one must remain inconspicuous unless one wished to be exposed. One day, the truth would inevitably emerge. He realized he must hasten his efforts. Meanwhile, the core disciples behind Qin Wentian were left in shock. The senior brother they had revered and admired was, in truth, such a person? Surely not. If he truly intended to kill them, why wait until now? He had ample opportunity in the past, indeed, but his words do not seem baseless. Could it be that there is a spy from the corpse refining sect within the Taiyi Holy Land? Shoo! Do not jump to conclusions. We shall discern the truth once we exit this place. Cold as frost, upon hearing this, felt her blood pressure surge, and she spat a mouthful of warm blood once more. Leng Rushuang's expression was one of disbelief, while Qin Wentian remained silent. That I believe in my senior brother's character. He would never commit such an act. Once we return to the sect, I will ensure he is vindicated. At that moment, Qin Wentian began to weave his web of persuasion, a skill he had mastered. After Lin Che spoke, he departed with Hua Yui and the others. Once this information leaked, the Taiyi Holy Land would surely be thrown into disarray. The entire sect, poisoned. What a terrifying prospect. Only Qin Wentian's expression flickered between gloom and brightness. You have brought this upon yourself. That I had intended for you to succumb to the fallen immortal curse. Since you are so impatient for death, do not blame me for sending you to your end prematurely. Lin Che was forcing his hand. Many of the poisons had yet to be ripened. The path he had chosen remained incomplete. He could only reassess his strategy. He had ample time. But first, he needed to eliminate Lin Che, the troublesome obstacle. Junior brother, shall we continue to seek opportunities? Certainly. There are still relics within this secret realm yet to be uncovered. Qin Wentian had originally come with the intent of seizing cold as frost's primordial yin and Leng Rushuang's cultivation to advance to the law avatar realm, ensuring his plans were foolproof. However, fate had different designs. Who could have anticipated such chaos? Now Leng Rushuang harbored suspicions towards him, and to frame Lin Che, he had wasted the semi-finished product within cold as frost, reflecting on his actions, which ultimately served to adorn Lin Che's efforts. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Junior brother, are you unwell? No worries. I am merely concerned whether our senior brother intends to spare us. The current predicament is my fault. Had I not appeared, perhaps? Qin Wentian grew increasingly animated, nearly moved to tears by his own rhetoric. Meanwhile, cold as frost beside him was already in tears. Junior brother, you are too kind-hearted. That is why you are repeatedly harmed while still defending him. Isn't it too late to say such things? The truth of your affliction with the fallen immortal curse is undeniable. We must now focus on how to prolong your life. Lu Ruoli, having undergone various experiences, has long since come to terms with her circumstances that in essence, Qin Wentian is merely a pretender, a green tea kind of character. Her choice to align herself here stems from a profound awareness that Lin Che has been deeply wounded by her actions, and thus his forgiveness is unattainable. Of course, she does not dare to hope for Lin Che's absolution. She merely wishes for him to endure a little longer. Leng Rushuang cast a cold glance at Lu Ruoli, saying nothing, convinced that Lu Ruoli was merely momentarily bewitched, unable to appreciate Qin Wentian's virtues. She believed that, given time, Lu Ruoli would surely be swayed. However, before the dragon legacy could be unveiled, one crucial element remained: the supreme bloodline of the dragon clan. Lin Che had gleaned from ancient texts that the dragon legacy opens every 300 years, and the present moment was precisely that time. Why activating the ancestral dragon stone within the Azure Dragon Temple, they could unlock the legacy. Chapter 85. Dragon Emperor inside the Azure Dragon Temple. Lin Che gripped the ancestral dragon stone, forcing out a drop of his essence blood, which gradually seeped into the stone's intricate patterns. Suddenly, his body felt as light as paper, as the ancestral dragon stone unleashed a powerful suction, drawing him into the stone's realm. This scene was witnessed by the rushing Qin Wentian. Damn it! Qin Wentian felt an overwhelming urge to end it all. Falling behind at every turn, he instinctively cast a sidelong glance at Lu Ruoli, suppressing his rising fury, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Lu Shiji, it seems you owe me a reasonable explanation. Don't you? Time and again, Lin Che had thwarted his opportunities. The previous minor setbacks could be overlooked, but now, even the dragon legacy had been snatched from under his nose. How could he tolerate this? Lu Ruoli, unafraid, crossed her arms defiantly, her eyes sparkling with mockery as she regarded Qin Wentian. Your foxtail is finally showing. I senti it. I thought you were more patient than this. Observing Qin Wentian on the brink of explosion, Lu Ruoli appeared to relish the spectacle. Lu Ruoli, how long do you intend to act recklessly? Do you not comprehend how vital this secret realm opportunity is to junior brother? Your actions will surely chill his heart. Before Lu Ruoli could retort, Leng Rushuang interjected. Lu Ruoli suddenly felt as if she could empathize with Lin Che's sentiments. There had been moments when she had unjustly slandered Lin Che, and now, without having done anything wrong, she was mistakenly perceived as having betrayed him. Lu Ruoli shook her head and sneered, stepping back 3 paces, and with the divine phoenix seal in hand, she cleaved a fissure in the ground. What are you doing? As you can see, I am drawing a line. In response to Leng Rushuang's inquiry, Lu Ruoli's tone carried an air of detachment. Once arrogant, possessing the divine eyes of the burning heaven, she believed she could see through the hearts of men and that all in the world was laid bare before her. Yet now, it seemed Lin Che's words rang true. She was but a blind person with open eyes. Lu Shiji, I am merely worried that senior brother will seize the opportunity, and given his temperament, he could bring calamity to the sacred land. That I meant no other harm. Qin Wentian hastily clarified. Lu Ruoli, do you truly dare to act without taking responsibility? Did you not leak the news of the Azure Dragon Temple to Lin Che? You know in your heart the reason for our suspicions, yet you cannot abide even a few words of criticism. You have utterly disappointed me. This moment, within the dragon legacy, chaotic energy enveloped the space, with dragon shadows flickering in and out of sight. Is this truly the dragon legacy? Where are the dragon clan? Just as Lin Che pondered this, a resounding dragon roar echoed through the air, startling him. Young one, did you awaken me? This is the power of space. Could it be that you are the heir of the ancestral dragon of space? The dragon spirit within the chaotic mist sensed an overwhelming force emanating from Lin Che. Yet, possessing the comprehension of the 3,000 paths, Lin Che had indeed grasped the spatial power of the ancestral dragon. A green dragon spirit burst forth from the chaos, transforming into an elderly figure clad in green, scrutinizing Lin Che closely. Truly a life fraught with trials, endowed with the dragon god's body. Yet afflicted by an ancient forbidden curse, the dragon spirit shook its head, lamenting. Old man, from the aura of your dragon clan, are you all sealed here by someone? Lin Che paid no heed to the dragon spirit's words. He had no expectations of finding a solution to his fallen immortal curse in the secret realm. His quest was for opportunity, seeking the legendary immortal spirit fruit to extend his life. Even an additional hour would be a boon. Indeed, our dragon clan has been sealed here by the master of the demon suppression tower using unparalleled magic, lying dormant for 30,000 years. Only those who command the laws of space can awaken us. The master of the demon suppression tower, the ancient power renowned alongside the fallen immortal pavilion, Lin Che's pupils constricted at this shocking revelation. The once dominant force of the demon race had met such a tragic fate. Do you wish to escape? Well, of course, were it not for the overwhelming power of the laws of time and space. Would we willingly remain in this wretched place? The elderly figure in green shot Lin Che a disdainful glance. What do you know of the fallen immortal curse? Lin Che inquired tentatively, hoping the ancient being might possess some secret knowledge. However, the response left him somewhat disheartened. The fallen immortal curse seems to originate from a domain master, who subsequently perished, leading to the curse's disappearance. Over time, it has been classified as a forbidden spell. Those afflicted by it never survive. They perish within 3 years at most, or a year at least. The only means of alleviation is to refine a goo and devour the essence of others to mitigate one's own consumption. Yet this is not a permanent solution, for once the goo dies out, death is inevitable. Lin Che frowned slightly. Must I truly be doomed? He understood the gravity of the fallen immortal curse, but had not anticipated it to be so intractable. There exists another path for us to escape. We can offer you essence to ensure your goo does not wither. However, this will only prolong your life, as long as the fallen immortal curse remains. You cannot escape death. Upon hearing this, Lin Che let out a heavy sigh. Yet, recalling his previous life, when he succumbed to a terminal illness, his gaze hardened with unwavering resolve. This time, he would seize the opportunity to live as he wished. With that thought, Lin Che's disdain for those atop Zixiao Peak grew even more profound. Had it not been for them, perhaps his talents could have led him to eternal life. What benefit do I gain from helping you escape? Let me make it clear. My identity as a goo cultivator is becoming increasingly hard to conceal. After this matter, I will be surrounded by enemies. Do you truly wish to entangle yourselves with me? Having been betrayed before, Lin Che was unwilling to endure that bitterness again. Thus, he had even planted goo within Ji Luoyao and Hua Yui, unbeknownst to them. Haha, even someone whose life expectancy is less than 3 years dares to play games. What do we have to fear? At worst, we would simply be sealed again. However, in this world, there is no true demon suppression tower that to suppress and seal us again will not be so easy. Then, let us both demonstrate some sincerity. Here is a 3 corpses awakening pill that if you can consume it, we shall consider our cooperation established. The elderly figure in green cast his gaze to Lin Che's palm, where a round, plump, blood-red pill had materialized. You are indeed cautious. Very well. However, to ally with the demon race means you have no retreat. This is the soul-eating pill of our dragon clan. The ancestral dragon stone in Lin Che's hand shimmered with a glimmer, exuding an infinite pressure of the dragon lineage. The aura was overwhelming, and the dragon's roar pierced through the barriers of space, resonating loudly. All the beasts within the central continent's secret realm trembled in submission at the sound of this resounding dragon cry. A faint green dragon pattern materialized on Lin Che's brow, causing the elderly figure in green to immediately retract his previous arrogance. Kneeling in reverence, we humbly greet the Dragon Emperor. Chapter 86. Traitor. The essence of the ancestral dragon was the source of that earlier overwhelming pressure. Leaving the green-robed elder trembling with residual fear that he had never imagined that their Dragon Emperor would choose a human cultivator. Forgive us, Dragon Emperor, for our earlier transgressions. Lin Che felt a sudden surge of power within him. It seemed that the source of that earlier pressure resided in his brow. Since he had dripped his essence blood onto the ancestral dragon stone, a subtle connection had formed between him and the stone. Seeing the change in the green-robed elder's demeanor, he coldly remarked, "You may now consume the 3 corpses awakening pill. Furthermore, inform them that to break free from the seal, they must consume and refine the 3 corpses awakening pill." The threat posed by the dragon clan was not to be underestimated, and given the prideful nature of the dragon race, Lin Che felt uneasy without a goo to control them. As the will of the Dragon Emperor, we shall comply. By the way, you referred to me as the Dragon Emperor. What does that entail? Lin Che was intrigued by the sudden change in the elder's attitude. What status did the Dragon Emperor hold within the dragon clan? You possess the essence of the ancestral dragon and wield the dragon talisman. Thus, You are naturally the dragon emperor of our dragon clan, the green-robed elder explained. Lin Che cast a glance at the seemingly inconspicuous green stone in his hand. Astonished, he now understood why Qin Wentian had been furious upon witnessing him enter the dragon legacy. He had seemingly reaped all the benefits. Now, can you be freed? Indeed, as long as you activate the dragon talisman in your hand. We can break freed at this point. The elderly figure in blue could not help but tremble slightly, his face betraying an undeniable excitement. However, I require you all to. Lin Che whispered a few words into the elder's ear. A flicker of brilliance appeared in the elder's murky eyes. After a considerable pause, a thunderous dragon roar echoed through the ruins, shattering the barriers of space and soaring into the heavens. In an instant, the secret realm outside the dragon ruins was thrown into chaos, as the beasts, seemingly startled, scattered in all directions. The entire central continent's secret realm was engulfed in turmoil. The resounding dragon roars reverberated through the skies, ultimately culminating in the silver-white giant dragon transforming into a beam of light and vanishing into the horizon. At that moment, a similar dragon roar emanated from within Qin Wentian, as a golden dragon's ethereal form coiled behind him. Gazing intently at the departing clan of celestial dragons, Buzz, the golden dragon's phantom appeared unable to withstand the pressure, dissipating into the void, while Qin Wentian seemed to suffer from a backlash, a warm trickle of blood spilling from his throat. His face turned pale as if drained of all color. Meanwhile, the Azure Dragon Temple had already attracted a considerable number of onlookers due to the earlier dragon roar, and upon witnessing Qin Wentian, they felt a chill run down their spines. The remnants of the dragon clan? As soon as the words left his lips, the surrounding beasts, seemingly agitated by the recently vanished golden dragon, went berserk, inflicting harm upon the unsuspecting human cultivators. The chaos among the beasts was unforeseen by the human practitioners, resulting in heavy casualties. Qin Wentian found himself at a loss for words. Junior brother, what on earth is happening? Why do you possess the ethereal form of a golden dragon? Cold Rushuang cast a doubtful glance at him. Lu Ruoli, on the other hand, appeared deeply worried. Lin Che has been missing for half a day. Could he have encountered misfortune? The turmoil among the beasts took the human practitioners by surprise, and many disciples from the sacred lands perished. Qin Holy Son, shouldn't you provide our chaos sacred land with an explanation for this matter? Questioned a well-dressed young man, adorned with embroidered red clouds and exuding a heroic aura. He was Haoyan, the holy son of the chaos sacred land, ranked 4th on the Azure Cloud list and a prodigy of the 5th level of the Divine Mansion realm. Due to the recent beast rampage, his core elite disciples who had entered the central continent's secret realm suffered significant losses. Naturally, he had come to demand an explanation from Qin Wentian. What do you mean? Holy Son Haoyan, do you imply that I incited the beast rampage? Qin Wentian's heart seethed with frustration as he cursed Lin Che repeatedly in his mind. That scoundrel not only seized his opportunity, but also left him to bear the blame. Even without entering the dragon ruins, he could surmise the situation. It must have been that fellow who angered the slumbering celestial dragon clan, causing the beasts in the secret realm to run amok. Given the circumstances, how could Qin Wentian still try to wriggle out of this? We all witnessed the golden dragon's ethereal form hovering behind you. It was only after its disappearance that the beasts went berserk. 9 core disciples of my heavenly transformation sacred land perished. Speak. How do you intend to address this matter? The one who stepped forward to speak was Yi Xiener, the holy maiden of the heavenly transformation sacred land, who had opened 9 sword veins. Her ranking on the Azure Cloud list was only second to Ji Luoyao, and she possessed the cultivation of the 3rd level of the Divine Mansion realm. In the distance, at the exit of the secret realm, Lin Che descended from atop a celestial dragon's head, while Huayu Yi and others had been waiting there for some time. Upon recognizing Lin Che, the group finally relaxed their guard. Let us go. We should leave first. After exiting the central continent's secret realm, Qin Wentian found himself the target of widespread condemnation. Qin Holy Son, your malice knows no bounds. Colluding with the Beast Clan and putting us in peril. Colluding with the Beast Clan was a grave offense, and did he not fear being jointly judged by the 3 major sacred lands? Such wickedness, Qin Holy Son must provide us with an explanation today. Facing the collective accusations, Qin Wentian's expression was more grotesque than if he had tasted excrement. Cold Rushuang, unable to contain herself, leaped forward to defend her junior brother. On what grounds do you assert that my junior brother instigated the beast rampage? There is another person absent. Why do you not suspect him? Humph. You speak in his defense merely because you are his senior sister. I would like to hear who besides Qin Holy Sun could possibly be implicated, a male voice interjected. Following the sound, a figure clad in fox fur, with long hair cascading casually over his shoulders, appeared, looking more beautiful than any woman. Qin Wentian's eyes blazed with fury. Shengnan Daoyu, have you come to provoke me? It must be him. We saw him hide within a stone, Cold Rushuang suddenly recalled, speaking earnestly. The onlookers regarded her with expressions of disbelief. What happened to Cold Yixing's face? After her words, Cold Rushuang turned and produced a mask, donning it upon her face. It's all Ji Luoyau's fault. Those two scoundrels. Lin Che and I would not be in this situation otherwise. The crowd finally reacted, realizing that Cold Rushuang's face appeared somewhat expressionless. Lin Che had long been expelled from the Taiyi Sacred Land. Moreover, he was afflicted by the fallen immortal curse, having lost his cultivation. Even if he had fortuitously entered the secret realm, he could only hide away. How could he dare provoke the Beast Clan? Exactly. You can't even fabricate a lie properly. Lin Che is nothing but a cripple. Who says he is a cripple? If the number one on the Azure Cloud list is considered a cripple, does that not make you all inferior to a cripple? Upon hearing the crowd incessantly label Lin Che as a cripple, Lu really grew agitated, unable to restrain herself from rebuking. Her words snapped the others back to reality. Indeed, if he has lost all his cultivation, how could he possibly be listed on the Azure Cloud list by the Tianji Pavilion? Even so, Qin Wentian, is that golden dragon of yours truly from the Beast Clan? Is it not a signal between you and the Beast Clan? Listening to these words, Qin Wentian's expression darkened, remaining silent. His only option now was to find Lin Che and quietly erase the dragon mark inscribed on the ancestral dragon stone. Then frame this incident onto another. Chapter 87. Confrontation. The exit of the Central Continent's secret realm was surrounded by disciples from various major factions, all waiting for one person. Qin Wentian the moment the Celestial Dragon Clan departed the secret realm. Qin Wentian's body emitted a dragon roar, accompanied by the ethereal form of the golden dragon, while the clan left behind a reverse scale. Many human cultivators witnessed this scene with their own eyes. Subsequently, the beasts began to rampage, inflicting casualties among numerous disciples of the sacred lands and sections. They had come to demand an explanation from Qin Wentian for the fallen disciples that I have already stated that this holy son is wrongfully accused. The one inciting the beast rampage is someone else. Humph. Do not deny it. Of all the cultivators who entered the secret realm, only you possess the golden dragoness fortune that if you do not provide my heavenly transformation sacred land with an explanation today, do not even think of leaving alive. Shall we suppress him and hand him over to the three major sacred lands for personal judgment? Private dealings with the Beast Clan are a grave sin. Qin Wentian's journey into the Central Continent's secret realm had resulted in both loss of reputation and resources. That on what grounds do you presume to privately suppress my junior brother? That golden dragoness fortune is my junior brother's opportunity. Is that a crime? Cold Yixing, this matter does not concern you. That if you continue to shield the guilty, do not blame us for suppressing you as well. Dare you? The Taiyi Sacred Land will not let you off. At this point, Cold Rushuang still foolishly believed that Qin Wentian was innocent. In the crowd, Lin Che cast a distant glance before leading Huayu Yi and others away. I have an unreasonable request. If we can find Lin Che, I will have a way to prove that this matter was not my doing. Junior brother, it is already enough that you have suffered. Qin Wentian, how long will you continue to frame him? Beside her, Lu Ruoli's eyes were red, her voice trembling as she sobbed. She could not comprehend why Qin Wentian had turned out this way. Senior sister, it was indeed my senior brother who framed me. You must believe me that if you are unwilling to trust me, I can only clear my senior brother's name by asking senior sister Lu to hand over this sole piece of evidence to senior sister Ji. Qin Wentian knew that he could not find Lin Che now. He could only rely on these two naive women to convey the message to Ji Luoyao as long as Lin Che had not exited the secret realm. There was still hope. Junior brother, wait for us. We will surely unearth the true culprit and restore your name. Cold Rushuang spoke these words with a voice laden with emotion. After leaving the secret realm, they promptly handed over the items given by Qin Wentian to Ji Luoyao. Far away in the Taiyi Sacred Land, upon hearing about the events that transpired in the Central Continent's secret realm. Ji Luoyao hurried to the exit. Just then, Lin Che and his companions emerged from the secret realm. Lin Che, halt. I have matters to interrogate you about. Ji Luoyao, accompanied by Mo Qingcheng, looked down upon Lin Che and his group, their gazes scrutinizing him as if he were a criminal. Holy Maiden Ji, upon what heavenly law do you interrogate Lin Che? Upon first sight of Ji Luoyao, Chu Loi felt a surge of displeasure at her arrogant demeanor and could not help but retort. Chu Loi, you are but a stray dog. How dare you meddle in the affairs of our Taiyi sacred land? Mo Qingcheng, unable to bear her sister being insulted, shouted back. Had Ji Luoyao still been the holy maiden of the chaos sacred land, she might have given her some leeway. However, upon seeing Chu Loi clad in coarse linen, she realized that the latter had been expelled from the sacred land. It seems you both share a common plight. No wonder you seek warmth in each other's company. However, your luck appears rather unfortunate. Lin Che has long exhibited poor character and lack of upbringing. I have heard that he instigated the beast rampage within the secret realm. My sister and I represent the Taiyi sacred land in interrogating him. Ji Luoyao, it is time we settled our scores. Are my two bones still manageable? Originally maintaining silence and disdain towards others, Ji Ningxuang's voice now held a chilling undertone. As her consciousness scanned Ji Ningxuang, Ji Liao's heart raced uncontrollably. The speed of her growth was truly astonishing, and this woman must not be permitted to remain. When this matter was brought up in front of outsiders, Ji Luoyao appeared nonchalant, yet her heart was tumultuous. This was the stain of her life, and she was unwilling to acknowledge that the two bones within her were derived from an outsider. They belonged to her, a manifestation of her awakening. My dear sister, you are still alive. Over the years, my father and I have missed you dearly. Why, in all this time, have you not sent someone to inform me? Your elder sister, I would have liked to reassure the family of my safety.